One day, a colossal tower materialized in the heart of the city, heralding what many believed to be the end of the world. Some called it the apocalypse, others labeled it a catastrophe, but while debates raged on, the tower itself spoke, sending a message to humanity. It beckoned those willing to fight to answer its summons, offering a grim ultimatum: respond, or face annihilation. A select few, brave or desperate enough to heed the call, took up the challenge. These individuals, later known as Tower Walkers, were prepared to sacrifice everything for the survival of humanity. However, the tower had not called them in vain. No sooner had they responded than a horde of monsters surged forth from its depths, intent on crushing the walkers before they could even begin their ascent. But amidst the chaos, one man stood tall. His determination to survive was unshakable, and with a single, decisive blow, he brought down the creatures that sought to destroy them. In the aftermath of the battle, the walkers discovered a mysterious artifact left behind by the slain monsters, a regression stone. This stone held incredible power, offering a way to rewind time, sending its user back to the moment the tower first appeared, with their memories fully intact. Intriguingly, the stone could also be divided and shared among the group. The man who claimed the regression stone was eager to test its abilities. As he activated the stone, it burst into a radiant light, so bright that the other tower walkers shielded their eyes. When the light subsided, the man was gone. His companions were left in awe, unsure whether he had succeeded in traveling back in time or had simply vanished into oblivion. Their doubts were soon replaced by panic as the tower unleashed another wave of monsters, catching the remaining walkers off guard. Wounded and terrified, they realized the gravity of their situation. One by one, they made the difficult decision to use their fragments of the regression stone, choosing to escape the immediate danger and return to the past. The constant dread of death weighed heavily on them, making the option of a fresh start seem far more appealing than continuing their ascent. As they reappeared in the familiar surroundings of the dungeon's entrance, more tower walkers began to arrive, having made the same choice. One of them sighed in relief, noting how the group had dwindled. Another grimly observed that they might be among the last ones still willing to face the tower's perils head-on. With the knowledge of what awaited them, they steeled themselves for the inevitable challenges that lay ahead, now armed with the bitter experience of their first encounter. The chance to turn back time offered them the opportunity to correct their deepest regrets and reverse their most devastating failures. However, just as they began to embrace this second chance, a powerful monster suddenly materialized. Without hesitation, the group attacked, managing to bring the beast down after a fierce battle. Once the dust settled, Jae-hwan, catching his breath, called out to his companion, Yoon-won, telling him to leave the battlefield. When no response came, Jae-hwan turned to check on him and was horrified by the sight before him. Yoon-won was slumped against a pillar, gravely injured, clutching the regression stone in his trembling hand. Rushing to his side, Jae-hwan stood beside his comrade, a sinking feeling settling in his chest. "Did you use it?" he asked, his voice barely steady. Yoon-won, with a weak smile, apologized. Although many of their comrades had opted to return to the past, few had considered the consequences of abandoning the world they left behind. Before Jae-hwan could process his emotions, an ominous rumble echoed through the air, and a massive door began to creak open before them. Jae-hwan, stunned by the sight, hesitated as he crossed the threshold. He couldn't shake the growing sense of finality and wondered if this was the point of no return. As soon as he entered, a disembodied voice echoed through the chamber, praising him for his determination. "You are quite extraordinary, Jae-hwan. No one has ever attempted to reach the 99th floor of the tower alone." His eyes darted around, searching for the source of the voice, but his attention was soon drawn to the enormous creature looming ahead, the guardian of the 99th floor. He questioned whether this would be the end for him, whether he would get the chance to return to the past once more. But without hesitation, he gripped his sword, ready to face whatever lay ahead. With a surge of confidence, he vowed to continue climbing the tower, no matter the odds. Meanwhile, within the depths of the Nightmare Tower, the Demon Lord, ruler of this twisted realm, watched a recording of Jae-hwan and his team battling the monster. A sinister grin spread across his face as he observed Jae-hwan's skill and tenacity. "I'm about to acquire something valuable," the demon muttered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Back in the past, few moments before the towers appeared. The man casually reached for a packet of chips while listening to the latest news broadcast about the unusual weather conditions caused by a recent surge of yellow dust. As he fumbled with the packet, it tore open unexpectedly, sending chips scattering across the floor. Startled, he looked up, only to meet the curious eyes of a little girl beside him. "Did you steal those chips?" she asked innocently, her eyes narrowing as if she suspected him of foul play. She loved those chips, and her tone reflected her disappointment. Quickly, the protagonist knelt to pick up the spilled chips, offering a flustered explanation. No, it wasn't me. The packet was already opened, he said, trying to reassure her as he gathered the crumbs. Just as he was about to calm the situation, the news anchor on TV suddenly broke into a serious report, advising the public to avoid outdoor activities due to worsening air quality. The man's attention shifted to the screen, and his expression tightened. A breaking news headline flashed across, drawing him in. Whatever was happening, it demanded his full attention. The news reported that a minor earthquake had struck just outside Seoul. Though there were no casualties, experts warned that the tremors were intensifying with each passing moment. Seismologists cautioned the public, urging immediate preventative measures as the likelihood of a larger quake increased. As the protagonist listened, the floor beneath him began to tremble. Alarmed, he glanced outside, paying closer attention to the news. Around him, other shoppers were also growing uneasy, glancing at each other as the vibrations continued to escalate. Suddenly, the government issued emergency warnings, announcing strict precautions to prevent casualties in response to the tremors. The situation took a drastic turn when, outside the mart, the ground shook violently, sending a ripple of panic through the crowd. Amidst the chaos, the earth split open, and an enormous tower erupted from beneath, its towering structure looming ominously over the city. People gasped in terror, their fear quickly turning into screams as they tried to comprehend what was happening. In the midst of the pandemonium, the protagonist instinctively pulled the little girl close, shielding her from the falling debris. Overwhelmed by the destruction around her, the child began to sob uncontrollably, her small frame shaking with fear. The once familiar mart had been reduced to rubble, its structure completely devastated by the quake. Nearby, a man called out, checking if anyone was hurt. He reassured the survivors that emergency services had been contacted and that help was on the way. Turning his attention back to the little girl in his arms, the protagonist gently asked if she was all right. Her tear-filled eyes gazed up at him, and with a small nod, she whispered that she was fine. Then, with a shaky voice, she asked about the tower that had suddenly appeared outside the shattered mart. "What is that?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion and fear as she looked at the colossal structure dominating the skyline. Meanwhile, reports started flooding in from around the globe. Towers identical to the one in Seoul had appeared in major cities like London and Tokyo. These massive, mysterious structures seemed to rise out of nowhere, leaving the world in shock. As people struggled to comprehend the situation, the name Nightmare Towers began circulating, describing the unsettling nature of these giant monuments that had thrust the world into a state of terror. They all received the same message, congratulating them for being chosen to become tower walkers, tasked with saving the world. Each was given a choice: accept the call and face the unknown, or refuse and remain a bystander. The man, without fully understanding what it meant to be a tower walker, decided to accept. However, his curiosity quickly turned into disbelief as the truth unfolded before him. Those who responded to the tower's summons were equipped for battle by a strange system interface, which granted them weapons and abilities, much like characters in a video game. However, it didn't take long for them to realize this was no game, it was real, and the stakes were life and death. As they processed what was happening, a sudden alert appeared on their screens, warning them that a towering impact was about to hit their world. Their shock deepened as they watched live footage of people outside the tower, construction workers who had been obliviously going about their tasks. The workers had noticed a figure perched on one of the tower's doors and, at first, mistook it for a person. Concerned for the individual's safety, they called out, warning them to get down from the dangerous height, and even asked someone nearby to call 911. But their concern quickly turned to horror. The figure revealed itself to be no human, it was a monster. Its wings unfurled, its grotesque claws extended, and its mouth opened, exposing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. The creature let out an ear-splitting roar that echoed through the city. Before anyone could react, the monster, which was evidently a boss of some kind, summoned an army of goblins and other grotesque creatures that appeared behind it, charging straight at the helpless workers and bystanders. This was the tower impact, when monsters spill from the tower into the world, wreaking havoc. Alarms blared across the city as chaos erupted. The creatures swarmed the streets, destroying everything in their path as people scrambled to flee for their lives. The military was dispatched quickly. Tanks rolled into the area, their cannons aimed at the monsters. However, despite their efforts, the sheer number of creatures overwhelmed them. The monsters were relentless, spreading like wildfire across the city. No matter how many were killed, more seemed to emerge from the tower's dark portals, making it nearly impossible to regain control of the situation. Panic gripped the city as the tower walkers, now realizing the gravity of their new roles, prepared to face this monstrous invasion. They were humanity's last hope, standing between the world and complete destruction. In the aftermath of the monster invasion, a devastating third of the global population was wiped out. Those watching from the tower were powerless, forced to witness the destruction unfold below. The memory of the message they had received haunted them, reminding them that they were meant to be the ones to save the world, the Tower Walkers. Shocked and overwhelmed, they couldn't shake the weight of their mission. Determined to make a difference, the Tower Walkers resolved to ascend the tower. Despite the staggering odds, they clung to the hope that their only way to end this nightmare was to conquer the tower itself. If this is what we have to do to save the world, then let's do it, they thought. Armed with extraordinary abilities and weapons, they pressed forward, fully aware that they were humanity's last defense against complete annihilation. As they ascended higher, they faced formidable monsters, defeating each one with growing confidence. Eventually, they reached a massive stone blocking their path, its immense size sealing off the entrance to the next level. Frustration settled in as some of them doubted their ability to break through, but one among them insisted that they could smash their way past it. His optimism seemed foolish to others at first. This was no ordinary obstacle. Still, with little choice, they decided to try. To their astonishment, their efforts worked. Using their weapons, they chipped away at the boulder, clearing a path forward. As the dust settled, one of the tower walkers noticed something sparkling within the rubble. He called over his senior, pointing to the mysterious item glowing beneath the debris. Intrigued, they carefully examined the shimmering object and were stunned to discover that it was a powerful artifact, the regression stone. Its ability to turn back time left them in awe. The thought of undoing their mistakes and preventing the destruction they had witnessed seemed almost too good to be true. Their leader, Incan Huang, gathered everyone together, his expression serious. He proposed that he would use the stone first and report back on what happened. The others agreed, their curiosity and hope growing. With a determined look, Incan prepared to activate the regression stone, ready to test its power and potentially rewrite the fate of the world. In a blinding flash of light, their leader vanished before their eyes, leaving them in stunned disbelief. They couldn't wrap their minds around what had just happened. Incan Huang had completely disappeared. Although they knew the regression stone had sent him back in time, the group still found it hard to accept that he was no longer present with them. Many of them hoped he would return soon, unable to fathom the idea of their leader being truly gone. Sakamoto, a former science teacher, adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed the situation. He explained that Incan Huang wouldn't be returning to their timeline, at least not in the way they expected. According to Sakamoto, the moment Incan activated the regression stone, their timeline had split into a parallel one, separating their worlds forever. Sakamoto, drawing on theories of the multiverse and parallel dimensions, reasoned that once Incan went back in time, their paths diverged completely, and they would never meet him again. His explanation left the group bewildered. The complexity of the science behind it went over their heads, evident in their confused expressions. Sakamoto noticed their puzzlement and reassured them, saying that whether they fully understood it or not, one thing was clear: Incan had successfully traveled back in time. But despite his journey to the past, their present remained unchanged. The timeline they were in would still face the threat of destruction. Sakamoto continued, stating that although he trusted the tower's items, and the regression stone had certainly worked, there was no guarantee that each person using it would end up in same timelines. It was possible, though unconfirmed, that those who used the regression stone might land in the same timeline. The truth was, they couldn't be certain about anything when it came to the mysterious items from the tower. Everything about them defied logic and their understanding of reality. As they processed this unsettling information, a second tower impact struck the outside world. Monsters poured forth once more, wreaking havoc as they sought to wipe out the remaining pockets of humanity. Chaos reigned outside the tower, and the world teetered on the brink of collapse as the Tower Walkers contemplated their next move in the face of this ongoing catastrophe. The Tower Walkers were faced with an impossible decision: either use the regression stone to escape to the past or stay and face certain death. The situation inside the tower had devolved into absolute chaos, with destruction spreading everywhere and the monsters mercilessly slaughtering those who tried to fight them. Cries for help echoed through the chambers, but hope was all but extinguished. One of the Tower Walkers, already feeling the weight of defeat, accepted that their end was near. His companion agreed, believing that their lives were as good as over. Seeing no other way, one of them apologized to the remaining fighters and, with a heavy heart, used the regression stone to travel back in time, leaving the others behind. The last Tower Walker, left alone, knelt before the towering monster, prepared to be consumed by it. Just when he thought his fate was sealed, a man armed with dual daggers appeared out of nowhere. With swift and precise strikes, he took down the beast. The tower walker, shocked and unable to comprehend what had just happened, stared at the mysterious fighter. The man turned, smiled, and asked if he was all right. Barely able to respond, the tower walker nodded, still in disbelief. Looking around, he realized that his former companions had abandoned him. Anger and frustration surged through him as he cursed them for leaving him behind. But his anger faded when his new team arrived, rescuing him from the brink of death. With tears in his eyes, he thanked them for saving his life, while they commended him for his courage in standing his ground. These tower walkers, who had resisted the temptation of the regression stone, were now the last hope for humanity. Unlike those who had fled to the past, they chose to fight for the present, determined to put an end to the nightmare and protect what was left of the world. Later, Yunhuan lay on the ground, panting and struggling to take his final breaths. His vision blurred as he could barely make out Jaehuan's face above him. Nearby, Jaehuan was slumped against a wall, grievously wounded, questioning how everything had gone so wrong. His mind drifted back to the moment when he and Yunhuan had defeated a monster together, but the memory was tainted by the image of the same monster launching a vicious attack on Yunhuan. Yunhuan, realizing the danger they were in, charged at the monstrous beast to divert its attention. He shouted for Jaehuan to strike while the creature was distracted. Without hesitation, Jaehuan leaped from above, reassuring his companion that he was fully prepared for the battle. Gripping his sword tightly, he swung down with precision and declared it was the monster's end. With a swift, powerful strike, he cleanly severed the creature's head, bringing it down in one decisive blow. After the battle, Jaehuan quickly checked on his comrades, asking if there had been any casualties. Thankfully, Yunhuan reported that, this time, no one had perished. He added that the injured fighters would recover soon with some rest. Feeling optimistic, Yunhuan remarked that if they could continue like this, they might actually reach the final floor of the tower. Together, they made their way back to where the rest of the group had gathered. The healer was tending to the wounded, and upon seeing Jaehuan and Yunhuan return, their fellow tower walkers waved at them in relief. Both men waved back, feeling a sense of camaraderie and victory. As they settled in, Jaehuan's gaze was drawn to an unfamiliar sword lying on the ground. Curious, he approached it and examined its details. The weapon was named Wormsbane, a blade sharpened for 1,000 days and nights by Beongwei, the guardian of the 85th floor. It had been crafted specifically to slay dragons and was imbued with the power of both the sun and the moon. Delighted by this unexpected treasure, Jaehuan picked up the sword, feeling confident that it would greatly enhance their chances of survival. He remembered what Yunhuan had said about finding stronger weapons and felt more certain than ever that they could conquer the final floors. Everything seemed to be falling into place, and for a moment, the group dared to believe they might actually complete the climb. But as Jaehuan stood in the chamber of hellfire on the 98th floor, all hope began to slip away. He gazed in horror at the monstrous beast before him, a towering creature capable of unleashing torrents of molten lava that consumed everything in its path. His companions had already fallen, burned alive by the scorching heat. The monster's flames were so intense they melted metal weapons within seconds. Jaehuan stood frozen, alone, realizing the gravity of the situation and wondering how everything had gone so wrong so quickly. The protagonist, still reeling from the shock of seeing his comrades fall, was suddenly assaulted by the monster, its sheer force hurling him violently against the wall. The impact was brutal, knocking the wind out of him and causing blood to spill from his mouth. Dizzy and disoriented, he slumped to the ground, overwhelmed by the crushing weight of defeat. In that moment, the grim reality hit him: everything they had fought for, all the sacrifices and struggles climbing the tower together, now seemed utterly meaningless. The hope they had clung to, the belief that they could save the world, felt like a cruel joke as the monster loomed closer. Paralyzed, the protagonist watched in terror as the creature opened its gaping maw, preparing to unleash a torrent of molten lava. For the first time, he felt completely helpless. But just as the beast was about to strike, Yunhuan appeared out of nowhere, launching a flurry of attacks against the monster, desperately trying to fend it off. Yunhuan called out to the protagonist, snapping him back to awareness. Realizing his comrade was in grave danger, the protagonist leaped to his feet, rushing forward to help. Yunhuan fought valiantly, but the monster was relentless. Despite his efforts, he was struck by the creature's sharp horn, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing his comrade injured infuriated the protagonist, filling him with a fiery determination to protect Yunhuan at all costs. The monster, now carrying Yunhuan's limp body, tried to flee, but the protagonist was not about to let it escape. Grabbing his sword, he charged after the beast. As he ran, something extraordinary happened. A glowing string of light extended from his sword, wrapping itself around the monster's horn. The protagonist was momentarily stunned, unsure of what this strange light was or how it had come to be. But there was no time to ponder, his priority was taking down the monster. With renewed vigor, the protagonist tightened his grip on the sword and pulled, dragging the creature back toward him. The struggle was fierce, but after a series of calculated strikes, he finally managed to bring the monster down. Exhausted but victorious, he rushed to Yunwan's side. The wounds Yunwan sustained were deep, and the protagonist's heart sank as he saw the regression stone clutched tightly in Yunwan's hand. Shocked, he asked what his friend was planning to do with it. Yunwan, his voice weak, simply apologized. Despite the grim atmosphere in the tower, Yunwan Kim always carried a cheerful demeanor, earning him the nickname Smiling Knight from his fellow tower walkers. His positive energy was a source of comfort for everyone around him, but for the first time, that signature smile was gone. The weight of their dire situation had finally broken through his optimism. The protagonist, sensing Yunwan's internal struggle, urged him to leave, telling him to go before he changed his mind. Yunwan hesitated, shocked that the protagonist had noticed the regression stone he was holding. It was as if his intentions had been laid bare, and the reality of his cowardice hit him hard. With a weary sigh and his body barely holding up, he turned to go. As he ascended the staircase, a bittersweet feeling washed over him. He realized how strong Jaehwan had become, far stronger than he had anticipated. If anyone could make it to the top of this cursed tower, it would be Jaehwan. That thought gave Yunwan some peace, knowing that even if he couldn't continue, the world had someone capable of saving it. Reaching the top of the stairs, Yunwan jumped out of a nearby window, his thoughts heavy with guilt and admiration. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the next floor, placing his hand on the stone door to begin the next stage of his battle. Memories of his fallen comrades flashed in his mind, giving him the resolve to keep going. As the door creaked open, he was taken aback. The floor was encased in solid stone, a barren and unwelcoming place. Undeterred, he continued his ascent and found himself on the 99th floor. An intense gust of wind greeted him as he stepped forward, but he pressed on. The floor's guardian, a colossal ice monster, attacked him relentlessly. Despite the harsh conditions and numerous assaults, the protagonist dodged the creature's strikes, refusing to back down. The ice monster sneered, impressed that the rat-like human had the audacity to keep going. Covered in snow and frost, the protagonist remained determined, taunting the monster, asking if it was tired of their fight yet. In response, the creature lunged at him once more, its attacks filled with icy fury. Later, the protagonist found temporary refuge in an ice cave, desperately trying to stay out of the monster's sight. He stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth to muffle his breathing while using whatever warmth he could muster to thaw the ice that had formed on his arm. Outside, the creature prowled, its booming voice echoing as it mocked him. Hiding again? How predictable, it rumbled, thinking the protagonist's efforts to stay alive were futile. But Jaehwan wasn't ready to give up, not yet. Jaehwan huddled inside the icy cave, his heart pounding as he strained to stay hidden from the looming threat outside. He wasn't in any shape to face the creature yet, he needed time to recover. It had been a decade since he first set foot on the 99th floor, and the danger here was on a completely different level compared to anything he'd encountered before. The trials of the 98th floor, though brutal, paled in comparison to what awaited him now. The floor's guardian, Frostworm Belchisis, the ice dragon from the Forgotten Land, was a terrifying force. Its freezing breath could penetrate even the strongest cold resistance, making it almost impossible to endure. Jaehwan knew that if it weren't for the gear left behind by tower walkers who had either fallen or retreated, he wouldn't have survived this long. The suppressing dragon sword, a relic from the 85th floor, had saved his life more times than he could count. His ice demon armor, gifted by Yun Aikwan, and the Flame King's bracelet from Han Seo Yeol were his final lifelines. As he gazed at the bracelet on his wrist, memories of Han Seo Yeol flooded his mind. He closed his eyes, feeling her presence lingering around him, and whispered an apology. He blamed himself for not being more decisive back then, believing that if he had acted more swiftly, he could have saved her when she was attacked. The guilt gnawed at him, even after all these years. His thoughts drifted to a time in the reclaimed village of Adipose, a settlement they had secured after defeating the 50th floor boss, Altaminus. There, he'd spent time healing and reflecting on his journey. One day, while deep in thought, he had been interrupted by Jay, the village's blacksmith. Planning to challenge it again? Jay had asked, a knowing look in his eyes. Jaehwan had nodded. This time, for sure, he had replied, sipping the tea Jay had made for him, a warmth spreading through his weary body. Jay had been relieved to hear it. Despite the daily influx of injured or fallen walkers, the village had never lost hope. They had forged a community out of the chaos, and the priests had even set up emergency rescue teams for those too wounded to continue. The blacksmiths of Oedipus had long dedicated themselves to crafting gear for the tower walkers, forging weapons and armor without asking for a single coin in return, all for the sake of humanity's survival. But those days seemed to be slipping away. Jae-hwan, now seated across from Jae, the last remaining blacksmith in the village, couldn't help but notice the emptiness of the workshop. Jae was sharpening a blade, his hand steady but his expression tired. "You're the only one left now, aren't you?" Jae-hwan asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. Jae grimaced, clearly not wanting to be reminded. "You've been my only customer for a while," Jae muttered, glancing up from his work. "And it's not like there's much I can make anymore. Supplies from the lower floors have stopped coming. No more ores. A few months ago, I could still scrounge up some minerals, but now, it's all dried up." Jae-hwan nodded, not surprised by the news. The tower had nearly claimed the entirety of humanity. He wasn't sure how long it had been, he had lost track of time, but he was certain more than 10 tower impacts had occurred since he began his climb. From some point onward, new walkers had ceased to appear on the lower floors. It was as if Earth itself had been wiped out, leaving no one left to ascend the tower. "Do you think there's anyone left on Earth?" Jae-hwan asked quietly, his eyes meeting Jae's. Jae paused, then shrugged. "Who knows? But it's strange, isn't it? Even though the tower's the same as always, doesn't it feel different?" Jae-hwan frowned, suddenly recalling something odd he had seen during his last journey up the tower. "Now that you mention it, I did notice something," he admitted. "There were strange scribbles near the place where I found a returned stone. Words that didn't make sense, something about a tower within a tower, and a nightmare within a nightmare." Jae's hammer halted mid-strike as he stared at Jae-hwan, clearly disturbed by the revelation. "What does that even mean?" he muttered. "I have no idea," Jae-hwan replied, shaking his head. "At first, I thought it was just someone's random scrawls, but now, I'm not so sure." Before Jae-hwan could dwell on it further, Jae mentioned something else that made his stomach drop. "Grandmother Hyline disappeared 2 days ago," Jae said, his voice tinged with concern. "No one's seen her since." Jae-hwan stiffened. Everyone knew that people in the tower didn't age, so there were only 2 possibilities for someone disappearing: either they had used a regression stone or they had jumped off the tower. Neither option boded well for Hyline. She and Jae were among the few support-type walkers left in Oedipus, and losing her would be a heavy blow. Jae's hammer struck the anvil with a loud clang as he seemed to lose himself in thought, his worry for the missing grandmother evident. Jae-hwan sat in silence for a moment, contemplating what to do. After a long pause, he turned to Jae with a firm resolve in his eyes. "Teach me the blacksmithing skill," Jae-hwan said suddenly. Jae froze, shocked by the request. "What?" he asked, bewildered. "I want to learn how to forge weapons," Jae-hwan repeated. "I don't know how much longer we have, and I can't rely on others for this. If supplies are running out and people are disappearing, I need to know how to make my own weapons. Teach me." Jae stared at him, still in disbelief, before slowly nodding. "You're serious, huh?" he said with a sigh. "All right then. But don't expect it to be easy." Jae-hwan smiled faintly. "Nothing in this tower ever is." Jae-hwan returned to the 99th floor, where the massive ice dragon, Velchicus, awaited him. As soon as he appeared, Velchicus let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "Are you done with your little game of hide-and-seek, human?" the dragon taunted. His voice echoed across the frozen expanse, sharp like the frost in the air. "No human has ever reached this floor alone since the tower was created. Yet, here you are, by yourself." Velchicus' icy eyes narrowed in amusement. "You are truly remarkable, Jae-hwan." A smirk tugged at the corner of Jae-hwan's lips. "Funny," he mused, his voice laced with sarcasm. "The only thing to acknowledge me isn't even human. Go figure." He stared at the massive beast, a sense of emptiness washing over him. "Killing you will probably leave me feeling hollow, though. You're the only one left who recognizes my strength." Velchicus paused, surprised at the human's words. "You are mistaken, Jae-hwan," the dragon replied. "A mere human like you cannot possibly defeat me alone." But Jae-hwan was undeterred. He gripped his sword tighter, the cold steel glinting in the dim light of the frozen chamber. "Is that so?" Jae-hwan asked, a fierce confidence burning in his eyes. "Then explain why you're so certain of your victory." He motioned to his armor, once pristine but now showing signs of wear. Cracks ran along the surface, thin fissures that threatened to break apart at any moment. The sight of it made Velchicus roar in anger, realizing how close this arrogant human had pushed him. "Enough of this!" Velchicus bellowed. "No more games." The dragon reared back, opening its massive jaws. A torrent of icy breath gathered in his throat, preparing to unleash it upon Jae-hwan. But the protagonist didn't flinch. He sprinted toward the beast, his sword gleaming as he aimed for the dragon's mouth. The battle was fierce. Blood dripped from the wounds inflicted by the ice spikes that had lashed across Jaewon's arm, but he continued to fight. Velchisius, watching his opponent's persistence, shook his head in disbelief. Why do you continue, human? Your fate is sealed. Even if you survive this fight, what awaits you is only solitude and emptiness. There is nothing left for you beyond this floor. As the dragon spoke, the ice surrounding the battlefield began to shift. From within the crystals, arms of frozen figures reached out toward Jaewon, as if calling to him. Faces formed in the ice, faces twisted in sorrow, tears frozen on their cheeks. Jaewon's expression darkened. You talk too much, he growled, and with a swift, decisive strike, he shattered the ice figures that tried to hold him back. The shards of ice scattered around him as he broke free, rushing forward to confront Velchisius once again. With renewed fury, Jaewon pressed on, charging toward the dragon with a relentless determination. His eyes locked on his foe, and in that moment, nothing else mattered but the strike that would end this battle. After their back and forth, the dragon Velchisius was stunned to see yet another powerful thrust from Jaewon. With a haughty tone, Velchisius scoffed, "Is that all you've got? Give it up. You can't bring me down with that skill alone." Jaewon, however, wasn't about to give up. He charged forward, determined to defeat the dragon. Unlike others, he had started his climb later, meaning he missed many hidden skills and rare classes along the way. Accepting this, he chose to specialize in just one technique, the thrust. And he had perfected it. His relentless focus allowed him to refine this one attack to an almost unimaginable degree. After slaying over 50 million monsters with his thrust, it had become a part of him. His companions often joked that thrust was his true name, and some even wondered if he had been a wasp in a previous life. Jaewon felt something changing within him. His thrusts were becoming faster, more precise, and far stronger. His relentless training had transformed the thrust from a mere motion into a lethal force, a power that now rivaled hidden skills. He felt no fatigue using it, as it didn't drain any spirit power, it was pure physical prowess. Still, despite his mastery, this opponent was no ordinary foe. Even with countless strikes, he had only managed to scratch the dragon. Velchisius opened his jaws, preparing to unleash his devastating breath attack. Jaewon's instinct screamed at him that it was too late to dodge. But then, unexpectedly, a shimmering light shot out and wrapped around the dragon's mouth, binding it tightly. Jaewon recognized the glow. It was the same light he had seen on the 98th floor when it restrained that boss's horn. With this opportunity, he gripped his sword with both hands and launched himself at Velchisius. Jaewon struck with all his might, slicing into the dragon's mouth, then swiftly withdrew. The dragon staggered back, momentarily stunned, while Jaewon assessed the damage. He had expected his strike to shatter the dragon's jaw completely, but Velchisius remained defiant, his fierce eyes blazing with fury. "Impressive, human, but don't get carried away after a lucky blow," Velchisius sneered, his voice thick with anger. He prepared to retaliate, intent on ending the fight for good. But Jaewon was ready to press on, knowing he had only begun to show the true extent of his power. The dragon soared into the air, taking a deep inhale before unleashing a torrent of icy breath toward Jaewon. He dodged skillfully, evading each attack, but the dragon's strikes intensified, blanketing the mid-air space and making it nearly impossible to avoid. Realizing that he couldn't keep this up much longer, Jaewon stumbled as he scrambled to get away. The ice dragon loomed over him, chuckling. "Too bad for you," it said. "If only there were 10 more humans like you, maybe you'd have had a chance." Jaewon grit his teeth in frustration. "Enough with the gloating," he snarled, eyeing the dragon's dangling chin. "You can barely hold yourself together?" But the dragon's gaze darkened as it spoke again. "Had your kind not been deceived by the dream demon stone, you wouldn't be in this pitiful state. A shame humans don't know of it." Jaewon's eyes widened at the mention of the dream demon stone. "What do you mean by that?" he demanded. But Velchisius remained silent, unleashing another barrage of attacks. Seizing his moment, Jaewon darted toward the gate and slipped through just in time, collapsing against the door, gasping for air. One claw swipe away from death, he was relieved to have escaped. In the aftermath, he couldn't shake off the dragon's words. Dream Demon Stone? What did it mean, and why had the dragon mentioned it? 5 years passed on the 99th floor. Eventually, Jaewon stood victorious over Velchisius, receiving a flood of notifications as his efforts paid off. He had earned the title of the 99th floor nightmare, with his level and attributes, stamina, martial ability, and dexterity, all maxed out. Sitting atop the defeated dragon's body, he sighed, scrolling through the myriad of pop-ups filling his vision. As Velchisius's form began to dissipate, leaving behind only a few drops of blood and an item, Jaewon leaned in and asked once more, "What did you mean about the Dream Demon Stone?" The dragon's fading eyes met his. "You already know the answer, human. The truth awaits you at the final floor, it replied, before fading into nothingness. Jaehwan glanced at the item dropped by Velchis, examining it closely. The item's description revealed it was the Ice Dragon sword, imbued with Velchis' chilling breath. It would only reveal its blade when its wielder's fighting spirit was ignited. Though it was supposed to be a sword, it looked more like a dagger to him. As he held it, the dragon's blood suddenly floated up, coalescing to form a pathway. Startled, Jaehwan looked ahead and saw a massive door with the number 100 emblazoned on top. This had to be the final floor. Steeling himself, he entered. But as soon as he passed through, the number on the door morphed, revealing a new title, Control Room. The change sent a chill down his spine. As he ventured deeper into the chamber, he was confronted by a massive screen displaying images of grandmother Hylene, their shops, and a panoramic view of the tower. He could see everything from the summoning grounds to Oedipus. Jaehwan was stunned. Was this how the tower appeared now? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed behind him, musing aloud at how quickly Jaehwan had arrived. The speaker expressed surprise, assuming Jaehwan would have returned to the village first. Alarmed, Jaehwan whirled around, sword in hand, only to find himself alone. The disembodied voice chuckled, assuring him there was no need for alarm. Apologizing for the unexpected intrusion, the voice explained that it had neglected to broadcast an essential message. It invited him to relax, acknowledging the control room's appearance might be deceiving. Though grand on the outside, it was quite antique and finicky to operate. Then, a notification flashed before Jaehwan, congratulating him on clearing one of World 294's tutorial games. The message informed him that his feat was inscribed into the undying Akashic records, a record only accessible to the monarchs of the Great Land. Jaehwan's achievements would be remembered, and his heart raced at the thought of what awaited him next. Jaehwan stared at the message, utterly dumbfounded. Tutorial? He wondered, struggling to grasp its meaning. Memories of his fallen comrades flashed before his eyes, and a chilling thought crossed his mind: if this was just a tutorial, what would the real challenge look like? The shock was so intense that he almost lost his footing. Just then, a figure materialized before him. The imposing creature, a towering beast with the face of a lion, observed Jaehwan with a mixture of amusement and pity. Was that revelation too much to handle? The creature asked, sounding almost apologetic. I know it's a lot to process, but I didn't want you spiraling into despair. For a mere human, you've done quite well. The monster looked surprised, though, as he noticed Jaehwan's expression shift from shock to defiance far sooner than expected. Jaehwan had recovered quickly, and his gaze was now fixed on the beast, burning with questions. Who are you? Jaehwan demanded, his voice laced with anger. And what's with all this nonsense? The creature chuckled, clearly delighted by Jaehwan's resilience. Forgive my excitement, he said. I haven't even introduced myself. I'm Beastrain, the devil, and the master of the Tower of Nightmares that you've just conquered. I never expected a human to reach the 100th floor alone. It's unprecedented. Jaehwan's mind raced with questions. You said this was a tutorial. Does that mean the real game hasn't even begun? Beastrain smirked, impressed by Jaehwan's quick grasp of the situation. Indeed, you're quick to understand, he replied. But before I explain further, there's something I want you to see. With a flick of Beastrain's finger, multiple screens appeared, displaying scenes from various tower climbers. One clip after another showed people's first steps into the tower, their expressions ranging from awe to fear. Jaehwan watched as the scenes shifted, recognizing familiar faces. There was Seo Yul, looking bewildered as he first encountered the tower's door, and Yun Huan, suggesting that they'd be better off as a team of 3. Another video appeared, showing Jaehwan himself, standing among fellow walkers and introducing himself. I'm Jaehwan, from Seoul, Korea, he had said, holding his sword with a hint of pride. Beastrain glanced at Jaehwan, his tone almost nostalgic. They looked so full of hope, didn't they? Those early days are something else. The sight of his comrades as they had once been, alive, eager, and ready, made Jaehwan's heart clench. Beastrain was visibly moved as he watched the faces of those long gone flicker across the screen. He seemed almost nostalgic, his gaze lingering on the ambush scenes, where monsters had descended upon Jaehwan and his allies. A particular gleam lit up Beastrain's eyes as the video of Seo Yul appeared, capturing the moment she had called out to Jaehwan. He mused that they hadn't anticipated what was coming next, a revelation as chilling as it was tragic. Then, the screen transitioned to a gut-wrenching scene, Seo Yul lying motionless, Jaehwan cradling her, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with her to open her eyes. Beastrain's face was filled with a perverse kind of satisfaction. Tragic, isn't it? He murmured, his voice betraying a hint of amusement. I must admit, I cried too when I first saw that. As the video continued, showing Yun Huan's tearful apology to Jaehwan, Beast Rain turned to him, his expression almost taunting. So, do you remember them now? All those faces, all that pain. Do you feel anger? Sadness? Regret? He asked, his tone filled with mock sympathy. I know these feelings can seem pointless in the face of the past, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Jaehwan raised his head, disbelief and confusion plain on his face. Beast Rain's wicked grin widened. What if you could start over, he proposed. Imagine it, a fresh beginning, but this time, you'd have all your current memories intact. A grand opportunity, don't you think? Beast Rain's head circled Jaehwan, a smug confidence radiating from him. This isn't the stuff of your world's novels, he declared. I'm offering you the chance to become the absolute being who could begin this game anew. Jaehwan was floored, feeling a hollow realization settle in his chest. Wasn't it supposed to be over? He'd conquered the tower, yet now it felt as if everything had been for nothing. Then, another notification appeared on his screen, its message as jarring as it was cruel. Congratulations. You've been chosen as a tower walker to save the world. Do you accept the summons? It hit him like a bolt of lightning. He had been deceived all along. The tower, this endless climb, none of it had been about saving humanity. The truth was grimmer than he could have imagined. There was never any real hope of halting the tower's impact on the world. All he could do was continue climbing, battling, endlessly, in the hollow pursuit of a salvation that had been nothing more than a cruel illusion from the start. Jaehwan looked at Beast Rain and declared with certainty that he had no intention of going back to the past. Beast Rain chuckled, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Ah, still caught up on that, are we? He sneered. Let's get one thing straight, there's no such item here in the tower, or anywhere else for that matter, that can send you back. Any idea to the contrary? Pure illusion. He glanced at Jaehwan with a bemused expression. All those so-called return stones are just tricks? Jaehwan was taken aback. His mind raced back to the words of the ice dragon, Velchasis. If only his race hadn't been fooled by the dream demon stone. The pieces started to come together, and Jaehwan's face paled. He realized the gravity of Beast Rain's words, a sinking feeling in his chest. Beast Rain grinned wider, seeming to relish Jaehwan's confusion. The stone you humans thought could return you to the past? That's the dream demon stone, Beast Rain explained, a tone of mockery in his voice. It doesn't send anyone back. It traps you in an endless cycle of dreams created by the demon within. Your kind has chased after this illusion for eons. Obsessed with going back, unable to accept the present. It's a particularly human flaw. Jaehwan felt a sense of dread, yet he couldn't deny the truth in Beast Rain's words. He's right, he thought. We've always been obsessed with the past. Beast Rain eyed him with a peculiar admiration. Ah, you're more insightful than most. But now that we've cleared up that little misunderstanding, shall we finally begin the real game? A notification appeared before Jaehwan, congratulating him on clearing the transparent tutorial and inquiring if he wished to continue. Beast Rain smirked, evidently confident that Jaehwan would make the logical choice to start over. But Jaehwan's expression hardened. He stood his ground and refused, declaring that he had no desire to participate in this twisted cycle. Beast Rain was caught off guard, his composure faltering for the first time. He blinked in shock as if such a possibility had never occurred to him. Jaehwan offered a small, defiant smile. Thanks to you, I've learned a lot about this tower and its tricks. But you won't be pulling me into your game again? Before Beast Rain could recover, another notification flashed behind him, this time listing the full details of the Tower of Nightmare and Jaehwan's role as a tower walker. The revelation startled Beast Rain, who hadn't anticipated Jaehwan would break free from his grasp so easily. The explanation that followed revealed the Tower of Nightmares was also known as the Stronghold of Regrets, the second creation of the nightmare dream demon, Moloch. Those who agreed to be summoned into the tower were drawn into the dream world fabricated by the dream demon. Jaehwan understood now. He was trapped in the demon's dream, his entire climb through the tower nothing more than an elaborate illusion. But if this was the case, he wanted to confront and defeat the mastermind behind it all, Beast Rain, and move to the next level. Beast Rain sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. There is no next level, he muttered. This is the end of the tower. There's nothing beyond this. But Jaehwan didn't believe a word. He knew Beast Rain had lied before, particularly about the world being saved. Beast Rain chuckled, wondering aloud if the reward for clearing the tutorial had been too disappointing for Jaehwan. I can't believe you're pushing forward with those meager memories just for a reward, the devil mocked. Ignoring Beast Rain's taunts, Jaehwan launched an attack straight at the devil's head, which dissolved into nothingness. As his head began to regenerate, Beast Rain laughed again. What do you want? A hidden skill? A rare item? He offered everything Jaehwan could desire, as if it were well within his power to grant such things. But Jae-hwan remained focused, uninterested in anything Beast Rain had to offer. Seeing his offer dismissed, Beast Rain's grin twisted into a knowing smirk. "Ah, I see. You want to return to your original world, don't you?" The devil said, certain that Jae-hwan must have realized by now that everything, the entire tower, was just a dream within the Tower of Nightmares. There was no actual impact on the real world. Jae-hwan froze, startled by Beast Rain's words. "What are you talking about?" he demanded. But before he could process the devil's meaning, his surroundings shifted abruptly. He was no longer in the tower. Instead, he found himself standing in the real world, confused and disoriented. Nearby, a young woman apologized to her friend for being late, explaining that there had been too much traffic. As Jae-hwan turned to look, he heard her ask her companion if he had bought the movie tickets in advance, to which the man replied that he hadn't. The scene felt surreal, yet undeniably real, leaving Jae-hwan in shock, unsure of what had just happened. The girl, visibly irritated, snapped at her friend. "Fine, I'll buy them myself. Just hurry up." Her frustration seemed to echo around Jae-hwan, who stood there, bewildered by the situation. Before he could even gather his thoughts, the world around him shifted again, and suddenly, he found himself on a train. The passengers were all seated comfortably, smiling and chatting, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Beast Rain's voice slithered into Jae-hwan's mind. "Starting to realize what's happening, are we?" the devil teased. "Surprising, isn't it? Nobody died in the real world. Your family and friends, they're all alive." The devil grinned as he peeked at the phone of a boy sitting nearby, who was browsing something that even Beast Rain found peculiar. The devil paused for a moment, then chuckled. "Oh, how careless of me," he said, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "I almost forgot to show you the most important thing." With a snap of his fingers, the scene shifted once more. Now, Jae-hwan found himself standing in a hospital ward. Doctors and nurses moved briskly from bed to bed, checking on the patients. One doctor inquired about a specific patient's condition, and a nurse responded, "No change, still in a deep sleep." Jae-hwan stepped closer to one of the beds, his heart pounding in his chest. There, lying unconscious, was himself. He stared in disbelief, frozen by the sight of his own body, untouched by time. Beast Rain's voice echoed around him again, smug as ever. "Decades have passed for you in the Tower of Nightmares, but in this world, only a month has gone by. Quite the contrast, isn't it?" Jae-hwan's mind reeled at the realization. "So, this was all, just a dream," he muttered, trying to process it. Beast Rain's laughter cut through his thoughts. "Don't get too comfortable," the devil warned. "You barely scraped through the tutorial, and you think you can beat me? You're no match for me. The difference between us is like the gap between humans and dragons." Jae-hwan smirked, exhaling slowly. "A dragon, huh? That's a relief. I've killed one of those before." The devil's expression twisted in frustration, clearly not expecting such cheek from Jae-hwan. Enraged, Beast Rain launched a sudden attack, but Jae-hwan was ready, blocking it effortlessly. The scene shifted again. Jae-hwan found himself back in Ada pose, battered and bruised but alive. He stumbled toward Jae's shop, a bottle of liquor clutched in his hand. He pushed the door open, ready to tell Jae he had returned. But as he looked around, the shop was empty. Jae was nowhere to be found. The entire shop was now covered in thick spider webs, giving off the impression that Jae had abandoned it long ago. Jae-hwan walked in, preparing to mold and modify his sword by himself. Thanks to the skills he had previously learned from Jae, he had been able to maintain his weapon for the past 72 days, relentlessly challenged day after day without a single moment of rest. No matter how many times he attacked the devil, he couldn't leave even a scratch on him. Strangely enough, he hadn't been killed either. He wasn't sure why, but it seemed the Beast Rain had no intention of ending his life. Despite this, Jae-hwan refused to lose hope, no matter how many days or even years it might take. Meanwhile, the devil, growing anxious, was biting his nails in frustration. He knew that Jae-hwan was no ordinary product, and this was the reason for his unease. Jae-hwan, as a product, was unique, something the devil had never encountered before. A cultivator's role was to ensure that a product would successfully adapt to the almighty land. By using a secondary process, they helped refine and develop these products. The primary method involved culling out undesirable seeds, leaving only the good ones, which was exactly what the tutorial game had done, sifting through to find valuable products. These selected products would then grow and thrive during the actual game. The secondary process involved nurturing the chosen seeds with water and fertilizer to prepare them for the next stage. However, if a product refused to progress, they would simply kill it, closing their eyes to it. The user's soul wouldn't be destroyed upon death in the tower, but the devil was concerned that Jae-hwan's soul would be damaged due to the vast difference between them. This worried the devil, especially since he knew that the harvesters would not sit still if they found out about this. The devil had intended to raise Jaehwan properly and sell him, as it was his time to rise to a high-ranking devil. Moreover, the devil had to repay the loan he had taken to purchase this tower, and Jaehwan was such a rare product that even the gods, who typically didn't involve themselves with devils, had reached out to him. Suddenly, Jaehwan launched a surprise attack on the devil, who groaned in frustration, muttering that this was starting to wear him thin. The devil casually blocked the assault with one hand, looking at Jaehwan with a mix of irritation and curiosity. He asked what Jaehwan wanted, clearly believing that he must have some reason for acting so recklessly. "Aren't you tired of this already?" the devil questioned, pointing out that things would have gone differently if Jaehwan had only listened and entered the real game. In his world, people would have said what's good for the goose is good for the gander, so why was Jaehwan behaving this way? With a flick of his finger, the devil conjured a glass-like barrier between them, his fury growing. He demanded to know if Jaehwan was serious about this fight. Jaehwan, momentarily stunned, noticed the devil's reflection appear behind him, forcing him to grip his sword tightly and whirl around to strike. But before his blade could connect, he was thrown back violently, crashing into the glass wall and coughing up blood. The devil, now enraged, grabbed Jaehwan by the throat and, despite his anger, calmly asked again what exactly he wanted. The devil even offered hidden skills, powerful items, anything Jaehwan desired. Yet, Jaehwan remained resolute. He bluntly declared that he was going to take down the devil and move to the next floor. The devil could hardly believe that Jaehwan was still clinging to that notion. He asked, bewildered, what it would take to make Jaehwan see sense and just move on to the actual game. Jaehwan, though battered, smirked, pleased that he had pushed the devil this far. He finally spoke, saying he had one last question for the devil. The devil, almost exhausted from this conversation, sighed and told Jaehwan not to be shocked by the answer. The truth, he said, was that this universe wasn't confined to a single dimension. Jaehwan simply nodded, revealing that he already knew, as this was common knowledge. The devil, taken aback, stared at Jaehwan with newfound surprise, wondering if Jaehwan had some background in science or had learned more than he had let on. The protagonist calmly mentioned that concepts like parallel universes and the multiverse were well known even on Earth. This prompted the devil to elaborate further, explaining that the main dimension was known as the Almighty Land. From that central dimension, countless alternate worlds branched off, with Earth being just one tiny planet within a vast dimensional system. He called Earth the 294th world, one of many scattered across these alternate realities. In the Tower of Nightmares, walkers could acquire skills, items, and work on their stats, allowing them to adapt to the laws of the Almighty Land. This, in turn, provided them the opportunity to travel to other worlds. The devil explained that his role was to facilitate this game, helping players grow stronger and move on to new dimensions. The protagonist pondered for a moment before asking why the devil was even doing this. What did he stand to gain from playing such a role? The devil, slightly surprised, found it hard to believe that this was what Jaehwan was truly curious about. With a snap of his fingers, they were suddenly transported outside the Tower of Nightmares, into a desolate, destroyed land. The devil smirked, guessing that Jaehwan might be wondering why the tower had appeared on his world in the first place. Jaehwan's curiosity deepened, and the devil could sense it. He revealed that out of the countless alternate worlds, it was mere coincidence that the Tower of Nightmares had descended upon Jaehwan's planet. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that was enough, he didn't need more details. He only wanted to understand why someone like the devil was overseeing the tower. The devil faltered, momentarily caught off guard. He hadn't expected Jaehwan to ask what he gained from operating the tower. Flustered, the devil tried to regain his composure as Jaehwan's persistent question left him momentarily speechless. The devil hesitated for a moment before offering an explanation that seemed less than genuine. He casually mentioned that his involvement in this process was a form of volunteer work that devils like him did from time to time. He hoped Jaehwan would buy into this, but judging by the protagonist's unimpressed expression, it was clear he wasn't convinced. Sensing the skepticism, the devil added that volunteering was something they greatly enjoyed, and many of his kind observed extraordinary walkers from various planets. He then mentioned a place called Paradise, where creatures such as monsters and devils lived harmoniously with humans. His tone was almost pleading as he spoke, a worried smile crossing his face, hoping his story would be accepted. However, the protagonist simply stared at him, seeing through the obvious lies. None of what the devil said seemed even remotely truthful. A few days earlier, Jaehwan had left the control room and reviewed his status. His level had reached 100, with every stat, agility, strength, health, willpower, and mana, maxed out. Despite that, he still couldn't defeat the devil. Frustrated, he drank a potion and lay down, contemplating why even with his abilities maxed, he couldn't overpower the devil. He assumed it must have something to do with this world system, where stats alone weren't enough for a human to defeat a demon. Suddenly, Jae-hwan felt something unfamiliar. It was a sensation he had never experienced before, and it caught him off guard. Looking around, he noticed countless golden particles floating in the air. At first, he thought he was hallucinating. He reached out, grasping a handful of the particles, feeling them shift in his palm. Sometimes they were smooth, almost delicate, and other times they were rough and jagged, like small crystals. Each time, they transformed, changing in structure and texture. In that moment, Jae-hwan instinctively realized that these particles must be the building blocks of this world. Now, as he observed the devil, he noticed words forming in the air above his head, revealing his thoughts. The words spoke of the monarch cultivating and gathering resources for the devil, and Jae-hwan was struck by how absurd the devil's talk of volunteer work truly was. Intrigued, Jae-hwan asked the devil about these masters and whether they were akin to kings. The question delighted the devil, who had finally sparked the protagonist's interest. The devil eagerly explained that the masters were powerful entities in the Great Realm. Those who completed the main game and ascended to that realm often received party recommendations from these masters. Jae-hwan, stunned by the concept of party recommendations, listened as the devil affirmed that the future of any successful player would depend on which master they chose to follow. The devil suddenly lunged at the protagonist, grabbing him tightly and babbling on, promising that if Jae-hwan followed his instructions, he swore on his demonic honor to ensure that Jae-hwan would end up with a powerful master. He even playfully poked Jae-hwan's cheek with a sharp nail, emphasizing that this would only happen if Jae-hwan willingly agreed to participate in the main game. The protagonist dryly commented that the devil sounded like a pushy salesman, catching the devil off guard. The devil, visibly puzzled, protested that he wasn't trying to sell anything. Despite the devil's odd behavior, Jae-hwan agreed to follow his lead, deciding to leave the place in 10 days. 9 days later, Jae-hwan was still diligently practicing his thrusts on training dummies, while the devil, sitting nearby, was becoming increasingly irritated. He muttered to himself about how tiresome it was to watch the protagonist go through the same repetitive motions. Yet, despite his frustration, the devil knew he had almost convinced Jae-hwan, so he forced himself to remain patient. The devil's irritation quickly shifted to rage as he remembered how he had been tricked into purchasing the cursed Tower of Nightmares. Angrily slamming his fist on the sofa, he cursed the dream demons for misleading him. He vividly recalled the day the dream demon pitched the tower to him, painting it as a masterpiece crafted by a high-ranking demon. The devil had been convinced it was a bargain, a rare opportunity to own a tower at such a low price. However, it turned out to be a disappointing relic, an outdated first-generation model. The newer, third-generation towers came with a feature that allowed owners to immediately stop the tutorial without damaging their products. The devil had only realized this flaw when he tried to relocate the participants, believing he had secured a premium product, only to discover there was no option to shut down the tutorial. He was furious, feeling cheated, and regretted ever trusting the dream demon. The devil cursed the outdated first-generation tower, frustrated that it required the product's consent to halt the game. While he desperately tried to manipulate Jae-hwan into agreeing to his offer, he grew increasingly anxious as Jae-hwan remained stubborn, insisting on fighting him instead. The devil lamented his poor fortune, muttering that this was the price he paid for being unable to afford a better tower. Still, what sustained him was the hope that, despite all its flaws, this tower would at least function as intended. All his worries, however, were supposed to end the next day, as Jae-hwan had promised to accept the offer after 10 days. When the day finally arrived, Jae-hwan received a series of notifications just before he was about to accept the invitation to join the main game. The system informed him about the Tree of Illusion, its roots, structure, and the different fruits it bore. He was also provided with crucial information about the Great Realm, explaining how it would enhance his adaptability and what he needed to know to become an adapted player. The system also outlined 12 key areas in the Great Realm he should visit, along with details about the monarch of the Great Realm and 101 reasons to journey there. Then, a new message appeared. The Game Master had decided to end the tutorial, offering Jae-hwan the chance to return to World 294. He could enter the main game with all his memories intact, and the system asked if he would accept this proposal. Devil Beastrain was elated. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the day Jae-hwan would finally accept his terms. The devil eagerly asked Jae-hwan if he had memorized all the information in the files he had sent. When Jae-hwan confirmed and even thanked him, the devil, overwhelmed with emotion, instructed him to press the accept button. He had anticipated this day for so long that he was taken aback by how sentimental he felt, nearly moved to tears. But just as everything seemed to be falling into place, Jae-hwan suddenly attacked the devil without warning. Furious, the devil demanded to know if Jae-hwan understood the gravity of what he was doing. Jae-hwan, unfazed, gripped his sword tightly and replied with a cold smirk, asking if it wasn't obvious. The protagonist firmly declared that from this moment on, he would relentlessly continue his attacks and immediately struck the devil once more. Ever since he began seeing the strange particles in the air, his senses had felt off, as though something new was awakening within him. Each time he lunged at the devil, he sensed a subtle shift. The devil, in response, attempted to grab him, but Jae-hwan swiftly severed his arm. Astonished, Jae-hwan marveled at the sensation of pain, almost reveling in the feeling of being alive. However, just as he was savoring the moment, a magical trap was triggered. Vines erupted from the ground, binding the protagonist. These vines were from the black ironwood of the 91st floor. As the devil began regenerating his severed arm, he remarked with a smirk that he had never encountered anyone quite like Jae-hwan before. He mused aloud, wondering why Jae-hwan hadn't acted this way from the start. It would have made things simpler for both of them. He then asked if Jae-hwan agreed. The protagonist, now entangled by the 91st floor vines, questioned what the devil intended to do next, knowing full well the game couldn't end without his consent. The devil, named Beast Rain, confirmed this, but confessed that he had long abandoned the idea of seeking Jae-hwan's approval. Instead, he had a question for the protagonist: why did Jae-hwan assume this tutorial game would last forever? The devil continued, revealing a crucial detail about the Nightmare Tower. If more than 100 days passed after completing the tutorial, the game would automatically terminate. This revelation caught Jae-hwan off guard. He had no prior knowledge of such a condition. Beast Rain explained that Jae-hwan would remain stuck in this place until it was time to start the main game. Jae-hwan gripped his sword, Beast Rain the demon, and asked with a piercing gaze, "Is it true that they call you the trickster in the Great Realm?" The devil was shocked by this unexpected question, but his astonishment deepened when Jae-hwan added, "You're 784 years old, and you've roamed 128 different worlds, cultivating various species in each one, like the wicked creature you are." Stunned, Beast Rain demanded to know how Jae-hwan had acquired such information. But Jae-hwan, undeterred, continued, stating that Jae-hwan would soon be handed over to the harvester known as the Master of Darkness, another revelation that left the devil deeply unsettled. The devil, growing increasingly anxious, began to wonder who Jae-hwan truly was, as the protagonist seemed to possess knowledge far beyond what he should. Little did Beast Rain know, the words revealing his true nature were visible above his head, and Jae-hwan was reading them with ease. The protagonist grinned, his eyes gleaming with confidence, and asked the devil, "Do you really know who I am?" He taunted Beast Rain, calling himself the very product the devil had been nurturing for decades within this twisted game. In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from Jae-hwan's body, shattering the grip of the black ironwood vines. As he stood free, Jae-hwan looked directly at the devil and declared with unwavering conviction, "I'm not your creation anymore." The protagonist's actions grew even more aggressive as he broke free from the clutches of the vines, immediately launching a fierce assault on the demon. Though the demon narrowly dodged the strikes, it became increasingly worried, noticing how swift and powerful Jae-hwan's movements had become. The demon retreated, only to be caught off guard when Jae-hwan managed to land a clean hit, severing part of its arm. Shocked, the demon struggled to comprehend how Jae-hwan had become so formidable so quickly. The demon started piecing together the clues, wondering aloud if Jae-hwan had somehow undergone an awakening. He glanced at Jae-hwan's sword, then at the wreckage of the vines strewn across the battlefield, and questioned whether the protagonist had become something more than an ordinary player, perhaps an over-adapted one. Ever since Jae-hwan had reached the 100th floor of the tower, he'd begun to suspect that the tower itself might be some kind of illusion. But as his battles continued, he grew convinced that perhaps the demon itself wasn't as invincible as it claimed to be. Despite his maxed-out stats, Jae-hwan had fought the demon over and over, believing that there was something more at play, something beyond sheer numbers. The very fabric of the world around them began to fray, revealing cracks in the reality of the tower. In that moment, Jae-hwan's understanding deepened, and without hesitation, he adjusted his fighting strategy. His strikes became more precise, calculated, each one carrying the weight of his newfound clarity. His relentless attacks enraged the demon, who, realizing that Jae-hwan had unlocked some hidden truth, screamed in fury. With Jae-hwan's new insight, the synchronization limit between him and the world had been momentarily lifted, allowing him to strike with even greater force. In response, the demon shed its human-like disguise and revealed its true form. The transformed demon lunged at Jae-hwan, promising that he would no longer be an easy target, and that resistance was futile. The beast slashed at the protagonist, landing several blows and leaving deep wounds. However, it was impressed. Jaehwan had already reached the second stage of adaptation, despite having only just completed the tutorial. The demon tore into Jaehwan with its razor-sharp claws, reminding him that he was merely human and couldn't possibly win against a being like Beast Rain. "You're fighting a losing battle," the demon taunted. Jaehwan shielded his face with his arm, his mind racing with thoughts of whether this could be the end. But his resolve hardened. He reached for the sword he'd earned after defeating the ice dragon on the 99th floor, gripping it tightly as his determination surged. Despite the pain and the demon's overwhelming power, Jaehwan decided that he would continue fighting, stabbing the beast over and over again, even as his body screamed in agony. With each stab, the number surged, pushing past the limits he thought he had. The demon, though wounded, sneered and said Jaehwan would have no choice but to play the main game sooner or later. "You're only hurting yourself by continuing this futile battle," the demon said mockingly. But Jaehwan ignored him, his only focus being to end the fight, no matter the cost. After what seemed like an eternity, Jaehwan finally struck the demon for the 10 billionth time. The sheer number shattered the boundaries of what any human could achieve, and with it, the very fabric of the world around him began to break apart. As the rules unraveled before his eyes, Jaehwan closed them for a moment, feeling half of his face illuminated by an inner light. With this newfound understanding, he realized he had transcended the limits imposed by the world and had become something more, an entity beyond definition. He had embraced oblivion and, for the first time, felt truly human. The mysteries that had haunted him began to fall into place. He recalled the bright line he had seen on the 98th and 99th floors and understood it now. It was a link, a tether that bound the demon to this cursed tower. Filled with newfound clarity, Jaehwan launched a vicious assault on the demon, who was equally eager to retaliate. In a flash of radiant energy, Jaehwan's attack struck true, much to the demon's shock. The immense power behind the blow was undeniable, and Beast Rain, now deeply wounded, could feel the protagonist's attack searing through his very core. The demon staggered and fell, confusion and fear written across his face as he looked up at Jaehwan, who stood over him, calm and resolute. Jaehwan told the demon to listen closely. As the demon lay there, Beast Rain began to wonder if Jaehwan had truly completed his awakening. But Jaehwan's voice cut through his thoughts, declaring that humans were not mere commodities for demons to barter and assess like products with price tags. Beast Rain, now reduced to a small, trembling creature crawling on the ground, was startled by the power and conviction in Jaehwan's words. Jaehwan's next statement was even more unsettling. He was done playing along with the demon's little game. He would destroy this place, break the chains of illusion, and move forward to whatever awaited beyond. As he spoke, the illusions Beast Rain had crafted to keep him trapped began to shatter one by one. Jaehwan proclaimed his intent to climb all the way to the top, to reach the end of this cursed world the demons had constructed. His determination was unshakable. As he spoke, his status screen appeared, but everything about him, his name, title, abilities, skills, and class, was now unidentified, a reflection of his transcendence. Watching his tower crumble around him, Beast Rain panicked. He pleaded with Jaehwan not to destroy it, claiming there was no next floor beyond this one. But Jaehwan calmly pointed his sword at the demon and informed him otherwise. There was indeed a next floor, one that Beast Rain was unaware of. He wasn't bound by the demon's limited understanding anymore. The revelation left the demon in a state of shock, powerless to stop what was coming. As Jaehwan ascended the tower, he noticed peculiar scribbles etched on various floors, the 78th, 66th, 47th, and many others throughout the structure. Each one seemed like a cryptic message, teasing at something greater. He realized that all nightmare towers, including this one, were mere imitations of the original nightmare, which sat at the top of the tree of illusion. These scattered writings piqued his curiosity, and he began to decipher their meaning, wondering what awaited him at the peak of the tree. His mind turned to Malak, the dream demon responsible for the creation of the nightmare tower. It was said that Malak's second creation was the Fortress of Regrets. Jaehwan speculated that these messages might have been left by Malak himself, as some kind of trail for those daring enough to follow. Turning to Beast Rain, Jaehwan asked if they were currently at the roots of the Tree of Illusion. The demon hesitated before asking what Jaehwan intended to do next. With a determined voice, Jaehwan declared that if these were indeed the roots, then there must be a trunk above them. He reasoned that by breaking through the ceiling, they could reach it. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and thrust through the ceiling, shattering the structure with a force that left the demon horrified. Beast Rain watched in disbelief as his carefully constructed tower, something he had worked so hard to maintain, crumbled before his eyes. Moments later, a system notification flashed, indicating that it was calculating the protagonist's tutorial game record. However, an unexpected error occurred, halting the process entirely. The calculation had failed. As the roof collapsed, the system began searching for any remaining walkers within the Nightmare Tower. Yet, no walkers were found. The system failed to complete the game properly, and with that, the tutorial abruptly ended. Suddenly, Jae-hwan found himself back in a dense forest, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. His body was drenched in sweat from the overwhelming heat. He stood still for a moment, trying to regain his composure, before spotting a trail of footprints leading deeper into the forest. Without a second thought, he followed the path, prepared for whatever lay ahead. Jae-hwan finally arrived at a clearing teeming with wild beasts, their predatory eyes locked onto him. They surrounded him, poised to strike. As the beasts lunged forward, Jae-hwan reacted swiftly, slicing one in half with a single, shallow stab. Yet, as he wiped the blood from his blade, he felt the ground tremble, a larger presence was closing in on him. He turned to see a massive creature looming over him, far more formidable than the others. Realizing that a mere shallow strike wouldn't suffice, Jae-hwan gripped his sword tightly and launched a powerful, deliberate attack. The blow landed cleanly, cutting through the beast's thick hide. He approached the fallen creature, grabbing hold of its horns and yanking them free. With a smirk, he muttered to himself that, despite its size, the creature was surprisingly fragile. His moment of triumph was interrupted by a voice behind him. "Are you human?" a figure asked. Jae-hwan turned to see a member of the Nakamyeong clan standing nearby. The clan member seemed astonished at Jae-hwan's feat, particularly at the sight of the precious horns he had taken from the five-horned beast. Jae-hwan, still wary, activated his suspicion ability but found he couldn't make sense of their strange language. Pointing to the horns, he asked the Nakamyeong warrior if they wanted them, offering to make a deal in exchange for information. However, instead of responding, the Nakamyeong clan member lunged at him with an unexpected strike. Jae-hwan dodged effortlessly and sneered, calling them antenna people. He warned them that if they tried to attack again, they would pay with their lives. But his words went unheard, and another assault came his way. With a quick parry, Jae-hwan coldly declared it was time for them to die. A short while later, Jae-hwan stood over the defeated Nakamyeong warriors, having swiftly subdued them. Grabbing one of them by its antenna, he demanded to know where they were. But the creature only responded in its bizarre, incomprehensible language. Jae-hwan tugged harder on the antenna, causing the creature to cry out in pain, yet still, the words that came from its mouth made no sense to him. The protagonist grew impatient, his grip tightening around the Nakamyeong clan member's antenna. "Say something I can understand," he demanded, his voice low and dangerous. The Nakamyeong warrior, however, spat out a defiant threat, vowing to kill him. In response, Jae-hwan tugged the antenna harder, causing the warrior to writhe in agony. Driven to desperation, the Nakamyeong clan member bit through his own tongue, spitting blood onto the ground. Jae-hwan observed the scene coldly. Though the Nakamyeong weren't physically strong, their willpower was far greater than he had anticipated. With no useful information obtained, Jae-hwan sighed and buried the antenna in the soil, leaving the fallen warrior behind. He glanced at the lifeless body and wondered if anything could still be useful. After a moment of contemplation, a notification appeared, alerting him to his acquisition of a small dimensional backpack. It was a welcome surprise, offering extra inventory space, up to 70 cubic feet to store items. Examining the pouch, Jae-hwan marveled at the practicality of having an inventory function again, especially after losing access to his system interface upon leaving the Nightmare Tower. At least now he had some way to manage and appraise items. Still, he couldn't help but feel betrayed by how unreliable the system had become. He had expected its functionality to extend to other dimensions, including the Great Realm. He placed the beast's horn inside the newly acquired backpack and tested the suspicion skill, finding it useful for identifying items. His attention was drawn to a cluster of crystals scattered across the ground. Using his suspicion ability, Jae-hwan discovered that these were stones of fallen souls, capable of enhancing an adapted player's mana reserves by a considerable amount. Intrigued, he bent down to examine them more closely. Each stone radiated a distinct color, but all shared a strange energy signature. Were these Nakamyeong clan members jewelers or something else entirely? Regardless of their origin, Jae-hwan knew the stones had value. He carefully packed them into his backpack, satisfied with his discovery and knowing they would likely prove useful in the future. The protagonist surveyed the remaining items scattered around, some of which were too bulky to carry. Deciding they weren't worth the trouble, he left them behind. Suddenly, his ice dragon sword began to hum and vibrate in his hand. Curious, he unsheathed the blade, which promptly opened its enormous maw and started devouring the leftover items. Jaehwan watched in amusement as the sword consumed its meal, idly wondering what those objects might taste like to the weapon. Amidst the leftovers, he spotted a map. Upon unfolding it, he saw it was a map of the Tree of Illusion Chaos. Confused by the term chaos, which hadn't been mentioned in the demon's files, he crumpled the map, lost in thought. Meanwhile, in a different part of the forest, a group of adventurers found themselves ambushed by a swarm of monsters. Among them, a girl hurled her sword toward a nearby beast. Unfortunately, her aim was off, and the weapon struck one of her comrades in the leg. Alarmed, she quickly apologized, explaining she had intended to hit the monster, but the sword had slipped. The injured man, though clearly in pain, managed a shaky smile and assured her it was fine, despite trembling as he painfully pulled the blade from his leg. Embarrassed, the girl announced she'd go hunting elsewhere, leaving the group behind. As soon as she was out of sight, the wounded man's forced patience turned to frustration, and he muttered under his breath, deciding to let it go just this once, partly because of how endearing she looked. However, he couldn't help but marvel at how she had managed to hit his knee with such precision. Moments later, the girl returned, looking apologetic once again. The team groaned, wondering what she had messed up this time, but their concern quickly turned to alarm. A massive, two-horned beast was charging toward them in a fury, evidently enraged by something she had done. As the creature closed in, the adventurers frantically shouted for her to stay away, not wanting to become collateral damage from another one of her blunders. The group of adventurers stood in a tense huddle, trying to figure out how to deal with the looming threat. One of them suggested they group together and face the beast as a unit. From atop a nearby cliff, the protagonist observed the scene below, noticing that the girl seemed to be the strongest among them, despite their apparent lack of coordination. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some tension between them. Realizing that they were no match for the creature and would likely be slaughtered at this rate, he mused over how they even managed to survive the Nightmare Tower in the first place. Down below, a red-haired man activated his skill, Fire King's Breath, and braced himself for the monster's attack, taunting the two-horned beast to come at him. The girl, attempting to assist, misfired her weapon, grazing his ear and causing him to shout in pain. She laughed nervously, apologizing, but the red-haired man cursed at her in frustration, calling her reckless. She looked downcast as he berated her, explaining that while she was trying to help, she wasn't making things better. He made it clear that he didn't need her assistance anymore, but before they could argue further, the beast closed in, its mouth wide open and ready to strike. Just then, the protagonist leaped from the cliff and charged at the monster. With a single, swift strike, he slayed the beast, blood splattering across the face of the red-haired man as the creature collapsed. Dust filled the air, obscuring the scene for a moment. When it settled, the group stared in awe at Jaehwan, standing atop the dead beast with his sword drawn. They were stunned, asking who he was and if he was sure he didn't want the beast's body as a reward, offering it to him for his help. Jaehwan casually replied that they could take the monster's body, asking if the horns were valuable. One of the team members confirmed that it usually took at least 10 people to bring down a two-horned beast, which made Jaehwan realize something. The creature he had killed earlier with just a basic stab had 5 horns, meaning the number of horns must be an indication of the beast's strength. The girl, biting her nail in thought, stepped forward and asked Jaehwan directly who he was. She pointed out that there were very few adapted players in all of Chaos, and it was almost unheard of for anyone to take down a two-horned beast with just a simple stab. Jaehwan looked at her, remaining silent as she continued to gaze at him in disbelief. The girl, still puzzled by Jaehwan's strength, couldn't resist her curiosity and asked him where he was from. "Is he from Chaos?" In response, Jaehwan turned to her and, with a calm expression, asked what Chaos was. This took her by surprise, and she stared at him in disbelief, wondering if he was being serious. As they continued their conversation, the group asked Jaehwan if he was just passing through, and he confirmed he was. The team leader found it odd that Jaehwan didn't seem to speak the local language and questioned him about it, to which Jaehwan admitted he didn't. This revelation baffled the leader, as language barriers were incredibly rare in this realm. When they asked if he didn't mind if they took the beast's body, Jaehwan simply nodded, allowing them to claim it. The girl, however, was clearly frustrated. She couldn't believe that someone just passing by had so effortlessly killed a two-horned beast without using any special skills. To satisfy her curiosity, she activated her detection skill, trying to gauge Jaehwan's abilities, but it failed. Stunned, she tried again, only to receive an error message. Her mind raced. How could this be? His level seemed as low as that of a non-adapted player, which only made her more suspicious of his true identity. Tapping Jaehwan on the shoulder, she leaned in and whispered that she had a question. She reminded him that adapted players were exceedingly rare in chaos and wanted to know how someone like him, who didn't appear to be adapted, could take down a two-horned beast with such ease. She pressed him, asking again who he really was and where he came from. Jae-hwan glanced at her, surprised to hear her mention chaos. He asked her about it, his tone genuine. The girl's expression shifted to one of anger, thinking he was mocking her. She demanded to know if he was playing some sort of joke. But Jae-hwan's face remained serious, and he calmly assured her that he wasn't kidding. She seemed frustrated, unable to comprehend why he would ask something so absurd. Assuming that perhaps the language barrier was causing confusion, she slowed down her speech and repeated her question about his identity. Jae-hwan took a moment to consider her words. Her question stirred memories of his past life on Earth, a life that now felt distant and irrelevant since entering the tower. The relationships, the sense of identity he once had, it had all faded away. Here, in the Nightmare Tower, he had forged new connections, created new memories, and his old life held little meaning now. Still, he remained quiet, reflecting on how far he had come, but all of it disappeared like a mirage the moment the tutorial ended. The companions who had fought alongside him were back on Earth, alive but likely with no memory of the tower. Starting over with their memories erased was the reward for completing the tutorial. Jae-hwan realized they probably wouldn't even remember him, nor anything that happened during their time in the tower. When the girl pressed him further, he told her that he'd lost his memory. At first, she felt sorry for him, thinking he was suffering from amnesia. But her sympathy quickly turned to frustration. "You expect me to believe that?" she snapped, clearly doubtful. Even if he insisted he had forgotten everything, she wasn't buying it. Jae-hwan had never claimed to have amnesia, but her assumption that his memory loss was the same irritated her. She ranted on, sarcastically comparing his story to something as outlandish as being an abyss warrior. Jae-hwan had no idea what that even meant. Then, without warning, his sword began to vibrate. The girl noticed and asked him to drop the act. When he drew the blade, it immediately grew larger, leaving her stunned. This was no ordinary weapon. It was a spirit sword. As the sword opened its mouth and began devouring the weapons scattered around them, the girl's initial shock turned into suspicion. Maybe Jae-hwan wasn't as strong as he seemed, perhaps his power came entirely from his weapon. Her thoughts raced, wondering what he was planning by revealing his spirit sword so openly. The other team members were equally shocked, watching in awe as the blade consumed everything from swords to armor. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan seemed lost in his own thoughts, calmly telling the sword to revert to its case form once it had eaten enough. The girl couldn't believe what had just happened. He had ruined her mission by eliminating the monster so easily. Annoyed, but with an idea forming in her mind, she wondered how she might turn this unexpected development to her advantage. She agreed to drop the subject of his past but slyly proposed a deal, a subtle trap woven into her words. After giving a brief overview of the Chaos Realm, the girl, who introduced herself as Mino, shifted the conversation to the group she was traveling with. She explained that they were members of the Red Fox clan, a notorious bunch of thugs. The protagonist quickly understood that Mino wanted him to eliminate them for her. With a sly smile, she hinted that they'd eventually turn on him anyway, so it was in his best interest to deal with them first. "Just don't stare at them too long," she advised casually. Later that night, the group's leader suggested they stop and set up camp, as traveling after dark could disturb the horned beasts. One of their scouts was perched in a tree, keeping watch while the others gathered around the fire, enjoying each other's company. The protagonist, lying a little distance away, was aware that there was a village nearby, as indicated by the map he'd found earlier. As he played with the tiny particles of mana floating in the air, he thought about how to approach the situation. As he listened to the group gossiping, he overheard them discussing his mana levels. One of them remarked that Jae-hwan's mana was pitiful, barely on par with that of a non-adapted player. The leader agreed, speculating that the only reason Jae-hwan had been able to defeat the two-horned beast was thanks to his spirit weapon. They continued, talking about how obtaining a spirit weapon usually involved venturing into the abyss, the branches of the Tree of Illusion. Jae-hwan couldn't help but smirk at their ignorance. They had no idea that he had acquired his spirit sword not from the abyss, but from the roots of the tree itself. It amused him to think how surprised they'd be if they knew the truth. He also recalled what the demon had told him earlier, that tower gear wasn't flawless. No one in their right mind would covet something like this, at least, that's what the demon thought. Quietly, Jae-hwan mulled over Mino's offer and the group's underestimation of him, preparing himself for what was to come. Jae-hwan realized that this place wasn't the great realm he had been searching for. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard footsteps approaching. Mino rushed over, grabbing him by the collar and demanding to know what he was doing. They were already closing in. She anxiously asked him about the sword he had used earlier, the one he had been feeding, and urged him to use it to kill their enemies. Jaehwan fixed her with a cold stare and calmly responded that he no longer had that sword, he had lent it to someone who was standing watch. Mino's face paled with disbelief. She couldn't fathom how he could hand over a spirit weapon so recklessly, especially just because someone asked. She scolded him for doing something so dangerous. As the Red Fox clan closed in, they thanked Jaehwan for giving them the sword, mocking him as a fool. They boasted that they didn't even need it, they were the Red Fox clan, after all. Mino cursed under her breath, furious that they had dared to challenge her. Jaehwan, watching her reaction, became intrigued. He was curious to finally witness her combat abilities. With their leader's order, the Red Fox clan charged toward them, ready to strike. Mino, undeterred, hurled her daggers with precision, hitting several attackers straight in the head, killing them instantly. She moved swiftly, kicking one of the members square in the face before retrieving her daggers and launching them at the next wave of foes. One by one, they fell to her relentless assault. After clearing most of the clan members, Mino returned to Jaehwan, breathing heavily. She offered a quick apology, saying she hadn't meant to throw the daggers so hard, though her focus never wavered from the remaining enemies. Mino, visibly irritated, retrieved her daggers and pointed them at the remaining Red Fox clan members. Her voice cold, she declared they were about to experience a world of pain. The clan's leader, already suspicious of Mino since she had managed to lure monsters toward them earlier, began to piece things together. His suspicions grew as he considered the possibility that she was none other than the infamous Witch of Destruction. He wondered who in the Black Forest clan had the audacity to send her here. Mino met his gaze and smirked, as if it didn't matter who had sent her. In chaos, people like him were always on someone's hit list, especially since they had no qualms about slaughtering unsuspecting, non-adapted players. Without hesitation, she flung her daggers toward them again, but the Red Fox clan leader just laughed. He was confident that the Black Forest clan wouldn't get involved for someone like her. Wielding the spirit sword he had taken from Jaehwan, he shattered her daggers with ease. With an air of arrogance, he rambled on about how someone must have hired Mino in secret and gloated that she shouldn't bother praying. This was the end of the line for the Witch of Destruction. His taunt only further aggravated Mino, who was annoyed that he thought he could defeat her with just one spirit weapon. The leader grinned, feeling secure in the knowledge that he had additional backup. Mino surveyed the area, quickly counting the number of enemies. There were about 30 or 40 of them, all first-stage adapted players, which explained the heavy footfalls she'd heard earlier. The leader, relishing the moment, pointed out that they weren't just dealing with any ordinary pair, a witch from the Black Forest clan and a man who had killed a two-horned beast with a single strike. He boasted that he had come prepared, asking her if she really thought he would face such formidable opponents without proper reinforcements. The Red Fox clan leader boasted that he hadn't summoned just anyone, he had brought their master. Mino's eyes widened in disbelief as Black Fox Clint, the third-stage adapted player and leader of the Red Fox clan, appeared. She couldn't help but smirk, thinking he must have had a lot of free time lately. Clint, with a devilish grin, wagged his tongue and sarcastically welcomed her, saying she should feel honored by his presence. He informed her that half of the Red Fox clan had come specifically to hunt her down. Mino, masking her surprise, sarcastically responded, "Oh, I'm so honored," knowing full well that Clint clearly wasn't as busy as he liked to pretend. She needed a moment to collect her thoughts. Facing a third-stage adapted player like Clint in a one-on-one fight would be no small feat, and she wasn't sure she could take him down alone. Turning to Jaehwan, she addressed him as Amnesia and Abyss Warrior, which caught him off guard. Regret tinged her voice as she admitted she wouldn't be able to protect him. She tossed him a return stone and urged him to use it to escape. Jaehwan caught the stone, recognizing it as a nightmare stone, but asked her about its purpose. Mino explained that it was a return stone that would take him to the nearest fortress. She only had one, and she needed him to use it now, which left Jaehwan in shock. He was taken aback that this stone could keep someone alive in the present, not send them back in time. His thoughts wandered back to the Nightmare Tower. What would have happened if he'd given Yunawan one of these stones back then? With curiosity overriding the danger of the moment, Jaehwan asked Mino if there was a way to travel back in time. Mino was stunned by his question and, in the midst of the chaos, couldn't believe he'd ask something like that now. But Jaehwan was serious. She shook her head, answering that she'd never want to return to the past after fighting so hard to get where she was. Pointing her blades at the enemies surrounding them, she declared with conviction that even if it meant her death, she would refuse to go back. Jaehwan placed a hand on her shoulder, stepped forward, and confidently assured her, "You're not going to die today." Without waiting for her response, he drew his sword and charged toward their enemies. Mino stood frozen, shocked and confused by his sudden resolve. In a swift, precise motion, Jaehwan unleashed a powerful strike, subduing most of the Red Fox clan members in an instant. Furious at the unexpected turn of events, Black Fox Clint growled, ordering his remaining men to use the 14th technique of the Fire King. The battle was far from over. The Red Fox clan members quickly moved into position, preparing to execute the 14th technique of the Fire King. Jaehwan, unfazed by their formation, activated his third stage of awakening, Oblivion. He abandoned any pretense of the identity this world had assigned him and focused solely on his true power. His eyes locked onto the enemies ahead, and with his sword pointed directly at them, he launched himself forward in a flash. His blade cleaved through them effortlessly, and in moments, he had reached their leader. Black Fox Clint attempted to defend himself, raising his hand in a desperate attempt to stop the strike, but Jaehwan's sword easily pierced through both the barrier and his body. Blood splattered across the face of the Red Fox group leader as he watched his master fall in stunned silence. Trembling, the leader surrendered the spirit sword to Jaehwan. With his sword now in hand, Jaehwan turned to face the remaining members of the Red Fox clan. Panic set in as they tried to flee, but Jaehwan didn't hesitate. He pointed his blade in their direction and unleashed a shallow stab, sending out a shockwave of energy that obliterated them all in a single blow. Mino stood frozen, disbelief etched on her face. The power Jaehwan had just displayed was beyond anything she had imagined. She recalled how, not long ago, she had thought him reckless for casually handing over the horns of the two-horned beast to those thugs. Back then, she had written him off as a fool, someone too naive to realize the danger he was in when he gave his spirit sword to the gangsters without a second thought. But now, seeing him in action, she realized just how wrong she had been. Jaehwan was powerful, his strength wasn't dependent on his spirit weapon at all. Mino, still reeling from the shock, called out to him, her voice shaky as she asked once more about his true identity. Jaehwan smirked at her question, teasingly asking if she had forgotten. After all, she knew his identity already. Mino's confusion deepened, unsure of what he meant. Jaehwan, in turn, wondered if she had somehow lost her memory. After all, he thought he was the only one suffering from amnesia. Mino was taken aback by the jab, feeling slighted by his comment. Frustrated, she demanded the return stone she had given him earlier to escape. But to her dismay, Jaehwan nonchalantly revealed that he had already lost it. Mino's temper flared as she asked if he had any idea how expensive those stones were. Jaehwan simply shrugged and suggested she look around if she wanted it back that badly. Later, as the night settled in, they sat around the fire. The tension had dissipated, and Jaehwan leaned back, enjoying the rare moment of peace. For the first time that day, the air was still, and the quiet enveloped them both. While Mino rifled through Jaehwan's backpack, desperately searching for the return stone, her frustration grew. She cursed herself for trusting a stranger with something so valuable. Meanwhile, Jaehwan was calmly feeding his spirit sword, and, sensing her frustration, he casually remarked, "How are we strangers? We already know each other." Mino spun around, exasperated. "What do we know about each other? I don't even know who you are," she shot back. Jaehwan smiled, replying simply, "I'm human." His cryptic answer only annoyed her further. "What are you even talking about?" she demanded. He turned the question back on her, asking, "Aren't you human too?" With an eye roll, Mino affirmed, "Obviously." Jaehwan clenched his fist, quietly muttering, "That should be enough for us to know." His sudden intensity startled Mino, and she couldn't help but wonder what was going through his head. After a moment of reflection, though, she realized he had a point. Maybe the fact that they were both human was all that mattered. The next day, as they walked, Mino broke the silence, asking if Jaehwan remembered anything from before he entered Chaos or the Great Realm. He shook his head, confirming that his memories were a blank slate. Her mood darkened as she admitted her envy of his amnesia. Jaehwan was bewildered by the idea. "You envy losing your memories?" he asked, incredulous. Mino nodded and explained, "Most people here probably envy you. Everyone who ends up in chaos does so for reasons they'd rather forget." Jaehwan, confused, pressed her on what she meant by obvious reasons and how everyone had arrived in this place. She halted in her tracks, her expression serious. "If you really think about what you just asked, you might regret it," she warned. Their conversation paused as they approached the towering gates of Gorgon Fortress. 2 guards stood watch at the entrance. Mino sighed in relief, happy to have finally reached their destination. She hurried forward, while Jaehwan hung back, taking in the scene. The area surrounding the fortress was chaotic. The sight before him brought back memories of the first floor of the tutorial. Everywhere he looked, there were people in distress, some were injured, others begged for mercy. One woman clung desperately to her husband, refusing to leave him behind. Faces twisted in pain, prayers for salvation, the air thick with despair. It was a sight Jaehwan had seen far too often before. He turned to Mino, asking, "What is this place?" Mino glanced back at the desperate crowd, a mix of sadness and weariness in her eyes. "You really don't understand what you asked me, do you?" she replied quietly. She warned him once more not to ask anyone there how they ended up in chaos. As Jaehwan stared at the people writhing in agony, coughing up blood, Mino's voice turned somber. "Welcome to the world of dead chaos," she said softly. "For those who survive the nightmare towers, there are usually only two fates left. They're either chosen by the abyssal gods or selected by the masters of the great realm," Mino continued, her voice tinged with bitterness. "Some rise to glory in battle, but most fail and find themselves here, in chaos, the stem of the tree of illusion." Jaehwan frowned, the concept gnawing at him. "So, if someone dies in the great realm, they end up here in chaos?" he asked. Mino nodded solemnly. "Yes, but if you die here, it's final. There's no coming back. You become nothing more than nourishment for the tree of illusion. No blood is spilled because, by then, you're already dead." Jaehwan's unease deepened. He had thought his nightmare was over when he escaped the tower, but now he realized he was trapped among the dead. Mino noticed his troubled expression. "What are you mumbling about?" she asked, though he waved it off. Instead, he focused on what she had said earlier. "Did you say this place is the stem of the tree of illusion?" Mino confirmed, explaining, "What people call nightmare towers are just the roots of the tree. Chaos is the stem, and the abyss forms the branches. All of it belongs to the tree of illusion." Jaehwan's eyes widened at the mention of the tree of illusion. It was the very tree Malak had referenced. Memories of a cryptic message scrawled on one of the tower's floors flooded his mind. The countless towers that Malak had created were merely the roots supporting the original nightmare, which rested at the top of the tree of illusion. A sense of purpose surged through him. Perhaps, despite all his struggles, he wasn't in the wrong place after all. There was still a higher goal for him to pursue. While Jaehwan processed this, the soldiers around them began moving. Their commander barked orders for everyone to form lines and head to the platform. As the crowd shuffled forward, Jaehwan observed the platform, a massive structure looming ominously ahead. Once they reached the platform, the general ordered the captives to don the garments laid out before them and stand in line. As one man lifted his head from beneath the sack, the general paused, looking him over with a critical eye. The man appeared frail and emaciated, his skin stretched thin over his bones. The general, unimpressed, muttered something about how weak he looked. He ordered the man to stand up straight and, with a scoff, asked, "What were you in your past life? A webtoon artist?" Jaehwan couldn't help but notice the irony. It seemed even in this place, the past clung to people like a shadow they couldn't shake off. Miho called out to the general of the soldiers, "James," which took him by surprise. As he turned to face her, confusion crossed his features. "What brings you to the northern checkpoint?" he asked. Miho shrugged casually. "I just happened to be passing through," she replied before quickly shifting the conversation. "You know who I am, right? How about letting me through?" James sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Miho, but things are different now. We've got new orders. Everyone entering the fortress has to show a certificate. No exceptions." Miho blinked, taken aback. "Wait, you're talking about those ridiculous certificates my brother implemented, aren't you?" She sighed in frustration, glancing over at Jaehwan, wondering if he had one. "You got a certificate?" she asked. Jaehwan shook his head. "Nope." Seeing no other choice, Miho decided to take a different approach. She stepped closer to James, lowering her voice to a whisper. "Listen, I didn't bring a certificate with me," she admitted, offering him a small, apologetic smile. Then, she reached into her pouch and pulled out something gleaming, a horn. "But maybe this will do instead?" James' eyes widened as she handed him the two-horned beast's horn. He quickly stashed it in his jacket, nodding with a grin. "Fine, you can go ahead. We've known each other long enough, so I'll let it slide this time." Miho chuckled as she breezed past, while James' soldiers exchanged curious glances, astonished by the interaction. James then turned his attention to Jaehwan. "And what about you? Do you have a certificate?" Jaehwan looked at him plainly. "Nope, no certificate." "Is it really that necessary?" Miho raised a brow, flashing a playful smile. "Looks like you're out of luck." She teased him, clearly enjoying the situation. "I could help you, you know, if you ask nicely." But James remained firm. "No certificate, no entry. Those are the rules." Jaehwan understood the seriousness of the situation. He reached into his bag, rummaging for something, unsure of what his next move would be. Mino grew increasingly concerned, her mind racing with thoughts about what Jaehwan might be planning. Could he really be thinking of killing the guards to get in? The idea seemed absurd, but she couldn't shake it. She recalled times when his decisions had shocked her before. In her imagination, she pictured him pulling out his sword, swiftly taking down the soldiers with a single strike, then casually turning to her and asking, "Aren't you coming?" Maybe he is crazy enough to do something like that, she thought, her anxiety spiking. Not wanting things to escalate, Mino quickly stepped in front of Jae-hwan, pleading with James to hold on for a moment. She tried to explain the situation, but just as she was about to say more, a commotion broke out nearby. They both froze, wondering what was going on. To her shock, a figure was approaching. All the soldiers snapped to attention, saluting the man as he came into view. It was none other than Carlton Javier, the pride of Gorgon Fortress, renowned for his unyielding adherence to the law. As the most upright inspector in all of Chaos, he took his duty very seriously, and his arrival immediately shifted the atmosphere. "James," Carlton said sternly, "mind telling me what's going on here?" After hearing the explanation, Carlton's expression darkened as he realized Jae-hwan was attempting to enter without a certificate. "That's strictly forbidden," he said in a voice that left no room for argument. Jae-hwan, unfazed, asked, "Why?" The simplicity of the question clearly frustrated the inspector. "Because," Carlton said, his voice clipped with irritation, "if your identity cannot be confirmed through proper certification, the law states that entry is prohibited. It's outlined clearly in Article 27, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Entry Laws." Mino silently cursed, realizing that Carlton wasn't someone who could be reasoned with easily. Everyone around them dropped to their knees, bound by Inspector Carlton's legal code skill. Even Mino, frustrated, was forced to kneel, caught in the spell's effect. Carlton, standing tall, declared with authority that he had the legal right to detain Jae-hwan under the same law. But Jae-hwan had no intention of complying. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his sword and effortlessly sliced through the chains holding them down. "That's enough," he muttered, yanking Mino up to her feet, leaving everyone, including Carlton, stunned. Jae-hwan's defiance, paired with his strength, made Carlton's eyes widen in disbelief. "I don't care what your silly laws say," Jae-hwan said calmly, sliding his sword back into its sheath. He looked at Carlton and asked flatly, "What exactly does this certificate of yours prove?" Carlton, still in shock, couldn't believe what had just happened. No one had ever broken free of his legal code skill before. How did Jae-hwan do it? Regaining his composure, he explained, "The certificate contains essential information: your real name, institutional affiliations, occupation, primary skills, status, any criminal history, and your spiritual impurity level. It's required for anyone to pass through here." Hearing this, Jae-hwan smirked. "Then I guess I don't need one," he remarked, realizing the certificate was nothing more than a way to pry into his private life, something he had no intention of sharing. Carlton, now visibly frustrated, attempted to use another skill, the silver bond, citing Article 2, Paragraph 7 of the Gorgon Detainment Act. Chains of silver light materialized, snaking toward Jae-hwan to restrain him. But, just like before, the chains shattered the moment they touched him. The soldiers gasped, whispering in disbelief. "He broke Lord Carlton's chains?" someone muttered in shock. Carlton himself was speechless. How could anyone resist both of his signature skills? He stared at Jae-hwan, who seemed completely unfazed by the commotion around him. "Are you not capable of doing what I did?" Jae-hwan asked, looking directly at Carlton with a calm but piercing gaze. His question sent a wave of unease through the crowd. Mino's heart raced as she recalled her earlier bribe to James. She had discreetly handed over a piece of a two-horned beast horn, and the soldiers had all turned a blind eye. Now, with Jae-hwan breaking Carlton's chains effortlessly, she couldn't help but feel her secret was teetering on the edge of discovery. James, who had accepted Mino's earlier bribe, paled, along with the other soldiers. Their faces turned ashen as they witnessed Jae-hwan's bold move. The protagonist reached into his bag, pulling something out while Mino, alarmed, tried to stop him. Ignoring her, Jae-hwan tossed the item to Inspector Carlton. Carlton caught it and examined it curiously. Jae-hwan calmly requested that he accept it in exchange for his entry into the fortress. James, utterly flustered, was furious. "How dare you try to bribe the inspector?" he shouted, assuming Jae-hwan had lost his mind. In his rage, James turned to Carlton, requesting permission to execute Jae-hwan on the spot. However, Carlton raised his hand to stop him. "Wait," the inspector said, turning to Jae-hwan with a knowing look. "Did you say your name was Jae-hwan?" The protagonist nodded, confused but composed. Carlton smiled faintly. "I've been waiting for you," he said, calling Jae-hwan the messenger of Nak Myung. Later, Mino found herself overwhelmed by the truth of what had happened with James. Suddenly, a device touched her head, alerting her that her spirit contamination level had exceeded 15%. A voice urged her to take a recovery pill immediately. Carlton, noticing the change in her, warned, your spirit is corrupting. Do you understand what that means? Mino, clearly upset, nodded furiously. Of course, I know what it means, she snapped, downing the pill quickly. Jaehwan, genuinely puzzled, asked, what exactly is spirit contamination? Mino couldn't believe her ears. She stared at him, dumbfounded. You seriously don't know? She was exasperated. Spirit contamination is a chronic condition that everyone in chaos suffers from. Jaehwan's blank look only made her more frustrated. I can't believe I'm stuck working with a guy like this, she muttered, amazed at his ignorance. As Mino explained, the inhabitants of chaos had their spirits slowly corrupted by the very nature of the place. Once someone's contamination level hit its peak, the consequences could be devastating. That was why the horns of the horned beasts were so incredibly valuable. Mino had just witnessed how excited Inspector Carlton had been when she used one as a bribe. James, now fully composed, saluted Carlton and reported that all the new arrivals had been safely escorted to a nearby village. Mino continued, explaining to Jaehwan that the horn was the only item in chaos capable of temporarily halting spiritual contamination, and thus, everyone desperately sought after them. Though I got one for free, thanks to a certain someone, she added, popping her recovery pills nonchalantly. Inspector Carlton, still suspicious, informed Jaehwan that he would scan him next. Moving a device close to him, the scanner whirred to life, but after a few moments, it malfunctioned, turning red and sputtering with error codes. Everyone was caught off guard. Carlton inspected the device, which was unable to read Jaehwan's spirit contamination level. The reading came up as 0. The inspector's eyes narrowed, and a knowing smirk spread across his face, as if pieces of a puzzle were falling into place. He handed Jaehwan back his spirit stones, catching him off guard. Jaehwan hadn't expected Carlton to return them so easily. You shouldn't part with the stones of fallen souls so lightly, Carlton said, his tone knowing. Especially not as the messenger of Nak Myung. Jaehwan was quick to correct him. I'm not anyone's messenger. I don't even know who or what Nak Myung is. Carlton gave a slight chuckle. I know, he said mysteriously, as if there was more to his statement than he let on. After the tense exchange, they finally made their way into the fortress. James, still rattled, turned to Carlton. Are you really going to let him go just like that? Carlton responded with a question of his own. Do you even know what the stones of fallen souls are? James nodded, replying that they were rare items used by adapted players to boost their mana. That's true, Carlton confirmed, but then he removed his glove, revealing the hand with which he had touched Jaehwan's spirit stones. But there's more to them than that. The ominous gesture left James wide-eyed, as if a deeper, more dangerous truth lingered beneath the surface. Carlton's hand began to burn after he touched the stones of fallen souls, and James recoiled in shock. Alarmed, he asked Carlton if the stones were responsible for this. Carlton confirmed it, explaining that only members of the Nak Myung family could handle the stones without consequences. Nak Myung's descendants were the sole people capable of carrying them without becoming contaminated. Yet here was Jaehwan, clearly not part of Nak Myung's lineage, and he had handled the stones effortlessly. James, still unsettled, questioned how they could trust Jaehwan. Carlton, not fully convinced, replied that it wasn't about trust but perhaps something deeper. He believed Jaehwan's soul might be the key. Remember when the scanner malfunctioned while trying to measure his spirit contamination? Carlton asked. James nodded, recalling the error that had confused him earlier. The gauge malfunctioned, but that's supposed to be impossible, Carlton continued. James was stunned, wondering how such a thing could have happened. Carlton offered one explanation: Jaehwan's soul was purer than any other in chaos. James found this hard to believe, but Carlton wasn't concerned whether Jaehwan was from Nak Myung or not. What mattered was that Jaehwan could handle the stones. Carlton believed this issue should be brought to the inner council, leaving it up to them to decide Jaehwan's fate. James speculated whether Jaehwan's presence might be tied to their lord's recent predicament, but Carlton wasn't certain. Before they parted ways, Carlton turned to James, his gaze sharp. I heard you accepted a bribe to let someone in, just because Mino dropped a name. James stiffened, fear prickling his skin. Inside the fortress, Jaehwan found himself wandering through unfamiliar streets, feeling out of place. Mino was supposed to lead him, but instead, he was left to carry the burden of navigating the town. He recalled Carlton's parting words to Mino, reminding her to bring her certificate next time, and quoting the Gorgon entry law, Article 7, Paragraph 34, those without proper documentation or with falsified certificates would be denied entry and face severe penalties. Despite her offense, Carlton had spared her because Jaehwan had intervened, urging him to go easy on her. He had also reminded Mino that bribes were strictly forbidden under Article 11, Paragraph 6, which punished both the giver and receiver of any kind of inducement to enter the town. Carlton's constant lecturing on the laws grated on Mino's nerves, and she finally snapped, telling him she'd had enough. Jae-hwan chuckled inwardly, thinking Carlton's legal code skill was more of an annoyance than a real threat. As they walked away, Carlton wished Jae-hwan a good stay in Gorgon, but Jae-hwan still found the inspector a bit of a nuisance. Not long after, Jae-hwan spotted a man and approached him, asking for directions to a skilled blacksmith. He specifically wanted someone capable of handling a spirit sword like his. The man hesitated, unsure, while another figure lurking beneath the bridge eyed Jae-hwan's sword with malicious intent, clearly interested. Just then, Mino bumped into Jae-hwan, snapping out of her daze. She asked him how they had gotten into the town, as if everything that had happened earlier was a blur to her. Jae-hwan glanced at Mino and asked if she was feeling better, then nonchalantly suggested it was time for her to find her own way. Mino was taken aback and quickly pleaded with him to wait, asking how he could just toss her aside like that. She hurried after him, apologizing for leaving him at the town's entrance earlier and claiming it was all just a joke. Jae-hwan sighed, explaining that she had already done enough by bringing him to the town, and anything more would just weigh him down. Looking directly at her, he added that he could see her soul was damaged. Their paths, he said, were different, and it was time for them to part ways. Mino clenched her fists, clearly angered, and rushed forward. Frustrated, she told him that he didn't know anything about this place and could easily get into trouble. Surprised by her persistence, Jae-hwan reassured her that he could always ask for directions if needed. But Mino wouldn't back down, insisting that he should rely on her because she knew the area better than anyone else. After a moment of silence, Jae-hwan finally mentioned that he was searching for a dream demon. Mino's expression softened, and she offered to lead him to one, as she had an idea of where to find it. Jae-hwan agreed, but just as he reached into his bag to grab his sword, he noticed a group of strangers eyeing them. He looked at Mino and told her that first, they needed to deal with the troublemakers surrounding them. The gang of thugs who had been eavesdropping on their conversation began closing in, smirking as if they had finally cornered their target. The gang leader turned to one of his men and asked if this was the guy with the glowing sword they had heard about. The man quickly denied ever mentioning anything about a glowing sword. Mino, visibly annoyed, stepped forward and demanded to know who these losers were. She gave them a sharp warning to back off before they regretted crossing her. The leader chuckled, clearly amused by her fiery attitude, and remarked that the red-haired girl certainly had some spirit. But with a sneer, he advised her to watch her tongue before saying something she'd regret. One of the gang members, visibly angry, clenched his fists. Another, more composed, chuckled and explained that their junior had just hit puberty. He was only 12 this year, and his temper flared up whenever someone was rude to him. Besides, he added, it's not polite to speak that way to a growing kid. He then turned to Jae-hwan and Mino, warning them to hand over the sword, or his junior would come after them. Another thug chimed in, rambling about how they needed to pay a toll if they wanted to pass through. Jae-hwan sighed, realizing they were in for more trouble. Mino, on the other hand, was in shock, her jaw dropping when she heard them refer to the hulking figure as their junior. Frustrated, the giant, who was apparently the youngest in the group, glared at them. He clearly thought they didn't understand who they were dealing with. He demanded they give up the sword, threatening them with harm if they refused. Mino, still astonished, couldn't help but blurt out her disbelief, asking how such a massive guy could be considered a junior. That was all it took to set the man off. With a growl, he lunged at her, declaring it was time for her punishment for speaking out of turn. Just before he could reach her, Jae-hwan moved swiftly, drawing his sword and slashing the man's arm in one clean motion, sending him sprawling to the ground. The other gang members froze in shock. Jae-hwan, irritated by the endless talking, calmly pointed his sword at them, challenging them to attack if they wanted a fight. Furious that one of their own had been hurt, the gang began cursing him, vowing to make him pay for what he'd done to their precious little junior, who now whimpered in pain, clutching his bleeding arm. The gang leader trembled with rage, unable to believe anyone had dared to harm their beloved junior. Some of the gang members frantically informed the boss that Junior was still alive, though badly hurt. Mino, still stunned, couldn't believe they kept referring to the massive man as their sweet junior. As they rushed forward, eager to exact revenge, Jae-hwan remained calm. He raised his sword, and before anyone could land a blow, a sudden burst of energy filled the air. In an instant, the gang members were defeated, blood staining the ground. Jae-hwan wiped his blade clean as if it were nothing, while Mino stood there, speechless, clearly impressed by his skill and the effortless way he had handled the situation. Mino couldn't contain her curiosity and asked Jae-hwan how he had managed to defeat all those thugs with just a few strikes, impressed by the power behind his moves. Jaehwan, however, casually responded that stabbing was his only skill, which left Mino stunned. She blinked in disbelief, thinking he had to be joking, but he continued, explaining that he knew 3 variations: shallow stab, normal stab, and hard stab. Mino stared at him, trying to wrap her head around it, and thought back to someone she once knew who relied solely on one type of attack as well. That person used slashing techniques instead of stabbing, but it was a similar concept. Jaehwan seemed intrigued by the idea that someone else had mastered a single skill and asked if that was common. Shifting the conversation, Mino asked why his last attack had veered off course and smashed through the roof of a nearby building. This startled Jaehwan, and he looked at her, puzzled. She repeated the question, wondering if he had lost control of his strike. He recalled the moment and explained that during the fight, someone had been using a cloaking ability across the street, which had been distracting him. Annoyed, he had aimed at the roof to scare them off. Mino's eyes widened in disbelief. "You destroyed a roof to scare someone off?" she asked, horrified. Jaehwan seemed confused by her reaction. "Doesn't everyone do that? My comrade, Yunhwan, would have done the same." Mino shook her head in disbelief and suggested that perhaps he should come up with a cool name for his skill, something flashy to match the power behind it. Jaehwan, amused, asked what kind of names she had in mind. She rattled off a few suggestions. "How about Black Flaming Spear? Or maybe Azura's Infinite Spear?" she asked, clearly excited by the dramatic names. Jaehwan immediately dismissed the ideas, telling her that he wasn't a fan of flashy names. Unfazed, Mino suggested simpler ones like Demon Destroyer or Meteor Spear. He smirked and urged her to keep going. As they walked, they passed a street vendor, a cheerful woman welcoming customers as she sold various items. After passing a few more stalls, Mino finally stopped in front of a particular shop with a satisfied expression. She pointed ahead and said, "This is the place, Twilight Smithy." Jaehwan looked up to see the large, impressive building before them. According to Mino, this was no ordinary shop. It had been established by a dream demon, one of the most skilled blacksmiths in all of Gorgon. As Jaehwan and Mino approached the entrance of Twilight Smithy, a voice startled them. A young boy named Naven, a worker at the smithy, greeted them politely, asking if they had come to place an order. Before they could answer, he apologized and warned that even if they did, it might take a while to fulfill. Mino, curious, asked why there was a delay. Naven explained that the head blacksmith was currently away, leaving the deputy blacksmith, Michael Garned, in charge. Unfortunately, Michael was occupied that day, running tests for the apprentices. Naven then suggested they take a look at some of the finished products instead if they were in a hurry to find something. Mino nodded thoughtfully as they were led inside, where they saw the apprentices gathered around a striking sword made from the horns of a 4-horned beast. The apprentices were clearly in awe of the weapon's sharpness and craftsmanship. Michael Garned, the deputy blacksmith, was instructing his workers as they marveled at the sword. He explained that while the blade was already exceptional, it still required a hole in the handle to insert a gem, which would enhance its power. The apprentices, eager for a chance to work on such a valuable piece, immediately volunteered for the task. They viewed it as an incredible opportunity to gain experience handling such a rare material. However, Michael chuckled to himself. He knew how difficult the task really was. Drilling through a 4-horned beast's horn was no easy feat. As the workers lined up, ready to try their hand at it, Michael lifted the sword and issued a challenge. "Whoever manages to drill a hole through this horn will be the deputy blacksmith for today," he declared with a grin. One of the apprentices stepped forward confidently, grabbing a hammer and a large nail. He positioned the nail against the horn and struck it with the hammer, but quickly realized the horn's immense toughness. The nail barely made a dent. Frustrated, he stepped aside and handed the tools to another apprentice, who was just as eager to prove himself. The second worker took the hammer and nail, determined to succeed where his colleague had failed. As he prepared to strike, he wondered aloud how Michael had managed to craft the sword from such a stubborn material in the first place. Michael watched in disbelief as his apprentices struggled to even scratch the surface of the 4-horned beast's horn. He had hoped they would rise to the challenge of his offer, free reign over the entire smithy for a day if they could drill a hole, but now, he was disappointed by their inability to perform such a seemingly simple task. Naven, standing nearby, eagerly raised his hand, wanting to give it a shot, but before he could step forward, the protagonist, Jaehwan, approached the workbench. Naven, startled, tried to intervene, warning him to stay back since outsiders weren't allowed to interfere. However, Jaehwan ignored the caution and, instead, calmly asked Michael if he could give it a try. The apprentices and even Michael stared at him, curious and skeptical. They began to whisper among themselves, wondering if Jaehwan was a traveling blacksmith or artisan who thought he could handle the beast's horn. Michael, unsure where this stranger had come from, looked him up and down, doubting his ability. You think you can do what my workers couldn't? You're sorely mistaken if you believe this is simple, Michael said with a smirk. Jae-hwan, still unfazed, simply asked, where do you want the hole? And pointed at the sword. Michael explained that it wasn't the apprentice's fault, they were skilled, but the four-horned beast's horn was notoriously difficult to shape, even for experienced blacksmiths. It required immense strength and precision, both of which were rare. Ignoring the explanation, Jae-hwan placed his finger on the horn. Suddenly, a wave of force radiated from the point of contact, sending a shockwave through the room that pushed Michael back. Everyone gasped as Jae-hwan, with no visible effort, began to drill a hole into the horn using nothing but his finger. As the horn spun effortlessly around his finger, Jae-hwan turned to Michael and casually asked, does this mean I'm the deputy blacksmith for the day? Before Michael could even process what was happening, the sword cracked and shattered into pieces, scattering shards across the room. The apprentices stood frozen in shock, and Michael was left speechless. Breaking a horn like that was supposed to be impossible. Jae-hwan, realizing what he had done, apologized sincerely, admitting it was an accident. However, Michael, furious beyond words, cursed under his breath and charged at Jae-hwan, ready to attack. His apprentices quickly rushed to restrain him, holding him back before he could lash out. The frustration in Michael's eyes was palpable, but the display of raw power had left everyone in awe of Jae-hwan's strange and overwhelming abilities. The deputy blacksmith stared at the protagonist in disbelief, trying to process what had just happened. Is that all you have to say? Are you out of your mind? He growled, the frustration evident in his voice. His eyes narrowed as he demanded, do you even know how valuable those horns are? Jae-hwan, completely unfazed, casually replied, I was trying to be gentle. Naven and Mino exchanged bewildered glances, utterly speechless. Gentle? He had still managed to destroy the dagger without a second thought. Jae-hwan, showing no sign of guilt, looked at the shattered pieces and remarked, I see now, it's not that hard to break the horn entirely. The real challenge is breaking it properly. Though his words seemed insincere, he still offered a half-hearted apology. This only made Michael's blood boil. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed Jae-hwan by the collar and spat, do you think an apology can fix this? Do you know how much that horn was worth? You've just destroyed a four-horned beast's horn, worth a fortune. And now you think you can run this place for a day? Despite Michael's anger, Jae-hwan remained calm. I'll give you something better to make up for it, he said confidently. Michael scoffed, his disbelief apparent. You? A bum like you? What could you possibly have that's better than a four-horned beast's horn? Without hesitation, Jae-hwan reached into his bag and pulled out something that left the room stunned, a horn from a five-horned beast. He handed it to Michael, who froze in shock. This is a five-horned beast's horn. Is it better than the last one? Jae-hwan asked casually. The entire smithy fell silent as they realized the rarity of what they were seeing. The workers murmured in amazement, this was a horn from a beast known as Garnak, a creature almost impossible to hunt. Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this a genuine Garnak horn? Jae-hwan shrugged. I hope this covers the loss. I don't have any more of those four-horned beast horns, or whatever you called them. Michael, still stunned, nodded slowly. This more than makes up for it. Jae-hwan smirked and asked, so, can I use your smithy now? Michael turned to his apprentices and instructed them to close the shop doors. Without hesitation, they followed his orders, placing a closed sign at the entrance of the Twilight Smithy. As they finished, Michael led Jae-hwan into the heart of the workshop. Seeing everything under control, Mino decided to slip away for a quick errand and told Jae-hwan to start without her. Once inside, Michael proudly introduced the place. This is Twilight Smithy, the finest in Gorgon. We've got the best tools and craftsmen in the city. Feel free to use whatever you need, Deputy Blacksmith, he said with a slight grin. Jae-hwan thanked him for the generosity. Curiosity getting the best of him, Michael asked, where did you even find a Garnak horn? Jae-hwan removed his cape and answered casually, I took it down myself. Michael's eyes widened in disbelief. You killed a five-horned beast on your own? Jae-hwan nodded, explaining, yeah, one of them attacked me while I was traveling. Michael couldn't hide his amazement. Very few people in Gorgon, let alone the chaotic wilderness surrounding it, had the strength or skill to defeat such a creature. Impressive, he muttered under his breath. Jae-hwan put on an apron and then asked Michael for some assistance. I need help making a sheath. Never made one from scratch before, though I've repaired a few. Michael blinked in surprise. A sheath from a five-horned beast's horn? His thoughts raced. What kind of sword was Jae-hwan planning to pair with such a high-quality material? It seemed like overkill. As Jae-hwan revealed his sword, Michael's jaw nearly dropped. The blade shimmered with an otherworldly glow, and for a moment, he thought it resembled a legendary frostworm blade, though he assumed it was just a well-crafted replica. The craftsmanship was impeccable, and the sword was undeniably beautiful, but using a garnak horn for a sheath? Michael thought that was too much. Wouldn't it be better to forge an entirely new sword with the horn instead? Michael suggested, still trying to wrap his head around the situation. Before he could say more, something strange happened. The sword began to tremble in Michael's hand, and to his utter shock, the blade seemed to come alive. It opened its mouth as if ready to devour something. Michael froze, staring in disbelief. What is this sword?" he muttered, eyes wide with amazement. The sword suddenly devoured the five-horned beast's horn, sending a small fragment flying straight into Michael's face. He stood there, speechless, as it dawned on him that the weapon was, in fact, a real spirit sword. He could feel its powerful energy radiating off it and quickly realized that it must be inhabited by the soul of a much higher-level entity. But how had such a soul found its way into this sword? That was beyond him. As he watched the blade begin to evolve, shifting and growing in both size and complexity, Michael understood this was no ordinary transformation. The sword was undergoing a significant evolution right before his eyes. When the process was complete, Michael turned to Jaehwan and informed him that the sword would need a new name. Confused, Jaehwan asked, "A new name?" Michael explained, "Spirit weapons lose their original names after evolving significantly. You'll need to give it a new one." Jaehwan frowned, eyeing his sword suspiciously. "If it keeps eating things without my permission, I'm going to call it Pig Sword." Despite the odd complaint, Jaehwan seemed unfazed by the sword's behavior. After all, he still had another five-horned beast horn. Michael blinked in surprise, unable to comprehend how Jaehwan had another one. He then remembered it was a five-horned beast, which meant there must have been multiple horns. A realization hit him like a brick. Was Jaehwan carrying all the horns? With disbelief still lingering, Michael asked, "So, how can I help?" Jaehwan looked over at him. "I'd like to see you work." Feeling the pressure to perform, Michael nodded and asked if Jaehwan had any particular design in mind for shaping his shield. Jaehwan shrugged and said, "I'll let you decide since you're the expert." The weight of expectation settled on Michael's shoulders, but he accepted the challenge. "All right, then. I'll show you the daybreak craftsman skill." As Michael prepared to get started, the scene shifted to the inner castle of Gorgon. A man stood before his superior, apologizing profusely. "After Jaehwan killed those street thugs, I lost track of the target," he explained. Jurgen Cheever, the Prime Minister of Gorgon, calmly sipped his tea and then, to the man's surprise, asked, "How did you even find him?" The man hesitated, clearly unsure. "I'm not sure. When I regained consciousness, I was lying on a rooftop," he admitted, baffled by his own experience. The Prime Minister's eyes widened in disbelief. Jaehwan had seen through the advanced cloaking of a third-stage adapted player, a technique reserved for those with master-level skills. That could only mean one thing: Jaehwan was at least a fifth-stage adapted player. The realization hit hard, and Jurgen immediately ordered his subordinate to gather a team and comb through the city, leaving no stone unturned. The subordinate nodded and hurried off to execute the orders. As soon as he was alone, a sharp pain shot through Jurgen's head. He winced, rubbing his temples as the vibrations intensified, and the room around him began to tremble. Frustrated, he slammed his fist onto the table. "Just a little longer," he muttered, addressing his unseen lord. "We'll find a solution soon enough." Meanwhile, at a bustling bar in the city, an announcement echoed through the room, grabbing everyone's attention. A young woman on a screen, recapping the week's top 10 players with a cheerful siren tone. After finishing the list, she yawned and apologized to the crowd. "That's all for today, folks. But before we wrap up, I've got something special for you, a clip that I'm sure most of you are already familiar with." The patrons murmured excitedly as she queued up the video, the hottest one on Little Brother at the moment. The screen flickered to life, showing the legendary footage of a player on the 99th floor of the tower, battling an enormous ice dragon. The crowd went silent, mesmerized by the fight. The player's face had been blurred, preserving their anonymity, but the skill and precision in the battle were unmistakable. Everyone in the bar was buzzing with questions. What had happened to that player? Rumors swirled that the tower's masters were desperate to get their hands on him. One man at the back scoffed, leaning over to his companion. "You haven't heard, have you? They've stopped cultivating that tower entirely." The others turned in shock, demanding to know why. The man shrugged, admitting he didn't know the exact reason behind the tower's closure. However, he speculated that a demon might have been caught tampering with the system, leading to chaos. He shared rumors that the demon had abandoned the tower altogether, smashing his way out to escape. "That video's probably a fake," the man added cynically. I mean, who could possibly take down a first-generation tower by themselves? Another listener chimed in, reminding the group that demons typically had to take out loans just to afford a tower. It was hard to believe that this particular demon could afford to destroy it. Maybe he's rich, someone suggested, but the man quickly dismissed the idea. If he were rich, why not sell the tower online? He could have made a fortune. The conversation took a pause as the man called for another pint of single-horn beer. The waiter nodded and told him to hang tight for a second. Just then, the bar doors slammed open. All eyes turned to see Mino entering, and the crowd was immediately struck by her commanding presence. Her sharp gaze and elegant figure drew attention from every corner of the room. Mino strode confidently to the bar and took a seat, her eyes scanning the area as she sat down near the bartender. A man sitting beside her, clearly emboldened by alcohol, grinned and tried his luck, complimenting her and asking if she'd care to join him. Mino turned to him with a cold, intense stare, her killing aura radiating from her like a wave. Her voice, low and dangerous, cut through the air as she told him to leave. The man, now pale and terrified, scrambled from his seat and hurried away without a word. Still annoyed, Mino wondered to herself why her mood had soured so badly. Without waiting for an answer, she placed a spirit stone on the counter and demanded a drink so strong it could kill her on the spot. The bartender hesitated for a moment before handing her the glass. As time passed, Mino downed several glasses, bottles piling up as she pretended to be in a drunken haze. Her frustration soon bubbled over as she began ranting aloud. "It's ridiculous," she muttered, her voice slurred but full of irritation. "Jaewon, that arrogant fool, he thinks he's some kind of big shot, strutting around like he owns everything." She continued to vent to the pub owner, Claire, who listened with a patient nod, clearly having heard enough of this before. Claire could tell Mino wasn't really drunk, but that didn't stop her from going on and on. With a sigh, she asked, "If he gets under your skin so much, why don't you just stop hanging around him? You're not exactly short on admirers." Mino, however, seemed unsure. Every time she thought about Jaehwan, her anger flared, and she slammed her mug down on the table. "He's always smashing through everything, swinging his sword like the ruler's presence is of no consequence." Her voice dripped with frustration. "He once said that knowing he was a human should be enough, but half the time, I don't even understand what he's talking about." She kept ranting, remembering how Jaehwan would pick fights without a second thought. He knows nothing about chaos, and he still goes around provoking people. And when someone threatens to leave, most would hesitate, he just doesn't care. He even had the nerve to tell me I wasn't human, that we're nothing alike. Her voice softened into something more bitter as she stared into her mug. "He makes me feel like I'm nothing." Mino's nails dug into the mug as she recalled how much effort she, Claire, and everyone else had put into getting where they were. And then Jaehwan had appeared, seemingly out of nowhere, disrupting everything. She remembered once asking him why he was so obsessed with finding a dream demon. His answer had been cold and distant, revenge, but he had scoffed, telling her she wouldn't understand even if he explained. "He looks down on me," Mino said, her eyes darkening as she scratched the mug harder. "Whenever I see him, it's like he thinks I'm beneath him. It drives me insane." Claire shook her head and patted Mino gently. "You're being foolish," she remarked with a sigh. "You need to steer clear of him. You've done more than enough, and you deserve better." But Mino hesitated, unwilling to let go. "I don't know. I still want to be near him." Claire's voice turned serious as she warned, "If you stay with him, you might end up dead for real." Miho was puzzled by Claire's warning. "What do you mean I'd die just by being around him?" she muttered, dismissing the idea as irrational fear. Before Claire could respond, the bar door creaked open, and a golden bird flew in, dropping a scroll into Miho's hand. She was caught off guard, recognizing the sender's name instantly, Carlton Javier, the Northern Checkpoint Inspector. Mino scowled, cursing under her breath. What does that stubborn jerk want now? Her heart raced as she fumbled to open the letter. Just as she was about to read it, a voice interrupted her from behind. "Are you the Witch of Destruction?" the voice inquired coldly. Startled, Miho instinctively reached for her blades, ready to strike. "That's what some people call me," she growled. But before she could make a move, a hand gripped her wrist tightly, disarming her in one swift motion. The man behind her gave a low, warning growl. "I don't mind getting rough," he said, his voice steady. "But I've got more important things to do right now. You're going to help me first?" Meanwhile, over at the Twilight Smithy, Michael lay on the floor, trembling in disbelief. His gaze locked onto the massive horned beast before him. The creature loomed ominously, its presence overwhelming. Michael's mind raced as he tried to comprehend what he was witnessing. "I'm not supposed to be here. I'm not supposed to mold something like this," he mumbled, his voice shaking with fear. He glanced at Jaehwan, who pulled him up, snapping him back to reality. Get it together, Jaehwan said firmly, reminding him they were in the middle of forging a weapon and needed his focus. Just as Michael attempted to resume his work, the beast attacked, knocking them both back. They had spent hours trying to mold the horn without success. Michael's breath grew ragged, his energy nearly depleted. I can't do this. My tools aren't even leaving a mark. This thing's too advanced for me, he confessed, feeling defeated. Jaehwan placed a hand on Michael's head, his expression calm but commanding. This isn't about skill level, he said quietly, surprising Michael with his words. As Michael stood there, Jaehwan activated the first stage of awakening, called suspicion, which allowed him to glimpse the true essence of things. Michael's eyes began to glow, shimmering with the newfound power, and Jaehwan explained, "This is how you should be seeing things." Before Michael could fully grasp what was happening, Jaehwan pushed him further into the second stage of awakening, understanding, where one can comprehend the real nature of reality. When Michael turned his gaze back to the horn they were working on, it began to change. To his astonishment, the horn bubbled and warped, dissolving into strange shapes that rose like mist. His mind reeled, and he rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be hallucinating. But when he looked again, the horn had morphed into a monstrous beast, its long tongue flicking out menacingly. Completely stunned, Michael froze as the creature lunged at them. At the last moment, Jaehwan pulled him back, saving him from the attack. "If you're going to help, do it right," Jaehwan chided, looking at him sharply. But Michael was in shock, trembling in terror as he stammered, "What is that thing? Is this the true form of the five-horned beast?" His thoughts spiraled out of control. How could he, with his meager abilities, possibly handle something like this? He felt utterly powerless. Consumed by fear, Michael refused to believe what was happening. "This can't be real," he shouted, backing toward the door. "It's just a nightmare. A bad dream." He bolted, flinging open the door and rushing outside, screaming for help. But what greeted him on the other side only deepened his horror. Skeletons filled the area, their empty eye sockets locked onto him, tongues writhing grotesquely. One of them spoke, its voice raspy and chilling. "Are you done smelting the items, Deputy Blacksmith?" Michael's heart raced as the words sank in. He was about to break down when a voice called him a fool, mocking him for daring to see such things before he was ready. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes as he questioned how a place like this could even exist. Was this real? Or had he fallen into some twisted nightmare? Meanwhile, Jaehwan was still inside, facing the beast head-on. With a swift motion, he swung his hammer and slammed it against the creature, a sharp ring resonating through the forge as he battled the horned monstrosity. The beast let out a guttural roar of pain, but Jaehwan pressed on, relentlessly slamming his hammer into its flesh. Each blow sent tremors through the air, yet the monster squirmed free. Not giving it a moment to recover, Jaehwan dashed forward, hammer raised, and struck it again with all his might. Meanwhile, Michael clutched his head, shouting in a frantic panic. "Why am I trapped in this nightmare?" he screamed, overwhelmed by the horrifying reality around him. In his mind, he spiraled into self-doubt, questioning why humans, no matter how hard they tried, could never hope to match the powers of creatures like dream demons or surpass their own mortal limits. He felt like a failure, too old and worn out to handle something as powerful as a Garnak horn. He regretted not seeking help sooner, thinking perhaps he should have gone to see the legendary head blacksmith, the dream demon. But it was too late, that demon had disappeared long ago. "I'm sorry, Jaehwan," Michael muttered. "You're stuck with a useless human like me." His voice was filled with regret. He lamented that he had never constructed a tower of his own and didn't deserve the title of apprentice. But to Jaehwan, Michael's race or skill level didn't matter. What mattered was that he needed a sheath, and Michael was the only one who could make it. Michael, exhausted and defeated, shook his head. "I've already tried everything I can. It's no use," he muttered. Jaehwan, stubborn as ever, refused to accept that answer. "Then try a million more times," he demanded. Michael laughed bitterly at the absurdity of it. "You're still so young," he said, smiling grimly. "You think that if something doesn't work, it just means you haven't tried hard enough. But I have tried, Jaehwan. I've given it everything, though I doubt you'll believe me." Jaehwan's mind wandered back to something his mentor, Jay, had once told him. Jay had boasted that he had mastered every blacksmithing skill there was to know. No matter what weapon someone brought him from a nightmare tower, he was confident he had a 99% chance of fixing it. But when Jay reached that pinnacle, a strange realization dawned on him. He wasn't striving to hit 99%, he was running from that last 1%. And that, Michael remembered, was the point when his mentor's abilities had plateaued. He had hit his limit, and the fear of confronting that final 1% had held him back. Jaehwan, lost in thought, realized that this was the same moment when his own skills had been pushed to their breaking point. His determination, however, wouldn't allow him to give up. With renewed focus, he looked at Michael, understanding that pushing beyond their limits was the only way forward. The protagonist spoke with a calm yet determined tone, admitting that he understood Michael might have worked harder than most, but asked if he truly knew how the molding skill functioned. Michael hesitated before responding, "It's simple, really. The dream demon's molding technique is ancient, one of the primeval skills, like the existence of water or fire. It's always been there. How can humans explain something so foundational, like the origin of the world? Even if we could, what's the point?" Jae-hwan raised an eyebrow, considering his words. "So, what you're saying is you've been using this skill all this time without really understanding it?" His question left Michael at a loss for words. For a moment, he stammered, then explained, I strengthen my hammer and chisel with mana, carefully guiding the horn's shape using that energy. Isn't that how it works?" Jae-hwan gestured towards Michael's apprentices nearby. "If it's as simple as that, why aren't they using the molding skill?" Michael paused, taken aback by the question. "Well, because they haven't mastered it yet," he replied, but his expression grew uncertain as he thought more deeply. If the core of the skill is really that straightforward, he mused, shouldn't at least the apprentices be able to mimic it, even if they haven't fully learned the technique? His confidence began to waver. Jae-hwan smiled faintly. "You've been using this skill for so long, and yet you still don't truly understand it," he observed. The realization hit Michael hard, and even the onlookers, stunned by the conversation, were beginning to doubt what they knew. To them, it didn't matter how skills worked, they were just tools meant to be wielded. In a moment of clarity, Michael turned to Jae-hwan, now asking the very question that had haunted him moments ago. "Do you know how molding really works?" Jae-hwan glanced at the beast's horn, now lying between them. "I didn't know before," he replied calmly. "But I figured it out just now." Everyone stared at him in confusion. What did he mean? To their astonishment, Jae-hwan placed his hand directly on the horn and began molding it, not with any tool, but with his bare fingers. Gasps echoed through the workshop. The onlookers were baffled, utterly stunned by the impossible feat they were witnessing. How are you doing that?" Michael stammered, his voice a mix of disbelief and awe. Jae-hwan didn't stop. "Watch carefully," he instructed. "Tell me what you see." They all focused intently, and after a moment, one of the apprentices spoke up. It's like the particles, they're breaking apart." Jae-hwan nodded, never taking his eyes off the horn. The truth of the molding skill was revealing itself right before their eyes, and for the first time, they began to grasp that molding wasn't just about tools or energy, it was about understanding the very essence of the material itself. Jae-hwan knew this wouldn't be easy. Years of hard work had built invisible walls around their understanding of the world. Michael, sensing something deeper, asked, "Are you saying I've been working too hard?" Jae-hwan shook his head. "No, hard work isn't the problem. The issue is realizing when your efforts aren't the problem. Sometimes the world itself is flawed, not you." Michael was taken aback, confusion swirling in his mind. What does he mean by something wrong with the world? He thought back to all the times his efforts had failed, despite his skill and dedication. Jae-hwan seemed to read his thoughts, continuing, "You don't understand why things aren't working, even though you've done everything right." Michael recalled a time when his master, the dream demon, had told him, "This is how dream demons mold, not humans." When Michael asked how humans did it, the master had dismissed the question, saying it didn't matter because he wasn't human. "You'll never be more than an apprentice because you're human," the dream demon had told him. Michael had once believed that, thinking his species was inherently limited. But deep down, he'd always felt he could match the dream demon's greatness if he just tried harder. Now, clutching his head in frustration, Michael turned to Jae-hwan. "What are you trying to tell me? Should I challenge this world? I've always believed it was fair, that it rewards effort. Why would I question that?" Jae-hwan's patience wore thin. "Fair? Do you really think it's fair to be told you can't do something you're capable of?" His words struck hard, and Michael realized the truth in them. "You're not too old. You can still fight. But you've been relying too much on the system. It's time to see for yourself." Michael blinked, uncertainty etched on his face. "See for myself?" Jae-hwan nodded, pointing to the beast horn. "This time, don't depend on the system. Use your own eyes." Taking a deep breath, Michael focused on the horn. For the first time, he felt the world shift around him. The patterns in the horn blurred, and then, suddenly, a world materialized before his eyes. Michael stared at the world around him, stunned. Was this the world I've been living in all this time? It was a place stripped of skills, free of the interface that had always governed his actions, a raw, honest world without illusions. Clenching the chisel in his hand, he marveled at how this reality could exist. He didn't fully understand, but he wasn't about to question it. Raising his hammer high, he brought it down fiercely on the chisel, molding the horn with a newfound vigor. After a while, the workers around him noticed Jae-hwan preparing to leave. One of them asked, "Are you going already?" Jae-hwan gave a slight nod. "I've done what I came here to do." Glancing down at his sword, Jae-hwan chuckled. It seemed satisfied with the sheath. If it wasn't, it would have devoured it by now. Michael, still curious, asked, "Have you thought of a name for your sword yet?" Jae-hwan shook his head. "Not yet. Nothing feels quite right." Michael hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Would you mind if I named it for you?" Jae-hwan raised an eyebrow but nodded, signaling his approval. Michael pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Dakbal." Jae-hwan's eyes widened in surprise. "Dakbal, the lone hero?" Michael smiled. "It suits you, doesn't it? Feels like the right name for that sword." With a nod of understanding, Jae-hwan accepted the name. As he turned to leave, the workers bid him farewell, reminding him to visit again soon as he was one of their most valued patrons. Just before Jae-hwan walked out the door, Michael called out, stopping him. "Wait." Jae-hwan turned, a curious look on his face. "What is it?" Michael, visibly concerned, asked, "What do you see in me? What do I look like to you?" Jae-hwan's gaze softened as he replied, "You look like a human." The response shocked Michael, who couldn't bring himself to reply. He watched Jae-hwan leave, lost in thought. Could anyone truly understand how lonely Jae-hwan's journey must be? Walking alone in a world where no one else is like him. Later, as Jae-hwan walked down the path, Mino, who had been trailing behind, finally caught up. Jae-hwan paused and turned to her, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity. "Why do you keep following me?" Mino stopped in her tracks, unsure how to answer. "Why are you asking? Are you worried I'm up to something?" Jae-hwan smirked slightly but didn't reply. He continued walking, leaving her to ponder her own reasons for sticking by his side. Jae-hwan glanced at Miho, suspicion in his eyes. "Are you seriously plotting something behind my back?" he asked. She flashed a playful wink and grinned. "Of course. I'm planning to kill you." Jae-hwan raised an eyebrow, curious. "And why would you want to kill me?" Miho's tone was lighthearted as she responded, "So I can live comfortably off the fortune I'd make by selling your fallen soul stones." A smirk tugged at the corner of Jae-hwan's lips. He could tell she wasn't being entirely serious. But before he could speak, Miho added, "I'm dead serious about it, you know." Jae-hwan chuckled softly. "Sure, I believe you." Miho shook her head, rolling her eyes. "That was such a weak reaction. You don't believe me at all, do you?" "Anyway," she continued, holding out a small package, "I've got something for you." Jae-hwan glanced at the package. "What's this?" "Clothes," Miho explained. "Consider it both an apology and a favor. I'm tired of seeing you dressed like a bum." He took the package, understanding the gesture. Then Miho switched topics, her expression more serious. "So, what's your plan now? Since you didn't manage to meet the dream demon?" Jae-hwan paused for a moment before answering. "Michael mentioned how I could track him down. Once I find him, I'll ask him about the Tree of Illusion and how to get to the Abyss." Miho was taken aback. "The Abyss? Why in the world would you want to go there?" Jae-hwan tensed slightly, as if weighing whether to share his reasons. "You're not trying to figure out my real goal, are you?" Miho shook her head, thinking aloud. "If you manage to reach the Abyss and somehow survive, you'd return as one of the fabled Abyss warriors." But what she heard next stunned her. Jae-hwan wasn't planning to return. "You're planning to stay there?" she asked, disbelief written across her face. "Why would you do something so reckless? What right do you have to make such a decision?" She jabbed a finger toward him, her frustration spilling over. "You act like you don't care about anyone. You just go wherever you please, doing whatever suits you. You're inconsiderate and grumpy, and you barely acknowledge the people around you." Miho's voice grew louder, her words hitting harder. "Do you even realize that we, the people in Gorgon, we're all human beings? We matter too, you know." Jae-hwan stood there, silent, taking in her words, but it was clear Miho's frustration had only just begun. Even though they might not possess his strength or endurance, Mino reminded Jae-hwan that they were human too. Her words triggered memories within him. He recalled how she had once refused to retreat, even if it meant dying at the hands of gangsters. Then, images of Michael working tirelessly flashed in his mind. Particles began to shimmer faintly around Miho, and above her head, a warning formed, "Don't get any funny ideas." His skill, suspicion, kicked in, revealing not only Mino's surface thoughts but also those of a man hiding nearby, watching them closely. The man's thoughts were clear. He threatened not to break his promise to her, warning that if Mino forgot to bring him, the elderly woman is going to pay for it. Jae-hwan realized that Mino was being used. The hidden figure had instructed her to say whatever was necessary to lure him to a specific location, where they held a hostage. The protagonist's eyes narrowed as he spotted the man lurking in the shadows across the street, recognizing him from a previous encounter. For a moment, Jae-hwan considered whether to intervene and rescue the hostage. But he quickly dismissed the idea. In his mind, it wouldn't make a difference. Saving one person in a world like this would change nothing. His suspicion skill had long ago shown him the harsh truth. This was a world where numbers and data dictated everything, where people sold their souls for the sake of a higher score. The humans around him were content just to survive, with no grand ambitions or ideals. He turned away, intent on continuing his search for the dream demon. But before he could leave, Mino's hand shot out and grabbed his collar. Her voice was sharp as she said, "This is why I don't consider you human." Mino's words stung, but she pressed on, clarifying that she couldn't continue traveling with someone like him, someone with such a cold, singular goal. Jae-hwan was taken aback, her words carried a finality he hadn't expected. Miho was resolute, hoping they would never cross paths again. The protagonist stood there, shocked. For the first time, Mino seemed truly human in his eyes, a strange realization that left him momentarily speechless. In the background, he could hear the man cursing her betrayal, ordering someone to send a carrier falcon. The situation was rapidly unraveling, but Jae-hwan's thoughts were elsewhere, lingering on the humanity he hadn't seen before. The man's anger flared as he cursed, realizing that they had brought the dream demon there for no reason. Jae-hwan, surprised, had no idea that the dream demon had been involved with them all along. However, before dealing with anything, he decided it was best to change his clothes first. Meanwhile, Mino found herself walking into a bar, almost involuntarily, unsure of how she ended up there. As she opened the door, she muttered an apology for being late, only to be greeted by utter chaos. The place was completely wrecked. She expected as much and noticed a man already waiting for her. Behind him, another figure held the bar owner hostage, nonchalantly eating an apple. Claire, the bar owner, looked terrified, clearly thinking she was about to meet her end because of Mino. The man holding her roughly told her to keep quiet. Janaya, the elder of the Golden Sky clan and the eldest of the three Janaya brothers, sneered as he addressed Mino. "So, the infamous Witch of Destruction has come alone. What happened to our deal?" Mino slowly unsheathed her knives, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. "You're more gullible than you look, Janaya," she said. "Tell me, have you ever met a witch who kept her promises?" Her tone dripped with mockery as she informed him that Jae-hwan wasn't coming to the bar. "You want to know why?" she continued. "Because he's got bigger plans, plans that include tearing this world apart." Janaya's fury flared as she flung her blades toward him. He couldn't believe her audacity, and his eyes darkened with rage. "You've gone mad," he growled, summoning shadows that rushed forward, hidden in the dim light, aiming to strike her down. "People call you the Witch of Destruction because of your power to summon horned beasts," Janaya taunted. "Let's see if those rumors are true." The shadows charged, swift and lethal, but Mino deftly somersaulted out of their path, hurling a blade into one of them. The shadow dissolved on impact. Furious, Janaya drew his sword and swung it in a wide arc, sending sharp, cutting waves of energy toward her. Mino couldn't avoid them all, and one of the slashes grazed her, leaving a trail of blood. One of Janaya's men sneered from the sidelines, watching her bleed. "She looks more like a showgirl than the so-called Witch of Destruction." Ignoring the taunt, Mino stood her ground, her eyes locked on Janaya. Mino cursed under her breath, regretting the fight setting inside the bar. Outside, she might have had a chance to turn things around. Janaya, smug, reassured her that the bar's walls were soundproof, making sure no one would hear her cries for help. He demanded that she stop resisting and bring Jae-hwan to them before it was too late. Frustrated, Mino spat curses at them, warning they would soon face the fury of the Black Forest clan. But Janaya's men weren't swayed. One pressed a blade to Claire's throat and called her bluff, saying they knew there was no Black Forest branch in Gorgon. By the time anyone from the clan figured out what had happened to the so-called Witch of Destruction and the old woman they held hostage, both would be long dead. In retaliation, Mino unleashed the Seven Swords technique of Acheron, summoning a flurry of icy blades. However, with a single effortless swing, Janaya shattered the attack, mocking her with a cruel smile, calling it a cute little trick. He taunted her, relishing the idea of tearing her apart himself. Mino, now on her knees and bleeding from the earlier strike, cursed them once more, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over her. At that moment, a forgotten memory surfaced. Jae-hwan had once asked if it were possible to turn back time. She wished she could. If only she had gone with him, maybe she would have witnessed the world's end by his side. Just as Janaya prepared to strike her down, a bright light suddenly shot out from behind him, colliding with his sword. Everyone in the room froze in disbelief as Jae-hwan walked in. Mino couldn't help but smirk, though this wasn't the dramatic rescue she had imagined. With a sly grin, she teased him, asking if he had come to save her or if something had happened to his end-of-the-world mission. Without missing a beat, Jae-won handed her a package. "The clothes you got me didn't fit," he said flatly. Mino blinked in astonishment, wondering if this was truly the reason he had returned, not to save her, but to complain about his clothes. The man eyed Jae-won, his gaze narrowing as he asked if he was the one carrying the stones of fallen souls. His comrade laughed mockingly, commenting that Jae-won had saved them the trouble of hunting him down and joked about it being some sort of twisted delivery service. Ignoring their sneers, Jae-won calmly inquired if they had the dream demon with them. His question caught them off guard, their smug expressions vanishing. Correcting himself, Jae-won demanded that they bring the dream demon to him. The men exchanged bewildered glances, unsure if they had heard him correctly. Had Jae-won completely lost his mind? One of them scoffed, asking if he seriously intended to challenge an entire fortress on his own. He had to be joking. Mino, standing beside him, warned Jae-won to be cautious, informing him that their opponent was a 4th stage adapted player. Players who had reached the 4th stage were considered advanced, and she advised him to be meticulous in his approach. Jae-won, however, was unconcerned, asking her with a teasing grin if she was afraid he might lose. Mino shook her head and, after considering it, admitted that she didn't think he would lose to them at all. The members of the Golden Sky clan, growing impatient and irritated by Jae-won's arrogance, charged at him in unison, cursing him as they attacked. Jae-won's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he raised his spirit sword, channeling an overwhelming surge of energy into its blade. Janaya barely dodged the first strike, his heart racing in disbelief at the power behind it. He couldn't believe Jae-won had such strength. Wasn't this guy supposed to be an unadapted player? Jae-won himself was surprised that Janaya managed to evade his attack. The only creature that had ever avoided his shallow stab before had been a 5-horned beast. Could this 4th stage adapted player really be on the same level as those fearsome beasts? He pondered for a moment, remembering that the beast hadn't dodged the strike, it had survived it. So, despite the dodging skills of his opponents, the beast had still been stronger. But that detail didn't faze him. Mino gasped as she saw Claire being taken hostage, her eyes widening with panic. She shouted Claire's name in fear, realizing the situation was growing more dangerous by the second. Janaya glared at Jae-won and threatened him, warning that if he tried anything like that again, the old lady would be dead. Claire, defiant despite her situation, urged Jae-won to attack, asking what he was waiting for. Her boldness earned her a swift punch from them, who barked at her to shut up, adding that the next hit would be much worse if she didn't comply. Mino, standing nearby, pleaded with Claire to hold on just a little longer, promising they'd save her. Turning to Jae-won, she asked if they were capable of handling the situation. He glanced at her, puzzled, and coldly responded that he was only there for the dream demon. Whether it was a hostage or an enemy in his way, he would brush them aside without a second thought. Suddenly, Mino grabbed onto Jae-won's cloak, her voice trembling as she said, "She's human." Startled by her words, Jae-won activated his suspicion skill. He could hear an ominous throbbing sound. As he looked at the figures before him, their human forms started to waver, like a glitch in reality. His gaze shifted to Claire, who appeared like a fragile skeleton, her voice trembling as she called out for help. Jae-won cursed under his breath and raised his sword. With a powerful thrust, he unleashed a devastating energy that split the roof of the bar wide open. The force was so immense that the energy beam reached skyward, causing the entire bar to crumble as furniture and debris began to fall apart. Outside, Inspector Carlton and his soldiers spotted the beam of light shooting into the sky. Carlton's curiosity was piqued, and he ordered his men to continue moving toward the source of the disturbance. They responded affirmatively and marched on. Meanwhile, inside the now-destroyed bar, the magical barrier around it shattered. One of Janaya's men rushed to inform him of the problem: the soundproof walls had been destroyed. Hearing this, Janaya clenched his teeth in frustration. As Carlton's voice echoed from outside, he ordered his soldiers to surround the area. Carlton himself shouted a question at Jae-won, asking what was going on. With a sly grin, Jae-won thanked the inspector for his impeccable timing, explaining that the people inside had broken the law. He pointed a finger at Janaya, mocking him, saying, "I'm no legal expert, but I'm pretty sure this is a violation of Article 276, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Criminal Code." Jae-won addressed Inspector Carlton, informing him that the individuals inside were part of a conspiracy to use the pub as a base to destroy the world. Mino, standing nearby, was taken aback, especially since it was Jae-won who had plans to bring about the world's end. Despite this, Carlton took Jae-won's words seriously and confirmed that their actions violated Article 174, Paragraph 4, and Article 124, Paragraph 6 of the Gorgon Criminal Code. He charged them with the unlawful destruction of property within the city and the abduction of a resident, declaring they were now under arrest. One of Janaya's men, recognizing the situation, became anxious. Realizing their plan was falling apart, Janaya ordered a retreat. However, Carlton wasn't going to let them escape so easily. He activated his silver bond skill, binding them with shining chains as they cursed their misfortune. Summoning his trident, Carlton warned them that resisting was pointless, though Janaya, in his frustration, ignored the warning and rushed toward the inspector in an attempt to attack. Carlton blocked Janya's assault, and the two became locked in a tense standoff, their weapons clashing with increasing intensity. Trembling under the pressure, Janaya's sword began to crack from the force of Carlton's trident. Desperate, Janaya leapt into the air, intending to land a finishing blow while shouting curses at the inspector. But Carlton was quicker. He threw his silver chains, pulling Janaya down and pinning him to the ground. With his trident poised at Janaya's throat, Carlton demanded surrender. Realizing he had no choice, Janaya begrudgingly complied, muttering that Carlton's righteousness was almost as naive as it was annoying. However, Janya had one last trick up his sleeve. Just as he surrendered, a hidden device behind him began to release a noxious gas. Moments later, an explosion rocked the area, spreading thick, dark fumes throughout the pub. In the ensuing chaos, Janaya and his men made their escape. As the gas spread, Carlton's men frantically rushed outside, one of them coughing heavily after inhaling some of the dangerous black cloud. Janaya cursed his subordinate for not wearing his mask properly but reassured him that breathing in a small amount wouldn't be fatal. Meanwhile, Seol Lang Hyuk, the elder of the Golden Sky clan and an expert manipulator, observed the situation from afar. He was stunned that Janaya had deployed the black cloud without permission from the Ark, particularly since they had agreed to capture Mino, the Witch of Destruction, alive. Hyuk's frustration grew as he realized that, despite his intentions, Janaya had gone too far, and their mission had taken an unexpected and dangerous turn. Janaya explained to Seol Lang Hyuk that it wasn't the Witch of Destruction that caused their predicament but the fact that he had been bound by the silver bond. This revelation took Seol by surprise. The mention of the silver bond immediately made him suspect that the pesky inspector, Carlton, was involved. Janaya confirmed this, which brought a twisted smile to Seol's face. He found amusement in the idea that Carlton had breathed in the black cloud, thinking it served the inspector right. Seol mused that it must be quite the spectacle. However, his amusement quickly turned to shock when he saw Jaehwan emerging from the ruined pub, carrying Mino. Turning to Janaya in disbelief, he asked who this man was. But before Janaya could answer, Jaehwan drew his sword and, with a single swift motion, struck the tree where they had been hiding. Forced to leap down to avoid the blow, Janaya cursed under his breath, as he was just as clueless about the mysterious man as Seol was. He couldn't fathom how Jaehwan had survived the black cloud, a feat unheard of even among the elite warriors of Nak Myung. Jaehwan surveyed the group of people surrounding Janaya, his gaze cold and distant. He asked if they were part of Janaya's group but quickly dismissed them as bothersome. Without hesitation, he raised his sword and slammed it into the ground with such force that it cracked the earth beneath them. Though Jaehwan was reluctant to rely on external forces, he decided he had no other choice in the moment. Drawing on the power of Garnak, the ancient force manifested behind him, its terrifying presence sending waves of fear through the Golden Sky clan members. Panic spread like wildfire as the clan members scrambled to escape the impending doom. Garnak's roar sent massive energy slashes through the air, cutting down many of them instantly. Those who survived the initial strike were gravely injured, while the rest lay lifeless. As Jaehwan stepped forward, Seol Lang Hyuk, visibly shaken, watched in disbelief. He muttered under his breath, wondering if Jaehwan was some kind of monster. Deciding that he had no intention of facing such a force, Seol left the scene, abandoning Janaya to deal with the disaster he had created. Janaya cursed as he watched Seol flee, leaving him to face the aftermath alone. He glanced at the bodies of his men, Jan Mang and Jan Myung, both lying motionless on the ground, and clenched his teeth in frustration. Everything had unraveled so quickly. Before he could fully comprehend the extent of his defeat, Jaehwan approached him, his voice calm but menacing. Jaehwan told Janaya there was only one way for him to leave the place alive. Janaya, still in disbelief, stared at Jaehwan, struggling to understand how he had been brought to this point so effortlessly. Jaehwan's eyes narrowed as he demanded Janaya reveal the location of the dream demon. Janaya, visibly shaken, responded with a nervous laugh, saying that even if he told Jaehwan, it wouldn't matter. He explained that once he found out, I would wish I were dead regardless. Jaehwan studied him, his expression unreadable, as he silently questioned who or what this dream demon truly was. Meanwhile, Janaya's gaze shifted to his fallen comrade, whose body was fading away. Panic set in as he realized his situation was becoming dire. With his back against the wall, Janaya fumbled through his backpack. There was only one option left. His trembling hand retrieved a small, ominous stone, the Stone of Fallen Souls. As he prepared to consume it, Jaewon's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the artifact from past encounters. He recalled the time he had witnessed people consuming these stones and had dismissed it as nothing more than a drug-induced frenzy. Mino once explained him that while it might seem like addiction, the stones were not drugs. Instead, they were used to reduce spiritual contamination, a last resort for those desperate to avoid the curse of becoming undead. As Janaya swallowed the stone, his body began to contort and distort. He screamed in agony, veins bulging across his face, his body erupting with spikes as he transformed into a grotesque creature. Those who remained in the area gasped in horror, watching in fear as the now undead Janaya unleashed his fury, attacking innocent bystanders and draining the life from them. Chaos erupted as people fled, desperately trying to escape the monster. Jaehwan watched the carnage unfold, his mind racing as he contemplated the state of this twisted world. Janaya, his gaze drifted toward the sky, where a massive, unblinking eye stared down at him. In that moment, he questioned the meaning of honor and dignity in such a place. What had he been so afraid of before? He chuckled to himself, feeling an unsettling sense of freedom in the madness. Suddenly, Janaya, now fully transformed into the undead, spotted Jaehwan. Rage fueled his every move as he cursed the protagonist and extended his grotesquely elongated fingers, aiming to strike him down. But as Janya moved closer, something unexpected happened. He froze, his monstrous face contorted in disbelief. He couldn't understand how someone like Jaehwan, a human, could exist in a world so far gone. Jaehwan, unfazed by the attack, activated his suspicion ability. Yet, to his surprise, it revealed nothing. Even with his skill, he was unable to discern the true essence of the creature before him. This anomaly unsettled Jaehwan, and he prepared himself for whatever was to come, his thoughts racing as he faced this incomprehensible foe. Jaehwan glanced at his spirit sword, a flicker of memory surfacing in his mind. Without hesitation, he raised it toward the now transformed Janaya, muttering to himself that it didn't matter anymore. In that moment, Fihuan darted forward, sword raised, as a surge of immense energy gathered around the blade. With a swift, decisive strike, Jaehwan's blade sliced through the undead Janaya's neck, sending his head tumbling to the ground. Janaya's lifeless eyes widened in shock as his mind flashed back to fragments of his past. A light drizzle began to fall, adding to the somber atmosphere as Janaya's body slowly faded into nothingness. Jaehwan stood there, gazing at the remnants of the fight, pondering what that creature had truly been. Sheathing his sword, he turned his attention toward the pub, certain that one of the survivors might hold the key to the dream demon's whereabouts. Meanwhile, inside the pub, other inspectors had arrived on the scene. One of them barked orders for everyone to stay clear as they searched for their fallen comrades. Amidst the chaos, Mino slowly regained her senses and addressed Jaehwan, catching his attention. He was startled to see that her condition had worsened. Her veins were swelling ominously, a sure sign she was on the brink of transforming into an undead. One of the inspectors called out, discovering Carlton's unconscious form nearby. Carlton, barely conscious, commanded them to alert the castle immediately, sensing the gravity of the situation. As the urgency spread through the pub, Mino desperately clutched Jaehwan's cape, her voice trembling as she begged him to end her life before it was too late. Her body was rapidly deteriorating, her transformation seemingly inevitable. Jaehwan froze at her request, shocked by the realization that Mino was human after all. Yet, despite knowing this, his suspicion flickered and faded in her presence, leaving him unable to fully grasp the truth. He tightened his grip on his sword, conflicted but resolute. This journey, he reminded himself, had no room for sentimentality. If hesitation took root, everything he had fought for would be at risk. Whatever the cost, emotions had no place in his mission. His sword hovered over her as he prepared to make the hardest decision yet. Suddenly, Claire grabbed Jaehwan's hand, her voice pleading, "Wait, please, it might not be too late." Before he could respond, an inspector stepped in, gently pulling Claire away. "Let him go. You need medical attention," he urged, concerned for her condition. But Claire refused to give up, her gaze fixed on Mino. "Just wait a little longer," she implored, hoping there was still a chance to save her friend before any irreversible decisions were made. Later, they gathered at a camp under the watchful eyes of the inspectors. The air was tense as everyone awaited the doctor's verdict. "Do you think she'll survive?" one inspector asked, looking toward the doctor. The doctor, grim-faced, shook his head. "There's almost no hope. If the transformation into an undead continues at this rate, there's little we can do." Jaehwan stood silently in the corner, listening to their conversation. His mind was heavy with the weight of the situation when suddenly, a blaring alarm cut through the camp. An alert had been issued, Gorgon Level 4. A minor undead outbreak had been detected within the castle, and all civilians were ordered to evacuate immediately. Panic spread like wildfire as civilians scrambled to flee, many not even understanding the full scope of the danger. Among the confusion, one civilian ran up to an inspector, panicked, and asked, "Where are we supposed to go?" But something was wrong. The inspector's veins bulged grotesquely, his skin turning a sickly shade. In horror, the civilian realized too late, the inspector was already turning undead. The inspector's head jerked unnaturally as spikes erupted from his body, bursting through his shirt. His terrifying, twisted face turned toward the helpless civilian. With a swift motion, one of the spikes penetrated the civilian's skull, draining the life from him in mere moments. Chaos erupted as more undead soldiers appeared, descending on the fleeing civilians. They ambushed from all directions, ruthlessly slaughtering anyone in their path. The once calm camp had become a nightmare. As more fighters arrived to fend off the undead and protect the fleeing civilians, one man stepped forward, wielding a massive, razor-sharp sword. He approached the undead inspector, ready to subdue him. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan peered out of his camp, assessing the chaos, when he heard Claire's voice beside him. "Are you the one Mino told me about?" she asked, her gaze steady and unyielding. Jae-hwan turned to face her, but she continued, barely pausing. "You're the one who defies every rule here, aren't you? Judging our world by your own standards, deciding who's human based on nothing more than your whims." She sighed, frustration clear in her voice. "I know your kind. I've encountered people like you before." She gently placed her hand on Mino's head, her tone softening but resolute. "People who refuse to adapt out of ignorance don't have the luxury of choice here." Jae-hwan raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying you lack courage?" he asked coolly. Claire hesitated, then scoffed. "Courage," she echoed. "For what? Are you talking about courage to chase noble ideals and higher justice? I'm sure that's what you're after. But let me tell you, maybe you're right, maybe I don't have that kind of courage. But you're dangerous because you do." For a moment, he recalled Mino's words before she fell unconscious, her quiet plea that he wouldn't abandon this world. Claire's voice pulled him back. "The longer you stay here, the more you toy with people's hope," she said, her jaw clenched in frustration. "That kind of false hope destroys people. So, leave if you must, but don't bring more misery by staying." Jae-hwan stood silent, recalling Mino's wish that he wouldn't give up on this world. Elsewhere, in Carlton's camp, James turned to the physician, concern etched on his face. "How much medicine do we have left?" he asked. The physician looked away, worry deepening his features. "Not much," he replied grimly. "We used most of it to stabilize the castle lord. Supplies are running low." Cursing the dire timing, James glanced anxiously at Carlton, who was rapidly losing his battle against the contamination. He quickly ordered his inspectors to gather every bit of medicine they could find, and they dispersed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Jae-hwan observed the medicine-making process from a distance, recognizing the horn of the three-horned beast being used in the preparation, a discovery that surprised him. He hadn't realized it could be used for purification. After administering the mixture to Carlton, the team anxiously watched for a response, though they feared even that might be insufficient to reverse the contamination. Carlton's veins bulged ominously as he struggled against the transformation, and his fellow inspectors urged him to hold on just a little longer. At that moment, James noticed Jae-hwan nearby and was taken aback when Jae-hwan bluntly asked if there was truly no way to reverse the undead transformation once it began. A glimmer of sorrow flashed in James' eyes as he snapped, "Do you think we'd be fighting this hard if I had a solution?" Without hesitation, Jae-hwan strode over to Carlton, grasped him by the collar, and slapped him repeatedly, trying to jolt him back to his senses. The inspectors gasped, their eyes widening in disbelief at his audacity. But, through his haze, Carlton's eyes flickered open. He weakly requested a final favor from Jae-hwan. "If anyone can end this, it's you. Please, kill me." Jae-hwan paused, taken aback by the request. He had expected a plea for salvation, but Carlton's steadfast sense of duty prevailed. His voice cracked as he cited Gorgon's Special Act, Article 1, Paragraph 4, any soul succumbing to contamination was to be put to death. Jae-hwan could only marvel at Carlton's fierce loyalty, reflecting how, with a few more allies like Carlton, he might have escaped his own entrapment in that twisted nightmare tower, where he had been trapped for 4 decades. As he released Carlton, an alarm blared, announcing that the contamination level had reached a critical 94%, leaving Carlton mere moments from full transformation. Suddenly, the camp stirred as Jahir, captain of the Undead Eradication Unit and a seasoned 5th Stage adapted fighter, arrived on the scene. His authoritative voice cut through the tension as he commanded everyone to stand back, his gaze fixed on the struggling inspector. James stood in stunned silence as Captain Jahir entered, his imposing presence causing a hush to settle over the camp. Jahir unsheathed his sword and recited the same article Carlton had mentioned, underscoring its authority. Without hesitation, he informed the group of his grim mission. He was there to execute Carlton Javier, the inspector stationed at the northern checkpoint. Jahir explained the harsh reality of their spiritual realm, where death by age was impossible, but prolonged existence led to eventual spirit contamination. Over time, spirits would erode under the ceaseless pressure, slowly losing themselves. If left unchecked, this contamination would trigger transformation into undead beings. Even the weakest of them were as lethal as a three-horned beast, and as a result, each of the 4 fortresses of chaos had strict protocols to prioritize the extermination of any undead. Lifting his blade, Jahir prepared to end Carlton's life to prevent an uncontrollable undead outbreak. Just as his sword was about to descend, Jaehwan intervened, blocking Jahir's swing with his bare hand. Jahir's eyes widened, astonished by the strength and audacity of this stranger. Jaehwan remained firm, asserting that Carlton couldn't die yet. He had questions that needed answers. Jahir, still shocked, argued that Carlton's transformation was imminent and that, as a 5th-stage adapted player, an undead version of him could unleash catastrophic damage. His orders, therefore, were to prevent such a disaster. Unfazed, Jaehwan calmly acknowledged that he understood the danger but was determined to find a solution. He then pulled out a rare A5-horned beast horn, suggesting they use it as a last resort treatment. The camp physician, recognizing the valuable artifact as a Garnak horn, was taken aback and dared to hope for Carlton's survival. His astonishment deepened when Jaehwan closed his fist around the precious horn, shattering it effortlessly. The physician gaped, marveling at the raw strength required to crush something so powerful and rare, and cautiously clung to the belief that this might, against all odds, save Carlton from his fate. After preparing the medicine, James eagerly administered it to both Carlton and Mino. Relief washed over him as he saw Carlton's contamination gauge stop rising. Overcome with joy, he called out for his senior inspector, his voice trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, the physician examined Mino, his expression darkening with concern. Her body was frail, barely able to resist the undead transformation process. Moments later, a siren blared, signaling that Mino's contamination level had exceeded 95%, marking the critical threshold. Her body shuddered, and blood spilled from her lips as the transformation began. In desperation, someone shouted to fetch Chinhayo, the only one capable of performing the fabled undead slash, a technique rumored to sever contamination itself. The captain of the undead elimination team unsheathed his sword, prepared to end Mino's suffering, but Claire intervened, explaining that Chinhayo's slash might still save her. The protagonist was taken aback, intrigued by the mysterious ability. Yet, to Claire's dismay, the guards informed her that Chinhayo was occupied at the castle and wouldn't be summoned for just this. Shocked by their cold dismissal, Claire clenched her fists as Captain Jahir stepped forward, informing the protagonist that they were out of options and urging him to step aside. Ignoring Jahir's command, the protagonist drew his spirit sword, declaring that if Mino had to die, he would do it himself as she had asked. Channeling his skill, suspicion, he raised his sword to her neck, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Enraged, Claire struggled against the guards restraining her, shouting for him to stop, demanding to know what he was doing. But he pressed on, focusing energy into his sword, which began to glow with a blinding light. Just as he was about to bring down his sword, an intense energy burst forth from the blade, throwing him backward. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a strange place, disoriented, and wondered where he was, his surroundings unfamiliar and surreal. Beside him, the protagonist noticed a dwarf with a weathered face and sorrowful eyes gently touching Mino's face, murmuring softly, "Poor child." The dwarf, clearly pained, whispered his willingness to help her. But when he glanced up at the protagonist, he jumped back, astonished. "Who are you, and what brings you into my world?" he asked, his gaze penetrating. The protagonist, in turn, studied the dwarf, perplexed by the mix of nobility and an almost childlike aura about him. Sensing a strange energy, he activated suspicion to uncover the dwarf's true nature, only to be alarmed when his skill failed to reveal anything. The thought struck him, is this man the cause of Mino's spirit contamination? Driven by this assumption, the protagonist readied himself to strike, believing it was the only way to save Mino. But before he could act, the old dwarf swiftly drew his own blade and charged, forcing the protagonist to block his strike in defense. Both men stared in mutual surprise, the protagonist astonished that he had deflected the dwarf's blow, and the dwarf mystified at the ease with which his slash was stopped. As they stood locked in place, the dwarf's sword began to crack, fissures spreading not only through the blade but into the very ground beneath his feet. Shock and frustration flickered across his face, and outside this surreal world, Captain Jahir and a doctor watched as a surge of energy exploded from Mino's body, their eyes widening at the sheer intensity. Back inside, the dwarf turned on the protagonist with fury, his voice booming, "How dare you intrude here? Who exactly are you?" He looked down, aghast, at his shattered sword, cursing under his breath. "You broke my four-horned beast blade." Taken aback, the protagonist stammered, "You broke it yourself." The dwarf glared, his fury unyielding, and dropped onto a nearby bench, stewing in anger. Captain Jahir, who'd just arrived, was stunned at the sight of the dwarf and recognized him immediately, Chinhyo, the feared Doctor of Doom. Seeing him here instead of at the castle with the Lord, Jahir couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, what are you doing here?" Chinhyo let out an exasperated sigh, shaking his head as he muttered, "Who cares about the castle lord? I can't let someone so beautiful die right before me." His words hung in the air, leaving everyone around him speechless and curious about what he truly meant, but Chinhyo was in no mood to explain. Instead, he turned sharply toward Jaehwan, pointing accusingly. "What are you going to do now, having ruined my undead slash? You have no idea, only the sword of a four-horned beast or higher can perform that technique." But as he spoke, his gaze fell on the protagonist's sword, and his eyes lit up with fascination. Clearly impressed, Chinhyo asked, "Where did you get such a beautiful sword?" His fingers traced the intricate sheath, crafted from the horn of a five-horned beast, admiring the polished, ornate handle. The dwarf reached out eagerly, "Just where did you find something so precious?" But before he could grab it, Jaehwan held his sword back, pausing. "If you're willing to use this blade," Jaehwan said slowly, "can you save Mino from becoming undead?" Chinhyo blinked, momentarily taken aback. Then he laughed heartily, "You're joking, right? With this sword, I can certainly save her." Jaehwan handed over his weapon without hesitation, and the old man raised a brow, shocked that someone would so easily entrust a stranger with such a treasured sword. He thought to himself, this one's either exceptionally confident in his abilities or hopelessly naive. Setting aside his thoughts, Chinhyo grasped the sword, closing his eyes as he felt the energy pulsing through it. "It's just like you," he murmured, full of unusual energy. Everyone watched with bated breath as Chinhyo lifted the protagonist's sword, his eyes flashing with newfound intensity. As a bright light began to emanate from the blade, Jaehwan wondered if this was the same spell Chinhyo had tried to use earlier. But no, something about this felt different, recalling the moment he used his skill suspicion. "Wait here," Chinhyo commanded with a slight grin, eyes focused, as he dashed toward Mino. The protagonist stood frozen, captivated by the strange world around him as the old man's realm began to disintegrate. The sword slipped from the old man's grasp, and he stumbled, looking noticeably weaker. Concerned, the protagonist asked if he was all right, his gaze shifting to the old man's crumbling surroundings. The elder let out a weary sigh, a hint of bitterness in his voice. "If not for that cursed castle lord, I'd still have enough mana to keep this world stable," he muttered, frustration etched into his face. A faint tremor echoed through the ground, and the surroundings started to fracture. Among the debris, a simple drawing of Mino's smiling face began to fade, and the old man's eyes softened, tinged with sadness. He looked away, muttering, "How humiliating, to fail like this." The protagonist, however, was already on the move, retrieving his sword. The old man's eyes widened as he watched, a faint laugh escaping. "You're an amusing fool," he sneered, amused but disbelieving. "This isn't your world to understand. And an undead slash, do you really think it's just a technique?" The protagonist was undeterred. His mind drifted back to memories of Claire, who had often scoffed at him for his reckless bravery, telling him he confused recklessness with courage. But as he held his sword firmly, something felt undeniably clear. "This is the first time I'm drawing my sword to save someone," he replied, his voice steady with purpose. "So, be quiet and let me try." Just then, ink began to drip from the blade, pooling at his feet before taking on shapes and lines. His memories of Mino surfaced, each one as vivid as the day he had experienced them. He began sketching with his blade, capturing her defiant smile, her fiercely independent spirit, the glimmer of kindness hidden beneath her rough edges. He recalled the way she trusted him, and how she once told him she'd follow him through any storm. Then, he nearly stumbled as he realized he'd forgotten one detail, the small mole under her left eye. Finally, with care, he added that tiny mark. The image was complete. His heart ached with longing as he stared at her portrait, vivid and lifelike as if she were standing before him. And then, softly, a faint voice echoed through his mind, "Thank you for remembering the mole." As the old man's world faded, Mino stirred, her eyes fluttering open as a faint smile crossed her lips. Her spirit contamination level, once dangerously high, was receding steadily. The doctor, his face showing rare astonishment, turned to Jahir and informed him that the contamination had stopped. Mino's undead transformation was no longer progressing. Jahir, still skeptical, watched in disbelief. Meanwhile, Claire rushed to Mino's side, tearfully asking if she was all right. Mino, managing a faint grin, gently asked her friend to stop crying. Standing a few paces away, Chang Hyo observed Mino's revived state with a small, grudging nod. Turning to the protagonist, he muttered, "It seems some of that childish energy was good for something." Eyeing Jaehwan with curiosity, he continued, "But even so, you still look no older than 10 to me. Just who are you, and where did you pick up a move that mimics my undead slash, or rather, undead stab?" Jahir, still absorbing everything, broke in, his gaze shifting from Chang Hyo to the protagonist. "Wait, are you saying Jaehwan's technique is actually similar to the undead slash?" he asked, astonished. Chang Hyo, clearly reluctant to admit it, nodded begrudgingly, affirming that Jaehwan's skills bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Another doctor nearby was openly astonished. "But the undead slash isn't just a technique," he murmured, his face filled with wonder. "It's not something that any adapted player could ever learn on their own." The implication sank in, Jaehwan might be awoken, like Chang Hyo. Awoken individuals, he explained, were those unaffected by the system's constraints and possessed extraordinary power that could potentially upend the balance of power within chaos. Only a handful had ever appeared in their realm, each a miracle of strength and defiance. Jahir was visibly shaken by this revelation as he tried to comprehend Jaehwan's potential. If he truly was awoken, then he might indeed be capable of wielding the undead slash, just as Chang Hyo could. Still, Chang Hyo lifted his hand, signaling Jahir to pause. "We don't know anything for certain about this Jaehwan," he reminded them all sternly. Jahir looked conflicted, struggling to reconcile the situation. After all, if someone else could perform the undead slash, there might finally be a way to save the castle lord's life, a possibility they could hardly afford to ignore. The tension in the camp shifted abruptly as a figure entered, announcing they had the permission of the inner council to be there. Jahir turned, surprised, and was even more startled when he saw who it was, the captain of the Dark Soul unit, a formidable guardian to the Prime Minister and a fifth-stage adapted player. The presence of the Dark Soul unit was unusual. They had no direct role in dealing with the undead, which was solely the responsibility of the Undead Eradication Unit, and the situation with Mino had already been resolved. To everyone's astonishment, the Dark Soul captain knelt before the protagonist and addressed him formally, introducing himself and offering a respectful greeting. The captain assumed the protagonist was a representative of the Nak Myung clan and requested his company to the castle. Jahir and Chang Hyo exchanged a glance, both equally stunned by this unexpected display. Equally taken aback, the Dark Soul captain glanced between Jahir and Chang Hyo, inquiring what business they had there. The revelation that Jaehwan might be linked to the Nak Myung clan threw them both into silence. Upon arrival at the castle, the Prime Minister awaited them, greeting Jaehwan with a welcoming smile. "Allow me to introduce myself," he began with a slight bow. "I am Jürgen Cheever, Prime Minister of Gorgon Fortress." He then turned to Jaehwan with curiosity and asked, "May I assume you are indeed the messenger from the Nak Myung clan?" Jaehwan calmly denied the assumption, much to the surprise of the Dark Soul captain. Jürgen, however, only smiled knowingly, piecing the situation together. Dr. Chang Hyo, seizing the chance to speak, asked Jaehwan a question, mentioning that stones of fallen souls were renowned for boosting mana but were also symbols identifying one as a member of the Nak Myung clan. Jürgen Cheever raised an eyebrow, looking to clarify the mysteries surrounding Jaehwan's possession of the spirit stones. "If you're not from the Nak Myung clan," he began, "then how did you come by those stones?" He was equally puzzled by Jaehwan's apparent immunity to the stone's effects, as they were known to corrupt anyone's spirit upon contact. Jaehwan calmly produced one of the stones, remarking that he had found them by chance and had experienced no adverse effects while handling them. Intrigued, Chang Hyo asked about the fate of the original owners. Jaehwan's straightforward answer, that they were dead, stunned Jahir. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Jahir demanded, unable to hold back, but Jaehwan responded evenly, he had killed them. Furious, Jahir moved to confront him, only for the Prime Minister to intervene, cautioning Jahir to hear him out. Jahir, though visibly angered, reluctantly stepped back, as did the visibly shaken captain of the Dark Soul unit. Jaehwan explained that members of the Nak Myung clan had attacked him first, aiming to steal his spirit horn, forcing him to defend himself. Cheever, listening intently, gave a knowing nod, remarking that such greed was typical of the Nak Myung clan, and seemed convinced of Jaehwan's account. Eager to piece together Jaehwan's recent actions, the Prime Minister asked him to explain his journey since arriving in chaos. When Jaehwan finished his tale, Jurgen recounted it back to ensure he understood. So, you found yourself in chaos through a string of circumstances beyond your control. In the midst of it, you acquired these spirit stones from Nak Myung clan members you encountered. From there, fate led you to this fortress, and in the latest incident, you not only met Dr. Chang Hyo but even managed to replicate his undead technique after witnessing it a single time. The protagonist gave a firm nod, offering reassurance, but Chang Hyo remained skeptical. Turning to the Prime Minister, Chang asked whether he truly believed the protagonist's words. Surprisingly, the Prime Minister confirmed that he did, a response that left the doctor wondering if the Prime Minister might have sustained a knock to the head during the castle lord's absence. At that moment, Jurgen Cheever chuckled, interjecting that trust could only be earned by trusting others first. Intrigued, the Prime Minister asked the protagonist if he would object to answering a few additional questions. The protagonist agreed, giving his permission. After pausing thoughtfully, the Prime Minister posed an unexpected question: was the protagonist's physical body still alive? This question caught the protagonist off guard, and his mind flashed back to his encounter with the Nightmare Tower. He remembered leaving before progressing to the main phase of the game, existing as more of a spirit than a solid being. It dawned on him that the Tree of Illusion might have perceived him as dead, unintentionally casting him into chaos. It seemed likely that his physical body might still exist back on Earth. Curious, he turned to the Prime Minister and asked how he had guessed that he might not be fully deceased. The Prime Minister calmly repeated that his arrival in chaos appeared to be a fluke, as if he had been swept up by forces beyond his control. He added that no one in chaos had ever described their own death in that way, and then pressed further, inquiring if the protagonist had been hesitant to reveal his identity out of fear of an unseen threat. The question left the protagonist momentarily stunned, and he found himself musing aloud, considering whether such a danger might actually exist. Hearing this, the Prime Minister was visibly affected, nervously tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair. With a hesitant sigh, he confessed there was something he needed to apologize for. His men had been keeping a close eye on the protagonist for the past 4 days. The protagonist gave a knowing smile, casually asking if one of those men happened to be the fellow perched up on the roof. The Prime Minister was astonished by the protagonist's sharp perception, realizing he had already figured it out. Without hesitation, the Prime Minister opened his system interface, tapped a few buttons, and started searching through files. He muttered that Jaehwan was far more capable than he'd expected. Monitoring him had been no easy feat, but despite the difficulties, his team had managed to gather some valuable intel. Swiping his screen, the Prime Minister displayed a summary of the protagonist's recent activities. He pointed out how, on his 3rd day, Jaehwan had caused significant upheaval by dismantling the northern market, with damage costs piling up to a startling estimate. Then there was the encounter with Carlton, the skirmishes with street thugs, the tense visit to Twilight Smithy where he had threatened the deputy blacksmith, and the considerable destruction he'd left behind. The Prime Minister noted Jaehwan's threat ranking, marked as SS, with an unspecified power level and total damages accumulating to an estimated 380 million horns. His gaze bore into Jaehwan, and he asked if he knew what people typically called someone with such a record. Dr. Chang muttered that only someone unhinged would rack up such chaos, while Jahir hesitated, uncertain whether Jaehwan was a hero or an anti-hero. Chang interrupted with a shout, exclaiming that Jaehwan must be completely out of his mind. Jaehwan, puzzled by their reactions, looked between them in surprise. The Prime Minister gave a half-smile, explaining that some labeled him a hero, others called him a madman, and everyone seemed to have their own label for him. But with a chuckle, the Prime Minister declared that he personally considered people like Jaehwan protagonists. Protagonists, he added, had one thing in common: they became legends in their own right. Jaehwan was taken aback, the word protagonist resonating as he wondered if this could all be a bizarre story, maybe even a webcomic he'd somehow wandered into. Jurgen Cheever chimed in, mentioning that, despite being called the protagonist, Jaehwan wasn't famous at all. This meant, he speculated, that someone was likely working to keep him under the radar. Whoever was behind this wasn't doing it as an act of support. If they had been, Jaehwan wouldn't have struggled to gain access or deal with trivial requirements like a mere entry certificate. Jaehwan was recognized as a protagonist who had unexpectedly escaped into chaos and was now evading a group of powerful pursuers. This left him perplexed, questioning who might be after him. Though he couldn't be entirely certain, he suspected it might be the Master of Darkness. His mind wandered to a demon he had encountered, who had hinted that the Master of Darkness had nearly completed the initial stage of some mysterious cultivation process involving a prized product. This reference to the Master of Darkness, one of the 12 Masters of the Great Realm, filled Jae-hwan with curiosity about the sheer strength of these legendary figures. Sensing Jae-hwan's concerns, the Prime Minister quickly reassured him that he wasn't interested in his identity or origins, nor would he demand compensation for the fortress damage. In fact, he offered Jae-hwan the protection of Gorgon Fortress. Jae-hwan's brows furrowed, and he asked if the fortress was truly formidable enough to stand against any of the 12 masters from the Great Realm. The Prime Minister raised an eyebrow, intrigued by Jae-hwan's implication that one of these masters might indeed be hunting him. Jae-hwan explained that while he couldn't be certain, it was possible one of the masters was tracking him. The Prime Minister nodded, explaining it was even better this way, as the masters were strictly prohibited from directly interfering with events within chaos. Jae-hwan sensed there was more to the Prime Minister's kindness and suspected he might want something in return. Without hesitation, he inquired about any terms or conditions attached to the Prime Minister's offer. The Prime Minister smiled and requested a single favor in exchange: Jae-hwan's help in rescuing the castle lord. 2 hours later, Jae-hwan was led through the fortress, with his destination set for the lord's chambers. Along the way, he was informed that the inspector from the northern checkpoint and a woman he'd encountered earlier were recovering in the medical room. An assassin escorting him asked if he was sure he'd rather head to the training grounds instead of resting in the VIP suite. But Dr. Chang Hyo interjected with a knowing smile, suggesting it was high time for them to test their strength, to finally determine if Jae-hwan's stab or his slash would prevail. The doctor raised an eyebrow, asking if Jae-hwan had managed to clear the expert tower as well. Jae-hwan narrowed his eyes, suspiciously inquiring how the doctor knew about it. With a sly grin, the old man suggested they place a wager. Soon, they arrived at an enormous gate, and the doctor proposed a deal: he would share whatever Jae-hwan wanted to know, if Jae-hwan could defeat him in combat. Confident that a newcomer like Jae-hwan couldn't match up to his seasoned experience, the doctor clearly saw himself as unbeatable. Inside the training room, Jae-hwan caught his breath, assuming the fight was finished, but a voice echoed from a small opening nearby. The doctor wasn't done. Jae-hwan glanced around at the damaged room, assuming their clash was settled, but Chang Hyo disagreed. He hadn't unleashed his finishing move yet, insisting he'd held back out of concern that Jae-hwan wouldn't survive the full extent of his power. The doctor's repeated insistence amused Jae-hwan, who couldn't help but feel as though he was caught in some dramatic tale. Suddenly, the doctor scoffed, calling Jae-hwan an impertinent brat and demanding to know his age. Jae-hwan thought for a moment and estimated he was around 60 years old, but this remark made Chang Hyo bristle with offense. He declared he was over 1,000 years old and boasted that Jae-hwan's decades of training couldn't rival his own millennium-long mastery of the slash technique. This revelation left Jae-hwan momentarily impressed. He hadn't expected the doctor's experience to span such a vast era. But with a smirk, Jae-hwan quipped that from what he'd seen, it seemed like the doctor had only been training for about a decade. Chang Hyo's face contorted with fury, and with a surge of anger, he leapt from the opening, ready to attack. His sword gleamed brightly, infused with a fierce energy, as he charged toward Jae-hwan, determined to make his skill known. He summoned a beastly form alongside his attack, lunging with full force. But Jae-hwan, steeled and prepared, met him head-on, blocking the doctor's powerful slash and momentarily reeling from the force of it. The air crackled with intensity as the two squared off, each resolved to bring everything they had to this relentless clash. Dr. Chang Hyo chuckled, remarking that Jae-hwan's technique was impressive. Jae-hwan, somewhat taken aback, marveled at the doctor's strength, especially considering he had used only a straightforward stab. Curious and intrigued by the technique's simplicity, the old man asked Jae-hwan what he called it. Jae-hwan replied matter-of-factly that it was just a normal stab, leaving Chang Hyo momentarily speechless. To him, the name sounded strangely arrogant, as if Jae-hwan was hiding something even stronger. Sensing Chang Hyo's skepticism, Jae-hwan decided to reveal his more powerful move. The air around him grew heavy with a terrifying aura, causing the doctor's expression to shift to shock. Chang Hyo narrowed his eyes, memory stirring as he recognized something familiar about Jae-hwan's stance. It reminded him of the lone king of chaos, a figure whose strength and terror he hadn't forgotten. His palms began to sweat as he watched Jae-hwan's movements, wondering if he could withstand an attack that carried even a faint resemblance to the king's power. Chang Hyo tried to reassure himself that Jae-hwan's version wouldn't be nearly as devastating as the real king's technique, yet he couldn't shake the feeling of impending danger. Jae-hwan lunged forward, delivering a strike that tore through the Gorgon fortress itself, leaving the doctor astounded and covered in goosebumps. Seeing the destruction, Jae-hwan leaned in and announced that he was ready to close the distance, but Chang Hyo quickly raised his hand, calling for a truce and admitting defeat. Jae-hwan had won. Meanwhile, across the realms in the Steel Zone, known for its formidable defenses, Hyoyu, the Master of Steel, was deep in conversation with one of his subordinates. The subordinate repeated his report, explaining that the Master of Darkness had been observed making contact with someone in chaos. Hyoyu's eyes narrowed, surprised by the revelation. The Masters of the Great Realm had long agreed to avoid meddling in the affairs of chaos, so he couldn't fathom why the Master of Darkness would break that pact. The subordinate, visibly shaken, told Hyoyu that the situation was more complex than it seemed, prompting him to show his master the evidence directly. He pulled up a recording, displaying Jaewon's climactic victory over the ice dragon on the 99th floor. Hyoyu's eyes narrowed with recognition. He had heard of this footage. It was the famed 99th floor solo clear. Curiously, he asked if this was the rumored fake video circulating. His subordinate, still unnerved, clarified that it was no fake. The figure in the recording was indeed a product tied to the Master of Darkness from the Night Zone. Alarmed, Hyoyu demanded the latest information on this person's location. The subordinate hesitated, explaining that Jaehwan had bypassed the system's protocol, refused to complete the tower's final tutorial, and instead shattered through the ceiling to escape directly into chaos. Hyoyu was speechless, wondering how such an act could happen right under the nose of the tower's 100th floor overseer. But the subordinate's next words struck an even greater chord. Jaehwan had killed the cultivator on the 100th floor. Hyoyu was momentarily at a loss for words, suspecting his subordinate must be exaggerating. Yet, he added that even the Master of Darkness had vouched for the truth of this tale. As Hyoyu grappled with this shocking revelation, he asked his subordinate if any contacts in chaos had ties to the Ninth Realm. His subordinate, nervously, admitted he had only just discovered that the Master of Darkness had been meddling in the affairs of chaos for some time. In fact, connections had been found with several of Chaos's 10 areas, showing a network of influence that stretched far beyond anything Hyoyu had expected. Pondering the Master of Darkness's possible motives, Hyoyu ordered his subordinate to send a message ahead, stating his intention to observe the situation in Chaos personally. The subordinate was stunned, asking if Hyoyu planned to involve himself directly. Hyoyu dismissed the notion, explaining that he only intended to monitor the events, though he couldn't ignore such intriguing developments. He directed his subordinate to send a team of 10 elite guards, each at the gold level, accompanied by the seasoned Ha Yong, deeming it a suitable force to observe a fifth-stage adapted player up close. The subordinate confirmed Hyoyu's command, relieved that he hadn't been reprimanded that day. Once he departed, Hyoyu contemplated chaos, his mind drifting to Dr. Chang Hyo. He mused that Chang Hyo could have easily extended his life if it weren't for his fiery temper, hoping that he was behaving himself in chaos. Meanwhile, Chang Hyo was far from behaving. With a shout, he clung to the protagonist's sword, declaring that Jaehwan should show more respect to his elders. Jaehwan, trying not to laugh, asked the doctor to step down, and Chang Hyo reluctantly obliged. Chang Hyo was astonished, questioning how Jaehwan had managed to reach such skill after just 40 years of practice. Jaehwan explained that he'd accomplished it through relentless training, around 10 billion repetitions. Chang Hyo scoffed, accusing him of exaggerating. 10 billion, he challenged. That would mean doing 8 stabs per second, non-stop, no breaks, no sleep. The protagonist corrected him, stating that he could perform up to 100 stabs per second. He knelt, looking the doctor in the eye, and asked if he believed a sword was his only weapon. Suddenly, spikes materialized all over Jaehwan's body, their sharpness cutting the air with precision. Chang Hyo was taken aback. He'd sensed something unusual in Jaehwan from their first encounter, but he hadn't expected this. Reaching out, he touched one of the spikes and felt its razor-sharp edge pierce his skin. With growing disbelief, he realized Jaehwan's dedication to his craft ran deeper than he could have imagined. This young man's mastery was so ingrained it felt as if he was perpetually attacking the world itself. Jaehwan simply reiterated, "I told you. 10 billion stabs." With that, he retrieved an old parchment and presented it to Chang Hyo, whose eyes widened in recognition. This was the pact they'd signed before their duel, a vow that the loser would fulfill the victor's wish. As he began reading the oath aloud, Chang Hyo scowled, realizing he had written quite the boastful promise. "I, Chang Hyo, Doctor of Doom, do swear upon every beautiful woman in existence and my own honor that I will uphold this oath with absolute fidelity according to the terms agreed upon." Chang Hyo cursed under his breath, clearly frustrated, and muttered irritably that he'd do whatever Jaehwan wanted, though he feared it would involve endless humiliation, like dancing to amuse him whenever he was bored. Jaehwan shook his head, amused, and assured Chang Hyo he wasn't interested in making him his personal jester. His only request was honest answers. Chang Hyo, somewhat relieved, agreed, and Jaehwan suggested they take a walk outside. Once outside, Jaehwan wasted no time in asking, "So, what exactly is an expert-level tower?" Chang Hyo looked at him thoughtfully. "I'm guessing you know that nightmare towers are creations of dream demons. Each one is ranked from S to F, but some demons don't follow ranking rules. Some build towers just to challenge themselves, even before they've mastered their craft. The most seasoned among them are called experts, but not all of their creations are expert-level towers." Jaehwan furrowed his brow. "Then what makes a tower expert-level?" Chang Hyo explained, "Expert-level towers aren't tied to cultivation. They're often strange, designed with a specific purpose in mind, usually known only to the demon who made it. These towers require those who conquer them to face challenges that break the rules of ordinary training." Chang Hyo gave a slight shrug, adding, "Most who conquer them are, well, awakened. Very few make it through." The explanation piqued Jaehwan's curiosity, and he asked, "Have you completed one?" Chang Hyo nodded, recounting his past. "Yes, I survived the fourth tower created by the expert Melville, a place called Moby Dick. In that tower, even on the first floor, you faced a monstrous white whale. Staying alive was an achievement in itself. Looking back, it might seem laughably easy, but at the time, I barely scraped through. So many great warriors fell there, and honestly, my victory felt like a miracle." Chang Hyo paused, observing Jaehwan with a curious glint in his eye. "You seem like someone from an expert-level tower yourself. Which demon's creation did you conquer?" Jaehwan thought back to the demon whose tower he had climbed and spoke a single name, Malak. Chang Hyo's eyes widened as he processed the name, Malak. He muttered it in disbelief, noting aloud that he never expected to meet someone who had conquered the Tower of Malak. Jaehwan was equally surprised, his curiosity piqued, and he asked the elder if he had known the demon. Chang Hyo nodded, explaining that he and Malak had once fought side by side as teammates. The revelation left Jaehwan speechless, unable to picture the two working together. Sensing that it would be a lengthy story, Chang Hyo suggested they continue their conversation over a walk. Later, they found themselves at a lively restaurant, where everyone enjoyed a hearty meal. The waiter arrived, presenting a plate of skewered single-horned beast meat. Chang Hyo gave his mustache an indignant twist, glancing at Claire and asking if she had decided to start selling street food. Annoyed, Claire shot back that if a certain someone hadn't trashed her pub, she wouldn't have been forced to do this. Jaehwan, clearly embarrassed by the comment, looked away while Claire served them 2 pints of beer. Watching her entrepreneurial spirit, Chang Hyo joked that Claire must have a knack for making money if she'd already opened a new pub after losing her previous one. Claire rolled her eyes and told him to drink his beer and stop muttering nonsense. Jaehwan eyed the skewered meat with curiosity. Sensing his confusion, Chang Hyo remarked, "Doesn't quite seem to fit, does it?" He paused and took a big bite of his meal, savoring the flavor. He could tell Jaehwan was wondering why there was food in a place where no one felt hunger or even seemed alive. Taking a sip of his beer, Chang Hyo reminisced. "You know, chaos used to be a sanctuary, a place for weary souls who had endured enough in the Great Realm's wars. Here, they could finally live the lives they longed for, free from their past struggles. Warriors set down their weapons, and even the poets traded tales of battle for songs of peace." Jaehwan's attention was drawn to a commotion nearby. 2 men appeared to be in the middle of a heated argument. One of them, held back by a friend, eventually broke free, his pent-up anger spilling over. Watching the scene, Chang Hyo turned to Jaehwan, a knowing look in his eyes. "Tell me, what does all this look like to you?" The protagonist lifted his mug, took a sip, and commented dryly that the scene looked like the usual drunken brawl. However, he paused, surprised as the beer tasted just like water. Chang Hyo chuckled and clarified that the man wasn't drunk at all, he was just pretending. In chaos, people didn't experience drunkenness, hunger, or even the effects of time, they were free from those human limitations. Yet, Chang Hyo explained, people in this realm still clung to memories of their past lives, the lives that had ended with their deaths. This longing was why they acted out familiar habits, as if they still had bodies that starved without food, got intoxicated, and had beating hearts. Chang Hyo's expression grew serious, and he slammed his hand on the table. He recounted how, one day, a group of souls appeared who couldn't ignore their desire for a return to their former existence. They formed a band called the Abyss Expedition, chasing a dream that seemed utterly impossible, to recover their lost lives. Confused, the protagonist asked why they ventured into the abyss specifically. Chang Hyo sighed, feeling slightly annoyed with Jaehwan's lack of insight. He explained that they sought the fruit of revival, which was rumored to grow on the tree of illusion at the very edge of the abyss. This surprised Jaehwan, and he asked if that fruit could truly bring the dead back to life. Chang Hyo confirmed, saying that this rare fruit was indeed believed to grant the chance to return to life. Driven by that hope, the Abyss expedition formed with the sole purpose of finding it. Back then, Chang Hyo had been awoken himself, barely 150 years old, and confident he had little to fear. Jaehwan, curious, asked if Malak had joined the expedition. The doctor nodded, explaining that not only had Malak joined, but he had led the charge. Malak was different from others, a complex and driven soul who found Chang Hyo's own awakening intriguing. When Malak learned of Chang Hyo's partially completed awakening, one where Chang Hyo still held on to his emotions, he noted that his path would be more challenging. Chang Hyo, disinterested in advice, brusquely told Malak to keep his opinions to himself. But Malak, perceptive as always, remarked that Chang Hyo's unease was rooted in something deeper, a distaste for the notion of cultivation and the endless cycles it represented. Chang Hyo gripped his sword tightly, lunging toward Malak with fiery anger. He demanded to know why a dream demon like him, whose kind were known for crafting nightmare towers, would venture into the abyss. With a scornful tone, Chang Hyo mocked him, suggesting he should have stayed confined to his chambers, endlessly building towers. Malak caught Chang Hyo's sword mid-swing, his grip firm yet calm. He acknowledged Chang Hyo's anger, remarking that even if he apologized on behalf of all dream demons, it wouldn't change anything. Then, in a rare display of vulnerability, Malak admitted something unexpected. He carried a deep regret for the suffering caused by his creations. Chang Hyo was taken aback. Never had he heard of a dream demon feeling remorse for their towers. Malak continued, his voice carrying a weight of conviction. He asked Chang Hyo if he knew why he had entered the Tree of Illusion, which ultimately led him to the abyss. Stepping closer, his figure reflected in the water below, he confessed his purpose, to put an end to the unending cycle of cultivation. With a solemn expression, Malak handed Chang Hyo's sword back to him, saying that this was why he joined the Abyss expedition, to break free from the ceaseless and tormenting journey of cultivation. The protagonist, skeptical, found it hard to believe that a dream demon, of all beings, would seek to end cultivation. He asked if the expedition was successful. Chang Hyo sighed, recounting his experience. He admitted that he had been separated from the group before reaching the abyss's depths and had only managed to make it to the entrance. But even from that vantage point, he witnessed something remarkable, Malak ascending the Tree of Illusion. As Malak reached its peak, the fabled fruits of revival began falling from its branches. Because of his efforts, every expedition member obtained a fruit and returned to chaos. Jaehwan, puzzled, turned to the old man. If Chang Hyo had the fruit of revival, why was he still in chaos? Before he could respond, Claire approached, overhearing their conversation. With a sharp tone, she accused Chang Hyo of lying. "You might be dead, old man, but don't twist the truth," she said. Claire insisted that the expedition had failed, and everyone knew it, including him. Her words infuriated Chang Hyo. He retorted, questioning how she could claim to know what happened when she wasn't even there. As she served their food, he clarified what transpired. While it was true the expedition secured the fruits, they faced an insurmountable obstacle upon their return. At the very entrance to chaos, cursed beings awaited them. These were none other than the great masters and family heads of the great realm. Too afraid to venture into the abyss themselves, they lay in wait to ambush those who dared to escape it. However, even the formidable lords of the 4 castles and the 10 regions who joined the expedition were powerless against their foes. These adversaries were simply on a level far beyond anyone's imagination. Despite their best efforts, the expedition members lost the fruit of revival. Chang Hyo explained that those who had stolen the fruits used them to repeatedly revive themselves after every death. For the past 900 years, this cycle had continued unabated. The culprits even established a place known as the Recovery Palace, a sanctuary where the revival process took precedence. The lords of the 5 families and the great masters were always revived first, ensuring their dominance remained unchallenged. As a result, the lives of those permitted to enjoy even a semblance of normalcy in chaos were predetermined from the very beginning. Hearing this, Jaehwan finally understood why everyone in chaos seemed so defeated. They lived under the weight of the knowledge that they could never reclaim the lives they truly desired. The fruit of revival, a symbol of hope, was forever beyond their grasp. Chang Hyo, his story seemingly concluded, fell silent. But Jaehwan was curious about one detail the old man hadn't mentioned, Malak's fate. When he inquired, he found the old man fast asleep, his snores echoing through the room. Claire, noticing his confusion, dismissed it with a chuckle. "Don't bother him," she said. "He's just drunk." Jaehwan furrowed his brow. "Drunk? I thought no one could get drunk here." Claire explained that it might be due to Chang Hyo's age. After practicing for over 1,000 years, his body might simply react differently. As far as she knew, no one had seen or heard from Malak since the expedition's disastrous conclusion. However, before disappearing, the dream demon left behind cryptic words, "I failed, and yet, I succeeded." Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden voice from behind. "Are you talking about that?" Startled, both Jaehwan and Claire turned to see James standing nearby. With a sly grin, James tipped his hat as a gesture of appreciation. "Thanks for earlier," James said warmly. "If it weren't for you, Inspector Carlton would have been a goner." Jaehwan blinked, trying to place James's face. Sensing his confusion, James laughed heartily. "What? Don't tell me you've already forgotten me." He pointed at his hat with a smirk and added, "Listen, whenever you visit Gorgon, come through the north gate. I'll recognize you, so no need to worry about a certificate." Then, leaning closer, James winked conspiratorially. "But keep this between us, all right? Don't let the inspector find out." With a faint blush, James adjusted his hat, gave them a brief nod, and turned to leave. Jaehwan could only stand there, speechless, watching as James disappeared into the distance, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. Suddenly, Captain Jahir appeared, rushing toward them with urgency etched across his face. His armor clinked with every step, and his expression betrayed a deep concern. It was clear he had come directly from the palace, searching for Dr. Chang Hyo. Jaehwan, puzzled by the captain's unexpected arrival, could sense from his demeanor that something was amiss. "What's going on?" Jaehwan asked cautiously. Jahir exhaled sharply. "We're in serious trouble?" Without waiting for further explanation, Jahir led them toward the castle. As they approached, Jaehwan felt an ominous energy emanating from the structure, its intensity growing with every step. The sensation was unlike anything he had encountered before, far stronger than the aura of the undead he had faced earlier that day. His instincts told him that something terrible was happening within the castle, and he began to suspect the worst. "Is it the castle lord?" Jaehwan asked, his gaze fixed on the looming fortress. Jahir nodded grimly. "The transformation has started." Jaehwan frowned, piecing things together. The energy radiating from the castle was coming from the basement, the very heart of the structure. It reminded him of the warnings given by Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever, that he needed to be prepared to face the Master of Darkness and assist with their lord's condition. "It feels different this time," Jaehwan muttered. "Much stronger," Jahir confirmed his suspicion. "The castle lord is beginning to turn. Normally, this happens once a week, but today, the power is overwhelming." His voice softened as he added, "Our lord is a great man. A legend in his own time. He's been fighting this curse for years. He doesn't deserve this." The revelation deepened Jaehwan's curiosity. Jahir went on to explain that both the castle lord and Dr. Chang Hyo were survivors of the Abyss expedition. The mention of the expedition caught Jaehwan's attention immediately, the pieces of the puzzle slowly falling into place. "Wait," Jaehwan interrupted. "Both of them were part of the expedition?" Jahir nodded but quickly steered the conversation back to the pressing issue. "Dr. Chang Hyo is not in a state to help," he said, a trace of exasperation in his voice. "We need someone who can perform an undead slash." "Can you do it?" Jaehwan hesitated. "I've seen the technique and can imitate it, but I'm nowhere near Chang Hyo's level. If he could guide me, I might be able to manage." Jahir sighed but nodded, understanding the predicament. They continued toward the basement when the ground beneath them trembled violently. A low hum filled the air, and the energy around them thickened, almost suffocating in its weight. The wind picked up, swirling with such force that it threatened to knock them off balance. Jahir cursed under his breath, shielding his eyes from the debris kicked up by the gale. "Damn it," he muttered. "The transformation must already be complete." Jaehwan braced himself against the wind, his eyes narrowing as he stared into the chaos ahead. "What now?" he asked, his voice steady despite the turmoil. Jahir didn't respond immediately. His jaw clenched as he gazed toward the entrance to the basement. "We go forward," he finally said, determination burning in his eyes. As they reached the entrance to the basement, Jaehwan and Jahir were startled to find two captains standing there, waiting for them. Jahir's eyes narrowed in disbelief. "What are you two doing here? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the other castle?" he demanded, his voice sharp with suspicion. One of the captains, a broad-shouldered man with a scar running across his cheek, met Jahir's gaze, his expression cold. His eyes shifted briefly to Jaehwan, and a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "So this is the one who supposedly knows how to perform the undead slash," he murmured to his comrade, unaware that Jaehwan could hear every word. Jahir's patience wore thin. "We're in a hurry. Step aside. You know why this can't wait?" The scarred captain shook his head slowly, his tone resolute. "We can't do that. We have our orders." "Orders from whom?" Jahir snapped. Instead of answering, the second captain, a wiry figure with sharp eyes, leapt down to the ground in front of them, blocking their path. "You should know by now, Jahir," he said with a sly smirk. Our allegiance isn't to the castle anymore. The only heaven we serve is the golden sky. Jahir's eyes widened, and fury lit his features. Golden sky? You've betrayed your oath to the castle lord. Are you defying the very heavens? The wiry captain sneered. Defying heaven? No. We found a truer calling. The golden sky is the only heaven worth following. Without warning, the two captains launched themselves forward with astonishing speed. Jahir barely had time to react, his body instinctively moving to shield Jaehwan. Be careful. They're after you, Jahir shouted as he pushed Jaehwan aside. The sudden clash created a dense mist that shrouded the area, and Jaehwan squinted to make out the shapes within the fog. When it cleared, he saw Jahir standing firm, having intercepted the captain's attack. Jahir's blade glinted in the dim light as he held his ground. The wiry captain clicked his tongue. Not bad, Jahir. Your skills haven't dulled. Jahir's grip on his sword tightened. I should have known the golden sky's corruption had spread even to the castles, he growled. Do you have any idea who you're defying? The scarred captain chuckled darkly. We're not the same men you once knew, Jahir. The golden sky has shown us a higher purpose. You, however, are still clinging to false hope. Jahir took a step forward, his voice firm. You've made a grave mistake. Renounce your allegiance now, and the castle lord may yet forgive you. He values loyalty. The scarred captain let out a bitter laugh. The castle lord? Are you referring to that thing you keep chained up in the basement? He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. That's no lord. That's a monster, a creature that can't even distinguish between right and wrong. How can you still claim loyalty to something like that? Jahir's jaw tightened, his faith unshaken. You've seen what he's become, but I still believe in him. He will return to us. The wiry captain scoffed, his tone mocking. And that's why you're hopeless, Jahir. Blind faith won't save you. Suddenly, the wiry captain darted to the side, attempting to flank Jahir with a surprise attack. Powerful strike that sent the attacker sprawling. The scarred captain watched his comrade fall and shook his head. This wouldn't have come to this if you had just been smarter, he said, his voice cold. But you're too stubborn to see reason, Jahir. Jahir stood tall, his determination unwavering. Reason? You've abandoned honor for ambition. You've chosen betrayal over loyalty. There's no reasoning with men who've lost their way. Jaehwan watched the confrontation unfold, his grip tightening on his weapon. The tension in the air was palpable, the stakes higher than ever. Jahir slammed against the stone wall with a heavy thud, his breath catching as pain shot through his back. He struggled to rise, leaning on his weapon for support. Gritting his teeth, he assessed the situation. These two, they're only fourth-stage adapted players, he thought, his brow furrowed. Even if they combine their strength, they shouldn't stand a chance against a fifth-stage player like me. So why can't I keep up with their speed and power? Something felt off, terribly wrong. Their movements weren't just refined, they were unnatural, almost as if they were undead. A sense of danger crept over Jahir as he shouted urgently, "You need to get out of here. This is no ordinary fight." Before the words fully left his mouth, Jaehwan smirked and abruptly hurled Dr. Ching Hyo, still unconscious, straight at Jahir. The doctor collided with Jahir's face with enough force to leave a bright red mark on his cheek. What the? Jahir sputtered, both confused and annoyed as he steadied himself, clutching the dazed doctor. That's payback, Jaehwan said flatly, brushing off his hands. For shoving me earlier? Jahir blinked in disbelief, unable to form a response before the captain of the outer castle interrupted. You, the scarred captain growled, pointing his trident at Jaehwan. Are you the one they've been talking about? The so-called adapted player who can perform the undead slash. Jaehwan tilted his head, his expression unreadable. And if I am? The captain grinned, his excitement poorly concealed. So it's true. You don't even look like you've adapted, let alone someone who can pull off a technique like that. I bet you can't even throw a proper punch. Jaehwan's lips curled into a faint smirk. Before the man could react, Jaehwan vanished, reappearing behind him in an instant. Like this, Jaehwan said, his fist driving into the captain's back with such force that the man staggered forward, gasping in shock. The scarred captain's comrade, alarmed by the sudden attack, stepped forward to retaliate, but Jaehwan moved again with blinding speed. Before the second captain could raise his weapon, Jaehwan's fist collided with his face. You should focus on protecting yourself first, Jaehwan remarked coolly as the man's mask shattered, fragments scattering to the ground. The force of the blow sent him stumbling backward. The second captain's expression twisted into fury as he regained his balance, grabbing his trident and spinning it in a flurry of sharp, controlled arcs. The air crackled with his movements, the weapon swinging in all directions as he roared, "You little weakling. Let's see how long you can last." Jaehwan sidestepped the first few strikes, his keen eyes analyzing the captain's technique. He could feel the intensity of the energy radiating from his opponent. This one's stronger than the other, Jae-hwan thought, his grin widening slightly. Pinned against the edge of the corridor by the relentless assault, Jae-hwan's mind raced. Stronger energy, but he's too reliant on brute force. I've got him figured out. As the captain lunged again, Jae-hwan's body tensed, readying himself for a counterattack. Jae-hwan studied the strange energy radiating from the captain, trying to decipher its origin. At first, he wondered if it stemmed from an insatiable thirst for revenge. But as the battle progressed, he dismissed the idea. This wasn't vengeance, it was something else. The captain's frustration boiled over as he charged at Jae-hwan, his voice laced with anger. Do you honestly think someone like you can save the castle lord? Jae-hwan paused, taken aback as he identified the true nature of the energy. It wasn't anger or hate, it was fear. He smirked, finding the traitor's fear amusing. Pathetic, he muttered under his breath. So quick to tremble? He raised his voice so the others could hear. Let me make something clear, Jae-hwan said, gesturing toward the unconscious Dr. Ching-hyo lying a short distance away. I don't save lives. That's the doctor's job. But when it comes to taking lives... Before finishing his sentence, Jae-hwan planted his foot firmly on the trident and leaped high into the air, the sword in his grip gleaming in the dim light. His sudden burst of movement startled both Jaheir and the captain, who could only watch in shock as Jae-hwan reached heights far beyond their expectations. I have no problem with that. Meanwhile, in the castle's basement, the prime ministers and advisors huddled in tense discussion. The suffocating aura emanating from the castle lord's chamber had grown alarmingly intense, filling the air with dread. Why is this happening? Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever muttered anxiously. The undead transformation slowed down just this morning after Dr. Ching-hyo treated him. The energy had almost stabilized. One of the other advisors frowned. It doesn't make sense. The undead slash was performed just yesterday. How could the transformation accelerate so suddenly? Jurgen's mind drifted back to his conversation with Dr. Ching-hyo earlier that day. Jae-hwan is not ready, the doctor had warned with a serious expression. His undead slash is still an imitation, far from the level required for a case this advanced. The Prime Minister had argued, desperate for any solution. But the Castle Lord's condition is unique. His transformation has been dragging on for months. Isn't that a good sign? Dr. Ching-hyo had shaken his head. It's his willpower. Most would have succumbed long ago, but his strength of mind has kept him from crossing that final line. Even so, without a fully mastered undead slash, we're only delaying the inevitable. Give me one more month. If Jae-hwan continues training, he might be strong enough to stabilize the process permanently. Jurgen's thoughts snapped back to the present, signaling yet another burst of chaotic energy from the castle lord. Jurgen Cheever clenched his teeth in frustration, his gaze darting toward the others in the room. He knew someone among them held the key to Jae-hwan's involvement, perhaps even his identity. The thought of betrayal gnawed at him, a memory resurfacing like a bitter wound. He cursed himself for overlooking the warning signs. That day had made it clear, a traitor lurked among their ranks. Jurgen recalled the moment the castle lord had approached him some time ago, revealing shocking information. There are individuals capable of handling the spirit contamination, the lord had said, his voice steady yet laced with intrigue. Jurgen had been stunned by the revelation. But those individuals? Are you saying they're not from the Nakmyeon clan? The castle lord nodded. Exactly. They are outsiders, yet they've demonstrated a resilience that even our own cannot match. Jurgen's surprise had quickly turned to concern. He had urged caution, suggesting they dispatch the captains or other lords to investigate. My lord, anything involving spirit contamination is perilous. Surely there's no need for you to personally oversee this matter. But the castle lord had dismissed his protests with a firm resolve. Jurgen, you must have more faith in me. I am the lord of this castle, and I have endured trials that would break lesser men. Have you forgotten? I survived the War of the Abyss expedition. The memory of the castle lord's unwavering determination still weighed heavily on Jurgen. The lord had reminded him of their shared history, of the battles fought and lost, especially the devastating defeat over the Fruit of Revival. Yet, despite everything, the lord's commitment to the safety of Gorgon and its people never wavered. This is my duty, the lord had said firmly. And I will fulfill it, no matter the cost. Not long after, the castle lord departed to investigate the outer castle. Jurgen had watched him go, his unease growing with each passing moment. Then, disaster struck. The castle lord returned, but not as the man they had known. His spirit had been contaminated, twisted by a force they didn't fully understand. He had to be carried back to the castle, his condition deteriorating rapidly. Jurgen snapped back to the present, his anger boiling over. If only we had acted differently. If only I had insisted harder. Now, as the castle trembled with the repercussions of their failures, Jürgen could feel the weight of his past choices pressing down on him. Time was slipping away, and the safety of the castle lord, and Gorgon itself, hung by a thread. Jürgen Cheever's thoughts churned as a singular, troubling name came to mind, Manhwa. He had been there the entire time, and now doubt crept into Jürgen's heart, casting suspicion over every action Manhwa had taken. Manhwa's commanding voice echoed through the chamber as he addressed his men. Brace yourselves. This is a critical moment, and hesitation will cost us dearly. Jürgen's unease deepened. Manhwa, this is too dangerous. We should wait for the doctor to return, he urged, his tone laced with both concern and desperation. But Manhwa's resolve was unshaken. If we wait any longer, Gorgon will fall. I will do what must be done. The Prime Minister froze, the weight of Manhwa's words sinking in. What are you planning? Are you saying you'll kill the castle lord? Manhwa's eyes burned with conviction. You know as well as I do that not even all of us together could defeat the castle lord in his current state. But if we wait, we'll lose more than him, we'll lose Gorgon itself. Jürgen's voice faltered as he pressed. Then what are you proposing? Manhwa's expression hardened. We will create an undead seal. The room fell silent, save for the distant hum of the corrupted aura emanating from the basement. Jürgen's heart sank. That's madness. You know as well as I do that the undead seal is a last resort, and we don't even have the stone of fallen souls to complete it. Do you? A grim smile tugged at Manhwa's lips. Don't play coy, Prime Minister. We both know the stone exists. Jürgen's blood ran cold. He opened his mouth to protest further, but the sound of approaching footsteps from the tunnel silenced him. The air grew tense as a figure emerged from the shadows. Manhwa's expression shifted to one of triumph. Ah, perfect timing. From the dim light of the tunnel, the captain of the Dark Soul unit appeared, carrying a chest. The sight left Jürgen speechless. His chest tightened as disbelief and betrayal coursed through him. You, Jürgen's voice cracked as he addressed the captain. You work for my office. How could you? The captain remained silent, his stoic face offering no answers as he placed the chest before Manhwa. Jürgen's mind raced. Have I misjudged him all along? Has the Dark Soul unit betrayed me, too? Manhwa turned to his men, his voice cold and commanding. Prepare for the sealing ritual. Time is running out. Jürgen clenched his fists, his heart pounding with equal parts anger and despair. As much as he wanted to stop them, he couldn't deny the truth. Gorgon's survival might indeed depend on the very act he was so desperate to prevent. Jürgen's gaze fell upon the chest carried by the captain of the Dark Soul unit. Within it lay Jaehwan's Stone of Fallen Souls, a sacred and dangerous artifact that should never have left the vaults of the castle. His chest tightened as Manhwa's sharp words pierced the tense silence. The future of Gorgon hangs by a thread, Prime Minister. And yet, you saw fit to hide this stone? Manhwa's tone was accusatory, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous intensity. Did you honestly think withholding it would help? Jürgen gritted his teeth but held his silence. Manhwa stepped closer, his voice lowering but no less venomous. Do you understand what's at stake if the castle lord fully turns into an undead? Have you ever thought about the devastation a giant undead could wreak? He sneered, his words dripping with malice. You've seen the destruction caused by a single medium-sized undead. Entire armies crumble before them, cities turn to ashes. Now imagine that multiplied 100-fold, a living calamity enslaving the souls of the dead and spreading endless ruin. Is that what you want for Gorgon? Jürgen clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He couldn't deny the truth in Manhwa's warning. The castle lord's rampage was proof enough of the threat, and with Dr. Chang Hyo still absent, the situation had spiraled beyond control. But creating an undead seal? That was a drastic step, and Jürgen knew the consequences all too well. Even with the Stone of Fallen Souls, only someone from the NAK Myung clan has the skill to craft an undead seal, Jürgen countered. You know as well as I do that it's too late to summon anyone qualified from the clan. Manhwa's lips curled into a sly grin. Oh, don't worry about that, he said smugly. With a wave of his hand, figures emerged from the shadows behind the captain of the Dark Soul unit. Jürgen's eyes narrowed as the figures stepped into the light. They were draped head to toe in tattered, ceremonial wrappings, their faces obscured. A foreboding aura surrounded them, a testament to their unnatural presence. These individuals, Manhwa announced with pride, have mastered the art of creating an undead seal. No, they're not from the NAK Myung clan, but their skills will suffice. Jürgen's stomach churned as he studied the mysterious figures. There was something deeply unsettling about them, something inherently wrong. Do you even understand what you're proposing? Jürgen snapped, his voice filled with fury. If you go through with this, all of the castle lord's mana will be drained into the stone. Do you have any idea what kind of devastation that could cause? Manhwa's expression darkened. I know exactly what I'm doing. Sacrifices must be made for the greater good, Prime Minister. You've had your chance, and now it's my turn to act. Jurgen's heart pounded as he realized the depths of Manhwa's resolve. He wasn't just attempting to save Gorgon, he was prepared to gamble everything, even the castle lord's life and mana, in a bid to wrest control of the situation. In the chaotic hierarchy of Gorgon, no hereditary system ensured the continuation of power. Jurgen Cheever understood the devastating implications of the current situation. If someone claimed the Stone of Fallen Souls infused with the castle lord's mana, they could inherit his immense power and seize control of Gorgon. The thought chilled him, what if this power fell into the wrong hands? As the strange, bandaged figures extracted the Stones of Fallen Souls from the ornate box, preparing to initiate the formation of the undead seal, Jurgen's unease deepened. Handling such stones was perilous, a feat only the Nak Myung clan, or rare exceptions like Jae-hwan, could manage without succumbing to contamination. Jurgen's mind flashed back to a conversation with the castle lord, who once mentioned a peculiar group capable of wielding such power without adverse effects. Could these people be the ones his lord had spoken of? The timeline of events suddenly struck him with clarity. Over the past 6 months, the castle lord had spiraled from initial spirit contamination to bouts of uncontrollable rage. Had this all been orchestrated? Suspicion turned to certainty as Jurgen's eyes fixed on Manhwa. Was the outer castle minister the architect of this scheme, plotting to seize the castle lord's power all along? Jurgen spun around and barked an order to his men. "Arrest Manhwa," he commanded, his voice echoing in the chamber. But his heart sank as he noticed the stony expressions on their faces. Not a single soldier moved to obey. Their silence spoke volumes. His men were no longer his allies, they had sided with Manhwa. Realizing his isolation, Jurgen fell to his knees in despair. The betrayal cut deep. He had been blind to the collusion within his ranks, and now, Gorgon teetered on the edge of disaster. Manhwa, his confidence unwavering, smirked as he directed the cloaked figures. "Begin the process. We don't have time to waste, the castle lord is moments away from fully turning." The mysterious figures circled the castle lord, their movements deliberate and ritualistic as they began crafting the undead seal. A haunting energy filled the air, and Jurgen's chest tightened with guilt. He looked at the lord, whose form trembled under the weight of the transformation. This was his failure, a consequence of his complacency and trust misplaced. "I'm sorry, my lord," Jurgen whispered, his voice barely audible amid the ominous chanting. "I failed you. I failed Gorgon." Helpless, he could only watch as the ritual unfolded, fearing the dawn of a new, darker era. Tears streamed down Jurgen Cheever's face as he knelt, his voice trembling with apologies to the castle lord. The weight of his failure crushed him, leaving him powerless to prevent the unfolding disaster. Suddenly, a deafening crash shattered the heavy atmosphere. The basement ceiling caved in, debris raining down amid a cloud of dust. The ground trembled under the force of the impact, and chaos erupted as everyone scrambled for cover. As the dust settled, wary eyes darted toward the gaping hole in the ceiling. Confusion rippled through the room as figures struggled to make sense of the attack. Jurgen wiped his tear-streaked face and glanced upward, his sorrow replaced with astonishment. There, standing amidst the rubble, was Jae-hwan. Manhwa, his composure momentarily shaken, narrowed his eyes at the intruder. "Who dares to storm the fortress so brazenly?" he demanded, his voice laced with anger and incredulity. "Do you even know where you are?" Before Jae-hwan could respond, Captain Jahir stepped forward, his fury directed at Manhwa. "Enough of your charade." Jahir snarled, his tone sharp and unyielding. He gestured to the battered man he had dragged along. "This one has already confessed everything, your betrayal, your lies, and how you've manipulated and harmed the castle lord." The revelation hung in the air like a storm cloud. Manhwa's eyes burned with anger as he turned toward his accomplice, who stammered a plea for forgiveness. Without hesitation, Manhwa silenced him permanently, striking him down in cold blood. Gasps erupted around the room as the lifeless body hit the floor. "You dare kill him in front of us?" Jahir bellowed, his voice filled with both outrage and disbelief. "What is the meaning of this madness?" Manhwa smirked, his expression twisted with mockery. "Suicide," he declared with feigned innocence. "Poor fool couldn't live with his guilt after being exposed. You can hardly blame me for not stopping him." Jahir's hands clenched into fists as his temper flared. "Enough of your lies," he shouted, rallying the others. "This is betrayal of the highest order. Don't fall for his manipulations, we must stop him before he completes the undead seal. If we don't, he'll control the castle lord's power and doom Gorgon." But even as Jahir tried to inspire resistance, a chilling sight stopped him cold. The soldiers, his own comrades, turned their weapons toward him. Their eyes were devoid of reason, their movements eerily synchronized. Jahir's heart sank as realization struck him like a hammer. "What's wrong with all of you?" he whispered, disbelief mingled with despair. The truth dawned like a nightmare. Manhwa's treachery ran deeper than anyone had imagined. His influence had poisoned not just the leadership but the very defenders of Gorgon. Jahir's grip on his sword tightened as he prepared for the battle of his life, knowing the odds were against him. The soldiers lowered their heads slightly, their voices a chilling monotone as they addressed Captain Jahir. "Forgive us, Captain," one of them muttered. "But we cannot let you oppose Minister Manhwa and the Golden Sky Clan. The Castle Lord seal must be completed, and you do well to remain silent until it's done." Jahir's fury burned hotter than ever as he faced the betrayal head-on. "You spineless cowards," he roared, his hand tightening around his weapon. "You dare stab your own comrades in the back? Have you no shame?" Jaehwan, who had been quietly observing the chaos, let out a low, sardonic chuckle. "So this is the mighty Gorgon," he mused aloud, his voice laced with mockery. "I was promised your protection in exchange for saving your castle lord, but tell me, how is a city full of traitors supposed to protect anyone? This hardly seems like a fair deal." Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever's head snapped up, his heart pounding with unease. "What are you saying?" he asked, his voice trembling. For a moment, it felt as though the fragile hope they had been clinging to was slipping through their fingers. Jaehwan turned his piercing gaze toward him, a wry smile playing on his lips. "I'm renegotiating the terms," he declared, his tone cold and resolute. "I'll save your castle lord and deal with every last traitor here." He paused for emphasis, letting his words sink in before continuing, "But in return, I want something. I want Dr. Qinghyo. And more importantly, I want Gorgon's full support in launching another Abyss expedition." The room fell into stunned silence. The Prime Minister's face turned pale as fear gripped him, his mind racing at the implications of Jaehwan's demand. For Jurgen, this man's conditions threatened not just the castle lord but Gorgon's fragile stability. The traitors exchanged nervous glances, their confidence visibly shaken by Jaehwan's audacious proposal. Even the captain of the Dark Soul Unit, a figure known for his composure, faltered at the sheer boldness of the proclamation. Their shock deepened as the realization hit, this man wasn't bluffing. Minister Manhwa's eyes narrowed as he studied Jaehwan. His mind raced to piece together the fragments of rumors he had heard about the enigmatic warrior. He had dismissed the stories of a man who single-handedly killed Janaya, even after the latter had turned into an undead, as mere exaggerations. But now, watching Jaehwan's confident demeanor and the ripple of fear spreading through the room, Manhwa began to reconsider. "So you're the one who killed Janaya," Manhwa said, his tone sharp with suspicion. "I didn't believe it at first, but judging by your actions and the terror you've instilled in my men, perhaps the rumors are true after all." Jaehwan raised an eyebrow but said nothing, his silence only adding to the tension. Manhwa's expression hardened. "No matter who you are or what you've done, I cannot allow you to interfere. If you think you can stop us, then you'll have to fight with everything you've got." His declaration echoed through the chamber, signaling the inevitable clash. The traitors readied their weapons, their initial doubts now replaced with grim determination. Jaehwan, however, stood unfazed, his eyes gleaming with the confidence of someone who had faced far worse. The air grew heavy with anticipation, the basement teetering on the brink of an explosive battle. The protagonist gripped his sword tightly as Minister Manhwa gave a sharp signal. In an instant, the conspirators charged at him from all directions. Their collective assault was fierce, but Jaehwan moved with precision and deadly efficiency. With a single sweeping arc of his blade, he cut down scores of traitors, shattering masks and severing the arm of the Dark Soul Unit's captain in one devastating blow. Yet the relentless tide of enemies gave him pause. No matter how many fell, more surged forward to take their place. Jaehwan's expression remained composed, though a faint sigh escaped him as he assessed the situation. He pointed his sword toward Manhwa and, with deliberate focus, unleashed a simple thrust. The power behind the attack was anything but ordinary. The sheer force of Jaehwan's stab ripped through the air, carving a destructive path toward Manhwa. The minister's eyes widened in alarm as the deadly energy roared toward him. In that moment, he realized the enormity of his mistake in thinking he could challenge this man. Manhwa twisted his body at the last second, narrowly evading the attack. The energy blast struck the wall behind him, leaving a massive, gaping hole in its wake. Sweat beaded on Manhwa's brow as he stared at the destruction. He knew with chilling certainty that if he hadn't dodged, he'd be nothing more than a corpse right now. Jurgen Cheever and Captain Jahir stood frozen in shock, their disbelief plain on their faces. Jahir tightened his grip on his weapon as he muttered under his breath, How is he this powerful?" Amidst the chaos, Jaehwan overheard the conspirators muttering urgently among themselves. "Minister Manhwa," one of them whispered, "what do we do now? If we can't complete the undead seal, should we move to Plan B?" Manhwa turned toward the speaker, his expression unreadable. The conspirator continued, their voice trembling, If we release the black cloud now, it might destroy all of Gorgon, but we'll have no other choice. Jaewon's sharp glare locked onto Maihan. His voice, low and menacing, cut through the tension like a blade. Maihan Kaldegran, he began, his tone dripping with disdain, outer castle minister of Gorgon Fortress, elder of the Golden Sky clan, whatever titles you claim, it's clear you've chosen to tread the path of ruin. He took a step forward, the ground beneath his feet cracking with the weight of his anger. I don't know what twisted experiments you're running or how you've learned to contaminate souls, but one thing is clear to me, he growled. It's because of people like you that this world teeters on the edge of destruction. Maihan's composure faltered as he heard Jaewon's words, but he quickly rallied. He barked a command to his men, desperation evident in his voice. Kill him. No matter the cost, stop him. Jaewon's stance shifted, his grip on his sword tightening as he prepared to face yet another wave of attackers. His fury burned bright as he resolved to end the chaos before him, no matter how many enemies stood in his way. The conspirators launched their assault, converging on the protagonist with relentless determination, aiming to overwhelm him before he could retaliate. But Jaewon, unperturbed by their numbers, raised his spirit sword high and cast his gaze toward the heavens. A surge of energy radiated from the blade, ascending into the sky with a brilliant glow. In an instant, the energy burst apart, fragmenting into countless luminous shards. These shards transformed into radiant projectiles that rained down from above, their trajectory precise and devastating. The sky itself seemed to echo with the fury of his power, the relentless assault wiping out the traitors in a blinding cascade of light. Meanwhile, Captain Jahir moved to assist the Prime Minister, who stood paralyzed in awe. Jurgen Cheever's eyes remained fixed on the celestial display, his expression filled with wonder. Memories of his lord's words surfaced, words about how the people of Gorgon needed an unshakable hope, something so powerful that no adversity could extinguish it. As the dazzling rain of destruction obliterated their enemies, the Prime Minister felt a glimmer of that hope, even in a man who had declared his intent to destroy the world. When the final traitor fell, Maihan, cleaved in two by Jaewon's relentless strike, lay dying. His fragmented soul flickered weakly as he spat out his final words, his tone filled with bitter disbelief. Monster, he muttered with a twisted smirk, his life fading. Though the conspirators were defeated, Maihan's words held a grim truth, it was too late for Gorgon and the castle lord. Jaewon didn't waste a moment. Turning to the fallen minister's remains, he unleashed another strike to ensure Maihan's complete demise. Just then, Captain Jahir called out, his voice tinged with urgency. What about Changhyo? He still won't wake up, no matter what I do. Without hesitation, Jaewon strode over to the unconscious old man. Ignoring Jahir's protests, he seized Changhyo by the collar and hurled him against the wall with a resounding crash. Jahir's eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? Changhyo stirred, groaning as he regained consciousness. That feeling? That pain, he muttered, rubbing his aching back. He glared at Jaewon, his voice laced with irritation. You didn't have to slam me so hard. Jaewon feigned innocence, shrugging nonchalantly. You should have woken up when I called you. Before anyone could respond, a chilling shift filled the air. The castle lord's transformation into an undead had progressed further. His fingers twitched slightly, a harbinger of the monstrous power he was becoming. Everyone turned their attention to him, the weight of impending doom pressing heavily on their shoulders. A dire warning blared across the castle systems, spirit contamination level, 99.9%. Transformation into dead imminent. The notification sent a wave of alarm through everyone present. The urgency was palpable as the system attempted to calculate the subject's danger level. When the calculation failed, the final verdict appeared, giant undead confirmed. This triggered Gorgon's automated alarm system, a deafening siren that reverberated throughout the fortress and into the city. Civilians panicked, flooding the streets as they tried to flee to safety. Inspector James, stationed outside with the soldiers, shouted orders to evacuate everyone immediately. The soldiers responded swiftly, herding the townsfolk away from the castle. Yet James's gaze remained fixed on the looming structure. Tremors of dread coursed through him as he observed a sinister energy emanating from the castle, its ominous aura a harbinger of catastrophe. Inside the castle, Changhyo, still woozy and lying on the ground, groaned in confusion. What's with all this noise? He grumbled, attempting to sit up. Dr. Hyo quickly snapped into action, realizing the gravity of the situation. He turned to Captain Jahir. Get the Prime Minister out of here, now. Jahir nodded firmly and rushed to comply. Meanwhile, Changhyo's eyes shifted to Jaewon. You stay here, he commanded. Your sword might be too sharp for delicate tasks, but it's sharp enough to save lives. I'll need your help. Jaewon raised an eyebrow, his irritation barely concealed. His eyes narrowed as he noticed the gleaming sword in Hyo's hand. When did you get that? he asked, his tone accusatory. Don't tell me you replaced the one I broke? Hyo shot him a sharp glare, his patience already worn thin. Enough with the chit-chat. We don't have time for this. If we're going to save the castle lord, we need to act now. Without another word, Hyo slammed the edge of his sword into the ground, a powerful gesture that caused a ripple of energy to expand outward. To Jaewon's surprise, the air around the castle lord shimmered and distorted, creating a protective dome of energy, a barrier isolating the lord from the chaos around them. Within the barrier, Hyo began drawing intricate runes on the ground with his sword, each stroke radiating a faint, otherworldly light. His movements were precise, deliberate, and filled with purpose. Jaewon observed in silence, his sharp eyes scanning the complex symbols forming beneath the castle lord. For all his annoyance with the old man, he couldn't deny that Hyo's expertise was undeniable. Ching Hyo's mind wandered to a simpler time, memories of shared camaraderie with the castle lord, Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever, and Captain Jahir. He recalled one evening when the three of them had suggested to their lord that perhaps he'd had enough to drink. The lord had laughed heartily, brushing off their concerns with his usual charisma. It's just water, he had chuckled, lifting his cup with a grin. For Hyo, those moments of shared laughter and simple joys now felt like treasures from a bygone era. But now, those memories served a purpose beyond nostalgia. As Hyo worked tirelessly to prepare the undead slash, he muttered to himself, to make this work, I need memories. Memories carry weight, power, they can halt the transformation if imbued correctly. He glanced at Jaewon. Remember when you tried copying my slash technique against Mino? You need memories for it to work properly, not just brute force. Jaewon watched silently, his brow furrowed in focus, but his thoughts were interrupted by Hyo's sudden intake of breath. The old man's hand trembled as he looked at the castle lord. Lord, he called, his voice steady but tinged with unease. Yet the figure before him didn't respond as he had hoped. Instead, what Hyo saw sent chills coursing through his spine. The castle lord's eyes glowed an eerie crimson, and a menacing presence radiated from him. Hyo froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This wasn't the castle lord he knew. The world Hyo had painstakingly crafted with his sword began to crack and fragment as though something within it was too powerful to contain. No. This isn't him. Hyo exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. Jaewon's sharp gaze snapped to the lord, and his body tensed as he tried to assess the situation. What's happening? He demanded, his voice edged with urgency. Hyo's trembling reply came as a whisper. That's not the castle lord, not anymore. The figure before them shattered the chains that bound him as if they were mere threads. Veins bulged grotesquely beneath his skin, pulsating with unnatural energy. His body seemed larger, more imposing, as an ominous red mark etched itself onto his forehead. An aura of malevolence engulfed the room, suffocating everyone present. Hyo staggered back, fear etched across his face. Despite his trembling legs, he managed to whisper, This is a monster. The creature lifted a foot and stomped against the ground, unleashing a shockwave of energy. The air crackled, and an oppressive force surged toward Jaewon and Hyo. Jaewon braced himself, his instincts screaming danger, while Hyo stood frozen, overwhelmed by the enormity of what stood before them. This wasn't just a transformation, this was something far worse. The creature stared down at its own hands, flexing them as if in disbelief at the form it had taken. Its crimson eyes glowed with eerie delight, scanning the room with a sense of curiosity and superiority. So, this is the body I've taken, it murmured, its voice a deep, resonant tone that seemed to reverberate through the very air. A smirk crept across its face as it examined itself. At last, the castle lord succumbs to the undead. A fitting vessel for my return. Its gaze shifted to Ching Hyo, who stood paralyzed, his trembling figure betraying the sheer terror gripping him. Recognition flickered in the creature's eyes, and it grinned, baring sharp teeth that gleamed menacingly. Well, isn't this an unexpected encounter? It mused, tilting its head. Ching Hyo, still clinging to chaos after all this time. Tell me, have you not found what you sought in the abyss? Even after 900 years? Ching Hyo staggered back, his knees nearly buckling under the weight of the creature's oppressive aura. He whispered hoarsely, the lone king of chaos. The creature's grin widened, amusement flashing in its eyes. Ah, so you do remember me. The lord of the undead palace, harbinger of the abyss catastrophe. It waved a hand dismissively, shattering the intricate world Ching Hyo had painstakingly constructed moments ago. The illusion crumbled like fragile glass, leaving the castle chamber bare and exposed. The sheer force of the destruction sent shockwaves through the room, making both Jaewon and Ching Hyo reel from the pressure. Jaewon clenched his fists, his jaw tightening as he tried to make sense of the being before him. It bore the traits of an undead, yet something about it was distinctly different. Something far more ominous. What is that thing? He muttered, his voice filled with frustration and disbelief. The lone king of chaos turned its attention to Ching Hyo once more, its gaze piercing. Why linger here, old man? Have you not yet abandoned this doomed world? Or is there something left for you to protect? Its mocking tone sent chills through Hyo, who could only shake his head, unable to muster a response. The creature's smirk faded into a look of mock contemplation. Perhaps you truly believe this world can be saved, it said, waving its hand lazily. The energy it released obliterated every trace of Ching Hyo's protective constructs, leaving him gasping in horror. Pathetic, it added, its disdain evident. Your efforts are as fragile as this creation of yours. Hyo's wide eyes filled with panic as the truth began to sink in. This isn't just the castle lord, this is catastrophe's doing, he murmured, his voice shaking. This is one of the lone king's clones, brought forth through the undead incarnation. Jaewon's eyes narrowed at the revelation. He could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from the being before them, and his instincts screamed danger. Yet, amidst the chaos, a strange flicker of curiosity sparked in the lone king's gaze as it turned toward him. And who is this? It asked, its voice tinged with interest. A human, no, something more. Fully awakened, yet still bound to a mortal's mind. Fascinating. The lone king leaned closer, its ominous presence bearing down on Jaewon and Ching Hyo. Tell me, it said with an unsettling calm, what is it that you fight for, little one? Do you truly believe you can stand against the abyss? The lone king of chaos stood still, his malevolent gaze fixed on the room, his crimson eyes glinting with amusement. Lost in thought, he was jolted by the sharp voice of the protagonist. Did your undead fail? Jaewon called out, gripping his sword tightly, his tone edged with determination. The lord of the undead's lips curled into a sinister smile. And what do we have here? He said, his voice dripping with mockery. Do you think you can kill me, boy? He let out a low chuckle that grew into a booming, haunting laugh. What a bold and amusing little human. Ignoring the condescension, Jaewon tightened his grip on his blade, stepping forward with resolute confidence. Ching Hyo quickly intervened, fear evident in his trembling voice. Stop, you fool. You don't understand what you're dealing with. You can't defeat that thing. He gestured desperately toward the lone king. Not even Malak could face catastrophe and live. This creature may only be a clone, but its power is still beyond imagination. Jaewon glanced back, his expression calm and unwavering. Don't worry about me, old man, he said, his voice firm. I'm not planning to lose. His assured demeanor left Ching Hyo flabbergasted. How could someone stand so confidently in the presence of such overwhelming power? The lone king of chaos let out a hearty laugh, the sound reverberating through the room like a sinister echo. Confidence, is it? He mocked, watching Jaewon with growing interest. Or is it just foolishness? Either way, it's been a while since I've seen someone so audacious. As the tension grew, the creature suddenly paused, his body shifting unnaturally. Something dark began to rise from deep within him, traveling up his form like living shadows, pooling at his throat. Jaewon's eyes narrowed as he tried to make sense of what was happening, while Ching Hyo froze, his face pale with horror. The lone king reached into his mouth and, with a sickening motion, pulled forth a blade forged of pure darkness, a weapon that seemed to swallow the very light around it. Its jagged edges pulsed with void-like energy. Do you recognize this? The creature hissed, holding the weapon aloft. The void blade, a relic of the abyss. One that turned half your precious expedition into mindless undead at the abyss's gates. Ching Hyo staggered back, his voice barely a whisper. The void blade. I thought it was lost. How is it here? The lone king sneered, his aura flaring with terrifying intensity. Foolish awakened one, he spat, addressing Jaewon. You dare face me with nothing but your mortal mind. Very well, entertain me. Without warning, he lunged forward with unimaginable speed, his form blurring as he closed the distance between them in an instant. His blade descended like a storm of death, but Jaewon moved swiftly, dodging with a calculated sidestep. Sparks flew as the void blade sliced through the ground where he had been standing, carving a fissure into the stone floor. The lone king straightened, a hint of surprise in his crimson eyes. Interesting, he murmured. That look in your eyes? I've seen it before. He tilted his head, scrutinizing Jaewon with a newfound curiosity. You're not just fighting for survival. Tell me, human, are you aiming for the abyss? Ching Hyo's breath caught in his throat as the realization struck him like a thunderbolt. Jaewon, with his quiet resolve and mysterious aura, intended to descend into the abyss. The very thought chilled the old man to the bone. He had always known there was something enigmatic about Jaewon, but this? This was beyond anything he had imagined. Meanwhile, the lone king of chaos loomed over the battlefield, his crimson eyes burning with a mixture of disdain and curiosity. So, he drawled, his voice echoing ominously, there are still those who wish to reach the end of this world. He stepped closer, his towering presence casting a dark shadow over Jaewon. Without warning, the creature's clawed hand shot forward, gripping Jaehwan's head with crushing force. Jaehwan gritted his teeth, his body straining against the overwhelming pressure. The Lone King tilted his head, his tone mockingly introspective. "Weak," he muttered, as if disappointed. "Far too weak. You're nothing like that dream demon from 900 years ago." As if to punctuate his scorn, the Lone King raised his cursed blade high, the edges glinting with abyssal energy. The air around it seemed to wail, a harbinger of devastation. With a roar, the blade descended toward Jaehwan, aiming to end him in one strike. But Jaehwan wasn't one to fall so easily. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the undead king's wrist, straining against the impossible strength, his muscles trembling with exertion. In a desperate bid for freedom, he twisted his body and somersaulted backward, narrowly evading the deadly swing of the void blade. The ground where he had stood moments before exploded into shards of stone, the sheer force of the strike reverberating through the castle. Landing deftly on his feet, Jaehwan retaliated in an instant, lunging forward with precision. His blade flashed, slicing through the air and striking the Lone King's arm. With a sickening crack, the arm fell, severed cleanly at the joint. Jaehwan skidded back, his heart pounding in his chest as he allowed himself a brief moment of relief. But that moment was short-lived. The Lone King's laughter rang out, cold and unrelenting. "Did you think that was enough?" he sneered, his severed arm bubbling and twisting unnaturally. Before Jaehwan's astonished eyes, the arm began to regenerate, the flesh knitting itself back together in mere seconds. The Lone King flexed his restored hand, his grin widening. "You'll have to do better than that." Without giving Jaehwan a chance to recover, the undead monarch surged forward again, his movements unnaturally swift. Jaehwan darted to the side, narrowly avoiding being caught by those clawed hands, but the gap between them was closing fast. Seizing the opportunity while Jaehwan was momentarily distracted, the Lone King of Chaos struck with ruthless precision. His void blade sliced through the air, grazing Jaehwan's arm before the young warrior managed to twist away. With a swift counter, Jaehwan launched a quick thrust of his sword, forcing the undead king to retreat momentarily. Utilizing the small opening, Jaehwan dashed to safety, narrowly evading another deadly slash from the cursed weapon. The Lone King let out a low chuckle, his voice dripping with malice. "Time itself is a disease," he mused, his crimson eyes fixed on Jaehwan. "Even the slightest touch of the void blade will make you feel the weight of centuries, no, millennia, aging you until you're nothing but a withered husk." Jaehwan's gaze shifted to the wound on his arm, blood trickling from where the blade had grazed him. The ominous aura surrounding the injury made his stomach twist. Was this what the Lone King meant? The thought sent a chill through him. Noticing Jaehwan's unease, the Lone King's grin widened. "Yes, worry, human. Time erodes all. Even the mightiest spirits are not immune. They weaken, age, and eventually succumb to contamination, becoming nothing more than mindless undead. It's inevitable." As he spoke, one of his arms, which had been damaged in their previous clash, began to regenerate. The process was grotesque, yet seamless, as if time itself rewound to restore the limb to its former state. Jaehwan, however, wasn't one to be shaken so easily. He glanced at his injured arm again and scoffed, raising his blade defiantly. "If you're talking about this wound," he said, a sharp edge to his voice, "then it's nothing worth worrying about." Without hesitation, Jaehwan brought his sword down and sliced through his own arm just above the wound, severing it cleanly. Blood spattered the ground as he gritted his teeth through the pain, but his expression remained resolute. "If time and contamination are your weapons, then I'll simply cut them away," he declared. The Lone King's laughter echoed through the battlefield, a mixture of amusement and admiration. "Fascinating," he murmured, his gaze lingering on the now injured warrior. "You may be reckless, but you are certainly not dull. Let's see how long that fire of yours lasts against the unrelenting tide of eternity." Catastrophe roared with laughter, the sound reverberating through the desolate hall. His amusement only grew as he observed Jaehwan sever another contaminated part of his spirit. "Impressive willpower," he sneered, "but that's all you have, isn't it?" Suddenly, jagged void blades sprouted from Catastrophe's form, a grotesque and menacing display that momentarily caught Jaehwan off guard. The air crackled with ominous energy as the blades hovered ominously, all aimed at him. Before he could react, the blades hurtled toward him like a swarm of malevolent shadows. Changhyo cowered behind Jaehwan, trembling as he shielded himself from the onslaught. Catastrophe's gaze flicked to Jaehwan's spirit sword, and his eyes gleamed with recognition. "Ah, that blade," he murmured. "Did you pull it from the sheath replica brought here from Nightmare Tower? Curious, how quaint." Jaehwan gritted his teeth, gripping his spirit sword tightly as he deflected the relentless barrage of void blades. His strikes were sharp and precise, but the onslaught was unrelenting. One blade pierced his shoulder, another slashed through his leg, and the searing pain tore through him. Not bad, Catastrophe taunted, a twisted grin splitting his face. That little toy of yours, crafted by a mere dream demon, no less, might hold up for now, but it's only a matter of time before it fails you. Chang Hyo's eyes widened in horror as he saw Jaewon's bloodied form, multiple wounds inflicted by the cursed blades. The void energy emanating from the wounds was suffocating, spreading its contamination like a disease. But before the corruption could take hold, Jaewon stabbed his wounds with his spirit sword, the radiant energy burning away the taint. His expression was resolute, even in the face of agony. "I know how this ends," he muttered. Taking advantage of Jaewon's weakened state, Catastrophe closed the distance between them with blinding speed. His void blade arced downward, aiming for a decisive blow, but Jaewon raised his spirit sword just in time to block the strike. Sparks flew as their blades collided, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the room. Chang Hyo, unable to withstand the sheer force of their clash, was flung backward, colliding with the rubble-strewn walls. "You can't keep this up forever," Catastrophe hissed, leaning closer to Jaewon. "At this rate, you'll carve away every piece of your spirit, leaving nothing behind. And then, you'll be mine?" Jaewon smirked through the pain, his resolve unwavering. "You're right," he admitted, his voice steady despite the strain. "I can't keep doing this. But if I don't, I won't last anyway." His eyes darted around, searching for a weakness in his opponent. However, every possibility seemed to close off before him, his focus disrupted by the strange, shimmering particles that hung in the air like malevolent fireflies. Frustrated yet determined, Jaewon's mind flashed to something Chang Hyo had once told him. The White Realm of Remembrance. The name resonated within him like a distant echo, offering a glimmer of clarity amidst the chaos. Chang Hyo's words about the unique worlds of the Awoken echoed in Jaewon's mind. Each world, a manifestation of its creator's innermost desires or emotions, was shaped by the defining keyword of their awakening. It was a reflection of their essence, a sanctuary or a battlefield, depending on the heart that birthed it. Jaewon gritted his teeth, his grip on his sword tightening as the truth resonated within him. "All Awoken have their own world, huh?" he muttered, his gaze burning with determination. He parried a void blade with a sharp twist of his weapon, sending a burst of energy that disrupted its trajectory. Catastrophe chuckled darkly, amused by his persistence, but Jaewon had no time for his taunts. With a fierce cry, he propelled himself backward, distancing himself from the towering menace. Jaewon's eyes gleamed with resolve as his energy surged. The air around him thickened, pulsating with an ominous force. Slowly, the fabric of reality began to warp and twist as he summoned his own world into existence. Shadows spread like ink across the battlefield, and a chilling, oppressive aura descended. Chang Hyo gasped as the transformation unfolded before him. Jaewon's world materialized, a realm that mirrored the torment within his soul. The sky was an endless, swirling vortex of crimson and black. The ground was cracked and barren, oozing with molten hatred, while the air shimmered with a palpable rage. It was a hellish landscape forged from fury and sorrow, a domain born of Jaewon's disdain for the broken world he had endured. Catastrophe's expression flickered with intrigue as he observed the unfolding scene. "So, this is your ideal world," he mused, a crooked smile forming on his lips. "Fascinating. It's no wonder you've survived this long, carrying such raw emotion within you." Jaewon wasted no time. With the oppressive particles now banished by the dominance of his realm, he dashed forward. His blade burned with renewed energy as he targeted Catastrophe, striking directly at his grotesque, gaping maw. The Lord of the Undead reacted swiftly, but not before Jaewon's sword pierced through, eliciting a guttural, inhuman shriek. Tentacles erupted violently from Catastrophe's mouth, coiling around Jaewon like living chains. They wrapped tightly, restricting his movements as the monster's laughter filled the air. "Is that all you've got?" Catastrophe taunted, tightening his grip. With a forceful heave, he hurled Jaewon to the ground, the impact sending shockwaves rippling through the crumbling structure. Jaewon struggled to break free, but Catastrophe loomed over him, his twisted form radiating an aura of malicious glee. "You keep fighting, yet you don't even know how to end this," Catastrophe sneered. His massive hand clamped down on Jaewon, slamming him into the shattered ground. Chang Hyo watched in horror as the force cracked the floor beneath them. The entire building groaned under the strain, its foundations giving way as debris rained down. The relentless chaos intensified as the room began to collapse around them, rocks and shattered beams falling like deadly hail. With a sadistic grin, Catastrophe planted a massive foot on Jaewon's chest, pinning him with cruel intent. The ground beneath Jaewon gave way, and he felt himself sinking into the cold, unforgiving water that had pooled amidst the destruction. Catastrophe leaned closer, his voice a low, menacing growl. "Struggle all you want, Awoken One. In the end, this is all you'll ever achieve, failure and despair." Catastrophe observed Jaehwan with twisted amusement, his gaze lingering on the hatred burning in the protagonist's eyes. "You're a rare one," he mused, pulling another void blade from his grotesque form. Its surface rippled with an otherworldly sheen, radiating the energy of countless souls. "I haven't seen someone cling to their hatred like this in ages." Grinning, Catastrophe leveled the blade at Jaehwan, his voice laced with mockery. "This little game has been fun, but I'm afraid it's time to end it." As the void blade surged forward, Jaehwan's eyes snapped open, gleaming with fierce determination. With a burst of speed, he twisted his body, narrowly evading the strike. Before Catastrophe could react, Jaehwan countered with a devastating slash, his sword slicing through the creature with a crackling surge of energy. The strike cleaved Catastrophe in two, his monstrous form splitting apart. Jaehwan dropped to one knee, exhaustion clear on his face, but his grip on his sword never faltered. He glared at the remains of his opponent, his voice steady despite his battered state. "Is that all? Don't tell me you're done already. I'm just getting started." A guttural laugh echoed from the sundered form of Catastrophe as his body began to knit itself back together. Tendrils of blackened energy stitched his halves into one, and he rose once more, towering over Jaehwan. The mark on his forehead flared violently, releasing a wave of force as new blades sprouted from the pulsating sigil. "You amuse me, human," Catastrophe said, his voice reverberating like the toll of a distant bell. "But let's not pretend. You've yet to lay a scratch on me." Jaehwan's expression darkened as the grotesque figure before him transformed. The monstrous regeneration was unlike anything he had seen, a crawling, shifting mass of blades and limbs that defied reason. Each movement exuded malice, as if the creature's very existence was an affront to life itself. Catastrophe lunged with terrifying speed, catching Jaehwan off guard. The strike sent him crashing into a nearby wall with a sickening thud. Blood spilled from his mouth as he struggled to rise, narrowly evading another bone-crushing blow. The battlefield trembled under the relentless assault as Jaehwan steadied himself. His sword glowed faintly in his hands as he pointed it at Catastrophe, a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. He charged forward, his blade cutting through the air in a precise arc. Catastrophe, however, had anticipated the move. A shimmering barrier materialized in front of him, absorbing the strike effortlessly. The Lord of the Undead chuckled, his voice dripping with centuries of disdain. "Do you think I haven't seen this before? I've watched countless beings like you. They construct their worlds, driven by hope, ambition, or hatred, only to crumble under the weight of their own insignificance." His gaze bore into Jaehwan. "For hundreds of thousands of years, they've tried to climb the tree, each one desperate for answers. And now you stand before me, with that same determination in your eyes?" Catastrophe tilted his head mockingly. "Tell me, awoken one, what truth are you so desperate to uncover in this wretched existence of yours? What is it that you hope to gain from this broken world of yours?" Jaehwan didn't answer. He gritted his teeth and gripped his sword tighter, his silence louder than any response he could muster. Catastrophe slashed at Jaehwan with his void blade, the air rippling from the sheer force of the strike. Yet, Jaehwan managed to sidestep, his movements sharp and precise. Observing his defiance, Catastrophe's expression shifted from amusement to curiosity. He studied the determined man before him, his thoughts spiraling into new questions. "So," Catastrophe began, his voice laced with malice. "Is that why you fight? To demand answers from this world?" He tilted his head, almost mockingly. "Tell me, what does this place mean to you? Eradication? Annihilation? Or perhaps total extermination?" As he spoke, Catastrophe's eyes gleamed with realization. "No," he murmured, a dark grin spreading across his face. "It's destruction, isn't it? That's the only answer that fits your resolve. The idea of destruction clings to you like a shadow." His grin widened into a sinister sneer as he continued, "How arrogant of you. A mere human, questioning the value of the tree of illusion itself." His voice grew thunderous, filled with disdain. "Do you think your fragile world can judge whether the tree has the right to exist?" With those words, Catastrophe lunged forward, aiming to crush Jaehwan with overwhelming force. But Jaehwan, his expression unyielding, parried and countered with a swift strike of his own. As their blades clashed, Jaehwan's voice rang out, steady but sharp. "I don't know what nonsense you're rambling about." Catastrophe froze momentarily, clearly caught off guard. The Lord of the Undead narrowed his eyes, his towering confidence shaken. He hadn't anticipated that Jaehwan held no desire for questions or answers, only the will to fight. Seizing the moment of hesitation, Jaehwan took a step back to catch his breath. Thoughts churned in his mind as he reflected on the intense confrontation. Then, clarity struck him like a bolt of lightning. The way this creature moved, fought, and taunted, it all felt eerily familiar. Memories flooded his mind of his battle with the demon cultivator in the Nightmare Tower. The realization settled over him like a heavy weight. This thing, Jae-hwan muttered under his breath, his eyes narrowing. It's just a clone, a twisted fragment that's hijacked the body of the castle lord. The pieces clicked into place, his resolve hardening further. Jae-hwan shifted his stance, readying himself for what lay ahead. Clone or not, the creature before him was an overwhelming force. But he'd faced impossible odds before, and he wasn't about to back down now. With renewed determination, Jae-hwan surged forward, his sword aimed directly at the towering figure of the Lord of the Undead. Catastrophe tilted his head slightly, bemused by the apparent recklessness of the attack. Jae-hwan's blade struck true, driving into the creature's form and sending it crashing into the wall behind it. For a moment, the room was silent, the dust and rubble from the impact settling in the air. Then, a low, mocking laugh echoed as Catastrophe emerged from the debris, his form unscathed. His glowing eyes locked onto Jae-hwan as he spoke with contempt. Have you completely lost your mind? After all this, do you still not understand? You cannot kill me. Catastrophe began crawling toward Jae-hwan, his movements both grotesque and deliberate. You're nothing more than a fool, he sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Still fighting, still struggling, when there is no hope left for you. This battle bores me, so let us end this charade. In a sudden burst of speed, the clone lunged at Jae-hwan, its enormous mouth opening wide in a grotesque attempt to consume him whole. Yet, even in the face of this monstrous display, Jae-hwan remained composed. His eyes began to glow with a resolute light, their brilliance cutting through the darkness. Leaping high above his opponent, Jae-hwan's gaze shifted upward, and there it was, the golden thread of light. It confirmed his suspicion, this clone was tethered to its main body, a conduit of the lone king of chaos. His grip on his sword tightened, his resolve unshaken. He dove toward the source, his blade igniting with energy. With a decisive strike, Jae-hwan severed the connection, his sword carving through the clone's form in one powerful motion. Catastrophe let out a guttural roar, its body unraveling as the golden light faded. Its eyes widened in disbelief, and in its final moments, it rasped, "You've chosen the path of destruction. I'll be waiting, at the abyss." The clone dissolved into nothingness, and with its defeat, rain began to pour from the skies above, a somber yet cleansing end to the battle. Jae-hwan leaned heavily against the wall, exhaustion weighing on him. Before him, the castle lord's grotesque form shimmered, transforming back into its original human appearance. As Jae-hwan caught his breath, his thoughts turned inward. This fight had been a harsh reminder of his current limitations. Defeating the clone had been a struggle, and he knew facing the true lone king of chaos would require far more strength. His combat style, relying heavily on stabs, had proven effective against groups of enemies. However, against a powerful individual like Catastrophe, the large attack radius lacked precision and power. Clutching his sword, Jae-hwan made a silent vow. He would grow stronger, refine his techniques, and forge new paths to overcome the trials ahead. Jae-hwan's intense stabs, though effective in buying time, had proven insufficient against such overwhelming power. It became clear to him that he needed a new approach, skills tailored to counter formidable enemies like the lone king of chaos. As the darkness around the castle began to lift, a radiant light enveloped the area. The oppressive aura that had plagued them dissipated, leaving an atmosphere of uneasy tranquility. Amidst the rubble, Chang Hyo, who had been lying unconscious, stirred awake. Nearby, the faint sounds of voices grew louder as Jahir and Jurgen Cheever arrived, their expressions tense as they surveyed the aftermath. Before Jae-hwan could fully collect his thoughts, a weak voice called out to him. Startled, he turned to see the castle lord lying in the shallow water, his body battered and broken. Despite his grievous injuries, the castle lord's eyes were sharp, and he beckoned Jae-hwan closer with a trembling hand. Approaching cautiously, Jae-hwan knelt beside him. The castle lord's voice was hoarse but resolute as he spoke. "Even in my undead state, I was aware of everything you did. I saw your struggle, your determination. You fought the lone king of chaos not just for yourself, but for the people of Gorgon. For that, I am eternally grateful." Suddenly, the castle lord's hand shot out, gripping Jae-hwan's arm tightly. The unexpected gesture startled him, and he wondered what the dying lord intended. With a faint smile, the castle lord continued, "Gorgon has suffered under my rule, but it is time for change. I ask you, Jae-hwan, take this burden and guide them toward a better future." A brilliant light erupted from the castle lord's hand, enveloping Jae-hwan's arm. As the light dimmed, intricate runes shimmered on Jae-hwan's skin, glowing with an otherworldly energy. Alongside the runes, the image of a majestic dragon etched itself onto his arm. Jae-hwan stared at the markings in disbelief, feeling a warmth radiate from them. The castle lord's expression softened, as if sensing something familiar within Jae-hwan. "This energy," he murmured, "it reminds me of what I once held dear. Warm memories, don't lose your humanity, Jae-hwan. Protect Gorgon and its people." With those final words, the castle lord's body dissolved into light, his soul ascending and vanishing into the ether. Moments later, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as James and his soldiers entered the scene. They paused, taking in the devastation and the weary figures before them. Chang Hyo clutched his back, wincing as he tried to straighten up. All eyes turned to Jae-hwan, who stood amidst the ruins, the glowing symbol on his arm catching their attention. The soldiers, including James, dropped to their knees in unison, their heads bowed in reverence. Even the Prime Minister, arriving shortly after, was taken aback. His eyes widened as he observed the mark on Jae-hwan's arm. "The castle lord has chosen well," he murmured, a mixture of awe and acceptance in his tone. Though the battle was over, Jae-hwan knew this was just the beginning. The weight of the castle lord's legacy and the future of Gorgon now rested on his shoulders. Following the late castle lord's final wish, Jurgen Cheever formally knelt before Jae-hwan, declaring his intention to welcome him as Gorgon's new castle lord. The declaration left Jae-hwan visibly stunned, his disbelief apparent. 2 days later, the castle was bustling with reconstruction efforts to repair the damage inflicted during the battle. Inside a modestly furnished office, Jae-hwan sat behind a desk, frustration etched on his face. Jurgen Cheever entered unannounced, addressing him with unwavering respect. "My lord." Jae-hwan let out a weary sigh and rubbed his temples before responding. "How many times do I have to tell you? I am not your castle lord. I've already made that clear." Unfazed, Jurgen Cheever raised an eyebrow and stepped closer. "It seems, my lord, that you've forgotten the agreement we made," he said calmly, producing a scroll from his coat. He unfurled it and placed it before Jae-hwan, the intricate script clearly spelling out the terms of their deal. Cheever pointed to the clause, saying, "You promised to save the castle lord and eliminate the traitors. In exchange, I agreed to help you assemble an expedition to the abyss." Jae-hwan's annoyance was palpable as he scanned the document. "The castle lord is dead," he muttered under his breath, shooting a glare at Cheever. "So, technically, I fulfilled my end of the deal." Cheever's measured response only further irritated him. "Perhaps, but you're alive, and the castle lord's mantle has now passed to you. By Gorgon's customs, you are our lord, whether you accept it or not." Jae-hwan leaned back in his chair, exasperated. "That's not how this works. I'm not some glorified caretaker of a fortress. I have things to do, places to go. I can't be tied down here." He gestured toward the window overlooking the bustling castle grounds. Cheever's demeanor remained composed as he countered, "Only someone recognized by Gorgon itself can hold the title of castle lord. You carry the late lord's mark and his will. The position belongs to you alone." Jae-hwan buried his face in his hands, muttering curses under his breath. "This is ridiculous," he groaned. "Can't someone else take the job? Anyone?" Cheever's answer was swift and firm. "No. The recognition is absolute. The runes have chosen you, and no one else can bear the responsibility." Jae-hwan's frustration boiled over. "I don't want this responsibility. I need to move forward. My goal lies in the abyss, not behind these castle walls." Cheever allowed himself a small, knowing smile. "You may not want it, my lord, but fate has already decided. The people of Gorgon need you, and the late castle lord trusted you with this duty. You cannot simply walk away." Jae-hwan's glare hardened, but deep down, he knew Cheever's words held some truth. Jae-hwan was taken aback by Jurgen Cheever's explanation. He mulled over the Prime Minister's words, wondering if Gorgon referred to the tattoo now etched on his arm and if this mark signified that he had indeed been chosen. Jurgen, ever composed, elaborated. "The title of castle lord isn't something that can simply be passed around. The position only transfers when the current lord is on the brink of death. As you bear the mark, the responsibility is now yours." With a decisive motion, Jurgen slammed a hefty stack of documents onto the desk. "These require your approval by the end of the day. Included are vital records and instructions to assist you in your new duties." Skeptical but curious, Jae-hwan picked up one of the documents and began flipping through its contents. His eyes narrowed as he read through the Gorgon legal codes, a collection of laws written to uphold the castle lord's authority. His attention was immediately drawn to several clauses. Article 11, paragraph 43, "Any individual who publicly insults the castle lord shall face punishment by lashing." Paragraph 44, "A second offense of public insult against the castle lord will result in spirit amputation." Paragraph 45, "A third offense will lead to spirit annihilation." Jae-hwan's jaw dropped. "What kind of insane legal code is this?" he muttered under his breath, his thoughts racing. "No wonder everyone here only speaks in praise of the castle lord. Fear must keep them in line." Jurgen noticed his bemused expression but chose not to comment. Instead, he straightened his posture and said, "I'll be organizing the library for now. Please don't hesitate to call for me if you require assistance." With that, he exited the room, leaving Jae-hwan alone. Once the door closed, Jaehwan sighed and leaned back in his chair, his eyes wandering to the desk drawer. On a whim, he pulled it open, only to freeze in shock. Inside was a crumpled piece of paper that seemed out of place amidst the otherwise pristine desk. He picked it up cautiously, his brow furrowing as he noticed faint text on its surface, "The 17th Castle Lord." Before he could make sense of it, the paper began to shift and glow. In a matter of seconds, it transformed into a tiny creature standing upright in the drawer. "What the?" Jaehwan gasped, his heart skipping a beat as the strange creature looked up at him, its bright eyes full of mischief. The unexpected encounter left him both startled and intrigued. The tiny creature, now animated and standing confidently in the drawer, began to speak in a cheerful, almost whimsical tone. "Congratulations, young lord. If you're hearing this, it means you've been chosen as Gorgon's new castle lord. You must have questions, and I'm here to deliver the wisdom of the 17th Castle Lord." Jaehwan stared, utterly baffled. He struggled to grasp what he was seeing. A talking, enchanted piece of paper? What is this world coming to? He squinted at the creature, questioning whether someone had imbued it with magic for this exact purpose. The creature continued, undeterred by his disbelief. "You're probably wondering about the best way to rule Gorgon Fortress, right? Well, worry not. There's only one thing you need to do as Castle Lord, and that is," the creature paused dramatically before grinning, "have fun." Jaehwan's jaw dropped. "Have fun," he echoed, his voice laden with incredulity. "Yes, precisely. A great Castle Lord knows how to enjoy himself," the creature chirped enthusiastically. It then elaborated, explaining that maintaining public order was the administration's job. Governing the cabinet was the prime minister's responsibility, and managing the outer territories fell to the outer castle minister. "Let them handle it all for you," it said brightly. The creature assured Jaehwan that this advice wasn't unique. It had been passed down through countless generations of castle lords. With a flourish, it added, "You're not the first to receive this wisdom, nor will you be the last." Jaehwan's astonishment only grew as the creature revealed a startling statistic: over half of Gorgon's previous castle lords had met their demise due to spirit contamination caused by overwork. "Overworking yourself leads to chaos, for both the castle lord and Gorgon itself," it warned. The creature's tone turned solemn as it shared the 17th Castle Lord's parting advice. "Don't be greedy. This world cannot be changed. Instead of striving for transformation, focus on maintaining balance. Don't tire yourself out attempting to please the few, prioritize the survival of the many. A good castle lord is one who understands that less is more." With those final words, the creature reverted to its original state as a crumpled piece of paper, leaving Jaehwan alone with his thoughts. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. The revelation was both enlightening and disheartening. The role of Castle Lord wasn't about grandeur or heroics, it was about accepting the weight of responsibility while knowing how to delegate and preserve the status quo. "So this is what being a Castle Lord means," he murmured, his gaze fixed on the paper. For the first time, he truly grasped the depth of the position and the delicate balance it required. A Castle Lord, Jaehwan reflected, wasn't a figure of progress or hope but rather a symbol of sacrifice, one who relinquished dreams for sustenance and halted advancement for the survival of the many. This sobering realization lingered in his mind as Jürgen Cheever re-entered the room, balancing a small stack of books in his arms. "Is something troubling you, my lord?" Jürgen inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. Jaehwan leaned back in his chair, his expression resolute. "I've made a decision," he began, his voice steady yet firm. "I'm going to abolish the concept of Gorgon's Castle Lord." Jürgen froze mid-step, his eyes widening in shock. What do you mean by that, my lord?" he stammered, his books nearly slipping from his grasp. Jaehwan gestured for him to sit before continuing. "It starts with understanding the foundation of it all. Tell me, Jürgen, what is a fortress?" The Prime Minister blinked, startled by the unexpected question. "A fortress? My lord, a fortress is a stronghold, a military structure designed to protect its people from external threats." Jaehwan nodded thoughtfully. "And what would happen if there were no more enemies?" Jürgen's mouth opened as if to respond, but no words came out. The question unsettled him, an idea so foreign it left him grappling for an answer. Jaehwan didn't wait for a reply. "If there's no one left to attack, the fortress loses its purpose. Without enemies, there's no need for defense, and consequently, no need for a castle lord." Jürgen furrowed his brow. "But a world without enemies, that's unthinkable, my lord. There will always be conflict." "Not if I unite chaos," Jaehwan countered, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Jürgen's breath caught. The weight of Jaehwan's declaration wasn't lost on him, though he couldn't fathom how such a feat could be achieved. Jaehwan pressed on. "You see, in chaos, we don't hold funerals like they do elsewhere. Instead, we have spirit recitations. These ceremonies are not to remember the dead but to erase them from existence entirely. During a spirit recitation, people share stories of the departed without pause. And when the ceremony ends, their names are never spoken again. It's chaos's final gift, a way to sever all ties to those who've left us. Jürgen shifted uncomfortably, sensing where this was leading. You knew Emil Groszek well, Jae-hwan continued, his tone softer but no less commanding. As Gorgon's former castle lord, his memory still lingers. But you couldn't bury him, could you? Because he no longer exists in this world. No body, no soul, he's become nothing more than nourishment for the tree of illusion, leaving only fragments of memories behind. Jürgen's hands trembled slightly, gripping the edges of his books. Yes, that is true. Emil Groszek is no more, yet we cannot let go of him entirely. Jae-hwan stood, his shadow stretching across the room. Then it's time we break this cycle. A fortress doesn't need a lord if there's no enemy to defend against. And I'll make sure there are none left to challenge Gorgon, or chaos itself. Jürgen watched him in stunned silence, the weight of Jae-hwan's ambition pressing down on him like a storm cloud, equal parts inspiring and terrifying. In accordance with Gorgon's traditions, preparations began for the week of the spirit recitation, a ceremony to bid farewell to the late Emil Groszek. During this period, the people would share every memory they had of the former castle lord, recounting his deeds and legacy until no story was left untold. It was a way to honor the departed while severing ties to their existence, ensuring that no remnants of their spirit lingered in this world. The protagonist, upon hearing Emil Groszek's name, was taken aback. This was the man who had entrusted him with the title of castle lord. His skill, suspicion, activated almost instinctively, allowing him to eavesdrop on the murmurs of those gathered outside. Among the crowd, whispers grew louder. Many were astonished by the sight of the new castle lord, whose demeanor and attire now marked him as the ruler of Gorgon. Concern spread as some noted his youthful appearance. Can you believe it? One murmured. He doesn't even look a century old. I've heard he's barely 60, another remarked, their tone skeptical. What could Jürgen Cheever be planning, choosing someone so young? The protagonist stiffened as a sudden voice pierced through the din. Well, you look like you might be entertaining to fight, a veiled woman remarked with a sly smile. She had appeared beside him without warning, her presence unsettling and yet oddly captivating. Before the protagonist could respond, another figure emerged, a towering man with a muscular build and a commanding presence. So, you're the new castle lord? He greeted, his tone both friendly and appraising. Moments later, Chang Hyo, the Forest School clan's representative, joined the scene. He chuckled, glancing at the veiled woman. Vice Lord of the Ladies of Faith clan, you're slower than usual. It looks like the old raccoon from the Forest School clan beat you here. The veiled woman's eyes gleamed with amusement. This is getting interesting, she said, turning to the man beside her. Doctor of Doom, who are you betting on? Chang Hyo smirked, folding his arms. Betting? Really? This doesn't even seem like a fair wager. The Forest School clan's representative then addressed the protagonist directly. If you don't mind, may I ask how old you are? Rumors say you're exceptionally young. Jae-hwan hesitated for a moment before responding. I just turned 60 this year. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. 60, he exclaimed. Is Gorgon a hereditary monarchy? Are you the son of Emil Groszek? His question immediately captured the crowd's attention, their murmurs growing louder. His son? Impossible, someone interjected. There's no way that's true. Speculations and doubts rippled through the onlookers as Jae-hwan remained silent, observing their reactions. It was clear that his presence and his newfound role as castle lord had stirred a storm of curiosity and skepticism among the gathered clans. The crowd couldn't believe the audacity of Ilan Zhang. While the new castle lord's youth was undeniable, questioning him in such a disrespectful manner was crossing the line. Even those familiar with the chaos of Gorgon were baffled by his brashness. Ilan Zhang, however, seemed unfazed. He stepped forward with a sly grin, extending his hand toward the protagonist. Looking forward to working together, he said smoothly. I'm Ilan Zhang, Vice Lord of the Forest School clan. Jae-hwan studied him warily, noting the cunning glint in Ilan's eyes. Ilan's smile turned wicked as he added, I've heard some interesting rumors about you, Castle Lord. A non-adapted player, is it? This should be entertaining. As he spoke, a flicker of something darker crossed his face, a hint of unresolved resentment. 10 years ago, Ilan had faced humiliation within the walls of Gorgon, and it seemed he had not forgotten. Back then, he had been ordered to secure the rights to establish a branch of the Forest School clan in Gorgon, no matter the cost. His strategy had been simple, bribe the northern checkpoint guards. But things hadn't gone as planned. Uptight and incorruptible, Inspector Carlton had caught wind of his scheme and arrested him for attempting to bribe the guards. The incident quickly escalated, reaching the ears of the former castle lord. The situation caused quite a commotion, with Ilan pleading his case and trying to justify his actions. The former castle lord, unimpressed by Ilan's audacity, had been unyielding. "You caused such a disturbance, and yet you have the nerve to think you can open a branch here?" the castle lord had remarked with icy disdain. In the end, Ilan's request was flatly denied. The castle lord, known for being as strict and principled as Inspector Carlton, refused to let him set foot in Gorgon again. Now, standing before Jaehwan, Ilan seemed eager to settle the score. His gaze lingered on the young castle lord, filled with a mix of curiosity and veiled hostility. He was ready to see if this new ruler, so young and inexperienced, would be as inflexible as the former one, or if he would finally find a way to assert his dominance in Gorgon. Ilan Zhang's thoughts swirled with wicked satisfaction. The former castle lord was long dead, the strict inspector of the northern checkpoint had fallen ill, and now a mere child, barely 60 years old, had taken the mantle of castle lord. To Ilan, it seemed like a divine opportunity to settle old scores and reclaim his lost dignity. As Ilan extended his hand for a handshake, Jaehwan hesitated for a brief moment but then accepted. The instant their hands met, a subtle shift occurred. Ilan activated his elite-level skill, spatial distortion, plunging Jaehwan's consciousness into the infamous 8 gates of hell. Jaehwan blinked, suddenly finding himself in a surreal, fiery domain. The oppressive heat stung his skin, and the air carried an acrid tang of sulfur. A thunderous roar erupted behind him, shaking the ground beneath his feet. Turning around, he froze in shock. Before him stood a colossal beast, its maw wide open, spewing torrents of hellfire. Meanwhile, in the real world, those observing the handshake grew concerned. Something was clearly amiss with their new castle lord. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about what had happened. Did Ilan really use the 8 gates of hell on him? Someone murmured. That's despicable. He's just a kid. Ilan smirked, his expression brimming with malice. He glanced at Jaehwan, whose face remained eerily composed, and thought to himself, let's see how long this boy can last. He imagined Jaehwan writhing under the torment of the red dragon timer's flames, begging for mercy. Soon enough, Ilan believed, the new castle lord would submit and become his pawn. But to Ilan's astonishment, Jaehwan suddenly spoke. His voice was calm yet laced with an edge of amusement. You have an interesting way of greeting people in chaos? Before Ilan could process the remark, Jaehwan's grip tightened around his hand like an unrelenting vice. Now, Jaehwan continued with a faint smirk, let me show you my way of welcoming guests. Without warning, Jaehwan unleashed his skill, Oblivion, reversing the tables. Ilan gasped as the surroundings around him shifted. The flames of the 8 gates of hell dissolved into a void darker and more terrifying than anything he could have imagined. He found himself in Jaehwan's domain, a realm of absolute despair and unending torment. Shadows writhed and twisted, clawing at his very soul. Ilan's composure shattered as he fell to his knees, screaming in terror. In the physical world, those watching were stunned to see Ilan crumble before the castle lord, his once smug demeanor replaced with sheer panic. What's happening to him? Someone whispered. Did the new castle lord break free from the 8 gates of hell? Jaehwan released Ilan's hand, his expression unreadable. As Ilan sobbed at his feet, Jaehwan's voice cut through the stunned silence. You should consider yourself lucky, he said coldly. According to Gorgon's laws, you deserve punishment for insulting the castle lord. But I'll let it slide this time. He crouched slightly, his gaze piercing. Watch yourself from now on, or you won't be given another chance. The gathered crowd remained silent, their awe growing as they realized that their young castle lord was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Qing Hyo couldn't hide his disappointment with Jaehwan's decision. He had anticipated a more severe punishment for Ilan, something befitting his insolence. The trembling Ilan, however, left everyone, including the vice lord of the Lady Faith clan, utterly speechless. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they speculated about the new castle lord. Many had expected Jaehwan to retaliate with physical force. As the spirit recitation ceremony concluded, an announcement followed, the castle lord's inaugural speech was next. Jaehwan approached the stage, where Jurgen discreetly informed him about the voice amplification spell embedded in the podium. Hold the podium while you speak, my lord, he advised. Qing Hyo observed the scene with unease, feeling an ominous tension in the air. This kid making a speech. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered under his breath. When Jaehwan began his speech, the crowd's murmurs fell silent. My name is Jaehwan, he declared, his voice steady yet casual. I am your newly appointed castle lord of Gorgon. He paused briefly, scanning the audience before continuing with a startling confession. I'll be honest, I don't know who Emil Groshek was. I don't know what he accomplished in life, nor do I know what kind of castle lord he was. His candid admission shocked the crowd. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the audience, and even Jahir appeared taken aback. Jurgen, however, looked as if he'd seen a ghost when Jaehwan added, "And frankly, I don't care." Jaehwan's calm demeanor betrayed his sharp awareness of the crowd's disdain. He knew they doubted him, questioning how someone so young, with such unremarkable spirit pressure, had become castle lord. "I understand your skepticism," he said plainly. "You're probably wondering how someone like me ended up in this position. To be honest, I agree with you. I never wanted this role, nor did I seek it out. It was an accident, pure and simple." The crowd murmured, exchanging uneasy glances. "So," Jaehwan continued, a wry smirk forming on his lips, "since neither of us seems particularly thrilled about this arrangement, I've come up with a solution." He paused, letting the tension build. "If anyone here believes they're more suited to this position, let's settle it the simplest way possible." The audience held their breath, unsure of what was coming. Jaehwan leaned forward slightly, his tone sharp and resolute. "If you think you're better than me, step forward and challenge me to a one-on-one fight. Whoever defeats me will take the title of Castle Lord." A stunned silence followed his declaration. Then, abruptly, a loud slam echoed through the hall as Cayman, lord of the South Sea clan, rose to his feet with a broad grin. "Now that," he said with palpable excitement, "sounds like my kind of challenge." The hall erupted in murmurs, with some eagerly anticipating what would happen next while others stared at Jaehwan in disbelief, wondering just what kind of castle lord he would prove to be. Cayman's enthusiasm was contagious, and his proclamation left the audience buzzing with anticipation. Many were surprised and impressed by Jaehwan's audacious proposal. "That's the kind of castle lord I've been waiting for," Cayman declared, his grin wide. "I didn't think Emil could pick a successor worthy of his name, but it seems I was wrong." The murmurs grew louder as someone from the crowd called out, "Is that all, or are there more conditions?" Jaehwan, his demeanor calm but firm, nodded. "There are additional conditions," he replied. "You have 1 month to challenge me. But if you lose, prepare yourselves. In 2 months, we'll embark on an abyss expedition." Gasps and exclamations rippled through the audience. No one had anticipated such an unexpected and perilous declaration. The mere mention of an abyss expedition struck fear and awe into the hearts of many present. Jurgen Cheever, Gorgon's prime minister, stood silently in the corner, watching the scene unfold. Though Jaehwan's actions often left him uneasy, he couldn't deny the young castle lord's unshakable confidence. Jurgen had placed his trust in Jaehwan ever since the boy had saved Gorgon from the Golden Sky clan. Emil Groshek's decision to name Jaehwan as his successor, despite his unconventional methods, had solidified that trust. Even when Jaehwan shared his seemingly outlandish plans, whether it was abolishing the castle lord title or uniting the chaotic realm, Jurgen had believed in him. But now, as Jaehwan stood before a crowd of Gorgon citizens and warriors, openly inviting challengers to his position, Jurgen couldn't suppress a sense of foreboding. Word of Jaehwan's declaration spread like wildfire across chaos. The notion of an outsider, barely 60 years old, ascending to the prestigious role of castle lord caused an uproar. Rumors circulated that Jaehwan might be affiliated with the enigmatic Regeneration Palace, further fueling speculation. Worry and doubt festered among the people. Could such a young and untested individual truly safeguard the future of chaos? Meanwhile, chaos erupted outside Gorgon's gates. Inspector James, tasked with maintaining order, struggled to control the surging crowd. Warriors, mercenaries, and adventurers all clamored for the opportunity to challenge the castle lord and claim the title for themselves. "You can't go in." Inspector James barked, his voice barely audible over the din. "No one else is allowed entry." The mob, undeterred, surged forward. "We have a right to fight for the position," someone shouted. Others echoed the sentiment, their voices blending into an uproarious demand. The players pressed against the gates, their persistence unwavering. Inspector James gritted his teeth, doing his best to hold them back. The gates of Gorgon groaned under the pressure, the crowd relentless in their efforts to force their way in. All they wanted was a chance to face the castle lord and seize the throne for themselves. Inspector James, overwhelmed by the chaos outside the gates, desperately cried for help. If only Inspector Carlton Javier were here, he muttered under his breath, wishing for the experienced officer to return and handle the volatile crowd. Meanwhile, Jurgen Cheever sat in his office, his brow furrowed with concern. He silently hoped Jaehwan wouldn't make a rash decision that could jeopardize Gorgon's future. The tense atmosphere was broken when Captain Jahir burst into the office, his face etched with urgency. "I'm sorry to disturb you so early, Prime Minister," Jahir began, slightly out of breath. "But you need to see this." He handed Jurgen a document featuring an exclusive interview with Dr. Ching Hyo. In the interview, Ching Hyo boldly claimed, "I once faced Gorgon's castle lord in combat, and to this day, no one across the 10 regions of chaos could defeat him. Jurgen's heart sank. The weight of those words unsettled him further. This is spiraling out of control, Jahir admitted, his voice tinged with worry. As Jurgen processed the information, his trembling hand accidentally spilled hot tea across his fingers. The sting of the liquid snapped him out of his daze. Without wasting another second, Jurgen rose from his seat and hurriedly made his way to Jaewon's office, Jahir trailing close behind. When they reached the door, Jurgen threw it open, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Stacks of papers and documents tumbled out of the office in an avalanche, nearly knocking Jahir off his feet. Jurgen's eyes widened in disbelief. How long has he been neglecting his duties? He muttered furiously. He waded through the sea of paperwork, his irritation mounting with each step. As he approached Jaewon's desk, Jurgen was about to chastise the young castle lord, but his words caught in his throat. Sitting at the desk wasn't Jaewon. Instead, Inspector Carlton Javier was there, his presence utterly unexpected. "Carlton!" Jurgen exclaimed, his voice laced with confusion. "What are you doing here? I thought you were still in the hospital." Carlton looked up calmly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "It seems the reports of my absence have been greatly exaggerated," he replied, his tone as steady as ever. Jurgen Cheever's temper flared as Carlton calmly explained, "The castle lord summoned me to assist with the backlog of paperwork." Jurgen's face turned red with fury. "Where is the castle lord now?" he demanded, his voice echoing through the room. He had expected better from Jaehwan, not this reckless disregard for responsibility. Meanwhile, Jaehwan was in the training yard, nonchalantly practicing his techniques on a peculiar set of targets, statues of Carlton. A nearby observer, Dr. Ching-hyo, was in disbelief. He gaped at the shattered remains of various statues. "You've destroyed the tentacled undead Carlton, Carlton the fallen angel, Carlton in anguish, and more," Ching-hyo exclaimed, clutching his head. "Do you have any idea how valuable these statues are? Young women across the realm are obsessed with these." Jaehwan, unbothered, replied, "There are plenty of these statues in Carlton's hospital room. Besides, I've developed a new technique." Intrigued yet skeptical, Ching-hyo arched an eyebrow. "A new technique, you say? What kind of technique?" Without answering, Jaehwan adjusted his stance, his movements fluid and deliberate. Ching-hyo watched closely, noticing a refined grace in the young castle lord's form. "That starting position, it's gentler than your usual style," he muttered. As Jaehwan demonstrated the technique, Ching-hyo's eyes lit up with recognition. "Wait," he mused, "this technique feels oddly familiar. Did my own slash influence it?" Jaehwan smirked. "Perhaps. What should I call it?" Ching-hyo beamed with pride. "Name it Ching-hyo stab. It's only fitting since my skill inspired it." Jaehwan tilted his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "How about I use Ching-hyo stab on you to test it out?" The suggestion sent a shiver down Ching-hyo's spine. He took a step back, waving his hands defensively. "Don't you dare. That's..." But before he could finish, Jaehwan's sword began to shimmer with energy. Ching-hyo's pride gave way to indignation. "You arrogant brat," he barked. "Just because I've been going easy on you doesn't mean you can disrespect me like this." Infuriated, Ching-hyo prepared to retaliate. "Today's the day I defeat you and take the castle lord's title," he roared, launching himself into battle. Ching-hyo sidestepped barely, and as Jaehwan's attack missed its mark, it slammed into the ceiling above. The resulting crash sent chunks of debris tumbling down. Ching-hyo stood frozen, staring at the gaping hole in the ceiling. "You reckless fool," he scolded, pointing an accusing finger at Jaehwan. "Show some respect for your elders." Before Jaehwan could retort, a distinct thud reverberated through the room. Both men turned their attention to the source of the noise, their argument momentarily forgotten. He turned to investigate the source of the noise, only to be stunned by the sight before him. Yang Yun, the lord of the Thunder God clan, lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Moments earlier, Yang Yun had been brimming with confidence. His plan was meticulous. He had asked one of his men if the castle lord was in the training ground, and upon receiving confirmation, he decided to act. Peering through a hole in the ceiling, he spotted Jaehwan practicing below. To Yang Yun, this was the perfect opportunity to strike. "I'll finish this quickly and claim the title of castle lord," Yang Yun had thought, preparing to activate his thunder skill. He reasoned that assassination was the most pragmatic approach, dismissing any notions of honor or fairness. "Victory justifies the means," he murmured as the lightning crackled around him. But as he initiated his attack, an overwhelming force struck him mid-action. Everything went black. Now regaining consciousness, Yang Yun found himself inexplicably inside the training ground, sprawled amidst the broken statues. He groaned, sitting up with a start, only to lock eyes with Ching-hyo. "You're awake," Ching-hyo said with a smirk, his arms crossed. Yang Yun blinked, disoriented. What are you doing here, Doctor of Doom? He asked, bewildered by the old man's presence. Ching Hyo shook his head, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Oh, Yang Yun, your underhanded tactics never cease to amaze me. I knew it was only a matter of time before you tried something like this. Yang Yun scowled, his pride stinging. Who is that guy? He demanded, gesturing toward Jae-hwan, who was now watching the exchange with mild curiosity. Gorgon's new castle lord, Ching Hyo replied nonchalantly. Yang Yun's jaw dropped. What? I've never heard of him. Not in chaos, not in the Great Realm. How could someone like him become castle lord? Ching Hyo chuckled. That makes two of us. Nothing about Jae-hwan makes sense. Yang Yun clenched his fists, his face red with frustration. Exactly my point. This whole situation is absurd. Ching Hyo's laughter grew louder. Oh, I know, but it's entertaining, isn't it? Yang Yun glared at the old man but quickly composed himself. He refused to accept this as a loss. That attack was cheap, he muttered, standing up and summoning his thunder skill once more. Sparks danced along his arms as he straightened his posture. This doesn't count, Yang Yun declared firmly. I wasn't ready. If we fight again, I'll defeat him for sure. Jae-hwan raised an eyebrow, amused by the Thunder Lord's determination. You're welcome to try, he said, his voice calm yet challenging, as his sword began to shimmer faintly once more. Ching Hyo smirked in disbelief as he addressed Yang Yun. Fairness? Coming from the same man who tried to assassinate the castle lord from the shadows? That's rich. Yang Yun gritted his teeth, but Jae-hwan interrupted, his tone calm yet firm. It's fine. Let's give him another chance. He gestured casually for Yang Yun to attack first, his confidence unshaken. Frustrated, Yang Yun wasted no time. He charged at Jae-hwan, his thunder-infused weapon crackling with power. His first strike was swift, but Jae-hwan sidestepped it with ease. Yang Yun's eyes widened in astonishment, his opponent was far quicker than he appeared. Undeterred, Yang Yun tightened his grip on his thunder scissors. Let's see you dodge this, he shouted, unleashing a flurry of strikes, each more powerful than the last. Yet Jae-hwan evaded them all, his movements fluid and effortless. Realizing he was being outclassed, Yang Yun scowled. He hadn't wanted to resort to his ultimate technique, but desperation pushed him to the edge. Channeling his full power, he prepared to unleash the Divine Thunderstrike, a skill designed to obliterate his opponent in a single blow. However, just as he was about to strike, Jae-hwan vanished. Yang Yun froze, startled, as a voice sounded from behind him. Do you know the problem with that technique? Jae-hwan asked, his tone calm but sharp. Yang Yun spun around to find Jae-hwan standing mere inches away, his presence unnervingly composed. It takes too long to execute, Jae-hwan explained. Yang Yun's face paled as realization set in. He had been thoroughly outmaneuvered. With a resigned sigh, he dropped his weapon and saluted Jae-hwan. I'll spread the word, he said, forcing a smile. The Lord of the Thunder God clan barely lost to Gorgon's castle lord. Ching Hyo clapped his hands in approval. Not bad, kid. Not bad at all. Jae-hwan, unfazed by the praise, looked toward the horizon. Good. Let's hope the next challenger is stronger. Yang Yun's journey to this moment had been a long and painful one. He had been born into servitude, a member of the Yuan family, one of the 5 great families of the Great Realm. But he was not a family member in the traditional sense. He was a slave, bound to serve their every whim. Years ago, Yang Yun and his teammates had successfully cleared the tower, a feat that should have earned them glory and freedom. Instead, most of his comrades were absorbed into the Yuan family, their lives bound to its service. Over the next century, his teammates either perished in battle or were sold off as commodities. Yang Yun, though resilient, was left with the haunting memories of his former allies and a simmering resentment for the family that owned him. Against all odds, Yang Yun survived his grueling years of servitude under the Yuan family. Over the course of a century, his unwavering loyalty and competence earned the family's trust, culminating in his promotion to the rank of official servant. Yet, on the very day of his appointment, Yang Yun found himself unable to accept his fate. For the first time in 100 years, he resisted. He realized he couldn't spend the rest of his life as a mere pawn, bound to the whims of the Yuan family. Driven by desperation and a thirst for freedom, Yang Yun made a bold decision. He leveraged the trust he had painstakingly built over the years, using it as a cover to raid the Yuan family's most guarded treasure, the Tome Library. There, he stole the Divine Thunderstrike, an elite skill revered among the family's secret techniques. Learning this forbidden art not only granted him immense power but also rejuvenated his entire being at a cellular level. The techniques embedded within the Divine Thunderstrike allowed Yang Yun to wield the Thunder God's power with unprecedented ease. However, his defiance came at a steep cost. The Yuan family, enraged by his betrayal, hunted him relentlessly for 20 years. Despite his newfound strength, their pursuit ended with Yang Yun's death. Yet his story didn't end there. Summoned to the realm of chaos, Yang Yun clawed his way back up the ranks, eventually securing the 9th position among the 10 areas of chaos. It was an arduous journey that took him another century, but the divine thunderstrike remained his cornerstone, a testament to the risk he had taken so long ago. Then, fate brought him face to face with Jaehuan, the new castle lord of Gorgon. Yang Yun couldn't comprehend how someone so young, far less than 100 years old, had achieved such a position in chaos. It was baffling, even insulting, to those who had fought tooth and nail for centuries to climb the ranks. What unsettled Yang Yun even more was the presence of Dr. Chang Hyo. The once gloomy doctor, who had been consumed by despair since the failed Abyss expedition, now wore a smile. It wasn't just a fleeting grin but genuine happiness, an emotion Yang Yun had never associated with him. Yang Yun observed the doctor with disbelief. Chang Hyo, who had been a symbol of constant melancholy, was now content in the company of this enigmatic castle lord. Yang Yun couldn't wrap his mind around it. Nothing about Jaehuan made sense. Not his meteoric rise, not his unshakable demeanor, and certainly not his ability to inspire someone like Chang Hyo. No matter how hard Yang Yun tried to understand, the new castle lord remained an enigma, one that defied all logic and expectations. Yang Yun pouted in frustration, clearly struggling to accept his defeat. Meanwhile, Dr. Chang Hyo, observing his dismay, smirked faintly and told him he should consider himself fortunate. Meeting Jaehuan now, before facing true despair, might be the best thing that's ever happened to you, the doctor remarked. Jaehuan, oblivious to their exchange, was focused on the last remaining statue of Inspector Carlton, preparing to use it for his training. Yang Yun, however, couldn't suppress the peculiar expression on his face as he watched the castle lord. Sensing the confusion, Dr. Chang Hyo chuckled softly and asked, "Are you wondering what makes him so special?" Without waiting for a response, the doctor began to explain. Just a week before you arrived, Gorgon was on the brink of falling to the Golden Sky Clan. Yang Yun's eyes widened in shock. The Golden Sky Clan? He echoed, astonished. Chang Hyo nodded grimly. It seems they had been planning this for years. Their influence within Gorgon ran deep, too deep. They almost succeeded in taking over. He paused, allowing the gravity of the situation to sink in. But do you know who stopped them? Chang Hyo continued, his voice lowering. It was that kid. Not only did he save Gorgon from collapse, but he also managed to stop the lone king of chaos when that monster possessed the previous castle lord. That's why he's the castle lord now. Yang Yun was stunned into silence. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? He demanded after a moment. Chang Hyo's lips curled into a wry grin. Well, perhaps because you burst in here, trying to assassinate him before we could even talk? So don't blame me for your ignorance. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted as the room grew tense. Huang Kong, the formidable lord of the Fire King clan, entered, exuding fiery confidence. His entrance was anything but subtle, and his booming voice echoed in the hall. I've come to challenge the castle lord to a duel, Huang Kong declared, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Beside him stood the lord of the South Sea clan, who nodded in agreement, adding, I'll take him on if you don't mind going second. Jaehuan, who had been paying little attention, finally turned toward them. His response was as calm as it was shocking. No need to wait your turns, he said flatly. You can both fight me at once. I'm training right now, so let's not waste an entire day. The audacity of his words left the two clan leaders momentarily speechless. Then Huang Kong burst into laughter. You'll regret saying that, he roared as flames began to swirl around him. Without hesitation, Huang Kong launched an attack, channeling his signature flame technique. But Jaehuan sidestepped the fiery onslaught with ease, his movements almost casual. Before Huang Kong could react, Jaehuan retaliated with a precise strike, slamming him against the far wall. The room fell silent for a moment, the air thick with tension. Chang Hyo, watching from the sidelines, shook his head with a bemused expression. Looks like a few people are going home disappointed today, he muttered under his breath. Chang Hyo's voice boomed with frustration as he turned toward Huang Kong. Are you trying to burn down the entire training ground? He snapped. But Huang Kong, consumed by the heat of battle, seemed oblivious to the scolding. Yang Yun glanced at him and muttered, he's so worked up, he probably didn't hear a word. Unfazed by the chaos, Huang Kong charged at Jaehuan, his sword blazing with fierce flames. Do you fear the wrath of my sword flame? He bellowed, his fiery aura intensifying. Jaehuan, however, remained unperturbed. Afraid? Not in the slightest, he replied with a calm voice, raising his fist. In a bold move, he struck Huang Kang's flaming sword barehanded, sending shockwaves through the air. But tell me later, Jae-hwan added, his tone casual, if you're afraid of my stab. The moment Jae-hwan's sword connected with the blade, a resounding impact echoed through the hall. The sheer force of his strike left a gaping hole in the wall behind them. Stretching his arm, Jae-hwan frowned slightly. Still struggling to control my power, he muttered to himself. Young-yoon stood frozen, his jaw practically hitting the floor at the spectacle. Chang-hyo, on the other hand, was already dreading the inevitable fallout. How am I supposed to explain this to Jurgen? He groaned, rubbing his temples. Amidst the commotion, Jae-hwan's next opponent, the Lord of the South Sea Clan, stepped forward. His sword clanged against the ground as he assumed a ready stance. Hwang Kong will recover soon enough, he said in a calm, even tone. Jae-hwan turned to him, tilting his head. Why didn't you attack me earlier? I told you both to come at me together. The water-clad warrior shook his head. I couldn't stand the heat, he replied, his body emanating a serene, aquatic aura. Lifting his sword, he added with quiet determination, but now, it's my turn to fight the castle lord. Jae-hwan's eyes narrowed, intrigued. He couldn't help but marvel at the elemental diversity of his opponents, first electricity, then fire, and now water. The sequence amused him, reminding him of a game he once played. Still, this new challenger seemed different, more composed. As the water warrior gestured for him to prepare, Jae-hwan wasted no time and charged forward with blinding speed. Their swords clashed, sending sparks and droplets flying. But with a deft movement, the man redirected Jae-hwan's attack, disarming him with a decisive strike that sent his weapon clattering. Jae-hwan took a step back, genuinely surprised. This opponent didn't radiate desperation or aggression like the others. Instead, there was a calm precision in his every move, an air of quiet confidence that set him apart. For the first time in this chaotic day, Jae-hwan felt the stirrings of genuine respect. Kamen unleashed his strongest blow, his sword cutting through the air with fierce intent. But his opponent, the castle lord, had already vanished from the line of attack. The blade struck the ground with a deafening impact, leaving Kamen startled. Glancing upward, he found Jae-hwan poised above him, fully prepared to counter with precision and force. Before Kamen could properly react, Jae-hwan launched his attack. Kamen tried to block but miscalculated the sheer speed and power of the strike, forcing him to retreat hurriedly. Breathing heavily, he let out a relieved sigh. If I hadn't dodged in time, he thought, I might have ended up like Hwang Kong. Accepting his situation, Kamen raised his hand in surrender. I yield, he declared, stepping back with a calm demeanor. Jae-hwan frowned slightly, surprised by the abrupt concession. But I haven't even seen the full extent of your skills, he remarked, genuinely puzzled. Kamen chuckled softly. Sometimes, you don't need to see the entire fight to know how it'll end, he said, a hint of wisdom in his voice. I lost this one. With his defeat acknowledged, Kamen shifted the conversation. Now that that's settled, why don't you tell me more about this abyss expedition? Meanwhile, Hwang Kong stirred, regaining consciousness. Realizing what had happened, his face twisted with anger. News of his defeat had already begun to circulate, thanks to Young-yoon, who wasted no time spreading the rumor that Hwang Kong had been barely bested by the castle lord. Young-yoon. Hwang Kong roared, glaring at him. You had no right to tarnish my name like that. Chang-hyo intervened, his voice firm yet calm. Don't blame Young-yoon, he said. The fault lies with you. You lost the duel because you weren't strong enough to defeat the castle lord. Face the truth? Hwang Kong gritted his teeth, his frustration boiling over, but deep down, he couldn't argue against Chang-hyo's blunt assessment. Young-yoon, always quick with a quip, leaned back and grinned. So, what are you two planning to do now? He asked smugly. Since you've both lost, it seems the only logical next step is to join the Abyss expedition with the castle lord. The mention of the expedition turned Hwang Kang's anger toward Jae-hwan, who was calmly cleaning his sword, seemingly oblivious to the rising tension. I came here intending to join the Abyss expedition, Hwang Kong admitted, his tone begrudging but resolute. Jae-hwan's eyes flickered with interest as he glanced at Kamen. What about you? Do you mean what you said earlier? Kamen nodded firmly. I do, he confirmed. Hwang Kong rolled his eyes, though he wasn't entirely surprised. That's just like you, he muttered, shaking his head. You've always been this way. Kamen's expression softened, and his thoughts drifted to the past. I've seen what happens when hope is lost, he said quietly. Amal, Gorgon's former castle lord, was a close friend of mine. Back then, I wasn't strong enough to join the Abyss expedition. I watched as they lost everything, their lives, their dreams, and the hope they carried. I won't let that happen again. Jae-hwan listened in silence, his gaze steady. He could sense the determination in Kamen's words. Then let's see what you're truly capable of, he finally said, sheathing his sword with finality. The Abyss expedition loomed ahead, and the stakes had never been higher. Cayman's gaze was distant, as though he could see the past vividly playing out before him. I witnessed the end of the Abyss expedition, he murmured, his voice heavy with nostalgia. That was 900 years ago, yet it feels like every moment since has been leading to this day. Chang Hyo's brows furrowed with concern as he listened. His worry only deepened when Cayman added, almost nonchalantly, I've decided to go to the Abyss. No matter the condition, I'll be joining the Abyss expedition too. Chang Hyo, startled, clutched his head in disbelief. You're serious about this? He asked, his tone wavering. Turning to Huang Kong, he sought some reassurance. Fire King, what's your opinion on this madness? Huang Kong merely shrugged, a resigned look on his face. Do I have a choice? He replied bitterly. I lost the duel. I suppose I'm bound to follow. Still unsatisfied, Chang Hyo shifted his focus to Young Yun. And you, Lord of Thunder? What do you think about all this? Young Yun's expression was unreadable, but his answer came swiftly. I've made up my mind. Without warning, he bolted toward Jae-hwan. Startled by his sudden movement, the others watched in shock. Chang Hyo's alarmed voice rang out, Young Yun. Are you planning to attack him again? But Young Yun's intentions became clear as he stopped abruptly before Jae-hwan. Instead of striking, he dropped to his knees, bowing deeply. Lord Jae-hwan, he said solemnly, his voice filled with conviction. The unexpected declaration stunned everyone. Young Yun raised his head, meeting Jae-hwan's bewildered gaze. From this moment forward, I, Young Yun, Lord of the Thunder God clan, swear absolute loyalty to you as the Castle Lord of Gorgon. I offer you my fealty, unwavering and eternal. Jae-hwan blinked, visibly taken aback. That's unnecessary, he said, his tone tinged with discomfort. You don't need to swear loyalty to me. But Young Yun's resolve was unshakable. It is my choice, he replied firmly. Even if you don't ask for it, my loyalty will remain steadfast. I will serve you faithfully, even beyond death. The room fell into a stunned silence as Young Yun's declaration echoed. Jae-hwan could only look at him, both perplexed and contemplative, as the weight of the Thunder God's promise settled over the hall. Jae-hwan stood in silence, utterly speechless. Young Yun's declaration hung in the air, but something about it struck a heavy chord. The truth was undeniable, Young Yun was already dead, a fact that made Jae-hwan's expression grow somber. Despite the protagonist's silence, Young Yun pressed on, his tone becoming more desperate. Please, Castle Lord, allow me to join your family, he implored, his voice wavering. You could even make me your captain if you see fit? Chang Hyo's brows shot up at the sudden request. Family? What family are you talking about? Young Yun's resolve didn't falter. Tears streamed down his face as he cried, I swear I won't steal anymore. Just give me this chance. He paused, then added with a tinge of guilt, I promise, no more skill tomes, unlike before when I took the divine thunderstrike from the Yuan family. Chang Hyo, still puzzled, interjected, but aren't you the lord of the Thunder God clan? What about your clan? How does this fit into your loyalty to them? At this, Young Yun's face darkened. His voice shook with suppressed anger as he spat, the Thunder God clan no longer exists in chaos. The weight of his words hit hard. Chang Hyo's confusion deepened. What do you mean, no longer exists? What happened? Young Yun's shoulders slumped as he explained, his voice tinged with sorrow. Only 7 members of the clan are left. Including me. Jae-hwan's eyes widened. Your clan, it's gone? Young Yun nodded grimly. Destroyed. Just a week ago? Chang Hyo staggered back as the realization set in. The Thunder God clan, wiped out, he repeated, searching Young Yun's face for any hint of doubt. Young Yun confirmed it with a solemn nod. It happened just as I said, a week ago. The old man pieced the story together aloud. So, your clan was destroyed, and then Gorgon Fortress announced the contest to determine the new castle lord. You figured you had nothing to lose and came here, hoping to win the position yourself. And when you failed against Jae-hwan? Yes, Young Yun interrupted, his voice raw. I have nowhere else to go now. That's why I'm asking to join you. Chang Hyo blinked, taken aback by Young Yun's blunt admission. So that's it, he asked, astonished. You lose your clan, you lose the duel, and now you're here asking to be accepted without a shred of shame? Young Yun's head dipped low, but his voice remained steady. That's exactly it. I have nothing left but my resolve, and I offer it to the castle lord. Jae-hwan stared at Young Yun, torn between disbelief and curiosity, as Chang Hyo shook his head in exasperation at the man's audacity. The situation was perplexing. If the Thunder God clan had indeed been annihilated a week ago, word should have already reached them. Cayman frowned and muttered, even considering the distance between Manticore and Gorgon, this doesn't add up. News like this should have traveled by now. Young Yun broke the silence, turning to Chang Hyo. Did you say earlier that the castle lord saved Gorgon? Chang Hyo nodded. Yes, that's what I said. This kid is the one who drove the Golden Sky clan out of Gorgon. Chang Hyo's eyes widened as something clicked in his mind. Huang Kong and Cayman shared his shock as the weight of the situation began to settle on them. Wait, Huang Kong interjected. Are you saying the Golden Sky clan was responsible for the chaos in the inner castle last week? Chang Hyo hesitated, then nodded. It does make sense. If they were behind that, they might also be the ones who destroyed the Thunder God clan. Young Yun confirmed their suspicions, his tone grim. Yes. And it wasn't just us. The Golden Sky clan also crushed the Black Forest clan, ranked 3rd, and the Heavenly Dragon clan, ranked 1st. Huang Kong and Cayman exchanged stunned glances, their disbelief evident. Chang Hyo, however, quickly focused on the implications. If they managed to destroy those clans, then, what about Manticore Fortress? Young Yun's expression darkened. A week ago, Manticore Fortress fell entirely under the Golden Sky clan's control. Chang Hyo's face tightened as the pieces fell into place. That explains it, he murmured. The only way they could keep something like this quiet for a week is by controlling the flow of information at its source. That means, they've seized the skill system, Young Yun concluded grimly. After capturing Manticore Fortress, they must have blocked all messaging skills to ensure no news got out. Huang Kong groaned, clutching his head. Hold on. You're telling me that the 10th-ranked Golden Sky clan destroyed 3 of the top 10 clans in chaos, in a single night? Young Yun nodded firmly. That's exactly what happened. The room fell silent, the weight of Young Yun's words pressing on everyone. The sheer audacity and precision of the Golden Sky clan's actions left them all in shock, with only one question lingering: what would they do next? Cayman had heard whispers about the Golden Sky clan's growing strength over the years, but he never imagined they had become powerful enough to conquer all of Manticore so swiftly. In just a few years, he muttered in disbelief, they've managed to achieve this. The protagonist, Jaehwan, broke the tense silence with a calm yet chilling observation. The lower the number, the stronger the clan. His statement sent ripples of shock through the group. Yongyun blinked, seemingly struck by realization. He stared at Jaehwan and muttered, "You're the castle lord. You just realized that?" This remark kindled a burning fury within Jaehwan. His killing intent surged, filling the air like an ominous shadow. His cold voice cut through the tension. "What do you mean by that?" The overwhelming aura sent shivers down everyone's spines. Yongyun began trembling uncontrollably, stammering as he tried to explain himself. I didn't mean anything disrespectful, Lord Jaehwan. Please, spare me." Jaehwan's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he withdrew his killing intent. He nodded faintly, signaling that he wouldn't kill him. Yongyun sighed in relief, visibly shaken but grateful to still be alive. Chang Hyo wiped his brow and whispered, "He's lucky Lord Jaehwan decided to spare him." The conversation shifted as they delved into the broader implications of the Golden Sky clan's rise. Chaos was divided among 4 great fortresses, Gorgon, Manticore, Dryad, and Garuda, and 10 ruling factions, collectively known as the 10 Clans of Chaos. However, their strength varied greatly. The lower-ranked clans couldn't hope to compete with the top 3. Yet, recent events had upended the balance. The 9th-ranked Thunder God clan, the 3rd-ranked Black Forest clan, and even the 1st-ranked Heavenly Dragon clan had all fallen to the Golden Sky clan, the lowest-ranked among the 10. Moreover, Manticore Fortress, a symbol of power, had also fallen into their hands. Yongyun voiced his suspicions, suggesting that the Golden Sky clan wasn't acting alone. "There must be someone supporting them from the shadows," he said grimly. Jaehwan remained silent, lost in thought. His mind wandered to his first encounter with a Golden Sky clan operative in a dimly lit pub. Back then, he overheard a name that caught his attention, the Dream Demon. He had always suspected the Golden Sky clan was connected to the creature. Their recent conquests only deepened his suspicions. If they're after the fortresses, they might share the same goal as me, he thought. He recalled the chilling words of the Golden Sky clan member when asked about the Dream Demon. "Even if I told you, it wouldn't matter," the man had said. "Because if that person finds out, you'll wish you were dead." Meanwhile, far away in the Golden Sky clan's fortress, their lord stood over a decapitated foe, his expression cold and merciless. "Report," he commanded. One of his subordinates stepped forward, his voice trembling. "My lord, we have failed to secure the guardian horned beast." The clan lord's eyes narrowed, his frustration evident. "Failure is not an option," he growled, his tone dripping with menace. "Find it. No matter what it takes." The leader of the Golden Sky clan, Jin Hong Lim, leaned back with a calm yet sinister expression, addressing his subordinates with a tone of satisfaction as he surveyed the severed remains of their enemies. His men reported that they had successfully dismembered the lord of the Heavenly Dragon clan and imprisoned him, while the lord of the Black Forest clan was still resisting but would soon fall. Jin Hong Lim twirled a dagger effortlessly around his fingers before launching it into the skull of a nearby captive with chilling precision. He then picked up an apple, took a deliberate bite, and praised his subordinates for their efficiency. However, his expression darkened when he inquired about the capture of the Thunder God clan's leader and was met with the admission that the mission was incomplete. Irritated, Jin Hong Lim hurled the dagger again, this time striking the shoulder of the messenger. The injured subordinate fell to his knees, trembling and stammering an apology, but Jin Hong Lim's patience was wearing thin. He turned his attention to another subordinate, demanding to know where the Thunder God clan's leader had fled. The second man cautiously explained that they had traced his movements to Gorgon. Jin Hong Lim's eyebrows furrowed as disbelief spread across his face. Gorgon? Of all places, he muttered, recalling that the fortress had recently held a contest to appoint a new castle lord and organize an abyss expedition. Fools clinging to relics of a bygone era, he sneered, shaking his head. Despite his disdain, he couldn't ignore the implications of Gorgon's defiance, especially after their forces, led by Elder Maihan, had failed to take the fortress. The failure had been a source of personal embarrassment for Jin Hong Lim, particularly since it meant facing the wrath of the Master of Darkness. With a sharp motion, he summoned a projection screen, which displayed a recording of Jaehwan decisively defeating the Golden Sky Clan's forces. Jin Hong Lim's lips curled into a grim smile as he studied the video. He turned to his men, his voice low and menacing. "What is the name of this castle lord?" One of his subordinates hesitantly replied, "Jaehwan, my lord." Jin Hong Lim's eyes narrowed as he repeated the name with venom. "Jaehwan, so this is the one daring to stand against us?" His tone carried an ominous promise of vengeance, leaving his subordinates uneasy in the suffocating tension of the room. Jin Hong Lim leaned forward on his throne, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the image of Jaehwan displayed on the screen. Something about the face seemed vaguely familiar, but before he could place it, a notification interrupted his thoughts. His brow furrowed in irritation as a subordinate approached to inform him it was a message from the Master of Darkness. Again with that nonsense, Jin Hong muttered under his breath, already anticipating the request. He guessed it would be about the so-called product that had escaped from the tower. A sneer twisted his lips as he cursed the Master of Darkness for their incompetence in losing it in the first place. "Why are they asking us to clean up their mess?" he growled. He gestured impatiently for his man to respond that the Golden Sky Clan would continue the search, earning a quick nod of acknowledgement. Leaning back in his seat, Jin Hong began tapping his fingers rhythmically against the armrest of his throne. His thoughts lingered on the situation, and the more he considered it, the more it gnawed at him. "It doesn't add up," he muttered aloud, drawing the attention of his men. That so-called product was just a thing, a mere tool. Yet somehow, it managed to kill one of the tower's cultivators during the tutorial game? Ridiculous. The subordinate he had injured earlier swayed unsteadily, his face pale and sweat dripping from his brow as blood pooled around him. His comrades cast sympathetic glances but dared not speak out. Jin Hong noticed the man's feeble state and burst into laughter, the absurdity of the situation fueling his amusement. The idea of that product destroying the tower and escaping to chaos? Preposterous. Without warning, Jin Hong flicked his wrist and drove a dagger through the injured man's skull, silencing him instantly. The others flinched but remained silent, their faces betraying a mix of fear and resignation. As the life drained from the unfortunate subordinate, the screen displaying Jaehwan's image flickered and disappeared. Turning to another subordinate, Jin Hong posed a question. "Does it make any sense to you? That a simple product could manage all that?" The man shook his head vehemently. "No, my lord. It's impossible. Such a thing could never happen." Satisfied with the response, Jin Hong dismissed the thought and moved on. "What about the Thunder God clan's leader? He's still in Gorgon, isn't he?" The subordinate hesitated before replying. "Yes, my lord. What are your orders?" Jin Hong yawned, suddenly feeling the weight of the day's events. "Let him go," he said dismissively, waving his hand. His men exchanged startled glances, one finally daring to voice concern. "But, my lord, with the news of a new castle lord holding a competition, we've heard that the leaders of the 10 clans are converging on Gorgon. Letting him go might complicate matters." Jin Hong's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Let them gather," he said with a chilling tone. "If we are to unite chaos under our rule, those leaders would have to be eliminated eventually. This competition saves us the trouble of seeking them out. Besides," he added, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement, "the undead will soon overrun Gorgon. Let's see how long their so-called castle lord lasts." With that, Jin Hong rose, stretching lazily as if the matter no longer concerned him. For him, the pieces were already moving, and it was only a matter of time before the Golden Sky Clan's dominance was complete. A week ago, a surge of immensely potent undead energy erupted from Gorgon Fortress, shaking the very core of chaos. This terrifying presence was unmistakable, it could only belong to Catastrophe, the lone king of chaos. However, as quickly as it had appeared, the energy vanished, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. Yet, those familiar with Catastrophe knew the most frightening aspect of his power wasn't his physical incarnation. His ability to summon legions of undead was what truly earned him his dreaded reputation. The sinister energy would undoubtedly have drawn countless other undead creatures to Gorgon, and Jin Hong Lim couldn't help but smirk wickedly at the thought. Soon, Gorgon would understand the true meaning behind Catastrophe's name. Meanwhile, back at Gorgon Castle, speculation was rife about the Golden Sky clan's sudden rise. The idea that the clan was being backed by a powerful entity gained traction. Young Yun suggested the possibility of someone from the Great Realm's 12 zones supporting them. However, not everyone agreed. Some dismissed the idea, arguing that the masters of the 12 zones had pledged not to interfere with chaos. Then who else could provide such overwhelming support to one of Chaos's 10 clans? Young Yun pressed. Huang Kong furrowed his brow in thought, considering the Great Realm's current state of turmoil. With war raging across the zones, he reasoned that someone might be exploiting the chaos to meddle in their affairs. The suggestion to contact the Regeneration Palace startled Cayman, who quickly voiced his concerns. "You mean that Regeneration Palace?" he asked, disbelief evident in his tone. "The place where the masters of the Great Realm and the lords of the 5 families are revived? The very group that manages all of Chaos's fruits?" Qing Hyo nodded grimly. "Yes, that one. If the Regeneration Palace is involved, they've clearly violated the agreement to stay out of chaos." Cayman looked uneasy as he considered the implications. But if they've stolen all the fruits and one of the 12 zones is involved, why would they risk breaking the pact? It doesn't make sense. Huang Kong clenched his fists in frustration. "Regardless, we should demand an explanation from them." Kaiman shook his head in disapproval. "That's reckless. We have no concrete evidence to back our claims. Besides, I don't trust them. Asking for their help is out of the question. What if the Regeneration Palace isn't even involved? We can't afford to take unnecessary risks." Their uncertainty and lack of direction weighed heavily on the group. Chang Hyo turned toward Jaehwan, his expression filled with worry. "This situation is far more complicated than we anticipated. What do you think we should do now?" All eyes fell on Jaehwan as the room grew silent, awaiting his decision. With the fall of Manticore Fortress and the defeat of 3 major clans, the prospect of advancing with Jaehwan's plan loomed ominously. Many feared it could ignite a full-scale war. However, Jaehwan remained unshaken. In his eyes, confrontation with their enemies was inevitable, and delaying his course of action was not an option. His unwavering resolve left Chang Hyo deeply unsettled. Chang Hyo's mind drifted to a conversation he once had with Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever, who had shared his understanding of Jaehwan's ultimate intentions. The Prime Minister believed that Jaehwan aimed to unify chaos under one rule and eliminate all adversaries. What struck him most was the implication that Jaehwan intended to relinquish his role as Castle Lord afterward. Without enemies to threaten the peace, the position of Castle Lord would become obsolete. Troubled, Chang Hyo voiced his concerns. "Are you truly planning to unite chaos?" he asked, his tone tinged with unease. "That's far more ambitious than simply subjugating the 4 great fortresses and the 10 clans. You'd be challenging the entire Regeneration Palace." The weight of his words hung heavy in the air. The Regeneration Palace wasn't just a powerful entity, it was a force mightier than the combined strength of the 4 great fortresses and the 10 clans. Chang Hyo was certain that Jaehwan, formidable as he was, lacked the strength to take on such a behemoth. "There are limits, even for someone like you," Chang Hyo added. "Some battles can't be won alone." Jaehwan's response was swift and resolute, his voice steady and unyielding. "That's exactly why I have you by my side." The declaration left Chang Hyo momentarily stunned, the weight of Jaehwan's confidence in him sinking in. It was an acknowledgement of trust that caught him off guard and filled him with a mix of astonishment and apprehension. For better or worse, he realized he was an integral part of Jaehwan's grand vision. The old man was taken aback by the protagonist's bold declaration, but his surprise quickly turned to anger. Jaehwan's words struck a nerve. While acknowledging his youth and inexperience, he claimed it was irrelevant as long as he had Chang Hyo by his side. Chang Hyo's face flushed with fury. "I never said I'd join you on your abyss expedition," he retorted sharply, his voice laced with frustration. Jaehwan's calm gaze locked onto him. "So, you're saying you won't join me?" he asked, his tone measured but piercing. Chang Hyo found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. A heavy sigh escaped him as he tried to process the situation. "How did I even let myself feel this way about a 60-year-old novice?" he thought, incredulous. Turning to the others, Jae-hwan addressed them with unyielding determination. For everyone else here, he began, his voice carrying authority, this is more than just assembling a group for an abyss expedition. My goal is to unite chaos and destroy the Regeneration Palace for their theft of the fruits 900 years ago. Only after that will we venture into the abyss. The room fell silent as his words sank in. I won't force anyone to follow me, Jae-hwan continued. If you lack the resolve for this path, you're free to leave. Kamen broke the silence, his voice tinged with uncertainty. And what will you do if none of us agree to help you? Jae-hwan's response was immediate and unwavering. I'll go alone, he stated confidently. The sheer audacity of his words left Kamen stunned. He couldn't fathom how Jae-hwan could even consider such an impossible task. What gives him this unshakable confidence, he wondered. Jae-hwan met their astonished gazes with a calm certainty. I've made it this far without relying on anyone. I can do the same on the next leg of my journey. Kamen suddenly broke into laughter, startling the group. Hwang Kong glanced at him with confusion. What's wrong with you? He asked warily. Kamen shook his head and stepped forward, his expression resolute. I'll join you, he declared. Whether it's the Abyss or the Regeneration Palace, I'll follow you to the end. Yongyun quickly echoed his decision, his tone enthusiastic. I'm in as well. You and I, Castle Lord, are already one. Jae-hwan's eye twitched in irritation. I'm not one with anyone, he muttered under his breath, visibly annoyed by Yongyun's statement. Finally, Jae-hwan turned to Hwang Kong, his gaze steady. And you? Will you be part of this, or not? Hwang Kong hesitated, his hand moving to his temple as he struggled to find an answer. Clearing his throat, he replied, I haven't fully made up my mind yet. His response left the group surprised, as Hwang Kang's indecision was entirely uncharacteristic. Yet, it only added to the tension, leaving the room steeped in anticipation. Hwang erupted in frustration, slamming his fist onto the table. Am I the only sane one here? How can you all agree to this madness without knowing anything about Jae-hwan? His voice was sharp, filled with disbelief. You call yourselves clan lords, yet you make decisions like this? It's beyond reckless. Taking a deep breath, Hwang continued, I'll be blunt. I'm not convinced Jae-hwan has what it takes to lead an abyss expedition. The enemies he plans to face aren't just strong, they're on an entirely different level. If he wants my support, he'll have to prove he's capable of leading us through such a daunting journey. Hwang paused for a moment before laying down his challenge. There are 6 clan lords here in Gorgon. If you can secure the allegiance of the other 3 who aren't present, I'll acknowledge you as my leader as well. Jae-hwan nodded without hesitation, his agreement taking Hwang by surprise. He blinked, caught off guard by the protagonist's straightforward acceptance. Wait, that's it? You're just going to agree? But before Hwang could process it further, Jae-hwan added, I have a condition of my own. The room fell silent, all eyes on the castle lord. Hwang narrowed his gaze, clearly skeptical. And what's your condition? Jae-hwan's tone was calm but firm. If I'm expected to prove myself to you, then you must also prove yourselves to me. The gathered clan lords exchanged confused glances. And how do we do that? One of them asked. Jae-hwan's lips curled into a subtle smirk. Through a tournament, he announced. We'll hold a competition for the castle lord's position. Your task is to reach the quarterfinals. If you can accomplish that, I'll consider you worthy to join me. As for my own test, we'll settle it after the tournament concludes. Hwang's face turned red with anger, and he slammed his hand against the table again. This is absurd, he thundered. But before the tension could escalate further, Kamen interjected, nodding thoughtfully. Actually, the castle lord has a point, he said. Just because someone holds the title of a clan lord doesn't mean they're the strongest warriors in chaos. This could be a fair way to prove our worth. Turning to Jae-hwan, Kamen asked, when will this tournament take place? We'll need time to prepare. The discussion was interrupted later that day when Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever stormed into Jae-hwan's office, his face a mix of anger and bewilderment. He held up a crumpled pamphlet and thrust it toward the castle lord. What is the meaning of this? Jurgen demanded, his voice echoing in the room. The protagonist marveled at the sight of the advertisement paper, a symbol that his plan had been set into motion. The bold text invited warriors from across chaos to compete in Gorgon's first Castle Lord tournament. The preliminary rounds were scheduled to begin that very day at 6 p.m. Meanwhile, in his office, Prime Minister Jurgen Cheever sat with his head in his hands, visibly distressed. His thoughts raced, consumed by the potential consequences of this bold move. Captain Jahir stood nearby, chuckling with unwavering confidence in the Castle Lord's decisions. Don't worry so much, Prime Minister, Jahir said, a grin stretching across his face. The Castle Lord knows exactly what he's doing. But Jurgen's patience snapped, and he slammed his hand onto his desk with a loud thud. Does he? Jurgen retorted, his voice sharp. Can anyone explain what he's thinking? The entire situation is spiraling out of control. Jurgen's concerns were not without merit. Gorgon was overflowing with activity. Warriors from every corner of chaos, alongside countless spectators eager to witness the tournament, had flooded into the fortress. The outer castle was bursting with people, and managing the growing crowd at checkpoints had become a logistical nightmare. Carlton Xavier, the Minister of Legislation, entered the room, raising an eyebrow at Jurgen's outburst. Prime Minister, you seem particularly disapproving of the castle lord's actions. It's not about disapproval, Jurgen snapped. It's about principle. There are rules, systems in place that we can't just ignore. Carlton crossed his arms, his expression calm but firm. You know as well as I do that in times of emergency, policies can be enacted with majority approval from the ministers. And in this case, the majority supports the castle lord's decision. Jurgen let out a bitter laugh. Majority approval? That's hardly reassuring. Carlton's words weren't wrong. The castle lord had recently overhauled the cabinet after the disastrous Golden Sky Clan incident, which had resulted in the deaths of 4 of the 5 ministers and left the final member gravely injured. In their place, Jaehoon had appointed close allies to the positions, Jahir as Minister of Security, Claire as Minister of Finance, and Carlton himself as Minister of Legislation. With these 3 firmly supporting Jaehoon, every proposal passed with ease. Jurgen glanced at Claire, his skepticism evident. And what qualifies a middle-aged pub owner, who's barely a second stage adapted, to oversee Gorgon's finances? Claire met his gaze, her expression unflinching. Perhaps you should focus less on my past occupation and more on the results. Are you even aware of the value these new policies have brought to Gorgon? Jurgen chuckled darkly. Value? That's an interesting word coming from someone whose expertise lies in pouring drinks and tallying bar tabs. Claire's eyes narrowed, sensing the condescension in his tone. You're underestimating me, aren't you? Just because I ran a pub? The tension in the room thickened as Claire's defiance clashed with Jurgen's skepticism. Carlton and Jahir exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how far the argument would escalate, while outside, the fortress buzzed with the energy of an impending tournament that would shape Gorgon's future. Prime Minister Jurgen quickly denied any intention of belittling Claire, insisting that she had misunderstood his concerns. However, Claire's knowing smile suggested otherwise. Where there are people, there is money, she remarked cheerfully. And right now, Gorgon is experiencing an influx like never before, all thanks to this tournament. Curious, Claire leaned forward and asked, Prime Minister, do you even know where the tournament is being held? Jurgen hesitated, unsure of the exact location. It's in the northern market of the outer castle, Claire revealed, her tone carrying a hint of satisfaction. The revelation left Jurgen momentarily stunned. He immediately grasped the implications and blurted, the northern market? The one destroyed during the Golden Sky Clan incident? Claire nodded, confirming his suspicions. Precisely. That area was devastated just days ago. Many citizens who lost their businesses have been tirelessly working to rebuild it. And now, they're directly involved in organizing and supporting the tournament. Jurgen's surprise deepened. He had known about the tournament but hadn't realized it was connected to the recovery of the northern market. Let me put it into perspective, Claire said, leaning back with an air of authority. The Golden Sky Clan incident resulted in an estimated loss of 12.87 billion horns for the castle. But now, with this tournament, do you know how much profit we're expected to generate over the next few days? Jurgen admitted, somewhat sheepishly, that he hadn't analyzed the financial projections. Claire's eyes gleamed with excitement as she leaned forward and declared, 13.8 billion horns. That's our net profit. And that's just the baseline. When you consider additional indirect profits from trade, tourism, and other activities, the potential earnings are unimaginable. Jurgen stared at her in disbelief, struggling to reconcile her confident demeanor with her unassuming background. Claire, sensing his doubt, offered him a sly smile. Why so shocked, Prime Minister? She asked. I've always been good with numbers. Managing finances at my pub wasn't much different. Coins, sales, profit margins, it's all the same game. Her expression turned serious. I don't know exactly what the castle lord is planning. Whether he's preparing for an abyss expedition or waging war against chaos, I can't say. But one thing is certain, chaos as we know it is about to change. The southern regions, the Great Sea, and Dryad Fortress will all feel the ripples of what's happening here in Gorgon. Jurgen remained silent, grappling with the realization that he had underestimated Claire, and perhaps the castle lord's grand vision. The pieces were falling into place, but the picture they formed was still unclear. One thing was evident, though, Gorgon was on the brink of a transformation that would reverberate across all of chaos. In the heart of southern chaos, near the Great Sea, stood Dryad, a fortress unlike any other. Dryad wasn't a man-made structure but a colossal, plant-type guardian horned beast. Its massive form, composed of intertwining branches and sap-like secretions, thrived by drawing water from the Great Sea, making it an impenetrable natural stronghold. Asa Lincroft, the castle lord of Dryad, rested her hand on its surface, sensing an ominous shift in the air. A deep unease settled over her as she closed her eyes and activated her elite-level skill, clairvoyance. This ability allowed her to see distant events through the dense thickets and across vast mountains. What she witnessed left her stunned. An undead horde was advancing toward Gorgon. Among them, her gaze fell upon a figure that made her blood run cold, Magritte, one of the three great undead. But the moment her eyes connected with Magritte's malevolent presence, she felt an intense backlash. Blood poured from her lips as the searing pain blinded her momentarily. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Asa knew she had to warn Gorgon of the impending threat. Without wasting a moment, she summoned her trusted message conveyor bird, a swift creature capable of traversing great distances. She sent it toward Gorgon, carrying her dire warning. Meanwhile, in Gorgon, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the looming danger. The northern market, recently devastated in the Golden Sky Clan incident, now buzzed with excitement as the tournament continued. Crowds cheered as warriors clashed, the air thick with anticipation and energy. Mujuk Shin, lord of the Infinite Clan, observed the tournament with growing amazement. Only 3 days had passed, yet the competition had already been narrowed down to the final 16 participants. He was astonished at the rapid pace and remarked that much of it was due to Huang Kang's fiery presence. Huang Kang had spent the preliminaries boasting and unleashing his flames, proclaiming he would annihilate everyone. Mujuk couldn't help but smirk at the memory, though he quickly turned his attention to a familiar face. Dr. Chang Hyo, Mujuk greeted warmly, his eyes lighting up. "It's been a while," Chang Hyo responded, equally pleased to see him. The doctor couldn't help but notice Mujuk's aura. It had grown significantly stronger since their last meeting. Mujuk, too, marveled at Chang Hyo's progress, though the doctor was more intrigued by Mujuk's absence from the tournament. "I thought you'd be competing," Chang Hyo said. Mujuk chuckled. "I prefer sparring, not the kind of senseless brawling happening here. It's like a dogfight?" Chang Hyo laughed, imagining Huang Kang's reaction if he overheard that remark. On the battlefield, Huang Kang unleashed a torrent of flames at his opponent, confident he had her cornered. But his confidence wavered when he saw her soaring above him, her blade gleaming as she prepared a devastating strike. With a thunderous impact, she slammed him to the ground. Before he could recover, her sword was pointed at him, signifying his defeat. Mujuk, observing from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes as he studied the victor. There was something eerily familiar about her magic technique, something that stirred memories he couldn't quite place. Could it really be? He muttered to himself, his curiosity piqued. Chang Hyo confirmed that one of the techniques displayed was unmistakably the Azure Phantom Steps, a signature skill of Hyo Yu, the legendary master of steel. Upon hearing this, Mujuk's expression darkened. Fury flickered in his eyes as he questioned aloud what one of Hyo Yu's warriors could possibly be doing in chaos. The masters, after all, had sworn an oath not to meddle in chaos's affairs. Chang Hyo shared his bewilderment, admitting that he had no clue why a disciple of Hyo Yu was participating in the tournament. However, he was certain that such an individual wouldn't act without a purpose. Whatever the reason, it was tied to a larger, more deliberate scheme. As the dust settled from Huang Kang's fiery defeat, Minister Jahir rose to announce the conclusion of the second round. The crowd erupted in excitement as Jahir declared that the highly anticipated quarterfinals were about to begin. Mujuk was taken aback by how quickly the tournament was progressing. Turning to Chang Hyo, he voiced his disbelief. "Isn't this moving a bit too fast?" Chang Hyo chuckled, shaking his head. The castle lord is an impatient man. He wants results without delay. As the next participant stepped forward, the audience's energy surged. It was finally time for the lord of the Forest School clan to compete, a warrior celebrated as one of Chaos's greatest. Myung Gal, the revered leader of the Forest School clan, emerged with a calm yet commanding presence. His eyes scanned the roaring crowd, a faint smile playing on his lips. But when Myung Gal turned his gaze toward Chang Hyo, the air shifted. His smirk carried a hint of mischief, bordering on arrogance. Chang Hyo bristled at the gesture, his fists clenching. "What kind of greeting is that?" Chang Hyo muttered under his breath, his voice tinged with irritation. Mujuk placed a calming hand on his shoulder. "Easy now. He's just a pup, only 400 years old," he quipped, hoping to lighten the mood. Chang Hyo exhaled sharply, his lips curling into a wry grin. "I suppose you're right. Besides, someone else will teach him a lesson before I do." As if on cue, the castle lord entered the arena. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause, their cheers echoing across the stadium. The tension in the air grew palpable as Myung-Egal and the protagonist finally faced each other in the ring. Myung-Egal tilted his head, studying the castle lord with a mix of curiosity and amusement. "So, you're the one behind this audacious plan. I must admit, I find it ambitious." Mujuk, who had been silently observing from the sidelines, took a step forward, narrowing his eyes as he examined the protagonist. Turning to Chang Hyo, he asked, "Is that really him? The new castle lord?" Chang Hyo nodded, his expression steady. "It is." Mujuk's gaze lingered on the castle lord's form, noting his youthful appearance. "He's just a kid. Do you really think he stands a chance against Myung-Egal?" Chang Hyo smirked knowingly. "You'll see soon enough." There was something about the castle lord that struck Mujuk as peculiar. A faint, yet unmistakable aura surrounded him, one that seemed oddly familiar. "He carries an energy similar to yours," Mujuk remarked, suspicion creeping into his voice. "Is he your disciple?" Chang Hyo didn't answer immediately, his eyes fixed on the arena. A faint smile played on his lips as he watched the castle lord prepare to face one of Chaos's mightiest warriors. Chang Hyo burst into hearty laughter when Mujuk suggested that the castle lord might be his student. "Do you really think a beast like that could ever be my disciple?" he said, shaking his head with amusement. His laughter echoed through the stadium, drawing even more attention to the match. Moments earlier, the audience had been left in stunned silence as the protagonist landed a devastating blow, hurling his opponent against the arena wall with a force that reverberated throughout the structure. Myung-Egal slumped to the ground, visibly shaken but far from conceding. The memory of the events leading to this moment played vividly in Myung-Egal's mind. When he first learned that his quarterfinal opponent was unlisted in the matchups, he was intrigued. However, his interest turned to determination upon discovering that he would face the castle lord himself. His initial irritation with the tournament's trivial nature gave way to a sense of purpose. This was his chance to deliver a message that he had long harbored. Grinding his teeth, Myung-Egal recalled his motivations. As he rose unsteadily, his voice, laden with years of pain and bitterness, rang out. "Castle lord," he said, his tone dripping with venom, "there have been others like you before, dreamers who gave people hope for a life they'd already lost. But you know what hope like that does? It festers. It turns into despair far greater than any suffering that came before." The crowd murmured, unsure of what to make of his words. Myung-Egal's gaze burned with conviction as he continued, "For 400 years, I've crushed that false hope, ensuring no one else makes the same mistake. That's why I'm here, why I entered this farce of a tournament. To stop you before you lead them into ruin." His breathing heavy, Myung-Egal steadied himself, his voice rising defiantly. "Do you think you've won, Castle Lord? Do you think this is over?" He clenched his fists, refusing to yield. "Admitting defeat would mean discarding 400 years of my life, my resolve, my purpose. I will not surrender that easily." The protagonist stood silently, his expression marked by confusion. Myung-Egal noticed the flicker of uncertainty and smirked. "Did you forget something, Castle Lord?" he said mockingly. "I agreed to fight you one-on-one, but I never said how the fight would be conducted." A glint of cunning flashed in Myung-Egal's eyes as the crowd leaned forward, eager to see what would happen next. The tension in the arena thickened, the battle taking on a new and unpredictable dimension. The protagonist found himself reflecting on his own words from the inauguration ceremony, the bold declaration that if anyone could defeat him one-on-one, they would earn the right to become the castle lord and ask for anything they desired. Myung-Egal, seizing the opportunity, smirked with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Then let's fight using strategy," he suggested. "It's only fair that I choose the rules of the duel." The audience erupted in jeers and boos, their disdain for Myung-Egal's proposal palpable. They found his tactics cowardly and demanded he admit his defeat outright. Among them, Mujuk and Chang Hyo stood silently, exchanging uneasy glances. They had anticipated this very moment but still found themselves speechless at the audacity of Myung-Egal's maneuver. Mujuk pondered the implications of a strategy battle, knowing it would be far more complex to declare a clear victor in such a contest. Meanwhile, Chang Hyo furrowed his brows, suspecting Myung-Egal was referring to a specific game beloved by military strategists and tacticians. His thoughts raced as he wondered how the protagonist would respond to such an unusual challenge. Breaking the tense silence, the castle lord nodded. "Very well," he said, his voice steady. "What kind of strategy battle do you have in mind?" Myung-Egal's face lit up with triumph, interpreting the response as acceptance of his proposal. "You'll see," he said cryptically, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. Before the protagonist could press further, the ground beneath their feet began to transform. Structures materialized from the earth, walls and towers rising into the air. Buildings appeared seemingly out of nowhere, forming a landscape that resembled a carefully designed battlefield. The protagonist glanced around in astonishment, finding himself transported to an unfamiliar terrain. A notification suddenly appeared in his line of sight, providing an explanation for the bewildering scene. He read the words carefully, realizing he had been drawn into a world of strategic battle formation. Despite the unexpected turn of events, his expression remained composed as he braced himself for this new kind of confrontation. The stakes had shifted, and the duel was now a game of wits as much as strength. As the protagonist stood in the unfamiliar battlefield, a notification prompted him to open the menu at the top of the screen. It suggested that he review the controls and rules since he appeared to be a novice. The system inquired if he would like to proceed, but before he could decide, Myung-e-gal interjected with a smirk. "This is called battle formation," he explained. "A strategy game designed by Mars, one of the 13 experts. They say he based it on a peripheral world system. Strategists from the Great Realm love this game, and I happen to be Chaos's top player." His tone brimmed with arrogance as he looked at the protagonist. "Take your time, Castle Lord. Since you're a beginner, you might need a moment to grasp the rules." However, the protagonist's response left him speechless. "I'm fine," he said, his voice calm but confident. "This game isn't as complicated as it looks." Myung-e-gal narrowed his eyes, surprised by the nonchalant reply. The protagonist, meanwhile, smirked inwardly. He'd recognized the game's mechanics almost immediately. Based on the description and rules, it was strikingly similar to a game he had played countless times on Earth, a game where 3 factions vied for dominance, gathering resources, constructing armies, and obliterating opponents' bases to claim victory. Unbelievable, he thought. This so-called original game is straight-up plagiarism from Earth. These dream demons must have never heard of copyrights. As Myung-e-gal selected the battlefield, he announced, "We'll play on the Lost Garden map. I trust that's acceptable." The protagonist nodded with an easy smile. "Pick whatever you like. It doesn't matter to me." The game began, and the players chose their respective factions. The protagonist opted for the human race, while Myung-e-gal chose the undead. The latter chuckled mockingly. "Humans? Seriously? They're the weakest of the 3. A poor choice for a beginner," Myung-e-gal sneered. "The undead, on the other hand, only grow stronger as the game progresses. I'll crush him early and end this quickly." He immediately set his workers to constructing his base and preparing an army. Confident in his plan, he glanced at the Castle Lord's side of the map, only to freeze in shock. The protagonist's humans were already attacking. Worse yet, he was using farmers as combatants. Myung-e-gal blinked in disbelief as his early defenses fell apart under the relentless assault. "Wait. Hold on a minute," he stammered, his confidence unraveling. Adding to his confusion, 2 unfamiliar buildings materialized dangerously close to his base. "What's this?" he muttered, panic creeping into his voice. The situation worsened when he noticed the protagonist had constructed 3 watchtowers at his base. Myung-e-gal's mind raced as he realized the Castle Lord wasn't playing the game like a novice, he was playing like a seasoned expert. How is this possible? Myung-e-gal thought, sweat forming on his brow. He's at my base already? From the watchtowers, human archers rained arrows directly at the heads of the undead, their precision devastating. Myung-e-gal's shock turned to disbelief as he realized these towers, intended for defense, were being used offensively. He gritted his teeth, frustration mounting. "What kind of strategy is this?" he muttered angrily. "I've never encountered anything like it." His predicament worsened as he analyzed his options. Destroying the watchtowers seemed impossible, any attempt would be thwarted by the seemingly invincible farmers acting as shields. Yet, doing nothing wasn't an option either. His resources were dwindling, his ability to construct reinforcements paralyzed. Desperation crept into his voice as he turned to the protagonist. "What is this strategy you're using?" he demanded, both furious and curious. The protagonist chuckled, recalling how this tactic had been infamous back in Korea. It was a widely known and equally despised method, players would groan whenever someone employed it. The audience erupted in cheers, thrilled by the Castle Lord's swift dominance. Among them, Chang-hyo stood stunned, unable to process what he was witnessing. "This is impossible," Myung-e-gal thought, his mind racing. "There's no way a beginner could know something this advanced." He finally snapped. "This isn't fair," he shouted. "You're not supposed to attack during the first 10 minutes. It's basic courtesy." The protagonist raised an eyebrow, genuinely intrigued. "Courtesy?" he echoed, as if the very concept was alien to him. "Yes," Myung-e-gal exclaimed, exasperated. "You're supposed to use the first 10 minutes to gather resources and build your base. Everyone knows that." The Castle Lord's response was as blunt as it was damning. "Is that in the rules?" he asked plainly. Myung-e-gal froze. He couldn't answer, and his silence spoke volumes. The protagonist shrugged. If it's not a rule, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care about courtesy. Myung-Egal's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground, biting his lip so hard it almost bled. He glared at the castle lord, overwhelmed by frustration. Who is this guy, he thought. He doesn't follow logic, ignores unspoken norms, and plays with a level of audacity I've never seen. He's beyond anything I've ever encountered. No matter how he analyzed the situation, Myung-Egal saw no path to victory. The gap between their approaches was insurmountable, and his limitations as a player were brutally exposed. Myung-Egal, his head bowed in defeat, finally admitted he couldn't best the castle lord. With a deep sigh, he confessed that he might have just encountered the very moment he had been waiting for over the past 400 years. Accepting his loss, he stood and saluted the castle lord as a gesture of respect before leaving the battlefield. After the match, the protagonist lingered in thought, only to be startled when Chang Hyo's voice interrupted him. Turning, he saw Chang Hyo, Mugek, and Dr. Chang Hyo approaching. The older man looked amused and asked when Jaehwan had learned to play strategic battle formation. Dr. Chang Hyo chimed in, expressing his surprise. I thought all you could do was stab people, he said with a teasing grin. Chang Hyo scratched his chin, recalling something. Since you picked up that new spiral slash skill influenced by my slash, I suspected stabbing wasn't all you were interested in. He turned to Jaehwan and asked, that move you used against Myung-Egal, was it your new skill, spiral slash? Jaehwan frowned, confused by the name. He hesitated before recalling that Chang Hyo had once referred to it as such. However, the protagonist hadn't seen it as a slash, it was just a stab to him. Unwilling to let the matter drop, Chang Hyo insisted. It's technically a slash. If you won't name it spiral slash, then call it the Chang Hyo stab. Fair enough. Jaehwan's brow furrowed in thought. After a moment, he suggested another name, spiricide, reasoning that both stabbing and slashing ultimately led to the same outcome, defeating their enemies. When Chang Hyo heard this, his irritation was evident. Spiricide? What nonsense is that? What about the name I suggested? But Jaehwan stood firm. I prefer spiricide. It's more fitting. Chang Hyo bristled, shaking his head. You always have to have the last word, don't you? Mugek, who had remained silent until now, caught Jaehwan's attention. The protagonist eyed him curiously and remarked, you look pretty strong. Care to fight me? Mugek blinked, caught off guard. That's a rather aggressive way to greet someone you've just met, he muttered. Chang Hyo let out a laugh. I warned you, didn't I? This kid has no respect for his elders. He even attacks them. Jaehwan sighed, brushing off the complaint. All the elders around here are absurdly powerful. There's no need to treat them delicately. Chang Hyo crossed his arms, clearly annoyed. You see, Mugek? He always has to have the last word. Amid this banter, Mugek couldn't help but notice something unusual. Chang Hyo seemed genuinely happy, a stark contrast to his demeanor since the failed Abyss expedition 900 years ago. That expedition, led by Malak, had once brought chaos both hope and dreams, only to end in despair, with Malak becoming a tragic symbol of failure. Mugek glanced at Jaehwan, pondering how someone so young and brash could remind him of such a monumental figure. Can this kid really fill the void Malak left behind? He wondered silently. Based on the power I saw during that fight, it might not be impossible. Mujuk couldn't help but ponder the potential of Jaehwan. In terms of raw capability, this young castle lord might surpass even the legendary Malak. Yet, he was uncertain about Jaehwan's character. Unlike Malak, who had been mature and kind-hearted, Jaehwan didn't exude a strong sense of justice. In fact, Jaehwan was Malak's complete opposite in temperament, and there was something deeply unsettling about him. Mujuk couldn't shake off the ominous aura that seemed to linger around him. Suddenly, Mujuk's perception shifted, and for a fleeting moment, he glimpsed into Jaehwan's world. The sheer terror of what he saw made him recoil, his heart pounding in his chest. He quickly glanced over his shoulder, but nothing was there. Turning back to Chang Hyo, he asked in astonishment if the new castle lord had already awakened. Chang Hyo, equally surprised, confirmed that Jaehwan was indeed fully awakened. Mujuk was taken aback. This meant Jaehwan had surpassed the third stage of awakening, a feat almost unheard of. Meanwhile, an announcement boomed across the arena, signaling the continuation of the quarterfinal matches. The audience cheered as a live broadcast of the next match was promised to make the event even more thrilling. Chang Hyo noticed Jaehwan moving toward the stage and called out, questioning where he was headed since it wasn't yet his turn. Mujuk remained frozen in thought, still processing the realization that Jaehwan was fully awakened. Such a state meant Jaehwan had shattered the limits that bound most awakened beings. Ignoring Chang Hyo's inquiries, Jaehwan glanced back and replied nonchalantly that waiting for the others to finish their one-on-one fights was a waste of time. Chang Hyo could only watch in stunned silence as Jae-hwan stepped confidently onto the stage. His audacious behavior left everyone wondering what he was planning. Shortly after, Jae-hwan's opponents emerged. Using his skill, insight, Jae-hwan quickly assessed their strengths. Among them, one caught his eye, a girl wielding a chain scythe. Something about her defied his ability to discern her full power, leaving him intrigued and cautious. Minister Jaeher, observing from a distance, was startled to see Jae-hwan on the stage. It wasn't his match, so what was he doing there? The crowd erupted into a mixture of cheers and murmurs, excited to see the castle lord take the spotlight. One man nudged a new recruit, instructing him to start recording the moment. Jae-hwan strode forward and snatched the microphone from Jaeher, silencing the noise. Holding it firmly, he addressed the crowd. With unwavering confidence, he declared that he had observed enough of the participants and understood the extent of their capabilities. His words carried both weight and challenge, leaving the audience on the edge of their seats, eager to see what he would do next. Jae-hwan, visibly bored with the ongoing one-on-one matches, decided it was time to shake things up. Without hesitation, he grabbed the microphone again, drawing everyone's attention. Before he could continue, Juk Ryongja, the esteemed lord of the Ladies of Faith clan, stepped forward, her expression a mix of confusion and authority. "Hold on," she said firmly, addressing Jae-hwan. "What exactly do you think you're doing? Who gave you the right to disrupt the matches, and what are you trying to change?" Jae-hwan, unfazed by her stern demeanor, responded with calm conviction. "I'm abolishing the one-on-one rule. It's inefficient." Ryongja raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "Are you suggesting we switch to team battles?" Jae-hwan nodded. "Something like that. But not quite." Her skepticism deepened as she crossed her arms. "And how, exactly, do you plan to form these teams? How would you determine the winner?" Jae-hwan sighed, realizing she had misunderstood his intent. "I'm not talking about forming teams. There's no need to divide anyone." He paused, letting the tension build before continuing. "There's only one team, yours. 6 of you will fight together. Against me." The boldness of his statement left Ryongja speechless. Her initial disbelief quickly turned into astonishment. "You're saying, you'll face all 6 of us by yourself?" "Exactly," Jae-hwan affirmed, his voice steady and resolute. "If any of you manage to defeat me, you'll earn the right to become the next castle lord of Gorgon." The proclamation sent shockwaves through the arena. The gathered participants exchanged stunned glances, while the audience erupted into excited chatter. The anticipation of seeing the castle lord demonstrate his full power electrified the air. From the opposing side, the girl wielding the chain scythe stepped forward, her laughter cutting through the noise. With a sly smile, she approached Jae-hwan, her scythe swaying ominously by her side. "You're full of surprises," she said, her tone playful but dangerous. "What's the catch? What's going on in that head of yours?" Jae-hwan regarded her carefully, his suspicion skill silently assessing her capabilities. Yet, her aura remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. The lack of clarity intrigued him as much as it unsettled him. "This is going to be interesting," she added, her grin widening. Jae-hwan smirked and tossed the microphone back to Jaeher without warning. Jaeher, caught off guard, fumbled to catch it, his bewildered expression adding a touch of humor to the intense atmosphere. Jae-hwan turned back to the gathered crowd. He knew earning their trust was essential, but trust wasn't something he could afford to build over time. He needed to solidify their faith in him here and now. And the fastest way to gain trust was through sheer, undeniable power. The situation took an unexpected turn, leaving everyone stunned. Just as the battle seemed inevitable, she abruptly declared that killing him now would be a waste. Without further confrontation, she turned away, waved at him dismissively, and decided to halt the fight for the day before departing. Her sudden withdrawal left Minister Jaeher in shock, as their forces far outnumbered the castle lord. Unable to comprehend her reasoning, he demanded to know why she was suddenly backing down. While walking away, she casually explained that she simply wasn't in the mood to continue, adding cryptically that something significant would reveal itself soon. This statement sent a wave of curiosity through the protagonist, making him question what exactly she was referring to. Meanwhile, Yoon-young unexpectedly spoke up, expressing his own desire to withdraw from the battle. He admitted that he lacked the strength to challenge the castle lord and was content with having made it as far as the quarterfinals. The protagonist, knowing Yoon-young's cunning nature, wasn't entirely surprised. While Young didn't mind serving under him, he still wished to maintain a semblance of dignity. Then, Kamen clenched his fists and made his own decision, stating that he, too, would step down. His reason? He found it unfair to gang up on the castle lord with 6 against 1. This revelation caught the protagonist off guard. He never expected Kamen to care about fairness. However, he acknowledged that he himself wasn't someone who played by the rules either. Regardless of how the fight unfolded, the protagonist knew that even if he emerged victorious, it wouldn't have the impact he originally intended. Observing the developments, Juk Ryongja smirked, remarking that things were clearly not going as the castle lord had anticipated. The protagonist then turned his attention to the remaining 3 opponents who had yet to withdraw. He found it hard to believe how Young and Kamen had chosen to back out, not out of strategy but seemingly to preserve their pride. Their arrogance was almost amusing. As he overheard the murmurs of his remaining adversaries, the vice lord of the Lady Faith clan issued a sharp command. She ordered Juk Ryongja to put the castle lord in his place, convinced that there was no way he could withstand an attack from both of them combined. However, Juk Ryongja attempted to reason with her, reminding her that their purpose there was not to battle the castle lord. Though she was aware of this, her desire to teach him a lesson was undeniable. This revelation unsettled the protagonist. If they weren't here to fight him, then what exactly was their true objective? His thoughts were interrupted when he heard them addressing Captain Hayoung, asking for her opinion on how they should proceed with the castle lord. Captain Hayoung suggested they exercise patience and observe how events unfolded before making any moves. However, Juk Ryongja voiced her concerns, questioning whether the individual backing the Lord of the Golden Sky clan was influential enough to warrant the Masters of Steel's involvement. Captain Hyon remained unfazed, stating that it wasn't her place to reveal such details. Her only responsibility was to carry out the mission assigned to her. Juk Ryongja clenched her teeth in frustration but ultimately relented, accepting the condition. She then pressed Captain Hyon further, demanding to know their next course of action. Without hesitation, Hyon revealed that their objective was to assess the castle lord's character. This revelation took Juk Ryongja by surprise, and as the realization dawned upon her, she understood their true intent. They sought to determine whether the castle lord could be a valuable asset, a potential pawn in their grander scheme. A smirk crossed her lips as she acknowledged the cleverness of the plan. Turning her attention to the castle lord of Gorgon, Juk Ryongja stepped forward and addressed him directly, making it clear that they had no intention of engaging in battle. The protagonist, taken aback by her declaration, asked if this meant they were surrendering. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion, stating that refraining from a fight was not the same as raising a white flag. There was a distinct difference between conceding and choosing not to engage. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and questioned her further, asking whether she was truly opting out of the battle. Juk Ryongja nodded but clarified her stance. Rather than withdrawing, they were volunteering to accompany him on the Abyss expedition. This statement sent a ripple of unease through those present, as they couldn't shake the feeling that she was scheming something. Suspicious of her motives, the protagonist demanded to know what she stood to gain from such a decision. His question caught her off guard for a brief moment, but she quickly regained her composure, feigning innocence. She countered by asking if one needed a reason to participate in an expedition that sought to restore life to the people of Chaos. Her words, however, did little to quell the growing unease among the onlookers. The audience, already bewildered by the unfolding events, murmured in agitation, questioning why she was speaking of such matters instead of engaging the castle lord in battle. Sensing the tension, Juk Ryongja decided it was time for full transparency. Since things had already reached this point, there was no use in pretending. She turned to face the gathered crowd and declared that the castle lord had never intended to relinquish his position to any of them. She then locked eyes with him and asked if her assumption was correct. Her words startled the protagonist, but before he could respond, she continued speaking, unveiling a shocking truth. This tournament was never meant to choose a new castle lord. Its true purpose was to assemble warriors for an Abyss expedition. The revelation sent shockwaves through the audience, causing an uproar. Murmurs and exclamations filled the air as people tried to process what they had just heard. Juk Ryongja, however, was impressed by the castle lord's strategy. She admired his ingenuity in gathering so many strong individuals for such a formidable undertaking. It had been 900 years since the last Abyss expedition ended in failure, and yet, here he was, orchestrating something unprecedented. This was the first time anyone had dared to conceive such an ambitious plan. With newfound admiration, she expressed her pride in standing beside him at such a historic moment. She was certain that everyone present shared the same sentiment, whether they realized it or not. She swept her gaze across the audience before making a bold statement. None of them had truly come here to witness the selection of a new castle lord. With that, she lifted her hands, removing her veil and tossing it into the air. As it drifted away, an ethereal glow spread throughout the stadium. From her fingertips, delicate yet mesmerizing butterflies of magic fluttered outward, weaving through the crowd like a gentle tide. Their presence was not merely for show. As the enchanted butterflies reached the spectators, they carried an almost hypnotic effect. Juk Ryongja's gaze became piercing, cutting through the facades of those present and compelling them to confront their deepest truths. Her magic forced them to reflect upon the most genuine, untainted parts of themselves, awakening emotions they had long suppressed. The atmosphere grew heavier as the audience found themselves unable to resist her influence. A silence fell over the stadium, thick with unspoken thoughts and unacknowledged desires. Whatever was about to happen next would change everything. Juk Ryongja's voice carried a commanding presence as she urged everyone to reflect on the true reason they had gathered there. Was it merely to witness senseless battles, or was there something far more significant at stake, the very future of chaos itself? Her words resonated through the stadium, laced with the power of her elite-level skill, gaze of justice. She clung to the hope that chaos had not yet been completely lost, that its people still held a sliver of righteousness within them. As her skill took effect, a murmur spread through the crowd like ripples across a still pond. People hesitated, then exchanged uncertain glances, their initial skepticism wavering. Slowly, the collective consciousness began to shift. Voices rose in agreement, one after another, until the entire audience was swept up in the notion that they had not come simply to watch a battle, they were here for the Abyss expedition. Even those who had initially denied it now found themselves questioning their own intentions, as though the idea had been planted in their minds and had taken root. The protagonist, watching from the center of it all, was taken aback. The disturbance caused by a single skill was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was as if the entire crowd had fallen under a hypnotic trance. He clenched his weapon, debating whether he should take action now, cutting through the illusion with a single strike, or wait to see how events unfolded. Then, breaking through the cacophony, a hand was raised. An elderly man, seated in the shadows at the far end of the stadium, stepped forward. His voice, though calm, carried immense weight as he spoke. He agreed with the Lady of the Faith clan, asserting that he had not traveled all the way to the northern lands merely to watch warriors exchange blows. The moment his identity became clear, the stadium erupted into a frenzy of whispers and gasps. The lone wandering swordsman, Myung Won Han. His reputation preceded him. A warrior whose strength rivaled that of the 10 great clans. For someone of his stature to openly acknowledge the legitimacy of the expedition sent waves of shock through the crowd. Even Juk Ryongja, maintaining her composure, subtly nodded her head in greeting. The protagonist's grip tightened as his frustration mounted. What in the world was happening? Were they all part of some grand scheme, orchestrating this chaotic turn of events together? It felt as if the situation was slipping from his control, and he despised that feeling more than anything. Meanwhile, far from the turmoil of the arena, Carlton Javier walked briskly down the hallway toward his office. He hadn't used the room in some time, but something had drawn his attention, a sound, faint but unmistakable. As he reached the door, he hesitated for only a moment before pushing it open. Inside, a large bird fluttered about the room in frantic circles. His sharp eyes immediately recognized it, a carrier falcon. His pulse quickened. For a message to be delivered in such a manner meant that something urgent had happened. But how long had the falcon been trapped in this office, waiting for him to retrieve its message? Stepping forward, he extended his hand cautiously, but the falcon only glared at him, its piercing gaze a reflection of the urgency in its task. With a sudden motion, it unfurled its leg, revealing the small scroll tied securely to it. Carlton swiftly untied the parchment and unfolded it, scanning its contents. His breath caught in his throat. The letter bore the insignia of the Castle Lord of Dryad. The message itself was short but dire. An undead swarm was approaching Gorgon Fortress. Among them was a giant undead, its presence alone signifying the sheer scale of the threat. His hands tightened around the parchment as he processed the implications. If this message had been delayed, there was a real possibility that the undead were already dangerously close. As if in response to the growing dread in his chest, the sky outside abruptly darkened. The clear horizon was swallowed by ominous, rolling clouds. A chill spread through the air, sending a wave of unease throughout the fortress. Back in the stadium, the protagonist tilted his head upward, narrowing his eyes as he watched the sky change before his very eyes. The sudden shift in the atmosphere was unnatural, and it set his instincts on high alert. Something was happening. Meanwhile, Juk Ryongja stood before the audience once more, addressing them with unwavering resolve. She declared that their instincts had not deceived them. What they needed in that moment was not division, but unity. This was the very reason the tournament had to end. The Castle Lord had already succeeded in his mission. His goal had never been to select a new ruler, it had been to gather warriors willing to risk their lives for the Abyss expedition. And now, it was time for them to answer that call. With the crowd firmly under her spell, Juk Ryongja knew she had gained complete control over the situation. However, there was still one final step to solidify her influence. She ensured that all eyes remained fixed on her before speaking once more, her voice carrying a weight of importance. There is still one crucial matter left to resolve, she declared, pausing for effect. The question of leadership. Who will guide the Abyss expedition? Tension rippled through the gathering as murmurs spread among the audience. Chang Hyo's brow furrowed in concern. He could sense the calculated nature of her words. This wasn't a simple proposal, it was manipulation at its finest. Mujuk, standing beside him, silently agreed. Meanwhile, Mugek observed her with narrowed eyes. He recognized the lingering traces of gaze of justice mixed with an elite-level enchantment ability. But then, much to his confusion, she began deactivating her skill, slowly releasing the crowd from its grasp. Why would she relinquish control now? What was the Lady of the Faith clan scheming? As if answering their unspoken doubts, Juk Ryongja softly murmured, I believe there is only one person truly fit to lead this expedition, our esteemed castle lord. Her words rang through the air like a well-placed strike, designed to elicit exactly the reaction she wanted. She continued, he is not only stronger than the 10 clan leaders combined but also far more resourceful than even the lord of the Forest School clan. Chaos has never seen a talent as exceptional as Castle Lord Jaehwan in its entire history. The crowd, still lingering under the aftereffects of her influence, found themselves nodding in agreement. One by one, voices rose in approval until the stadium erupted into applause. The murmurs among them turned into proclamations of admiration. Many spectators remarked that this was typical of Juk Ryongja. She always prioritized others before herself, displaying selflessness that made her revered among them. However, not everyone was willing to be swept up by her silver-tongued words. A deep, commanding voice cut through the cheers. I object. Silence fell as all eyes turned toward Myung-Won Han, the lone wandering swordsman. His expression was unreadable, but his presence alone was enough to command the attention of even the most stubborn warriors in the crowd. Leadership is not determined by strength and intelligence alone, he stated firmly. The one who leads must be capable of something far more important, caring for those who follow them. Juk Ryongja tilted her head, feigning innocence. Oh? Then tell me, what other qualities should a leader possess? A true leader, Myung-Won Han continued, must possess an unshakable character, someone who will stand unwavering in the face of adversity, not just for themselves but for those who rely on them. Strength and intelligence may win battles, but only moral fortitude can command loyalty. He then turned his sharp gaze toward Juk Ryongja. That is why I believe we need to test the castle lord's character. And I want you to conduct that test. Juk Ryongja remained silent for a moment before finally speaking, her voice light with mock surprise. A test? And how do you propose I go about that? Myung-Won Han's expression did not waver. A morality test. At that, a slow, knowing smile crept onto Juk Ryongja's lips. The amusement in her eyes was unmistakable, yet her voice remained composed. A morality test, you say? She mused. The audience, still captivated by the unfolding drama, quickly latched onto the idea. Excitement surged through the crowd as murmurs turned to enthusiastic agreement. Yes. A morality test would be the perfect way to judge his character. Let's begin right away. Juk Ryongja turned toward the castle lord, her gaze gleaming with mischief. Minister Jahir, watching from the sidelines, felt a prickle of unease. Something about this situation felt off. Why had she so readily agreed? Then, as if sensing the tension in the air, Juk Ryongja let out a soft, almost playful sigh. Well then, she murmured, her voice carrying a hint of wicked amusement. If that is what everyone desires, I suppose I have no choice. Juk Ryongja released a swarm of butterflies, their delicate wings glimmering as they descended to the ground. The moment they landed, an illusion began to take shape, a scenario crafted specifically for him. She turned to the protagonist, her gaze sharp and unwavering. Well then, she said smoothly, what will you do? Will you accept the morality test and take on the role of expedition leader, or will you refuse? The protagonist's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he glanced over his shoulder. There, he caught sight of Chang Hyo, who was gritting his teeth in frustration. That expression alone was enough for him to realize the depths of the schemer's plan. They weren't merely testing Jaehwan, they were trying to discredit and bring him down. Mugyak nodded in grim understanding. Nearly everyone in the audience knew of Juk Ryongja's infamous morality test. Some high-level players had even sought it out, hoping to meet the requirements for their awakening and advance to the next stage. However, Mogek had never attempted it himself, and even he wasn't entirely sure how the test worked. Chang Hyo was growing increasingly restless. If Jaehwan responded as he usually did, by cutting down those who stood in his way, there would be no Abyss expedition at all. No one would follow a leader who slaughtered his own team. He gnawed at his nails anxiously, knowing that Jaehwan's temperament was already unpredictable. If he took this test and failed, it could be the end for him. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Jae-hwan spoke with calm resolve. I'll take it. Juk Ryongja blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Are you saying, you agree to the morality test? She asked, as if unable to believe it. He nodded. I do. A slow, delighted smile spread across her face. Meanwhile, the audience, already impatient, erupted into murmurs. They had been waiting for this moment, and now, the only thing left was to begin. Then, without warning, the illusion fully took form before their eyes. A violent storm raged over the sea, waves crashing against a lone, battered boat that rocked dangerously on the water. Jae-hwan found himself standing on the deck, struggling to maintain his balance as the vessel swayed beneath his feet. Juk Ryongja's voice carried over the howling winds. This morality test will take place on the Great Sea, where storms are relentless. Many who set sail here never return. As she spoke, figures appeared on the boat, survivors desperately reaching out to rescue those struggling in the water. They extended sticks and ropes, trying to pull the drowning aboard. Fortunately, she continued, a lifeboat has arrived in time to save some of them. However, as more people climbed into the boat, a new dilemma emerged. There was still one person left in the water, pleading for help, but the lifeboat was already at capacity. The boat can only hold 10 people, Juk Ryongja explained with a faint smile. If anyone else is brought aboard, it will sink, dooming everyone. The storm intensified, lightning illuminating the troubled sea. The choice was now in Jae-hwan's hands. As panic spread among the survivors, desperation took hold. The majority of them chose self-preservation, agreeing that the only way to survive was to leave the drowning man behind. However, just as they were about to make their decision final, the struggling man suddenly reached out, seizing Jae-hwan's arm. His grip was firm, pleading. You're our captain, the man gasped, his voice barely audible over the howling storm. You must decide. Jae-hwan blinked in confusion. One moment, he had been standing in the stadium, and now, he was in this lifeboat, burdened with a life-or-death decision. He barely had time to process before Juk Ryongja's voice rang out again. Well, Castle Lord, it's time to decide, she said, her tone carrying a hint of amusement. There are only 2 choices before you. She raised one finger. The first, prioritize survival. Save yourself and the others, leaving the man behind to his fate. Then, a second finger. The second, ensure no one is abandoned, even if it means overloading the boat and sinking together. Her piercing gaze locked onto him. Now, tell me, Castle Lord. What will you do? Jae-hwan finally understood. This was the morality test everyone had been anticipating. The entire setup was designed to force him into an impossible choice, where either decision would invite criticism. If he chose the first option, he would be labeled as ruthless. If he chose the second, he would be seen as reckless and lacking leadership. No matter what he did, doubt would be cast on his ability to lead the expedition. Juk Ryongja watched him expectantly, certain that he would struggle with the dilemma. But then, Jae-hwan's lips curled into a smirk. I choose option 3. A flicker of surprise crossed her face. Excuse me? I said, I'll take option 3. Her eyes narrowed. There are only 2 options. What nonsense are you? I refuse to let the boat sink, and I refuse to let anyone die. His voice was steady, unwavering. Juk Ryongja's expression twisted in shock. There wasn't supposed to be a third choice. The only way for him to see the hidden option was to uncover it on his own, but she hadn't expected him to do so. And then, as if responding to his determination, the illusion shifted. The third option revealed itself, one that preserved both morality and reason. The survivors could take turns in the water, waiting for a rescue team to arrive, ensuring that no lives would be lost. Juk Ryongja clenched her fists. Her entire plan had been to let Jae-hwan choose between the 2 doomed paths, only to present this hidden option afterward, proving his unworthiness to lead. But now, he had taken control of the test himself, disrupting everything. Feigning composure, she spoke again. Fine. Then tell us, Castle Lord, what is your so-called third option? Jae-hwan glanced at her before shifting his gaze to the stormy waters. The real problem here isn't the boat or the number of people, he said. The problem is the sea itself, isn't it? Juk Ryongja's eyes narrowed. And what exactly do you mean by that? If the sea is the issue, then I just need to deal with it. Before she could respond, Jae-hwan took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and raised his sword. A sudden, unsettling sensation filled the air. Juk Ryongja's confidence wavered. Wait, what are you doing? He didn't answer. Instead, he adjusted his stance, pointing his blade toward the water. A sinking feeling crept into her. This isn't part of the scenario, she protested. Have you completely lost your mind? But Jae-hwan was already preparing to act, his intent clear. And for the first time since the test began, Juk Ryongja found herself genuinely uncertain of what would happen next. Dr. Chang Hyo's face went pale as he recognized the stance Jaehwan had taken. His instinct screamed danger. Without hesitation, he shouted, "Everyone, get back! Run!" The spectators, though confused, didn't hesitate at his urgent command. Chaos erupted as they scrambled away from the scene, unaware of what was about to unfold. Jaehwan, however, remained still, his eyes gleaming with an eerie light. His grip on his weapon tightened as he unleashed his skill, thrust, straight into the stormy sea. Gasps of shock filled the air. The moment his attack struck, the water quivered violently, as if the entire world had been shaken. The system faltered, its mechanics unable to process such an unforeseen action. A deep rupture formed in the sea, carving a safe passage through the churning waves. The passengers aboard the lifeboat stared in stunned silence. Then, realizing what had just happened, their faces broke into expressions of sheer relief and joy. Cheers erupted as they rushed toward their captain, embracing him in gratitude. "We're saved! A miracle! He saved us," they cried. Jaehwan, unfazed by the overwhelming display of appreciation, turned his gaze toward Juk Ryongja. "Enough of this nonsense. Let me go." His voice was sharp, his patience wearing thin. Before she could respond, the surroundings began to shift. The entire map, the boat, the sea, the people, began to fade. One by one, the passengers vanished, their voices of gratitude lingering in the air like echoes of a forgotten dream. A system notification materialized before Jaehwan's eyes. "System alert, the morality test has been completed." Juk Ryongja's expression twisted in frustration. She abruptly shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Jaehwan turned to face her, his gaze dark and menacing. "And what's your problem now?" His voice sent a chill down her spine. His entire presence radiated an overwhelming aura, making her instincts scream at her to step back. He took a step closer, eyes locked onto hers. "Enough games. It's time to stop messing around." A shiver ran down Juk Ryongja's spine. Fear flickered in her eyes, but before she could respond, a deafening warning siren blared through the fortress. "Emergency alert, Gorgon Level 1 has been issued throughout the region." The announcement sent a wave of dread rippling through the crowd. Panic spread like wildfire. Juk Ryongja fell to her knees, stunned, staring at the flashing red alerts in the sky. What's happening?" she murmured, whipping her head around to Jaehwan, only to see him already moving. "Hey, wait!" she called out, but he didn't stop. His figure disappeared into the chaos. Meanwhile, the audience in the stadium was thrown into turmoil. Murmurs of confusion and fear spread among them as another announcement rang out. "Attention all residents! Effective immediately, all scheduled events are cancelled. The castle gates will be sealed. All civilians must evacuate to the northern sector at once." A man turned to the one beside him, his voice frantic. "What's going on? What does Level 1 mean?" The other man grabbed his arm, his face filled with urgency. "We need to move. Now. The undead are coming." At the castle gates, the clan lords gathered, gazes locked on the horizon. A dark, writhing mass loomed in the distance. Young-Yun stepped forward, narrowing his eyes. His breath caught in his throat. Those black figures. Are they all undead?" His words sent a ripple of unease through the group. "This can't be happening," someone muttered in disbelief. Not long ago, the Thunder God clan had been annihilated in Manticore. And now, Gorgon faced its own nightmare, an undead army marching straight toward them. Young-Yun couldn't shake the ominous thought gnawing at his mind. What if today was his last day? The tension in the air was suffocating, and he instinctively clenched his fists to steady his nerves. Beside him, Huang Kong let out a dry chuckle, his voice laced with amusement. "If something like this is enough to make you tremble, how do you expect to survive the Abyss expedition?" he scoffed. Young-Yun shot him a sideways glance, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. "Says the guy whose legs look like they're about to give out." Huang Kang's expression immediately soured. His jaw tightened as he snapped, "Shut up." Their banter didn't go unnoticed. Chang Hyo, who had been listening in silence, let out a knowing smirk. He found it amusing. These kids, who hadn't even been born 9 centuries ago, were now the ones leading the charge into chaos. The battlefield was now the gathering place for some of the most powerful forces in existence. The Infinite Clan, South Sea Clan, Forest School Clan, Ladies' Faith Clan, Fire King Clan, and Thunder God Clan, 6 of the 10 Lords of Chaos, had assembled in Gorgon. Watching this unfold, Chang Hyo felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He adjusted his hat and turned toward Mujuk, his voice low. "Doesn't this remind you of the past?" Mujuk's gaze remained fixed on the horizon, his expression unreadable. "You mean our journey to the Undead Palace?" Chang Hyo nodded, his eyes shadowed with memories. Mujuk exhaled. Yeah. You're not wrong. The Doctor of Doom always said history has a way of repeating itself. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his weapon. This feels just like that time, though I can't tell what that thing is doing here. His words trailed off as their gazes fell upon the monstrous swarm advancing toward them. Chang Hyo's unease deepened. He knew how the undead worked, their numbers weren't fixed. A medium-tier undead could summon smaller ones. Giant undead would bring forth medium-sized ones. And in the chaos known as Gorgon catastrophe, the king of the undead had appeared. It was the reason why the castle's defenses had been reinforced, the walls built higher than ever before. But even that might not be enough. Then, the worst of their fears took shape. A colossal undead emerged from the swarm, its grotesque form moving in unnatural, backward-walking motions, a creature known as Margaret, the nightmare of Gorgon. Terror spread like wildfire. The undead ambushed the fortress, unleashing devastation upon everything in their path. The air filled with the sound of terrified screams. People ran in every direction, some desperately calling for help while others tried to fight back. But the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Amidst the chaos, a young girl's agonized cries pierced through the battlefield. She clutched the remains of her arm, her limbs severed from a sudden attack. Desperation filled her eyes as she stumbled backward. "Stay away from me," she screamed, her voice hoarse with terror. But the undead did not listen. A black, writhing tentacle lashed forward, impaling her straight through the mouth. Her scream was cut short as blood splattered onto the cold ground. Juk Ryongja, witnessing the nightmarish scene, stood frozen. Her eyes widened in sheer disbelief as the endless tide of undead descended upon them. She felt as if her mind refused to accept reality. The people of Gorgon, her people, were being slaughtered and twisted into the very creatures that attacked them. Her legs trembled beneath her as she clutched her chest, her breath shallow. This can't be happening. It was an absolute nightmare, one from which there was no waking. All around her, the city's once proud residents screamed for their lives, only to be mercilessly cut down by the undead. She saw a man being overpowered, his desperate struggles proving useless against the monstrous strength of his attacker. "No! Stop!" she cried out, but her voice was lost in the chaos. Just then, a flash of steel sliced through the air. Juk Ryongja's heart swelled with hope. A warrior, a righteous one, had come to their aid. Watching him, she felt a flicker of faith ignite within her. "Please! Help us," she pleaded, her voice raw with desperation. But her relief was short-lived. The swordsman's expression darkened as he realized the futility of his actions. He wasn't strong enough. With a pained look, he turned away and ran, abandoning the man. Juk Ryongja's blood ran cold as she watched in horror. The abandoned man, left defenseless, was immediately overwhelmed by the undead, his agonized screams piercing the air before he was silenced forever. The swordsman barely made it a few steps before one of the monstrous creatures lashed out, a grotesque, black tendril spearing straight through his chest. He choked, his body convulsing, and then fell limp. Juk Ryongja's knees buckled. There was no hope. No matter how much they fought, no matter how many people resisted, they were doomed. Tears welled in her eyes as despair consumed her. What was the point of seeking justice in a world like this? A world where no life was guaranteed, not even for a second? Her thoughts spiraled as she stared at the approaching ghoul, its grotesque maw opening wide to devour her. She no longer had the strength to resist. If this was fate, then so be it. But just as she surrendered to the inevitable, a sudden blur of motion caught her eye. The undead creature was cleaved in half. Her breath hitched. "Who?" She turned, her vision still hazy with tears. And then, she saw him. Young Yun. His weapon gleamed with fresh blood as he positioned himself between her and the oncoming horde. Behind him, Cayman and Huang Kong stood their ground, cutting down the undead that threatened to overwhelm them. For a brief moment, relief washed over her. But then doubt crept back in. What was the point? They were only delaying the inevitable. There was no way they could defeat that thing. Their determination was reckless, foolish. Why weren't they afraid? Yet, as she looked closer, she noticed something that made her breath hitch. Young Yun's hands were trembling. He was afraid. Her mind reeled. Then, what was it? What kind of hope was driving them forward? Young Yun exhaled sharply, his grip tightening around his weapon as he eyed the endless tide of undead. He knew it too. This battle wouldn't be easy. Yun Young's comrade, noticing his hesitation, scoffed and nudged him. "Stop being such a coward," he said. "Turn around and look." Yun Young frowned but did as he was told, and what he saw left him speechless. There, standing alone against the monstrous, backward-walking Magrid, was none other than the Lord of Gorgon himself. Yun Young's breath caught in his throat. How could he be fighting that thing alone? The sheer power difference was staggering. Before he could fully process the situation, a blur of movement caught his eye, a lesser undead lunging at him from behind, claws poised to tear into him. But before it could strike, a single, swift motion ended it. The protagonist's grip tightened around the creature's skull as he ripped its head clean off and tossed it aside like garbage. The sight sent a wave of rage through Magrid, who let out a thunderous roar. With brute force, the giant undead slammed its fist into the stone buildings, shattering them into rubble. But it didn't stop there. Using its overwhelming power, it lifted the debris into the air and hurled it directly at the protagonist. Jaehwan winced. The fortress was already in ruins, and now this creature was turning what remained into its weapon. But the protagonist merely clicked his tongue, irritation flashing across his face. That was his building Magrid just destroyed. The massive chunks of rock came hurtling down, but the protagonist was already moving. With incredible speed, he dodged the barrage, weaving through the falling debris with effortless agility. Just as he steadied himself, Magrid lunged. Its grotesque, backward-moving form blurred as it reached for him, its intent clear, to grab him, to crush him. Yun Young noticed the flicker of annoyance in the protagonist's expression. That thing was getting on his nerves. Every time he tried to approach, Magrid would hurl objects at him, and when he tried to maintain distance, it would unleash an earth-shaking scream that sent powerful shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. No matter what, the creature was relentless. A sudden blast erupted as Magrid let out another furious roar, sending yet another destructive wave through the already devastated fortress. Jaehwan barely managed to shield himself from the aftershock. The entire battlefield trembled. The giant undead, still unyielding, prepared for another devastating strike. But this time, the protagonist didn't move. He didn't dodge. He didn't even flinch. Instead, he stood his ground. And when the blow landed, the explosion that followed shook the very foundations of Gorgon. Meanwhile, Chang Hyo stood frozen, his body trembling. Facing down the relentless undead army, he felt a crushing sense of helplessness. It was happening again. A bitter memory resurfaced, the Abyss Expedition, 900 years ago. Back then, they had encountered creatures just like these. Monsters that defied reason, that shattered all hope of survival. His fingers curled into fists. That same suffocating fear gripped him now, just as it had back then. No matter how much they fought, no matter how much they struggled, humanity had always been powerless in the face of such overwhelming despair. What could they do against monsters that defied logic? Against creatures that turned even the strongest warriors into nothing more than dust? But then, amidst the wreckage and chaos, a single light broke through the darkness. A voice from his past echoed in his mind. The people of Gorgon need hope. Emil, the former lord of Gorgon. Those words had shaped this place, had turned the fortress into a symbol of resilience. Hope was what had kept Gorgon standing. Hope was what had changed everything. And then, Chang Hyo's eyes widened in shock. Before him, Jaehwan stood tall, Magrid's monstrous form lying lifeless at his feet. He had done it. The battlefield fell into a stunned silence. All eyes were locked onto the motionless corpse of Magrid. The giant undead had been slain. A mixture of disbelief and awe spread across the warriors' faces as they processed what had just happened. Jaehwan, standing amidst the wreckage, met their gazes with an exasperated sigh. If I'd known it would take this long, I would have finished him off sooner, he muttered. Chang Hyo felt his breath hitch. How? How had Jaehwan managed to take down such a monstrous, high-level undead single-handedly? Before he could wrap his head around it, a blur of movement caught his eye, another undead lunging at Jaehwan, ready to strike. But before it could reach him, Kamen darted forward. With precise timing, he intercepted the attack, his blade flashing as he struck the creature down. Chang Hyo barely had time to react before another wave of undead surged toward them. These creatures weren't just mindless husks, they were enraged. The moment Magrid fell, they had turned their sights on Jaehwan, hell-bent on avenging their fallen leader. The sheer number of them made Chang Hyo's blood run cold. But Jaehwan, unfazed, clicked his tongue in irritation. Persistent insects, he muttered. Then, he moved. A powerful surge of energy erupted from him as he activated his skill, Spiricide. A massive explosion tore through the ranks of the undead. The sheer force of it left everyone momentarily frozen, the battlefield illuminated by the devastating blast. Chang Hyo's mind flashed back to something Jaehwan had said during his morality test. If there's no way forward, I'll just split the sea myself. Watching Jaehwan carve through the undead horde like an unstoppable force, Chang Hyo finally understood. Jaehwan wasn't just someone who fought against fate, he defied it. Mujuk, standing nearby, stared at the chaotic battlefield, utterly speechless. This guy. He mumbled, unable to finish his sentence. Chang Hyo exhaled sharply before speaking. I've made my decision. Mujuk turned to him, eyebrows raised. I'll protect his recklessness, Chang Hyo said firmly. Mujuk let out a short laugh, shaking his head. Then count us in too. The others around them nodded in agreement. This wasn't just Jaewon's fight anymore, it was theirs as well. With renewed determination, they charged forward, joining the battle, cutting down undead side by side. As the tide of battle shifted, another familiar face emerged, Myung Yiggle. Chang Hyo's eye twitched. Where the hell had he been this entire time? Meanwhile, Young Yun and Huang Kong fought side by side, subduing the relentless undead swarming them. Oi, Huang! Young Yun called out mid-battle, slicing through another ghoul. Huang Kong, focused on his own fight, barely spared him a glance. What? He grunted, cutting down an undead with a clean strike. Young Yun hesitated, seemingly embarrassed, but forced himself to speak. Do I look badass right now? Huang Kong didn't respond. The silence lingered. Young Yun's face fell. You could at least say something. But Huang Kong was too busy cutting down another ghoul to acknowledge him. Young Yun sighed. Man, you really know how to kill a guy's confidence, he muttered before driving his weapon through another undead skull. However, the battle was far from over. More creatures rushed toward them, and exhaustion was beginning to set in. Huang Kong could feel the weight of fatigue dragging down his movements. His breathing grew heavier. At this rate, he wouldn't last much longer. And then, a rock flew through the air and struck an approaching undead square in the face. Huang Kang's eyes widened in surprise. Turning toward the source, he spotted a girl standing amidst the chaos, her gaze locked onto the monster with fierce determination. As the creature turned its wrath toward her, she raised her voice. Now's our chance. Behind her, ethereal chains manifested out of thin air, twisting and snapping forward. They wrapped around the undead, binding it in place. Huang Kong exhaled sharply, shaking off his fatigue. The battle wasn't over yet. As the battle raged on, reinforcements arrived just in time. Among them were Minister Carlton Javier, Inspector James, Prime Minister Jurgen, and a group of civilians, all determined to turn the tide against the undead horde. Seeing this, Huang Kong couldn't help but feel relieved. The overwhelming burden on his shoulders eased slightly as fresh fighters joined the fray. With renewed vigor, he lunged forward, striking down an undead with a sharp grin. Now this is more like it, he muttered, satisfied by the shifting balance of the battle. The entire battlefield pulsed with a newfound energy as warriors, officials, and ordinary civilians alike fought side by side, their movements synchronized by a shared determination to reclaim their home. Jaehwan stood at the center of it all, watching with approval. Seeing them fight as one, without hesitation or fear, brought an unfamiliar sense of satisfaction to him. With a decisive motion, he drove his sword into the ground. A wave of energy erupted from the blade, spreading through the fortress like a violent storm. In an instant, every last undead was annihilated. 10 days later, Gorgon Fortress stood in the midst of reconstruction. The walls, once battered and broken, were steadily being restored. The entrance, which had barely held through the battle, was being reinforced. Despite the lingering signs of destruction, the atmosphere was surprisingly lively. It had been 10 days since Magrid, one of the 3 great undead, was slain, and the people of Gorgon still couldn't stop talking about it. Amidst the workers and traders, a reporter wandered the bustling streets, his eyes scanning the fortress with keen interest. He approached a man carrying a large beast horn over his shoulder and struck up a conversation. In your opinion, the reporter asked, what's been the most significant change in Gorgon since that battle? The man, setting the horn down for a moment, wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. Life's gotten a lot easier, he said without hesitation. The reporter raised an eyebrow. How so? The man gestured around him as he explained, 6 of Chaos's 10 clan lords have moved to Gorgon now. That means more manpower, more trade, and a massive increase in supplies. Horned beast materials, for example, are flooding the markets. We're richer than ever before. The reporter's eyes drifted to the wreckage that still scarred the city. Despite the destruction, the people weren't just surviving, they were thriving. But the damage is still severe, the reporter pointed out, scanning the ruins. Even so, something about the mood of the people felt different. They weren't just rebuilding their city, they carried themselves with an unshakable spirit. The man noticed the reporter's puzzled expression and chuckled. You only say that because you didn't see it, he said cryptically. See what? The path of the waves. At the mention of those words, a strange hush settled between them. The black wave of undead, a force that should have swallowed them whole, had been split apart by a single sword strike. Something about that moment had changed the people of Gorgon forever. Those who witnessed it firsthand described it as possessed, as if something had taken hold of them. They hadn't hesitated. They had thrown themselves into the heart of the battle, fighting with a resolve they didn't even know they had. Many lives had been lost, and yet, they still couldn't fully explain what they had seen that day. The man shrugged, his expression unreadable. I don't know what kind of madness that was, he admitted. But one thing's certain, life in Gorgon is better now. And that's a fact. The reporter, deep in thought, murmured, life in chaos, and yet, for the first time, these people are truly living. Before he could reflect further, a strange noise suddenly echoed through the air. His body tensed as he instinctively turned toward the sound. What was that? He asked, concern creeping into his voice. The man beside him frowned, his gaze darkening. The man beside the reporter gave a dismissive wave and reassured him, don't worry about it. This has been happening all day lately. The reporter's eyes widened in disbelief. A mana battle between high-stage adapted players, only something of that scale could cause such powerful tremors. Then again, with 6 of the 10 clan lords now in chaos, this level of destruction was hardly surprising. Still, the thought made him uneasy. His instincts as a journalist kicked in, and he quickly pulled out his recording device. Wait, are you saying the clan lords are at war with each other? He asked urgently, sensing a potential breaking news story. The man scratched his head, appearing somewhat unsure. Well, I guess you could call it a war, he admitted. Before the conversation could continue, a deafening explosion shook the air. Suddenly, the sky was filled with figures, clan lords flung through the air by the force of the blast. Shouts of alarm echoed as they struggled to regain their footing midair, their bodies battered and wounded. The man watching the scene barely looked surprised. Looks like only 5 of them are here today, he muttered, as if this kind of event was a regular occurrence. Inside Gorgon Castle, Jae-hwan observed the chaos unfolding from his seat. His sharp gaze followed the clan lords as they struggled to recover, and he let out a small sigh. They still have a long way to go, he remarked, shaking his head. Strength, true strength, was still beyond their grasp. Meanwhile, deep within the Golden Sky clan's stronghold, a glass shattered against the floor. Jin Hong Lim, the lord of the Golden Sky clan, had just hurled his cup in rage, the shards cutting into the face of the subordinate standing before him. His voice thundered through the room. What did you just say? He demanded, eyes burning with fury. The wounded subordinate, his face dripping with both sweat and blood, repeated his report with a trembling voice. The giant undead maggot that attacked Gorgon has been completely destroyed. Jin Hong Lim's hand clenched into a fist, his entire body trembling. Impossible, he muttered under his breath, his mind racing. To defeat a giant undead? Such a feat would require a 9th stage adapted player, someone in the Great Realm, ranking at least a lieutenant general. And yet? There are only 3 giant undead in all of Chaos, he growled. You're telling me that someone just killed one? His heart pounded with disbelief. This was beyond anything he had ever imagined. His fury surged as he turned back to his subordinate. Go to Gorgon immediately, he ordered. Find out exactly what happened. I want every single detail on how they managed to kill Magrid. The subordinate bowed hurriedly and rushed out of the room, leaving Jin Hong Lim still fuming. He refused to believe it. There had to be a mistake. It was simply not possible. But 4 days later, the impossible became reality. A chilling report arrived: the entire northern branch of the Golden Sky clan near Gorgon had been annihilated. Back inside Gorgon Castle, Jae-hwan sat among his subordinates, his expression unreadable. His voice was calm, yet his words cut deep. You're all pathetically weak, he stated bluntly. Silence fell over the room. A heavy, suffocating silence. He leaned back, studying their mortified expressions. What exactly have you all been doing for the past several hundred years? Not a single person dared to answer. Among them, Young Yun was trembling. Tears welled in his eyes as his shoulders shook. His voice came out in a whisper. How are we supposed to defeat that thing? Despair clung to his every word. Jae-hwan suddenly called out a name, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Young Yun flinched, his swollen eye twitching slightly as he straightened up. Why yes, my lord, he responded, his voice hesitant. Jae-hwan's gaze bore into him. The only thing you have going for you is your speed, he stated flatly. And even that, you're already aware of, aren't you? Young Yun gulped, nodding silently. Jae-hwan's sharp eyes then shifted to Huang Kong. You're strong, he said, but far too slow. Next, his attention turned to Myong. You think too much before taking action. Myong stiffened, but before he could respond, Jae-hwan had already moved on. Juk Ryongja. She straightened her posture, awaiting his judgment. Your instincts are sharp, but your endurance is pitiful. Juk Ryongja gritted her teeth, knowing full well that he wasn't wrong. Finally, Jae-hwan's gaze landed on Kamen. You're the best among them, he admitted. A murmur passed through the group. Kamen didn't react, only waiting for Jae-hwan to continue. You've mastered the fundamentals, and you don't have any obvious weaknesses. A pause. But at the same time, nothing about you stands out, either. Kamen's brow furrowed slightly. Jaehwan stood up, crossing his arms as he surveyed the room. You all have something in common, he remarked. You've settled, without even realizing it, you've become something, but not because you worked for it. You simply fell into it. At that moment, Ching-hyo chuckled, idly stroking his mustache. Seems like you read my mind, he mused. Jaehwan's eyes flicked toward him. And you, he said, not letting him off the hook. Ching-hyo raised a brow as Jaehwan continued, voice laced with cold amusement. For someone who's nearly 1,000 years old, you're still pretty weak. The casual remark sent a ripple of frustration through Ching-hyo, his fingers tightening slightly around his mustache. How dare you mock your elder, brat, he huffed. But deep down, he knew Jaehwan's words weren't without merit. 900 years ago, the 10 clan lords had all been at least 7th stage adapted players. The strongest among them, the lord of the Heavenly Dragon clan, had reached the 9th stage. And above them all, Moloch stood, an existence far beyond their comprehension. Yet despite all that power, they had still struggled during the Abyss expedition. Because that was the nature of the Abyss. Even at their peak, they had barely survived. And now? They had just carried out a mission to annihilate the northern branch of the Golden Sky clan, and nearly half of them had been seriously injured or even on the verge of death. They weren't even fighting Manticore yet. Jaehwan's voice rang through the room once more. If you're struggling this much against a single clan. His sharp gaze swept over them. How do you expect to survive the Abyss expedition? Silence. No one had an answer. And that, Jaehwan declared, is exactly why, starting today, you're all going through a week of special training. Myung Yeagle's eyes lit up. The phrase, special training, stirred something in him. Special training, huh? He mused aloud, his excitement bubbling. Would he undergo some kind of dramatic transformation? Would he emerge from this bulked up and muscular? But then a thought struck him, and he turned toward Jaehwan with a cautious expression. Castle Lord, he began. All of the clan lords here are adapted players. And the 15 stages of adaptation determine an adapted player's strength, allowing them to skip over levels through growth. Jaehwan remained silent, listening. Myung continued, voice thoughtful. It usually takes a normal person 10 years just to reach the first stage of adaptation. Another 20 years to reach the second stage. 40 years to reach the third. And from the third to the fourth? 80 years. Most people don't even make it that far. He took a breath before finishing. That's why players who reach the 4th stage or higher are called higher stage adapted players. Jaehwan raised a brow. Get to the point. The atmosphere in the fortress was thick with unease. Myung's voice broke the silence, his words deliberate yet laced with disbelief. So, you're trying to turn us into awakeners? His question stunned everyone. The air shifted, tension wrapping around the room like an invisible coil. Myung continued, shaking his head, from what I've heard, the awakened don't grow stronger over time like we do. They don't accumulate power, they transcend it. They reach the next stage through enlightenment. Jaehwan's lips curved into a faint smirk. You're right, he said calmly. That's exactly my plan, if you can abandon their world, that is. Jong frowned, confusion flickering in his eyes. Abandon their world? What does that mean? Before Jaehwan could answer, Chung-ho stepped forward, his tone heavy with meaning. He's referring to the 3 stages of awakening. The first step is to destroy the world of adaptation, the illusion we've been living in. The group exchanged uncertain glances. If you succeed, Chung-ho went on, you'll see the world for what it truly is. Young-yun tilted her head, still puzzled. Destroy the world of adaptation? What does that even mean? Juk Ryanja's eyes gleamed knowingly. He's asking you to abandon everything that the system has given you, status, power, comfort. Everything that benefits only the system itself. Jong scoffed. That's easy for you to say. I'm an overcharged adapter. The system favors me, I can grow faster, wield stronger skills, and evolve more easily. That's a blessing. Hang chuckled, folding his arms. Everyone here's an overcharged adapter. We all have that advantage. But then, Kamen, silent until now, raised his head. His gaze was fierce, unwavering. Not me, he said. I'll throw it all away. Every skill, every advantage, every piece of that false world. I'll cast it aside if it means I can grow stronger. The only thing I'll keep is my hatred for the monarchs. The words hit like thunder. Everyone turned toward him, startled. What are you talking about? Someone demanded. Juk Ryanja's expression softened with grim understanding. He's right. To awaken, you must discard everything, your progress, your identity, and something even greater. Her voice dropped lower. Tell me, have you heard of the Great Disappearance? Jaewon's brow furrowed. The Great Disappearance? It began 700 years ago, she explained, when the first cracks appeared across the almighty land. A group calling themselves the Cracks rose up, declaring war against the cultivators. But when they were found, every member had a proclamation carved into their chests, one written by the monarchs themselves. She paused, the firelight reflecting in her eyes. The message was clear: if one seeks to awaken, they must come to the forgotten land and reject this world entirely. A chill ran down their spines. Thousands gathered that day, Juke went on. All adapters, ready to transcend. But no one knows what became of them. It said they simply ceased to exist. Yong whispered, were there any survivors? Juke nodded slowly. A few. My comrades were among them. They returned, different. They had become awakened, though only at the first stage. And what happened to them? Jaehwan asked quietly. Her eyes dimmed with sorrow. They couldn't endure it. Every one of them took their own lives. Their minds broke. Some went mad, others lost all memory of who they were. The awakening shattered them completely. Silence followed. Jaehwan stepped closer, his tone firm yet compassionate. Then let me make two things clear. First, I am not one of the Cracks, though your suspicion is understandable. Second, you're right. Awakening is dangerous. That's why I'll only take volunteers. And those who refuse? Juk asked. I'll still help them, Jaehwan said. They'll grow stronger in their own way, by reaching higher stages of adaptation. She frowned. Didn't you hear what Mayung said? Advancing even one stage can take years. Jaehwan's grin widened. That won't be a problem. Follow me. The group trailed him through winding corridors until they reached the fortress's heart. The blacksmith was there, hammering away at something immense and metallic. Is it ready? Jaehwan asked. The blacksmith wiped his brow. It can be activated. A beam of blinding light erupted from the tower's center, and suddenly, a question echoed in every mind. Will you accept the summon to the Tower of Nightmares, Carpe Diem? One by one, they accepted. The world warped, and when their vision cleared, they stood within a vast obsidian tower. It wasn't grand like the divine towers of legend, but it pulsed with something far more primal. Real. Mayung let out a breath, smiling faintly. I never thought I'd see something like this. A place not built for domination, but to destroy it. Young Yun's eyes sparkled with awe. Jaehwan turned to the group. From now on, your training will take place here. Time flows 100 times slower inside. One day outside is 100 days here. That means 1 week out there equals nearly 2 years here. Use that time wisely. He added, but remember, the slower time flows, the faster your soul corruption spreads. Once it exceeds 80%, you'll be expelled automatically. The horned beast's horns will be ready outside to purify any corruption. No one dies here unless they give up. Yong exhaled softly. You're not just some cold-hearted brute, huh? He smiled faintly. Fine then. I'll follow you. For eternity, if I must. Jaehwan nodded once. Then choose. Those who wish to awaken, stand to my right. Those who want to strengthen their adaptation, stand to my left. When everyone was in place, the training began. Yong darted across the room, dodging strikes from Juke, laughing as he taunted, too slow. Hang appeared behind him, launching a blazing fireball. Speed means nothing without destruction. Bow before the Fire King. Their chaotic battle drew laughter, until Mayung sighed from the sidelines. Pathetic. None of you will improve like this. Instantly, all three turned toward him with predatory grins. Oh? You sure about that? They said in unison, before charging him. Mujek watched from afar, a small smile tugging at his lips. He thought back to when Jaehwan divided them. As expected, Kamen was the only one who chose to awaken, unwavering in his resolve. Juk had questioned how Jaehwan planned to make the others stronger. After all, higher stage adapters rarely improved without enlightenment or high-tier skill books, rare treasures controlled by the great clans. Don't tell me, she had said bitterly, you plan to steal from them like Zhang did? Jaehwan's reply had been simple. We don't need books. We need teachers. Teachers, she'd echoed. Yes, he'd said. Each of you will become each other's teacher. The idea had stunned them all. And now, watching them train, laughing, fighting, teaching, adapting, Mujek realized that Jaehwan's plan wasn't just bold. It was revolutionary. Because for the first time, they weren't bound by the system. They were learning to break it. Mujek couldn't help but wonder how Kamen was faring beyond that sealed gate, the one that led to the second floor of the tower. The thought lingered like a whisper in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, deep within that second floor, Kamen's body moved in a relentless rhythm. The sound of his blade slicing through the air echoed again and again, a steady, mechanical beat that refused to end. Thrust. Pull back. Thrust. Breathe. How many times had he done it now? 10,000? 100,000? Perhaps even more. Numbers no longer mattered. Jaewon's voice cut through the silence. Faster, he commanded. Kamen gritted his teeth, muscles burning as he obeyed. Sweat streamed down his face like rain, his lungs screaming for air. Finally, he asked through ragged breaths, am I really getting stronger by doing this? Jaewon tilted his head slightly, a flicker of surprise in his usually calm eyes. You're still asking questions like that? You should be feeling something by now. And indeed, something was happening. Kamen's vision began to blur at the edges. He could see shapes, shadows, something beyond the world in front of him. His grip trembled. Jaewon's voice softened. You're uneasy, aren't you? Because you haven't fought anyone. You think strength only comes from clashing swords. Kamen hesitated. I know I'm not special. I don't have the talent others do. Jaewon shook his head slowly. That's where you're wrong. He stepped closer, his tone firm but warm. You're not like the clan leaders, the ones pampered by the system, blessed with power they didn't earn. You clawed your way up here with nothing but your hands and your will. That's why you're the strongest of them all. He continued, talent doesn't awaken anyone. Willpower does. And yours is unbreakable. The words struck something deep inside Kamen's chest. He hadn't heard anyone believe in him like that in years. Maybe centuries. His throat tightened. Then, Jaewon said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Trust me. And keep going. Kamen inhaled sharply, the fire in his heart reigniting. He gripped his sword tighter and began thrusting once more, faster, stronger, until the air itself screamed. Far above the tower, on a crumbling balcony overlooking the fortress, a woman leaned casually against the railing, a bottle in hand. The light from the tower flickered across her face. Well, would you look at that, she murmured with a grin. He actually built it. She took a long sip before turning toward the man beside her. Impressive, isn't it, Master Chung-ho? Chung-ho's expression hardened. What are you plotting this time, Seolha? She pouted, feigning offense. So cold. Is that how you greet me after all these years? I told you before, he said sharply. I'm not coming back. I won't join those inhumane lunatics again. Seolha's eyes gleamed dangerously. Inhumane? We're the only ones still fighting for humanity. The rest of the world's too afraid to do what must be done. Only Crack has the resolve to see it through. He scoffed. Don't twist it. Crack doesn't fight for humanity, it uses it. Your organization has been rotting since the Great Disappearance. Her laughter rang out like shards of glass. Oh, please. You should know better. You were one of the masterminds behind the Great Disappearance, weren't you? Chung-ho froze, his hand tightening on his sword. That's a lie. Maybe, Seolha said with a wicked grin, stepping closer. Things didn't go the way you planned. But you didn't stop it either, did you? You just watched. He turned away, jaw clenched. She tilted her head, her tone soft but mocking. You should be grateful, you know. Because of that incident, because of you, I'm still alive. Her eyes glowed faintly. And you're still tied to it. Crack's followers still trained by your old teachings. They swing their blades hundreds of thousands of times, killing each other over and over, until only a handful survive. Their bodies break, their minds shatter, and in the end, they no longer fear death. That's how they reach the first keyword of awakening, dismantle. Enough. Chung-ho roared, unsheathing his sword. That's not the right path. In a flash, he pulled her into his own world. The space around them rippled into being, a hollow landscape of cracked stone and lifeless color. Seolha looked around and smiled faintly. It's still empty, she said. You've lost too much of yourself. You couldn't even draw this world properly. Her aura flared crimson as she drew her blade, slicing effortlessly through the fragile terrain. While you were wasting away, I was perfecting mine. I filled it with death. Chung-ho's eyes widened as the scenery morphed around them, a nightmarish battlefield stretching to infinity. Countless corpses floated in a sea of blood. Do you like it? She asked sweetly. My masterpiece. The scene of the Great Disappearance. Isn't it beautiful? He clenched his jaw. You call this beauty? The living are not meant to mimic the dead. This world can still change, and I'll make sure it does. She sighed. You still cling to that faith, even after all this time. Still the same naive man from 900 years ago. Her voice dropped to a whisper. You can try again, but you'll fail again, just like before. You can run, hide, preach, but remember this. Her eyes burned like twin suns. Crack will always be watching. Inside the tower, Kamen's struggle reached its peak. His movements grew sharper, his breathing steadier. First, question it. Then, understand the world you question. And finally, the last step blurred beyond his comprehension. His mind spun. Wake up! Jaewon's voice thundered as his sword came crashing down. Kamen barely blocked it. The impact sent his weapon flying from his hands. He stumbled back, barely catching himself before hitting the ground. Pathetic, Jaewon said coldly. Is that all you've got? Fight like your life depends on it. Kamen's chest heaved. His hands trembled. No matter how hard he tried, the difference between them felt insurmountable, like an unending abyss. Has he grown stronger again? Kamen thought in disbelief. And deep inside, something within him stirred, a spark caught between despair and awe. The path to awakening was beginning to open. Kamen slowly closed his eyes, accepting the bitter taste of defeat. His body trembled, his spirit on the verge of breaking, until Jaewon's voice cut through the silence like a spark in the dark. Listen carefully, Jaewon said, his tone calm but commanding. The final key to unlocking the third stage is to cast off the limits this world forced upon you. Break the boundaries that dared to confine your existence. Those words struck deep. Kamen's eyes snapped open, glowing with a feral intensity. His aura flared, shaking the ground beneath him as if reality itself shuddered. The air grew heavy. Power, raw and unrestrained, poured out from him like a raging storm. He had awakened. The third stage. For a heartbeat, the world seemed to hold its breath. Then, with a roar, both men charged forward. The clash of their strikes split the sky, thunder cracking across the battlefield. Kamen's movements became sharper, faster, his attacks carrying the destructive grace of a predator reborn. Moonfall, divine severance, he shouted. From above, a crescent wave of energy descended, its brilliance like moonlight cutting through a tempest. The ground exploded under the force, and when the dust settled, rain began to fall. Kamen, breathing heavily, sank to one knee as droplets splashed across his face. Jaewon approached, a faint smile curving his lips. Congratulations. You've done it, you've stepped into the third stage. Kamen looked up, still panting. Then, I really became stronger. Jaewon nodded. Stronger, yes. But strength isn't just about stages. Even so, Kamen couldn't shake the feeling of distance. Despite reaching the same level, Jaewon's presence still felt unreachable. Once their training concluded, the scene shifted to the fortress's grand meeting hall. The air buzzed with tension as the fortress masters gathered around a vast triangular table, their faces cast in the dim glow of floating orbs. The proposal for an expedition had ignited a storm. One master slammed his hand on the table. If we proceed, we'll shatter the treaty that has kept the peace for decades. Another nodded. We can't afford that risk. Young, leaning against the wall with crossed arms, scoffed. Funny. You all stayed quiet until someone else did the work. If you didn't act before, maybe you should shut your mouths now. Before more insults could fly, Prime Minister, the meeting's mediator, spoke up. We're here because of the Forbidden Heaven clan incident. Let's focus on that. Everything else can wait. Still, murmurs continued. Then, Gal Wydong, the fortress master of Garuda and an 8th stage adapter, leaned forward. Since the topic's already on the table, let's settle it properly. We'll elect the expedition captain through a vote. Aisha Lindcroft of Dryad Fortress nodded slightly. Fair enough. But where's the Gorgon Fortress master? He should have received notice of this gathering. Yurin's gaze darkened. He's missing because someone planned it that way. The moment Yen left the fortress, this meeting was scheduled, and before we could even respond, messenger eagles announced your envoys were already on their way. Gasps filled the hall. A setup. Gal smirked. And you'd trust command to a child barely 50 years old? Are you all insane? His words dripped with mockery, and that's when the atmosphere snapped. In an instant, Yong appeared beside him, his dagger pressed to Gal's neck. Say that again, he growled. Gal's eyes narrowed. What are you trying to prove? Yong's smile turned sharp. If you want to talk about ability, let's show it. You want a new expedition leader? Beat us first. A ripple of excitement swept through the room as both men strode toward the arena. Gal folded his arms, smirking. You're sure you want this, boy? Scared already? Yong taunted. With a dismissive wave, Gal gestured. Go on, make your move. Yong vanished. A blur. A gust. Then the sharp clang of steel meeting steel. He appeared behind Gal, striking fast and hard. Gal barely twisted aside, sparks flying as their weapons collided. Impressive speed, Gal admitted, just before Yong launched himself skyward, spinning midair and crashing down like a thunderbolt. The impact sent shockwaves across the arena floor. Gal gritted his teeth, forced to defend. A 7th stage adapter, with this much power? He smirked, regaining his footing. Still, you're out of your depth. Golden chakrams materialized around him, glowing like miniature suns. With a flick of his wrist, they whirled through the air, slashing at Yong with blinding precision. The hits landed, and the spectators murmured anxiously as Yong fell to one knee. Gal chuckled. "You've done well. But since the lightning god has fallen, as promised." "Stop talking," Yong interrupted, rising to his feet. His voice was calm, his eyes glimmering with strange light. "I'm not done yet." A strange energy rippled through the arena, something unfamiliar, borrowed yet perfectly controlled. "Now," he said, flames dancing across his hands, "let me show you something interesting." He raised his arm, summoning an infernal blaze, the signature ability of Huang. The fire roared to life, scorching through the air and devouring Gal's golden chakrams as if they were made of paper. Gasps filled the Colosseum. Gal stumbled backward, eyes wide. And Yong smiled, a sharp, defiant grin that promised the real fight had only just begun. Gal's eyes widened in disbelief as he recognized the flames swirling around Yong's hands. That technique, he knew it all too well. "The Fire King's art?" he bellowed, his expression twisting in anger. "You dare use his technique?" But before he could even recover from the shock, Yong's aura shifted again, his movements growing sharper and more refined. Another surge of energy rippled through the arena, this one colder, calculated, impossibly precise. The distinct rhythm of the Savant clan's leader, Mayung. "You!" Gal's voice cracked in fury. "Are you too mocking the sacred legacies of your clans? Have you thrown away all your pride?" Yong didn't even slow down. He blurred forward, his silhouette splitting through the air like lightning, and replied coolly, "Pride doesn't win battles." With that, he struck. His blow landed squarely against Gal's guard, the sheer force sending shockwaves through the ground. The stone beneath their feet shattered, cracks spiderwebbing outward. Gal staggered, sliding back several meters, but still managed to stay upright. He wiped the blood from his lip, eyes narrowing. "If that's how you want to play it, then I suppose I'll have to get serious too." Golden energy flared around him, blinding and hot. The air trembled as his chakram reappeared, this time far larger, far deadlier. The weapon spun at a terrifying speed, humming with lethal intent. "Everyone, get back," shouted one of the spectators, as several fortress warriors turned and ran for their lives. The chakram expanded again, its edge dragging through the arena floor and ripping the earth apart. Massive chunks of stone erupted into the air, crashing down like meteors. From her seat above, Aisha watched, her lips parting in astonishment. The sheer destructive scale of Gal's power was overwhelming. Gal laughed darkly. "Come then, little lightning god. Let's see if you can survive this." But when he looked up again, Yong wasn't on the ground anymore. His golden eyes flicked upward, and there he was, high above, surrounded by a torrent of light and wind. "Well done," Gal sneered. "You lasted this long. But let's end it properly." He began to channel his final strike, but before their attacks could collide, a thunderous voice boomed across the arena. "Enough." Everyone froze. Mujek stepped forward, his presence alone silencing the roaring energy in the air. With a single motion of his hand, he halted Yong's attack midair and dissipated Gal's raging chakram as if snuffing out a candle. "The match is over," Mujek declared. His gaze shifted to Gal. "You would have unleashed Garuda, wouldn't you? The guardian horn beast? An anti-dead weapon, against your own kin." Gal's expression twisted with shame. His golden energy dimmed, his weapon fading from view. "Titch, I overstepped." "Then say it," Mujek demanded. Gal lowered his head. "I lost." Silence filled the arena. Mujek turned, scanning the gathered fortress masters. "Then, who among you wishes to challenge me next?" His eyes locked on Aisha. "What about you, Aisha Lynn Croft? Do you think you're worthy enough? Step forward if you do." Before Aisha could speak, a soft chuckle echoed through the chamber. Gyor stepped closer to Gal, a sly smile on her lips. "What are you doing?" Mujek asked sharply. Gyor folded her arms. "Nothing unusual. I'm simply joining the winning side." Gasps rippled through the hall, and Aisha's expression hardened in disgust. Then, a new voice cut through the tension. "I'll be the one to face you, Mujek." Everyone turned toward the entrance. A tall man approached, his presence regal and suffocating. And his golden robes shimmered like liquid sunlight. "The jade-masked golden monarch, Bang Kianil," someone whispered, trembling. Even Mujek's expression darkened. "A monarch? What business does a monarch have here?" Kianil's eyes gleamed behind the mask. "I've come to deal with you. The enemy of chaos himself, the one who slaughtered his own allies for power. Tell me, how does it feel to still bear that title?" Mujek's voice grew cold. "You, the thief who took all the fruits of victory after killing your comrades. You dare show your face here?" Kianil raised a gloved hand, dismissive. "Enough of that old tale. The monarch of steel wishes to see you. He misses you dearly, you know." You're working for him now? Mujek growled. Of course, Kianil replied lightly. My king has a fondness for martial artists. Especially the talented ones. Mujek's jaw tightened. Then his legacy is as good as dead if he shelters trash like you. Kianil chuckled softly. Still bitter, are we? The Steel Monarch forgave me long ago. Status has its perks, I suppose. You, on the other hand, are still gnashing your teeth after 900 years? You shouldn't be so angry at your fellow martial artists. We've shared quite a bit, haven't we? That last sentence snapped the last thread of Mujek's restraint. You dare, he roared, his aura erupting as he charged forward. You betrayed the Murim world. You destroyed everything we built. Kianil caught the incoming strike with one hand, effortlessly stopping it. Still as dramatic as ever, he said with a mocking grin. We haven't seen each other in centuries, and this is how you greet me. Mujek's fury only grew. His next flurry of attacks was a storm, wild, unrelenting, fueled by righteous wrath. You think you can fool the Dryad, Garuda, and Priestess clans again? Mujek shouted mid-strike. You've been playing them, manipulating them from the shadows. Kianil tilted his head, feigning innocence. Playing them? No, no. We simply offered them guidance. Helped them make wiser decisions. Unlike you, still chasing impossible dreams with your fortress allies. His tone turned mocking, sharp as a blade. Truly, you've become pitiful. From above, Aisha watched the clash unfold. Her expression, however, wasn't one of awe or admiration, it was uncertainty. Her fists clenched, her lips pressed tight. Because deep down, she wasn't sure anymore which side she stood on. As Aisha stood upon the balcony of the fortress, her mind churned with doubt and unease. The sounds of battle below echoed faintly through the hall, but her focus was elsewhere, on the conflict within her own heart. That's when a soft, cold voice interrupted her thoughts. You shouldn't hesitate now, said a man as he stepped out from the shadows. Draped in the emblem of the Steel Monarch, his presence radiated authority and calm menace. You made the right decision, Aisha. It was Hai Young, the Steel Monarch's emissary, elegant, composed, and impossibly sharp-eyed. The current Gorgon Fortress Master, he continued, is a danger unlike any other. Even more dangerous than the leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. He intends to use the Abyss Expedition Squad to unite the entirety of Chaos. Aisha's eyes widened. Unite? Chaos? Hai Young nodded slowly. Our great monarch has named him a threat. There was a weight to that word. In Chaos, threat wasn't a mere label, it was a title reserved for those who dared to defy the natural order, those who wished to change what could not be changed. Every time a threat emerges, Hai Young said softly, almost pitying, hope begins to rise in this cursed world. But that hope always leads to despair. You know this better than anyone. His gaze turned firm, almost accusing. You've lived for 970 years, haven't you? You remember what happened 90 years ago. Aisha's breath hitched. She did remember. The flames, the screams, the unbearable silence that followed. The tragedy had never truly left her, it haunted every quiet moment of her long existence. Yes, she whispered. I remember. It feels like it happened yesterday. Then you understand, Hai Young pressed. If we don't stop him now, Chaos will suffer again. This time, beyond repair. Aisha lowered her head. Hai Young's words sliced through her, reigniting old guilt and fear. Back then, when she was vulnerable and desperate for direction, Hai Young had offered her a path, loyalty to the Steel Monarch. And she had taken it. But now she wasn't sure if it had been the right choice. Her hands trembled as she whispered, but, is this truly the right thing to do? Hai Young only smiled faintly. It's the only thing to do. Down below, the clash between Muguk and Kianil, the jade-masked golden monarch, raged on. Kianil's every movement was effortless, fluid, as though he were toying with his opponent. Muguk, battered and bloodied, refused to fall. His aura flickered like a dying flame, yet his sword still burned with determination. Kianil sighed as he deflected another strike. You know, he said conversationally, it would be wise to stop now. You're already far past your limits. Muguk didn't answer. His silence was his defiance. With a roar, he gathered the last of his strength and unleashed one of his most devastating techniques, Heavenly Sword, a strike so fast it split the air. The blade's edge cut toward Kianil's throat like a beam of light. And then, a blinding explosion. The technique shattered midair, the energy bursting apart as if crushed by invisible pressure. Kianil hadn't even moved. Futile, he murmured, shaking his head. You really don't understand the difference, do you? The gap between the 8th and 9th stages isn't something willpower can cross. In a blur, he appeared before Muguk, gripping his collar tightly. Get to the 9th stage, he said coldly, before you dare stand against me again. Until then, you're not even worthy to leave a scratch on a monarch. And then his palm struck. The impact sent a shockwave tearing across the arena. Muguk's body was hurled through the air and crashed into the ground with devastating force. Dust and debris spiraled upward as the spectators stared in silent disbelief. From above, Juke whispered, voice trembling, "So, this is the true power of a monarch." Kian straightened his robes as though brushing off dirt. "Pathetic," he said, almost bored. "And to think, I'm not even a grand monarch. Merely a brigadier general, the lowest among the 3 ranks beneath them." Gyur's expression hardened. Her suspicions were confirmed. If a monarch of this level could overpower them so easily, then the Abyss expedition had been doomed from the start. Kian turned to the fallen Muguk. "You should give up on your foolish dreams. You've all climbed high enough in chaos, be satisfied with what you've achieved. Trying to play God," he gave a soft laugh, "is above your station." Muguk didn't move at first. Then, slowly, his fingers twitched. His breathing steadied. His eyes, once dull with defeat, flared back to life. He rose to his feet, bloodied but unbroken. "You think I'll give up?" His voice trembled with fury. "You think I've forgotten what you did 900 years ago?" Kian raised a brow, amused. "You stole the Resurrection Palace's victory," Muguk snarled. "You took their fruits and murdered their comrades. You stained our history, and called it justice." Kian's expression flickered, but only for a second. "Ah, so you still cling to the past. Pitiful." "I've never forgotten," Muguk hissed. "Not the disgrace. Not the betrayal. And not you." He surged forward once more, every muscle screaming, his sword igniting with divine light. Kian smiled coldly. "You really have learned nothing. Instead of redemption, you choose death." Their blades met once more, light and gold colliding in a thunderous burst. With one final cry, Muguk unleashed the heavenly sword, Enigma, a desperate technique fueled by everything he had left. The blade tore through the air, crackling with divine fury, and flew toward Kian like a comet. But Kian's palm opened calmly, and from it emerged a swirling abyss, an endless, black void that devoured everything it touched. "Bottomless pit," he whispered. The sword's light vanished into nothingness. Muguk's attack, his power, his will, consumed in an instant. Kian stepped forward and seized him by the throat. His grip was unyielding, his voice quiet but cruel. "You still don't understand," he said. "You cannot change anything. Not chaos. Not fate. Not even yourself." The others rushed in, desperately trying to aid Muguk, who was barely holding his ground against the overwhelming force of Kian. But the monarch of Golden Hands had no intention of dragging the fight any longer. He was ready to end Muguk's life right there and then. Just as Kian raised his hand for the finishing blow, a voice called out from behind, calm but carrying unshakable resolve. "Sorry I'm late." Everyone turned. Emerging from the smoke and debris was Cayman, his armor dusted and his eyes burning with determination. He stepped forward, resting his sword on his shoulder as he spoke. "The fortress master is occupied with something important. So, I'll be the one to face you instead." Jürgen frowned, frustration bleeding through his voice. What could possibly be more important right now? The entire expedition is collapsing. Cayman met his gaze, expression firm. "Calm down. I'm here now." He turned to Muguk, who was struggling to rise. "You okay?" Muguk shook his head weakly. "Don't do it. He's not someone you can handle alone." But Cayman only smiled faintly. "Trust me. It'll be fine. Get everyone out of here, take them as far away as possible." Mayung scoffed, unable to believe what he was hearing. "You're insane. Muguk couldn't even scratch him, and you think you can?" Cayman's tone hardened. "Leave it to me." He stepped forward, locking eyes with Kian, who tilted his head curiously. "Ah, it's been some time, hasn't it?" "Wait," he squinted, recognition dawning. "You're that boy from years ago. The one who wasn't even strong enough to join the expedition." Cayman nodded slowly. "That's right." A smirk tugged at Kian's lips. "Then you must have grown considerably, if you have the courage to stand before me now." Cayman drew his sword, pointing it forward. "You'll see soon enough." With a blur of movement, Cayman lunged. The clash was instant, his blade piercing through one of Kian's golden hands and sending the monarch staggering back. Kian stared at the wound, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Impressive. What technique was that?" Cayman answered simply, "Just a thrust. Not even my strongest one. But if you don't give this your all, you'll die before you understand why." Kian's grin vanished. Fury rippled through his aura. "Arrogant child." Golden hands erupted from his body, lunging toward Cayman in waves. Cayman danced between them, swift and precise, every motion like a practiced rhythm. He remembered Jaewon's words from long ago. When he'd reached the third stage of his training, he had asked if true growth was possible in only 2 years. Jaewon's answer echoed in his mind, time doesn't flow the same here. On this floor, you could have trained for centuries. Cayman's eyes glowed pale blue. His world expanded, a surge of divine energy enveloped the battlefield. Kainil's expression twisted in shock. You've opened a world? Without hesitation, Cayman thrust again, once, twice, then a storm of thrusts, each faster than the last, each carrying the weight of unrelenting discipline. His strikes tore through Kainil's defenses, shattering golden constructs and shaking the ground itself. Then came the final strike. A powerful wave of force surged forward with his thrust, slicing through Kainil's guard and leaving the monarch barely standing. As the dust settled, Cayman stood firm, breathing steadily. Kainil, bloodied and trembling, fell to one knee. Cayman tightened his grip on his sword. It's over. But before he could deliver the finishing blow, Juke appeared before him, shielding the monarch. Yong swiftly moved to lift the wounded Kainil away. Cayman didn't flinch, he'd expected this. Jaehwan warned me you'd do that, he said calmly. Juke's voice thundered. Enough. Even if you've grown stronger, you can't possibly defeat a monarch with just 2 years of training. Cayman's eyes hardened. 2 years. He raised his blade, his aura surging to its peak. You're mistaken. I've trained for 200. He thrust forward, and an explosion of light and energy erupted from his blade, blasting through the arena and carving a massive crater into the ground. The shockwave sent everyone reeling. When the smoke cleared, Cayman still stood, his sword embedded in the earth. The monarchs were gone. Muguk stared in awe. He actually did it. His lips curled into a faint smile. So Jaehwan really planned this. He must have known Cayman would come and win. For the first time, the warriors of chaos realized something. They didn't have to rely solely on Jaehwan anymore. They could stand on their own. Later, in a quiet chamber, Aisha replayed the battle footage, her face tense with mixed emotions. As the screen reflected in her eyes, Cayman entered silently behind her. You're the one who changed your stance, right? He asked. Aisha turned, surprised. Yes. I came because of what you said before, though I still can't understand how you can be so calm. You do realize how terrifying the monarchs are? Cayman's gaze didn't waver. I know better than anyone, he replied softly. But that won't stop me. I'll fight them all. Aisha sat in silence for a while, her fingers tracing the edge of her teacup as the tension between her and Cayman hung heavy in the air. Finally, she spoke, her tone calm but firm. Cayman, you do realize what you're up against, right? The Resurrection Palace isn't like the Forbidden Heaven clan. They're far more terrifying. You may have defeated Kainil, but he was just a brigadier general, one of the weakest among them. There are beings out there who make him look like a child playing with toys. Cayman didn't flinch. His expression was steady, his resolve unshaken. I know that. But 900 years ago, we ran away. We hid because we thought we weren't ready. If we do that again now, we'll never stand tall again. Aisha blinked, almost unable to recognize the man before her. The Cayman she once knew had been plagued by insecurity, constantly tortured by his own limitations. He wasn't born an overcharged adapter like so many others, and every failure had driven him deeper into despair. The man who once avoided impossible challenges now faced them without hesitation. Her voice softened. You've changed so much, are you really the same person I once knew? Before Cayman could respond, a deep rumble shook the walls. Shouts echoed from outside, followed by a surge of energy that made the air itself vibrate. Aisha quickly rose and stepped toward the window. Outside, a vast crowd had gathered around a towering structure of obsidian and silver, its top lost in the clouds. The sight made her breath catch. What is that? Cayman joined her, gazing at the massive spire with a faint smile. That's the Tower of Nightmares. Jaehwan and the Artisan of Dawn built it together. Her eyes widened. A cultivation tower? He shook his head. No. Quite the opposite. Inside that tower, the concept of cultivation doesn't exist. What? She whispered, unable to believe what she was hearing. In that place, Cayman explained, no one cultivates. There are no products, no chosen ones. Only effort. It's a space where power is earned, not bestowed. Aisha's heart pounded as the realization hit her. So that's how you became so strong, by training in that place? He turned toward her with a quiet smile. If you want to understand, you should see it for yourself. Chaos is no longer waiting for miracles. We've learned to stand on our own feet. Outside, the crowd was training, men and women, even children, shouting as they pushed their bodies to their limits. Aisha noticed their expressions, fear was gone, replaced with determination. People who once trembled before the monarchs now swung their blades with conviction. They were all terrified before, she murmured. They wouldn't even dare to fight back. What changed? Cayman's gaze hardened. They remembered what they'd lost: freedom. The right to make their own choices. The right to live without kneeling. If they don't reclaim that freedom through their own strength, then it's meaningless. Aisha's eyes softened. Watching those people struggle, fail, and rise again stirred something deep within her. So they finally believe in themselves again, she said quietly. Then, after a pause, she looked back at Cayman. Where's Jaehwan now? Cayman's lips curled upward. He's taking a break. Far away, beneath a scorching desert sun, Jaehwan lounged casually on a sand dune, sipping from a canteen as Chung-ho glared at him. The fortress summit should be over by now, Chung-ho grumbled. Shouldn't we head back? There are plenty of strong people gathered there. Jaehwan shrugged lazily. Cayman can handle it. He's stronger than you now anyway. Chung-ho froze, eyes twitching. Excuse me? Jaehwan chuckled at his reaction. What? Don't get mad. You started from scratch too, didn't you? Chung-ho sighed, rubbing his temples. Yeah. But I was close to reaching my third stage awakening when I threw everything away. That's because your method was wrong, right? Jaehwan asked knowingly. Chung-ho looked at him sharply. How do you know about that? Because I saw how differently you perceive the world, Jaehwan replied, eyes half closed as he leaned back. Everyone in the crack awakened using the same pattern: first stage, dismantle. Second, assemble. And the third, self-surrender. Chung-ho nodded slowly. That's right. My awakening was simpler, Jaehwan admitted. It didn't have all that questioning or despair. I just kept cutting down every obstacle in my way. I never stopped to ask why, I just did. He smiled faintly, almost wistfully. But you questioned everything. You sought meaning behind existence itself. That's the difference. The path of questioning never ends, it forces you to face your own anguish, even after you've forged your own world. Chung-ho stared at him, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Then tell me this, how old are you now? The third floor of the tower just finished construction, right? And if what Michael said is true, time there flows even slower than on the second floor. You were gone only 2 days in chaos time, but how long did it feel for you? Jaehwan's lips quirked into a teasing grin. About 1,000 years. Chung-ho nearly choked. You can't be serious. Why not? Jaehwan said, pretending to look offended. Should I start calling you Sir Chung-ho from now on to make it believable? Cut it out, Chung-ho muttered, glaring. Just tell me the truth. Jaehwan only laughed, his gaze turning toward the golden horizon. Let's just say, long enough to forget what fear feels like. Jaehwan stretched his arms and exhaled softly, the endless dunes shimmering under the crimson light of chaos's sky. It wasn't as long as I wanted, he admitted with a shrug, but we've rested enough. Time to move. Chung-ho, who'd been trudging behind him, blinked in disbelief. You're serious? You're actually heading to the Resurrection Palace? Jaehwan glanced at him with his usual calm smile. That's the plan. Chung-ho's expression darkened. You've lost your mind. That place isn't just dangerous, it's suicidal. You're not ready yet. Wait until you've awakened more. Then, maybe. There's no waiting, Jaehwan interrupted, his tone firm but not angry. The monarchs won't sit quietly while we prepare. The longer we delay, the stronger they become. We have to strike before they realize what's coming. Chung-ho frowned, realizing Jaehwan wasn't bluffing. And what exactly are you going to do there? Jaehwan's eyes gleamed with that familiar spark of reckless resolve. Just a small errand. I'll take out the key figures in the Resurrection Palace, steal one of their fruits, and destroy something far more dangerous. Chung-ho arched a brow. And what's that supposed to be? The treasure of the Mares, a relic known as the Narrow Gate, Jaehwan replied. It's a bridge between the living and the dead. Anyone who passes through it can cross into chaos while still alive. If I take their fruits and destroy that gate, the monarchs won't be able to enter chaos anymore, unless they're willing to die first. Chung-ho stared at him in shock. You're planning to cut off the monarch's path to chaos entirely. Jaehwan nodded. Exactly. He turned and began walking toward the horizon. And for that, I'll start with the Manticore Fortress. There's a hidden corridor there that leads straight to the Resurrection Palace. The Forbidden Heaven clan is guarding it, so they'll probably object. Before Chung-ho could reply, the world shook violently. The massive gates of the Manticore Fortress exploded outward, stone and steel scattering like dust. A wave of smoke rolled across the battlefield. Jaehwan stood before the smoking ruins, his weapon gleaming faintly in his hand. Why would you announce yourself like that? Chung-ho shouted in disbelief. If we'd gone in quietly, we could have avoided fighting the entire fortress. Jaehwan smirked, his tone light. I told you already, didn't I? Surprise is overrated. You're insane, Chung-ho muttered as enemies began to pour out from the shattered walls. Jae-hwan twirled his weapon, thrusting forward. His strikes were sharp and precise, each one ending a life with effortless grace. Relax, he said between blows, I'm conserving energy. Chung-ho ducked behind a collapsing column. Conserving? You're tearing down the fortress. Meanwhile, far away in the palace of the Forbidden Heaven clan, Jin-hong watched the chaos unfold through a floating screen of light. His sharp eyes narrowed. So that's him, he murmured. The so-called product who's been stirring up chaos. I thought the rumors were exaggerated, but maybe not. Behind him, a playful voice interrupted. You look deep in thought, Jin-hong. A woman with long flowing hair and a mischievous smile appeared beside him, snapping her fingers. Her outfit shimmered in scandalous shades of red and black. Watching that man makes my heart race, she teased. No wonder pitch darkness wants him. Who wouldn't? Siren, Jin-hong said flatly, not even looking at her. Didn't I tell you to stop dressing like that in chaos? She grinned and flicked his sleeve. And you're one to talk, dressed like a priest in mourning. Lighten up. Ignoring her, he turned his gaze back to the battle. Siren leaned over his shoulder, stealing one of his screens to zoom in on Jae-hwan's movements. What kind of technique is that? She mused aloud. He's tearing through entire platoons with a single hit. Not bad for a mortal. Jin-hong sighed. Why are you really here? Ah, yes. Siren clapped her hands, her tone suddenly serious. I came with news. Something very interesting. The Jade Mask Golden Monarch has appeared in chaos. Jin-hong's eyes flickered. I'm aware. All the troops we sent toward Garuda vanished before they could report. I assumed he was involved. Oh, he was, Siren said, her grin widening. Apparently, he helped the Garuda and Dryad clans, but not out of kindness. In return, they promised to honor the Supreme Monarch's treaty. Jin-hong's brow furrowed. The treaty that forbids interference in chaos? Exactly, Siren said. The Supreme Monarch swore not to meddle. But guess who ordered the whole thing? Pitch darkness, Jin-hong muttered. Bingo, Siren said. And now the subordinates of Iron Steel are wandering through chaos like unsupervised brats. Their meddling started a proxy war between the Holy Land's monarchs. But here's the juicy part. She leaned closer, whispering, the Jade Mask Monarch was killed. That made Jin-hong turn, truly interested for the first time. Killed? By who? One of the 10 clan leaders, Siren replied. Or so the rumor says. Jin-hong frowned. Impossible. Even combined, those 10 wouldn't stand a chance against him. That's what I thought, Siren said, smirking. But apparently, one of the members of the Abyss Expedition team, the Southern Sea Clan leader, was the one who did it. Jin-hong's gaze hardened. Ridiculous. The Southern Sea Clan leader was never that powerful. Even if he had hidden his strength for centuries, unleashing it now would be suicidal. The Jade Mask Monarch wasn't some low-tier monarch, he served Iron Steel himself. One of the 12 supreme monarchs who rule the almighty land. He trailed off, eyes narrowing as the realization sank in. If the monarchs are turning on each other, Jin-hong whispered, then chaos isn't the only realm in danger. The balance of power in the almighty land had never been more fragile. Monarchs ranked brigadier general and above held immense sway, each a crucial piece in the political storm brewing among the heavens. And if the rumor about the Southern Sea Clan leader slaying the Jade Mask Monarch was true, then chaos would descend faster than lightning. His fate would be sealed. In Jin-hong's dimly lit chamber, Siren stretched lazily across his desk, her voice dripping with mischief. So what now, Jin-hong? You were supposed to capture Jae-hwan, remember? Instead, you let him climb high enough to become a fortress master. And now he's meddling in affairs far beyond his reach. Jin-hong's expression didn't flicker. His tone was cool, almost amused. You make it sound like a bad thing. This saves me the trouble of tracking him down. Besides, he leaned back, eyes narrowing. I've already sent those toys of yours, the dead demon warriors. Let them handle him. Swirling a wisp of black smoke between her fingers. Those creatures feed on death itself. He'll learn soon enough what happens when he plays with forces beyond him. Meanwhile, beyond the Manticore fortress, Jae-hwan and Chung-ho pushed through the aftermath of their battle. The air was thick with ash and the metallic tang of blood. But something was off. Chung-ho slowed his steps, scanning the eerily quiet surroundings. This isn't right. There should have been far more soldiers from the Forbidden Heaven clan. How could they have fought against all of chaos with such few numbers? Jae-hwan's gaze drifted toward the horizon. Maybe they didn't fight alone. That's when the stench hit, a foul, rotting odor that made even seasoned warriors flinch. Chung-ho covered his mouth, his eyes widening. That smell, it's death. From the shadowed cliffs above, a mocking voice echoed. What an honor, To finally meet the main actor in this little drama. And the divine physician too? How quaint. The figure leapt down, landing with unnerving grace. His tone carried the familiarity of an old acquaintance. Chung-ho frowned, defensive. Who are you? The man tilted his head, feigning offense. Ah, have you forgotten already? I used to collect horns for your clinic, carried patients for you too. Recognition hit like a bolt. Chung-ho's eyes widened. Hines? The righteous warrior? But the man standing before him was no longer righteous. His once kind eyes were hollow, his aura reeking of decay. What happened to you? Chung-ho demanded. Why are you with the Forbidden Heaven clan? You don't belong here, Hines. Leave while you can. Hines chuckled softly, his voice bitter and broken. Leave? Can you still say that, after what I went through in Gorgon? A shadow of memory passed over his features. 100 years ago, the Crimson Martial clan ambushed us. 50 of us died that night, including the captain of the Southern Inspection Gate. I was the only one who crawled out alive. He took a step forward, the fury in his eyes glowing faintly. After that, I begged you to make me stronger. To ensure I'd never have to watch my comrades die again. Chung-ho's face softened with regret. I remember. And I told you then? I couldn't. I've seen thousands like you across the millennium. I've lived in chaos. Grief never ends well when it turns into obsession. Hines laughed bitterly, his voice cracking. You told me to work hard. Do you even understand how ridiculous that sounds? Working hard is a privilege of those who still have something left to lose. The rest of us, his hand trembled, dark mist seeping from his skin. We had to break ourselves just to survive. He raised his eyes, now blackened with death. You were wrong, Chung-ho. I worked harder than anyone to protect justice, but justice was a lie. And this, he gestured to his decaying form, is what your words created. Chung-ho's heart sank. Why do you look like this? The man you knew died a century ago, Hines said flatly. The righteous warrior is gone. I was reborn as the vice-clan leader of the Forbidden Heaven clan. His gaze slid toward Jae-hwan, who stood watching quietly. I've heard about you, the man who only thrusts. Let's see what that looks like up close. With a guttural roar, Hines swung his spear and unleashed Balkan's 8 fangs, followed by a forbidden technique, Curatide Sever. From the ground, spectral hounds erupted, lunging toward Jae-hwan with snapping jaws. Jae-hwan didn't move until the last moment. His body blurred, and his spear pierced through Hines' attack perfectly, scattering the hounds into black smoke. The vice leader's eyes widened. How? Before he could finish, one of his men shouted, Vice leader. Let's strike together. Hines grinned savagely. Fine. Tear him apart. The undead soldiers surged forward, but Jae-hwan's spear danced through them like lightning, his movements fluid and deliberate. From afar, Jin Hong watched through a glowing screen, irritation burning in his chest. Useless corpses. They can't even slow him down. He clenched his fists. If I joined in, we could overwhelm them easily. But the cost, his expression darkened. Losing all my dead soldiers would destroy everything I've built. He summoned Siren. She appeared in a swirl of mist, crossing her arms. What now? I've already given you what you asked for, the Spirit Stone research, the Black Clouds, the Dead Warriors. What else do you want from me, Jin Hong? He stared at her in silence. She sighed, rolling her eyes. Fine. I'll help, again. On the battlefield, Hines' fury boiled over. His flesh warped, bones twisting as he transformed into something monstrous, his dark version. The ground split beneath his feet as he channeled centuries of rage and despair into one explosive attack. You think you can surpass me? He screamed. I spent 200 years crawling through blood and dirt. You've been here a month. His corrupted energy surged forward, striking the wall beside Jae-hwan and annihilating several of his own soldiers. This is the power I gained, Hines declared, by abandoning my beliefs, by embracing strength. Just like you wanted me to, Chung-ho. Jae-hwan's eyes hardened. If that's what strength means to you, he lifted his spear, energy rippling through the air. Then it's time to end this. A bright light flared, medium thrust. The impact tore through Hines' corrupted form, disintegrating the dead energy that clung to him. As the soldiers rushed in panic to protect their collapsing leader, Chung-ho stepped forward, blocking their advance with a flash of his aura. Jae-hwan steadied his weapon, his voice calm yet cold. Everyone here keeps boasting about how much effort they've put into becoming stronger. He narrowed his eyes, his weapon gleaming with killing intent. Let's see whose effort truly means something. Everyone was just out for themselves, it was maddening. Jae-hwan's blade came crashing down with such force that it rattled the heavens themselves. The strike tore through the battlefield, its sheer power forcing Hines' eyes open, not in fear, but in revelation. For the first time, Hines saw Jae-hwan's true world. A world that shimmered beyond mortal comprehension, a place only those who had awakened could witness. Is this what the world looks like to someone who refuses to submit? He wondered, trembling. Everything in Jaehwan's world was sharp, alive, and bound by laws that Jaehwan himself defined. It wasn't chaos, it was absolute will. Heinz couldn't help but feel awe. Amazing, truly amazing, he whispered, a faint smile crossing his battered face. To think that someone could fight against this world itself. Perhaps if he hadn't surrendered all those years ago, if he had stayed true to his path as a righteous warrior, he might have reached this very same horizon. But that dream was long gone. The man who once sought justice had been buried a century ago. The single thrust from Jaehwan didn't just break bones, it shattered Manticore's structures, leveling buildings and shaking the ground beneath them. Chung-ho blinked in disbelief. That shouldn't even be called a strong thrust, he muttered. It's more like a world thrust. Dust settled. Chung-ho stared at the precision of the destruction. How did you manage that? He asked. Jaehwan's response was as simple and cold as ever. I just thrusted. With the path now cleared, he turned toward the horizon. Let's move. The road's open. But before they could take a step forward, the air shimmered. A rose-tinted portal bloomed before them, radiating overwhelming energy. Chung-ho's eyes widened. That's warp, a transcendent rank teleportation skill. From the swirling light stepped Siren, elegant and smug as ever. I can't believe the dead warriors I made are running scared, she said, dusting off her dress. Jaehwan raised an eyebrow. And you are? Siren blinked, genuinely offended. You're joking, right? You've never seen my broadcasts? This week's Hot 10? Tower of Tower? Not even my hologram panels. I don't own one, Jaehwan replied flatly. Chung-ho sighed. She's a mayor. Every man in chaos knows her. Ah, Siren cooed, bending slightly to pick up his fallen hat. Good taste for an old-timer. But did you really just call all Mares, Mares? TSK. Each of us is a distinct race, you know. Finally straightening, she placed a hand on her hip. Siren Armold. Not just a mayor, remember that name. Jaehwan's eyes narrowed. That's unfortunate. I had a lot of questions for you, but we're short on time. Move aside. Siren smiled, almost pityingly. Can't do that. I've been paid to stop you. Without hesitation, Jaehwan's sword shot forward in a gleaming thrust. Wait, wait, she shouted, raising her hands. At least hear me out. She stepped closer, her tone turning honeyed. I'll make you a deal. Become my product. The one who ordered me to stop you? He's half dead in that rubble you just crushed. I'll forget our deal entirely if you agree to belong to me. Jaehwan's answer was another flash of light. His blade cut through the air, forcing her back. Siren sighed, shaking her head. You won't last much longer, you know. You feel it too, the spiritual pressure here is thicker, heavier. I'd say, Major General level. Jaehwan's silence was confirmation enough. Listen, that pitch-dark bastard who's after you? He's trouble. But I can keep you hidden. If you become mine, no one in all 12 regions will touch you. Jaehwan didn't even blink. No. Fine, she snapped, snapping her fingers. Then we'll do this the hard way. The ground cracked and churned as two colossal sand demons erupted from beneath, their roars shaking the sky. Siren's authority magic pulsed around them like a storm. Go, my lovelies. The beasts lunged, but Jaehwan moved faster. His thrusts ripped through their sandy bodies, scattering their forms into dust. Siren screamed in frustration, trying to seize control again, but Jaehwan didn't let up. His final strike hit the ground, kicking up debris that cloaked his movements. When the dust cleared, he was gone. Where? Siren began, but before she could finish, a thunderous impact sent her snake familiar convulsing violently. The creature exploded in a burst of crimson light. Jaehwan stood where it had been, eyes glowing like embers. Before she could react, his hand shot out, gripping her throat. He slammed her into the ground with bone-cracking force. I don't want to kill you, he said coldly. A mayor might prove useful for the Abyss expedition. You could even tell me about the first mayor at the top of the illusion tree. Siren hissed, defiant even in defeat. I don't surrender. Her body shimmered, breaking free of his grasp. The air around her rippled as her form began to fade. You're more trouble than you're worth, she sighed. This is exhausting. And with that, she vanished, leaving behind only the faint scent of roses and the hum of her fading warp portal. Jaehwan stood there, unmoved, sword still lowered, eyes sharp. Another distraction, he muttered. Let's keep moving. Without warning, Siren materialized behind Jaehwan, her hand tracing a glowing sigil in the air. A crimson circle spun open beneath his feet, runes blazing like burning brands. Let's see you handle this, she purred, her voice echoing unnaturally. The ground split apart, and Jaehwan was swallowed whole into a swirling abyss of fire and smoke. Inside, everything twisted, sky bleeding red, air thick with despair. Siren's voice reverberated all around him, smooth yet venomous. Not even a flinch? You're far calmer than I expected, she mused. I've been through something like this before, Jaehwan replied, scanning his surroundings with a sharp gaze. Siren chuckled, the sound warping through the flames. Oh, you poor fool. What you faced before was an imitation. This is the real thing, the true 8 gates of hell. A creation of a mayor's own authority. The first gate, Gale Hell, burst open. Black winds howled like banshees, slicing through the ground. Chains forged from shadow lashed out, but Jaehwan moved through them effortlessly. His sword glimmered, cutting through the darkness like light through fog. By the time he reached Frost Hell, the 6th gate, icy storms whipped across the wasteland. Yet he advanced unfazed, each thrust shattering walls of ice and frozen corpses that screamed as they crumbled. Siren watched through the layers of her spell, astonished. He's already broken through 6, she hissed. Then, let's see how he handles the next. The 7th gate opened. From it poured a black, viscous liquid that rippled across the floor, thick, cold, and alive. Slowly, the liquid took shape. Faces emerged. The faces of his fallen comrades. Their eyes were hollow, but their features unmistakable, friends, soldiers, brothers in arms. The memories hit him like a hammer. Give up, Jaehwan, Siren's voice whispered. Since this skill's creation, no one has ever crossed the 7th gate. Not one. Then, the scene warped again. From the shadows, dozens of Jaehwans appeared, each one bearing a different face, different armor, different ages, different scars. One of them spoke first. Who are you supposed to be? Jaehwan stared back at them, realization dawning. The 7th gate? Self-hell. These weren't illusions, they were him. The versions of Jaehwan from different moments in his life, each carrying his past strength, thoughts, and regrets. His grip tightened around his sword. Doesn't matter who you are, he muttered. I'll cut through anyway. But before he could strike, every other Jaehwan moved too, mirroring him perfectly. Blades thrust forward with identical precision, each one using his own techniques. He hadn't expected that. Their movements were intelligent, calculated, semi-sentient reflections of his past selves. The more they watched him, the more they learned. Jaehwan dashed forward first, refusing to give them time to analyze him. His thrust pierced through one of his clone's chests, bursting it into a cloud of blurry smoke. But as the smoke swirled around him, he stumbled, just long enough for another version to appear at his back. He spun instantly, slicing the attacker in half, only to freeze when he saw the next one fall from the sky. A version of himself in a military uniform. The man met his gaze, trembling. Stop, please. Suddenly, the red world vanished, replaced by an all-too-familiar scene. Gunfire. Blood. A single soldier standing before him, eyes wet with despair. I'm sorry, the man whispered. I've done terrible things. Jaehwan remembered this, that night, right before he entered the tower. His successor. His friend. A man crushed by guilt and betrayal. I worked so hard, the soldier said, voice breaking. But it doesn't matter anymore. The gunshot echoed through the memory. The casing hit the floor. Jaehwan stood frozen as the faces of the dead swirled around him, their apologies, their trust, their deaths, all crashing together until his vision blurred. He had been cleared of suspicion back then, even praised for surviving. But he had spent 15 days in isolation, questioning everything. The system he believed in. The justice he served. The world that rewarded cruelty and punished effort. Maybe he'd already been living in a world ruled by the system, long before he ever knew it existed, a world that crushed individuality beneath invisible rules. Rage filled him. Memories burned. His life, his comrades, his dreams, was any of it ever real? He screamed and drove his sword forward, thrust after thrust, cutting down the ghosts of his past. Bloodless shadows fell one by one until only a small figure stood before him. A child version of himself. The boy tilted his head. Who are you? Jaehwan froze. The question pierced deeper than any blade. For the first time in ages, fear, real, human fear, flickered in his heart. His throat tightened, his eyes burned. Even so, he stepped forward, tears falling silently as he raised his sword. And he struck himself down. Outside the illusion, Siren's voice echoed softly, almost curious. So, how does it feel? The 7th gate, self-hell. Her tone turned wistful. Awakeners say that self-surrender brings rebirth. That by killing your old self, you become something new. But it also means, you forget who you once were. In the heart of the collapsing illusion, Jaehwan stood alone, blade lowered, breath steady, his reflection gone, his eyes colder than before. The world around Jaehwan still trembled from the aftermath of the seventh gate when Siren's voice drifted in, soft as a sigh. Awakened ones who attempt self-surrender usually come back weaker than when they entered, she murmured, half to herself. Jaehwan barely heard her. His eyes were dry, but a single tear tracked down his cheek, quickly hidden behind his indifferent expression. He stared blankly at the shifting colors around him, trying to piece himself together after the emotional wreckage of the gate. Siren continued rambling, gesturing dramatically. Even nightmare demons sometimes, well, off themselves. Turns out the ego gets so overinflated, even they can't handle the weight. She was gearing up for another philosophical monologue when Jaehwan's fingers twitched. Reality jerked like a curtain being yanked open. He was waking up. Dragged back to reality. Someone was slapping him. Hard. The doctor was crouched over him, smacking his cheeks with the desperation of a man waking a friend from a coma. Oi! Open your eyes. Wake up! Siren clutched Jaehwan's limp upper body, her arms trembling. If he comes back with all his personalities at once, he might tear apart, she whispered. Most people forget everything after self-destruction. He'll drown in everything he threw away. Memories Jaehwan hadn't touched in centuries began to detonate inside his skull. Forgotten laughter. Silent regrets. Buried trauma. Shards of lives he had abandoned. Gate after gate inside that mental world had opened before him, and now every door was swinging wide. A familiar question drifted from the void. Who are you in this world? He tried to reply. Nothing came out. Tears gathered again, blurring his sight. He was drowning, this time not in clones, but in himself. A flood of lives. Hundreds of memories came spilling through, moments with comrades, conversations, tragedies, embarrassing failures, everything he thought he'd burned out of his soul. One memory rose above the chaotic flood. He was sitting across from a girl he once trusted deeply. The weight of her gaze reignited a flicker of the man he used to be. But the vision spiraled out of control again. He couldn't see anything around him, his body felt like wet sand. Another older memory took over, the very moment he first asked someone, "What does awakening really mean?" A huge man sat before the doctor, answering the same question. "It's the ability to see," the man said. A new voice chimed in. "To awaken is to recognize the truth of this world." His mind jumped again. He stood inside a memory of his training with Cayman. The doctor lectured patiently. Awakened ones perceive the particles that form reality. Adapters see deeper, see data hidden from the rest of us. Cayman repeated the words obediently. Then the doctor warned him. "Be careful. If you see too much, some particles simply vanish." Jaehwan's eyes flew open. The doctor's voice from long ago echoed in his ear. "When you perceive too deeply, some things become silent. Some disappear. That's alienation." He raised his hand, staring at it. Half of it seemed missing. "I'm affected," he whispered. "I've seen too much." He understood. This was the alienation the old man warned him about. His vision dipped, and the clones of himself appeared once more, each flickering like memories struggling to stay alive. But none of them frightened him now. The universe inside his mind. Suddenly, he was staring at a breathtaking sky, an ocean of stars swirling above him. A warmth spread in his chest, and he let out a shaky exhale. "It really hurt," he confessed to the silent cosmos. "I wanted to say that." The stars reflected in his tired, hollow eyes. He raised his head toward the endless sky. The same question gnawed at him again. "Who am I? Why can't I remember?" Jaehwan unsheathed his weapon, the steel ringing sharply. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of centuries of forgotten pain. He lifted the blade and tapped the heavens. The star he touched flared, sending a beam of light rippling across the sky like a brushstroke on canvas. He dragged the sword slowly, painting shapes across the cosmos. One of the glowing trails twisted into a symbol, something resembling the number 3. Recognition jolted through him. This pattern. This memory. This sky. It was all him. His essence. His life. The stars responded, trembling like they were alive. The entire celestial dome pulsed in harmony with his heartbeat. Then the world shuddered. Returning to the gate. The sky shattered, and Jaehwan found himself standing before the enormous gate once again. Siren stared at him, horrified and confused. "The 7th gate collapsed," she gasped. Her jaw hung open. Drool literally dripped from the corners of her mouth as she choked on her own disbelief. Jaehwan's eyes closed for a moment. Energy radiated from his body, calm, focused, frighteningly stable. When he opened them, his gaze was sharp as a blade and glowing with a new force. Siren staggered back, trembling. And Jaehwan finally accepted the truth. "I really have lived for over 2,000 years." The entire hellscape trembled like it was terrified of him. The collapse spread outward, walls buckling, illusions dissolving, the dimension crumbling to dust. As radiant particles drifted down like stardust, Jae-hwan lifted his face toward the light without flinching. He was done being afraid. A new gate formed in front of him, massive, towering, the largest he had ever seen. The 8th gate of hell. His final trial. The 8th gate opens. Jae-hwan approached the colossal door, sword in hand. He pressed his palm against it. A blinding yellow glow erupted, swallowing everything. When the light died down, he was no longer standing in hell. He was drifting in the middle of an endless ocean beneath a star-speckled sky. But the sky wasn't empty. Several stars brightened all at once, shifting, arranging themselves into words. Jae-hwan's breath hitched. A message shimmered across the firmament. Someone has passed through all 8 gates of hell. And I wish to share my story. Jae-hwan recognized the handwriting of the cosmos itself. The author must have been the creator of the 8 gates. Then the next line appeared. I am Malark Arnold. And this is the memory of my defeat. Far away from Jae-hwan's inner journey, chaos brewed in a dilapidated desert town. Inside a ruined building, the doctor shook his head in frustration. Nightmare lay unconscious beside Jae-hwan, both of them swallowed by the illusion. This should have broken by now, the doctor muttered. Nightmare fainted ages ago. Why isn't it collapsing? He peered outside, and froze. Soldiers from the Renaissance Palace had arrived. At their center stood a man in torn shorts and bare feet, white hair tied in a messy ponytail. His aura twisted with instability. The 11th stage adapter. The monarch of secret fragrance. Samyung Garam. The doctor's face went pale. What is he doing here? Garam lifted a hand, flames coiling around his fingers. He halted, sensing something. The doctor ducked behind a shattered wall, heart pounding. One of Garam's soldiers asked, Sir? Something wrong? This is pointless, Garam snapped. Burn it. He clenched his fist. A fiery shockwave vaporized half the block. The building the doctor hid in exploded into rubble and smoke. Nightmare reappeared miles away with a terrified scream, dragging Jae-hwan's limp body through the sand. I almost died, again, she yelled, shaking him by the collar. Do you have any idea how often that's happened today? The doctor crawled out of the sand behind her, coughing. I saved you, girl. Don't twist it, he shouted. Siren the Nightmare paused, then sighed dramatically. Fine. We saved each other. The old man dusted himself off. Then he glanced between Nightmare and the unconscious Jae-hwan. So, he muttered grimly, what do we do now? The moment she finished scratching at her chin, clearly churning through ideas like a kitten needing a pillow, she finally snapped her fingers and declared that their first destination should be the Gorgon Fortress. Jae-hwan was still out cold, snoozing away as though he had no intention of rejoining the plot anytime soon. She added, almost too casually, that she still had some business to take care of with him once he woke. The elderly officer frowned, his brows practically knitting a sweater. He muttered that he'd already dispatched a message to Gorgon via Postal Eagle, but he hadn't expected Jae-hwan to be knocked out for this long. As if summoned by his words, a large eagle swooped down and landed on Cayman's forearm. The fortress doctor glanced at the bird and announced grimly that the reinforcement divisions must have already scattered into their assigned routes. Cayman stepped forward and raised his voice, projecting it across the square. He barked that the caretaker of Gorgon Fortress had relayed terrifying news: Manticore Fortress had fallen. Silence froze the air, and then murmurs crackled through the troops. Cayman didn't pause. He roared that from this point on, the Seize the Moment squad and the Gorgon army would march separately toward the manor. Raising his sword skyward, he released a battle cry so loud that half the rookies nearly jumped out of their boots. His shout ignited the crowd, blades shot upward, throats roared, and the entire army thundered with energy. Cayman stared into the distance, face suddenly twitching. Something was gnawing at him. Something he forgot in all the chaos. But before anyone could ask, the front ranks surged forward, shouting that they had the numbers this time, that even the Renaissance Palace wouldn't be able to stand in their way. Shin charged ahead first, his fists covered in roaring fire. The others blasted off behind him, each unleashing the flashy abilities they were known for. Meanwhile, Jae stood frozen, his eyes bulging as the realization hit him: an entire force of 300 awakened warriors was stampeding toward enemy territory. Their odds had never looked better. But that hopeful moment shattered like a dropped teacup. Garam sat on a nearby boulder, holding his knee with an oddly hollow expression. He muttered that perhaps resisting this world's rule was pointless. Maybe acceptance was easier. Maybe rebellion was foolish. He rose slowly, and then snapped. His hair burst into blazing flame as he hurled a punch, not at an enemy, but at a massive rock soaring in front of him. The moment his fist connected, the boulder exploded into thousands of razor-sharp shards. Those fragments tore through the advancing troops like a living storm. Bodies collapsed instantly, hundreds of their own warriors, mowed down by the man who had been sitting quietly just moments earlier. Zuj stared in numb horror. He couldn't make sense of the monster Garam had suddenly become. Another huge chunk of stone shot toward him, trailing the burning strands of Garam's black and white hair that were falling away like feathers. Yun froze, dagger in hand, as the blood of someone who had been standing beside him splashed across his face. Garam's pupils shrank. He hissed that they needed to retreat, now. The veins in his legs bulged from the sheer heat radiating off his body. The ordinary soldiers panicked, shouting that this couldn't be happening, that Garam wasn't supposed to be their enemy. Yun snapped, screaming at Garam, demanding an explanation. But that only made things worse. The moment the others lunged toward him, Garam simply lifted 3 burning fingers and called them fools. When his fist clenched, a burst of flaming force erupted, launching searing droplets of blood and heat in all directions. Yun barely dodged the deadly shockwave, though one fiery shot clipped him in the shoulder. He staggered back, clutching the deep wound as blood gushed down his arm. The Gorgon Liberation Army, seeing the chaos, took advantage of the madness. They smashed through the weakened defensive line and began clearing the route straight toward the manor's entrance. Yun screamed at everyone to run as the rain finally broke through the clouds, drops sliding down Garam's blazing fist. He stood alone, surrounded by mountains of burning corpses, flames licking upward while the rain hissed against them. And thus began the legend of the monarch of the secret aroma, whose arrival would bend the course of the war entirely. Inside the political chamber of Gorgon Fortress, tension was thick enough to choke on. Durin's fingers trembled as he clicked through report after report, each window more horrifying than the last. Entire companies had been wiped out, 3rd stage awakened fighters, elite squad leaders like Carlton, 9th stage adapters, and countless seize-the-moment divisions. Half the army was gone in just 10 days. He whispered that this was the true turning point. Because among the losses were 53 3rd stage awakened soldiers, the backbone of their main force. Asa twisted her shaking hands together. Her voice quivered as she confessed that continuing the war might no longer be possible. And to make it worse, the army of the Renaissance Palace was already marching toward their gates. She lowered her gaze and suggested, quietly, that maybe they should consider the offer from the Renaissance Palace. Before she could finish, Huang slammed his fist on the table and shouted at her. He accused her of wanting to hand over the fortress caretaker and even the tower itself just to protect her own skin. Cayman glared in agreement, saying she couldn't be trusted in matters like these. Her insight might be sharp, but she couldn't foresee the future. Surrendering now would mean betraying everything they stood for. He added that he had spoken with the palace envoys already, and they demanded nothing less than a surrendering path. Asa's face went pale. She cried that they had no chance of victory left. Why not appeal to the monarchs directly? Maybe they could intervene. Durin spread his hand on the table and stared at her. Are you seriously suggesting we call upon the Steel Monarch? Everyone stiffened. The memory hit them all at once. Garam leveling entire battalions with one flying stone. The room fell into suffocating silence. And the war's future hung by a fraying thread. A cold silence slipped into the war chamber as the strategists recalled what fate had befallen the monarchs exiled by the Renaissance Palace. They were all trapped far away in the 9th region, an abyss known only as the realm of endless darkness. Someone quietly reminded the others of a lonely city perched on a bleak hill, a place infamous for harboring the ancient rivalry between 2 titans, the Steel Monarch and the Monarch of Pitch Black Night. Durin's eyebrows twitched at the mention of it. The memory slammed into him, the brutal slaughter of the Jade Mask Monarch. He fixed a sharp stare at Asa and asked if she had forgotten that part of history. A golden slit of light appeared in the air, shaping itself into a tiny, elegant gate. A calm voice echoed from somewhere unseen, claiming that the Jade Mask Monarch technically wasn't dead. Anyone who plunged into chaos through the narrow gate was dragged back to their original body after death, like a cursed reset button. The ribbon tied to Cayman's hair fluttered as he exhaled heavily. Even if the Steel Monarch wanted to help, he said, dragging in more monarchs would be a catastrophic mistake. Asa trembled and asked why. Just then, the windows yawned open, and the curtains exploded upward with the wind. A nightmare siren and the old doctor materialized inside the room as if dropped from a storm cloud. Jaehuan lay unconscious on the bed while the doctor immediately started scolding the nightmare girl. He pointed at her dramatically, declaring that she had scrambled his brain and demanding she snap him back to normal. She rolled her eyes, raised a finger lazily toward Jaehuan, and muttered that he talked too much for someone who claimed to be a healer. The doctor sputtered in outrage. If I could fix him, I would have done it ages ago. He then shot her a sideways glare. And why are you even here? Aren't you supposed to be working under the Monarch of Pitch Darkness? She closed her eyes and pictured a spiraling vortex wreathed in purple energy. Her voice turned oddly calm as she answered, their contract had ended. Someone had appeared, someone capable of traversing all 8 gates of hell. Moonlight washed over the shelves as the doctor blinked in disbelief. The 8 gates of hell? The illusion you created? The one even the scientist squad's commander uses sometimes? He wouldn't fall for such a trick. The siren's expression snapped instantly. She barked at him, demanding what he meant by such a trick, and defended her creation like a furious inventor. The 8 gates weren't built for human minds, she explained, they were designed to crush nightmares themselves. Humans simply weren't meant to even stand before them. After fuming a bit, she folded her arms and added that she'd pass the technique to the scientist squad's leader only because she hoped someone, anyone, might succeed someday. But no one had ever conquered all 8. She drifted into memory, recalling the first time Jaehwan confronted the gates. His eyes, sharp enough to cut stone. The carnage behind him. The way he shattered her illusion entirely. He didn't just overcome the gates, he obliterated the 7th one, something no soul had ever managed, and marched straight to the final threshold. The 8th gate, the gate of reward. For those who passed the 7 trials, an unimaginable gift awaited. The doctor clenched his fists. A person who could reach the 8th gate, could command the very heart of chaos. He muttered that anyone saying otherwise was speaking nonsense, yet deep inside he feared the truth. The siren let out a breath, recalling the last image she saw, Jaehwan facing the colossal 8th door, and behind him, the shadowy silhouette of a horned being, her godfather's legacy. A sudden movement startled all of them. Jaehwan's fingers twitched. Then, like someone ripped his spirit back into his body, he lurched upright, clutching his head. The doctor nearly burst into tears, babbling with relief. Jaehwan stared at his own hands as though they belonged to someone else. A moment later, the wind still howling through the open window, Jaehwan slipped out of bed and headed for the door. The doctor squeaked, asking where he thought he was going. Jaehwan replied plainly, to the council chamber. The old doctor sprinted ahead, spreading his arms across the doorframe like a human barricade. No! The whole fortress is crawling with people who want your head. Jaehwan casually stepped over him. The siren nearly collapsed laughing. When Jaehwan pushed open the great doors of the war office, every head inside shot up. Cayman and the others shouted in relief, thrilled to see him awake. Durin and Asa, however, lowered their heads, too ashamed to meet his gaze. Jaehwan listened quietly, until he suddenly announced he was heading to the Palace of Rebirth. Chaos exploded. Yun slammed his remaining hand onto the table, shouting in agony. After Garam's attack, he was left with only one arm, and he trembled as he begged Jaehwan not to go. Tears clouded his vision. While you slept, we lost comrades. Good people. We didn't even get to bury them. Jaehwan bowed his head. Yun's voice cracked as he confessed that he hated Jaehwan for giving them hope, because losing hope hurt worse than anything. Then he collapsed into a chair and cried like a grieving child. The doctor sniffled too, overwhelmed. Jaehwan lifted his head slowly. You're mistaken, he said. I'm not going to the Palace of Rebirth to surrender. Everyone froze. The doctor started sweating. Please don't say what I think you're about to, Jaehwan declared, with almost cheerful confidence. I'm going there to blow it up. Durin and Asa's spirits evaporated on the spot. The doctor stared at Jaehwan as if he'd gone feral. Yun was struck silent. Cayman and Gon roared, demanding when he planned to do this insane thing. Right now, Jaehwan answered, folding his arms casually. Nightmare Siren leaned against the wall, muttering to herself that this man had a very loose relationship with reality, like reality forgot to exist around him. Yet, something strange happened. Someone said, we should prepare. Then another. And another. Suddenly the entire hall erupted, voices shouting that they wanted to go with him, fists banging tables, swords raised high. The siren stared. These people were ordinary souls once. Where did this madness come from? Why were they so fiercely willing to fight for freedom? And she realized, it was him. Jaehwan had infected them with hope. When things settled, Jaehwan thanked them but said he only needed 4 people, himself, the doctor, Cayman, and the nightmare siren. She pointed at herself, horrified. Why me? Gon leapt up, yelling that 4 wasn't enough and he had to join. Nope, Jaehwan replied. 4 is perfect. The siren shrieked at him, furious, but he waved it off and said she should relax, they all still had plenty to do. Someone finally asked the big looming question. What happens after the Palace of Rebirth is destroyed? Asa thought for a bit. Not everyone acknowledged the Gorgon fortress as the seat of chaos, she said, so riots would break out, but the remaining troops could handle that. Yun suggested that once the narrow gate at the palace was eliminated, the lords would lose their influence entirely, so war would end. Jaehwan tilted his head. Who said the narrow gate was the only route? Yoon blinked. Then remembered, death itself was a path into chaos. Jaehwan smiled like a kid handed a bomb. They must be ready for any outcome. Nightmare Siren grabbed him by the collar, screaming that she wasn't going anywhere, until he casually asked, "Don't you want to know what lies beyond the 8th gate?" She froze. And suddenly, she wanted to go. Siren's laboratory. They arrived in a blindingly pink lab, stuffed with gadgets, gears, and books stacked like unstable towers. The Siren's face flushed bright red as the others poked around. Cayman picked up a letter decorated with a heart. Siren screeched at him to drop it immediately, explaining she made it when she was only 1,200 years old. Cayman just stared at her like she was from another planet. The doctor chuckled, teasing that all masters eventually become eccentric. A towering device with gears caught Jaehwan's eye. He touched it, and a glowing window identified it as Cultivator Without Cultivation. A masterpiece with the slightly cursed name, reborn 10 billion times. The Siren covered her face, mumbling that she'd rather show them a dancing deer than have them witness her old projects. Cayman and the doctor stared ahead without a flicker of emotion, two statues carved out of exhaustion and age. The doctor muttered that nothing he witnessed stirred anything in him anymore. Perhaps he truly had grown old. Cayman grunted in agreement, noting that far too many years had slipped through their fingers. Siren, meanwhile, tilted her head with a drained expression, lost in a haze of memory. She thought back to the time when they, the people now lying broken before her, were treated as nothing more than products. In her mind, she saw herself as a child, toying with figurines, bending them however she pleased. She grabbed one of the dusty dolls nearby, twisted its head, bent its arms, and snapped parts with the cold fascination of a bored puppeteer. Once she'd had enough, she slammed it onto the table. It shattered into a mess of splinters. Jaehwan asked calmly, "What's the name of that tower?" Siren lifted her eyes. Jaehwan pointed toward the towering structure ahead, encircled by blazing fire and spikes like a fortress born from nightmares. She replied that it was called the World After the Fall. Jaehwan stared in disbelief. Siren clarified that the tower was still incomplete. And then, like a slap from memory, she remembered the moment Jaehwan gripped her throat and struck her. She realized the tower mirrored the image she had formed the first time she laid eyes on him. A blush-pink glow washed over the stairs as another thought struck her. Not once had she viewed this tower as one of her fabricated products. A portal shimmered into existence behind her, glowing pink like a fresh wound. Cayman stepped through first, while Siren's instincts twisted uneasily. Something felt off. She glanced back at the half-formed tower, unable to pinpoint what exactly had gone wrong. Jaehwan stepped into the portal next, and Siren wondered aloud whether her godfather's decision to go on that expedition was connected to the strange sensation clawing at her stomach. Inside the unknown realm, the three emerged into a dim world bathed in eternal night. Crystals jutted from the ground like frozen stars, and clusters of luminous flowers lined the rocky path they followed. After trekking across the narrow ridge, they arrived at the front of the Palace of Rebirth, a massive structure carved in shadow and shimmering mineral. Inside, the silhouettes of soldiers muttered among themselves. High above them, a lone figure barked orders, demanding they line up properly. He yawned, bored out of his mind, thinking that if any true rebirth-capable warriors existed here, they'd already be locked away in the fruit vault instead of milling uselessly in the hall. A man with streaks of white in his hair, General Hickmeyer, the master of the 72nd generation Rebirth Palace, scratched his chin and grumbled. They had waited half a year already, surely it was time to give up this farce. The crowd tensed when he spoke. They whispered that he wasn't unable to resurrect, he simply chose not to, due to his peculiar power. Hickmeyer raised his hand lazily, letting smoke leak from his palm. The smoke spread like dark mist, and he wrinkled his nose. He despised using it. Suddenly, his aura whipped out and crushed two nearby subordinates, stealing their breath with invisible pressure. He sneered at their choking forms. If not for the binding treaty, he wouldn't be forced to rot here. A flash of memory crossed his vision. The moment he had sealed that deal, chains rushing around him as he clasped hands with another lord. The lore was clear: any lord who perished in war and returned through chaos inherited the authority of the Palace of Rebirth. Their tenure ended only when the next lord died and crawled back into existence. Under a violet haze of swirling sky, Hickmeyer counted the days for the next reborn lord. Only then could he abandon this chunk of half-formed chaos. He recalled rumors about the Jade Mask Lord, stories claiming he appeared in chaos but was defeated by an awakened warrior from the Gorgon fortress. Hickmeyer pictured a squad of soldiers raising their swords to a battle cry. Surely one such squad was gathering even now, intending to strike at his palace. The gate behind the crowd trembled. Hickmeyer smirked. "Can't leave this place." "A shame, really," he muttered. But before he finished his complaint, one soldier pointed at the gate in horror. Cracks spread like lightning across the stone. A blinding radiance burst outward, then the gate exploded in a roar of shattered debris. Something streaked through the dust like a meteor. Hickmeyer's throat tightened, veins bulging grotesquely. His chest expanded as he sucked in a massive gulp of air, and then he unleashed a shrieking beam of force from his mouth. The explosion of energy slammed into the intruding mana and halted it, barely. A sword materialized in Hickmeyer's grip. He launched forward, streaking across the hall with white-hot eyes, thinking this intruder wielded power equal to his own. He slashed, his blade leaving a vivid pink arc. "Are you the Lord of Gorgon Fortress?" he roared. His strike never landed. Cayman intercepted it, his own sword splashing water into the air. A glowing water core pulsed at the center of the blade. Cayman flung Hickmeyer back effortlessly. "No," Cayman said, perfectly calm. Hickmeyer snarled, teeth bared. Cayman, unfazed, remarked that it had been a long time. The doctor moved forward. Jaehwan followed. Jaehwan narrowed his eyes and stated flatly that they'd come to settle a debt from 9 centuries ago. The doctor unsheathed his enormous blade. Cayman gripped the weapon strapped across his back and dropped into a stance. For water strikes shot toward Hickmeyer, but the Lord inhaled again and fired a blinding blast of compressed air. A white fog swallowed Cayman. His vision vanished entirely. He felt nothing but heat, pressure, and burning light. Panic clawed at the edges of his mind. He couldn't see. He couldn't sense. His bandage strips fluttered before his eyes, useless. Sweat formed on his brow as he bit his lip. How could he fail after all that training? But then he remembered Jaehwan's voice telling him he was capable of anything if he believed it. Cayman tightened his grip on his sword. He shut his eyes. And instead of sight, he felt. At that exact moment, Hickmeyer appeared above him, blade raised for the kill. Cayman snapped his head up. A streak of blue shimmered through his blinded gaze. He dodged. A massive gash tore across Hickmeyer's abdomen as Cayman countered. Blood spilled freely. Hickmeyer staggered, horrified. "How did you sense me?" Cayman stood firmly, confidence radiating. "Arrogance blinded you," he bit back. Meanwhile, Jaehwan told the doctor he would capture the nightmare and head toward the Den of Delight. The nightmare, able to hear only muffled chaos through the fog, grumbled that this whole fight looked unbearably dull. Jaehwan glanced toward the glowing palace. He explained that the den stored the fruits and the narrow gate atop the Palace of Rebirth. The energy leaking from that place spelled trouble. They needed to stay sharp. The doctor lowered his head, voice dropping into something dark and heavy. He promised that he and Cayman would eliminate the monarchs converging on the palace. At the same time, tremors ripped through the palace interior. 2 men stormed down a corridor, one with fire burning in his eyes, the other older with gray hair. They were the general of the Ring of Fire and the general of the 7 Perils. The second general halted abruptly, pupils widening. A shadowy form emerged through the fog, the doctor. Both generals tensed. They shouted that they sensed his aura clearly this time, but the doctor was already rushing in. His sword whipped through the air, sending a shockwave that nearly tore the corridor apart. The generals dodged, landing in crouched stances. They sneered that he had ordered the caretaker of the fortress to be escorted out, yet here came some stubborn old man begging to die. But the doctor studied them coldly. They had shrugged off his initial strike with surprising ease. He raised his guard. The 2 generals drew their weapons and said he might hold his own against them, but he wouldn't survive against the other generals protecting the fruits. Green radiance burst from the doctor's sword. A tiger's silhouette shimmered above the blade as he declared that he had no patience for pointless talk. At the Den of Delight. Inside the den, violet fire roared from a massive cauldron. Music and laughter filled the upper chambers. Men lounged on cushions while painted women danced, serving drinks and indulging every vice. Rat General Leica slipped into the room, nervously informing the group that something suspicious was happening at the main gate. He suggested investigating. 2 of the lounging generals waved him off. Hickmeyer would handle it, they said. Red-haired soldiers chuckled, bragging that every time they visited chaos they stopped here, otherwise, they risked crossing paths with the fearsome general of the Union of Castration. They poured drinks, complaining they didn't want to spend their lives as eunuchs. The entire chamber erupted with laughter. Behind a violet curtain, the first dragon general reclined with 2 women draped around him. He sipped a pink drink and ignored the world. Only Leica's ears caught the rumbling noises outside. Something felt wrong. The 5th general leaned back lazily. When Leica insisted again, the others glared at him, telling him not to ruin the mood. The Palace of Rebirth would resolve whatever was going on. The purple flames crackled as Leica muttered that if something went wrong, he would be the one blamed. Just then, a wine glass smashed against his head. Water dripped from the fourth general's hand as he glared menacingly, accusing Laika of being too noisy. Laika gripped his staff, trembling as his eyes burned red with anger. All around him, the general stared with sharp red eyes and wicked smiles, mocking him. He clenched his staff tighter, sweat dripping to the floor. The trembling young man finally forced out a vow, barely audible, that he would deal with things personally. He spun around and marched toward the exit, even as mocking voices buzzed behind him like annoying insects. But before he reached the doorway, a piercing scream erupted from behind the silk screen where the first general usually lounged. The curtain rippled violently, whipped by an unseen wind, and a silhouette stood behind it, only the eyes clearly visible, twin rubies glowing with sinister light. The rat general caught a glimpse and shriveled like a salted slug. His lips pinched into nothing and he sprinted out of the hall, shrieking that he'd return later. Which no one believed for a second. The 5 thugs nearby yanked the terrified girls closer, proudly puffing out their chests. Big Bro shut everyone up again, they snickered. He hates loud noise, the first general replied casually while letting the frightened girls cling to him like trembling kittens. A candle sat on a nearby table, burning with a strange pink flame. The group kept chuckling about the rat general, but then the flame thickened, swirling, stretching, throwing off sparks overhead. A sudden draft rushed through the hall. The candle stuttered, almost extinguishing. One man stared at it with a troubled frown just as someone asked him what was wrong. And then the world went sideways. Jaewon's squad crashed down from above, blazing across the sky like falling stars. Shock slapped across every face. None of them could understand how these intruders managed to breach their defenses. Jaewon shot forward first, sword leveled like a comet about to cleave the world in half. Panic exploded through the group, sending them scrambling. The floor shattered under his strike, stone splinters spraying everywhere. A blinding flare illuminated the chamber. Jaewon alone had unleashed it, his sword glowing like a divine brand. He stood tall, expression calm yet unshakably focused. The eldest brother peeked from behind the flapping screen. "So you're the caretaker of Gorgon Fortress?" Jaewon nodded once. The first general took a leisurely sip from his cup, remarking how odd it was for such a figure to show up in person. Perhaps Jaewon had finally lost his mind. Then he casually asked whether Jaewon had come to honor his promise. Jaewon sliced open the screen with a single motion. "That's not why I'm here," he said coldly. "I'm here to wipe you all out." The first general's smile sharpened. "Oh? You came to eliminate us?" Something stirred behind him, an ominous presence swelling like a rising storm. "A worthless soul born of chaos shouldn't spout such bravery," he sneered. A blood-red dragon materialized behind him, forming from swirling red essence. Siren shrieked at Jaewon to be careful. The beast swelled rapidly until it loomed over them like a living catastrophe. It attacked instantly. Jaewon blocked, but the monstrous force hurled him backwards into a column. He landed, bracing with one foot, and immediately sensed something wrong in the air. Too late. The 5 brutes launched at him in unison. 2 of them cleaved the pillar behind him clean in half with one combined strike. Jaewon rolled aside as rubble crashed down where he'd stood a heartbeat before. He rose smoothly, blade up, golden eyes tracking every movement. Then the eldest brother stepped out in full, voice dripping venom. "Get up. I'll make you repay every moment you disturbed my rest." All 5 wore deranged grins. Their leader hissed that everyone Jaewon cared about would suffer. Jaewon's eyes blazed in response. "Finish him," the first general commanded. The assault slammed into Jaewon instantly, 5 angles, 5 blades, 5 killers trying to shred him all at once. For a moment their chaotic rhythm overwhelmed the space. Then Jaewon unleashed a feral sword beam. The other 4 dodged easily, mocking that attacks mean nothing if they miss. Jaewon's expression hardened. He blocked 1 strike. 2 more dug into his back. Their relentless pressure left no chance to breathe. One enemy screamed curses and swung wildly. Jaewon vaulted upward, shot forward, and kicked the man across the face. Another attacker rushed him. A third unleashed razor-thin slashes of crimson energy. Jaewon twisted away, his movement leaving streaks of yellow light through the air. Still they pressed him. "You can't win alone," one taunted. "Even a major general couldn't survive this," another added. Blood trickled down Jaewon's hands as he raised his sword. He admitted, calmly, despite the chaos, that fighting all 5 solo was indeed troublesome. Then he planted his feet. A brilliant blue aura roared to life around his blade, vibrating with destructive power. The 5 paused, mesmerized. Jaewon exhaled slowly. "Time to launch all of you sky high." His strike detonated the hall. A colossal beam tore through marble, columns crumbling in seconds. The very palace groaned and cracked. Elsewhere, a doctor battling the Danger family general muttered that the deafening blast was unmistakably Jaewon's handiwork. Back inside the collapsing palace, Jaehwan panted, drained but resolute. Then his eyes widened. The 5 enemies were strolling toward him. Untouched. The eldest brother had shielded them with a shimmering barrier and now wore a proud, infuriating smirk. Jaehwan's jaw tightened. The first general approached, lamenting dramatically how unfortunate it was for Jaehwan to be so weak. Red mana erupted around the 5, forming a dome of ominous glow. Siren hovered above, horrified. She had completely underestimated their level. The first general slammed his sword into the floor, cracking what remained of the marble. "These pathetic tricks are all you brought?" he mocked. Red energy spiraled up his blade, wrapping around him like hungry serpents. He spat venomously that Jaehwan dared to mock them, the so-called rabble of chaos. The second dragon general's expression darkened. The 5th's eyes sparked crimson. A pulsating orb of red mana flared brighter and brighter before the first general. Jaehwan shielded his eyes from the blinding glow. From the haze emerged massive skeletal dragon claws. Jaehwan gritted his teeth as the first general smirked. The red smoke solidified into a towering crimson dragon, its presence bending the air and vibrating the cracked ceiling. The beast rumbled that Jaehwan must now fight with every scrap of power he had. Jaehwan lunged first, aiming for the dragon's head. Blue energy surged through his strike, smashing into the dragon's barrier. It dented, but did not break. The dragon snarled. "That's all?" Its counterattack blasted Jaehwan backward, sending him skidding across broken stone. He steadied himself with his sword. The monster inhaled, chest glowing ominously. Jaehwan braced. A torrent of red energy blasted forth. He fired blue mana to meet it. The 2 forces collided in a spectacular explosion, shattering stone and cracking the dome above. The dragon descended, claws poised like blades of execution. Dust flooded the air. "You should have stayed hidden in the shadows," it growled. Jaehwan thrust out his hand, blue energy swirling violently. Arrogance always bites back. He vaulted upward, landing squarely atop the dragon's head. "My turn," Jaehwan snarled. The dragon's eyes blew wide. "No, impossible." Rage filled its voice. "Fool! You can't even scratch my scales." A furious Jaehwan stepped forward, jamming his blade right against the monster's skull, his voice sharp as steel as he insisted they verify the creature's claim. Power surged down the sword's edge, gathering at a single blazing point. The dragon's eyes widened. He realized Jaehwan wasn't just threatening him, the blade was focusing enough force to punch a hole straight through his skull. Before the creature could react, Jaehwan unleashed the strike. The impact rattled the dragon's entire cranium, leaving him stunned and sputtering. Shaking off the blow, the beast spat out a furious roar, vowing he wouldn't let Jaehwan do as he pleased. With a swipe packed with raw strength, he counterattacked, sending shockwaves through the shattered arena. But the dragon froze halfway. The destruction was in front of him, yet Jaehwan wasn't there. He was behind the monster. "You chatter too much," Jaehwan muttered, the words slicing deeper than his blade. He slammed down another devastating strike. A pillar of golden yellow mana flared around him and blasted into the dragon's body, sending sparks swirling through the smoky air. From the sidelines, Cayman stood with his sword, watching intently, not the battle, but Jaehwan's technique. Something was clicking in his mind. Taking in the situation, he murmured that the castle lord must have succeeded. The battlefield went momentarily silent. The old man wiped sweat from his brow, groaning that simply following Jaehwan around was exhausting. The dome overhead was gone, reduced to rubble and smoke. The dragon was on the ground, defeated. And Jaehwan stood tall before him, sword still humming. Siren stared at him in disbelief. She remembered when Jaehwan boldly said only 4 of them would storm the palace. She thought he was being reckless. Now, the result stood right in front of her. The first general, having reverted to a human shape, collapsed to one knee. Breathing heavily, he glared up at Jaehwan. "You'll regret this," he hissed. "Don't think this humiliation is the end. I will return, and I'll tear you apart." Behind him, the shattered remains of the dome framed his fury like a dying crown. "No matter what you attempt. I cannot die," he snarled, as yellow spiritual currents rose from his ruined body. Hidden in the smoke, Jaehwan replied calmly, "You're right, partially." The general blinked. Jaehwan went on, anger simmering beneath his tone. "You're here because we came through a narrow gate." A flicker of panic crossed the general's face. You know?" Golden energy swirled tighter around him as he continued bitterly, "You don't understand what you've done. Our bodies, our souls, they're tied to our true forms. As long as that link exists, death means nothing. We return to the Great Lance." Jaehwan sliced downward. The entire torrent of yellow energy split cleanly in half, disintegrating into smoke. The general stared, dumbfounded. "You severed the connection? That's impossible." Jae-hwan met his gaze, his expression unreadable. Now you understand what real death feels like. The general looked at the stump of his missing arm, trembling. Genuine fear flooded his eyes. I don't want to die. Then desperation twisted his voice. I can bargain. Skills, status, anything you want. I'll plead to the great monarch. She'll grant your soul's desire if you spare me. Just don't kill me. Siren watched silently as the once unshakable first general begged. Jae-hwan's reply came cold and steady. I won't harm a single innocent soul in this chaos. And you're out of time. In the blink of an eye, his blade swept across. The general's eyes reflected Jae-hwan's face one last time before his head slammed onto the ground with a heavy, echoing thud. Laika, the rat-like general, froze in horrified disbelief. One of the 5 dragon monarchs, slain. Just like that. He stumbled back, panic crawling over him. He wanted to rush to the main gate, but the noise coming from that direction stopped him cold. His mind couldn't grasp how Jae-hwan had cut the sacred connection. I have to inform the major generals, immediately, he whispered, trembling. A hand clamped on the back of his neck. The old man had spotted him. So that's why you were scurrying around like a rat, he chuckled darkly. Shin strode forward laughing, as if he'd caught a pest rather than a high-ranking enemy. Jae-hwan, weary and breathing hard, turned as Kamen called out to him. Kamen raised the captured generals triumphantly. I, leader of the Southern Sea, have completed the mission. The old man snorted. Always ordering me around, unbelievable. Jae-hwan cracked a small grin. Good work. Seriously. Kamen and Dr. Chung stood amidst the corpses of the generals they had managed to subdue. The old man looked down at Laika with mild annoyance. He's heavier than he looks. Jae-hwan asked, just as puzzled, who even is that? He was hiding near the entrance, the old man explained, giving the unconscious general a nudge. Jae-hwan decided to drag the trembling Laika along with them. Siren watched in disbelief, suddenly remembering who he was, the timid monarch everyone mocked. She muttered that this poor creature had earned his rank only through spiritual abilities, not raw power. Because of that, all the other monarchs picked on him endlessly. The old man sighed dramatically, waving a hand. I'll forget about this embarrassment for a moment, he grumbled. Then he turned toward Jae-hwan. But why spare them? Why not finish the job? Jae-hwan's jaw tightened. Oh, I didn't spare them, he growled. He swept his arm fiercely. His sword vibrated with force, and a violent blast of blue energy erupted outward. The ground shook. Smoke rolled into the air. He kept swinging, each strike sending another wave of azure mana slamming into the battlefield. Laika watched, shaking like a leaf. This is a nightmare, he thought. His mind drifted back to the Palace of Resurrections, the place where immortality had been gifted to the monarchs. Mortal men counted their days, but monarchs with endless life wasted centuries partying, drinking, entertaining themselves with women. 900 years of indulgence had numbed them to the concept of death. Now, facing Jae-hwan, Laika remembered what fear felt like. Jae-hwan stopped in front of a massive red mana tree. Laika collapsed to his knees in front of him, trembling hysterically. He had forgotten what death meant, but now, with Jae-hwan towering over him, that ancient terror returned full force. I never even wanted to fight, Laika screamed, groveling at Jae-hwan's feet. Siren stood behind Jae-hwan, watching his expression freeze. Are you going to kill him? She asked quietly. Laika squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the blade. Instead, Jae-hwan lowered his sword. I'll let him live, he said. I need witnesses. Laika burst into messy, half-delighted, half-terrified sobbing. Then Jae-hwan spoke again. Where are the fruits? Laika blinked, only now remembering why they came. He raised a shaking finger upward toward the shimmering golden vault overhead. That, he quavered. That's the reverse golden dome. A nightmare master created it. It generates infinite passwords. Without a master's help, it won't open. Jae-hwan scowled, Siren's eyes sparkled, and the vault loomed above them like a sun made of treasure. If we had a master at his level, Jae-hwan muttered, this would be simple. Frustration surged through him. He gripped his sword with both hands, muscles tensing as if preparing to pierce the heavens. Kamen sputtered. The old man raised a finger in panic. Control your strength. And we don't have any nightmare master lying around. Siren stomped her foot. Are all of you blind? I'm right here. Before anyone could respond, a bright pink keyboard materialized in front of her. Her fingers tapped rapidly across the glowing keys. Unlocked, she announced, tossing her hair. Jae-hwan stared blankly. This storage facility is terrible. The golden vault groaned open. Siren claimed it opened thanks to her beauty. Jae-hwan pretended he didn't hear that. Blinding gold light burst out, illuminating the ruins. Everyone shielded their faces. Cayman whispered to himself that this was the entire purpose of their expedition, the treasure hidden in the abyss. In the flash of light, he remembered the steep ascents, the battles in Jaewon's tower, and the people who had fallen along this journey. Then the vault fully opened. Behind the dazzling radiance stood rows of golden knights, statues sculpted from pure light, and in each person's hand, including Cayman's, rested a golden fruit humming with energy. Jaewon asked, "Is this everything?" The old man nodded grumpily. "They've been using these for 900 years. There aren't many left, and certainly not enough for all of Gorgon, let alone the entire chaos." Cayman stared mournfully at the last fruit glowing in his palm. Jaewon offered him another. "Take it. It's fine." The light from the fruit washed over Cayman's face. The old man looked thoughtful. Siren waited silently. Jaewon said, "Make your choice." Cayman stared into the core of the fruit. His reflection shimmered across the golden surface, older, wearier, marked by long years of loss. He remembered stumbling through crowds of warriors, lifting the old man after battle, watching countless friends suffer just for the chance at these fruits. He clenched his jaw. "This is our reward," he whispered. Then he crushed the fruit. Golden fragments dripped between his fingers. The old man froze. Siren stared. Laika squeaked in terror. Jaewon frowned. "Tell me, why did you do that?" Cayman met his gaze, tense but resolute. "There are only 10 left," he said. "And the moment I held it, I knew these 10 fruits would tear chaos apart. People will kill each other trying to steal one." He looked toward the golden light filling the room. "If we let that happen, nothing can save this world." Jaewon watched him thoughtfully, bathed in gold. Cayman turned to him. "Can you destroy the others too?" Jaewon didn't answer immediately. Not everyone had the will to do something like this. Someone in chaos needed to make that choice. Cayman crushed another fruit beneath his heel. Now Jaewon understood exactly why he had brought Cayman with him. The old man muttered that the rest of chaos would faint if they saw this. Jaewon thought to himself that he knew Cayman would choose this path from the beginning. Cayman stepped onto the surface of the water as golden energy swirled like a portal behind him. Jaewon asked if he would regret this. Cayman grinned. "Never." The golden energy cascaded downward like a divine spotlight. Siren and the old man slid backward on the ground as the energy exploded, neither of them understanding what was happening. Jaewon staggered as Cayman's figure collapsed, wounded and gasping. Jaewon called out his name. But Cayman only spat, "Pathetic insects." Everyone froze. Cayman's back split open as a pair of wings burst outward. The atmosphere shuddered. A towering figure stepped through the shimmering light, fierce, furious, and radiating monarch-level power. The newcomer glared down at them. This was Storm Monarch Kanal, Major General of the Dragon ranks, an opportunist at the 10th level. "How dare you," Kanal snarled. "How dare you touch the fruits?" The terrified old man's scream sliced through the air. "Wake up, Cayman," he howled. But Kanal didn't give him the luxury of finishing that thought. With a cruel twist of his clawed hand, he seized the old man's face and hurled him at the wall like discarded laundry. And thus stepped into the spotlight the infamous figure whispered about across the 9th region, Major General, Monarch of Silence, Magneto, a 10th-level opportunist whose reputation alone could make a brave man reconsider his life decisions. The old man's panicked cries bounced around the stone chamber. Meanwhile, Garam, who most simply called the old man, stepped forward, his tone icy as he declared, "You've crossed every limit that was ever drawn." Kanal was gearing up to turn old man into a floor ornament, but Garam's expression only sharpened. "Now," he said thoughtfully, "your reckoning begins." Nearby, Jaewon cast him an annoyed glance, clearly not appreciating the dramatic timing. Behind a pile of shattered stones, the rat general trembled, desperately trying to make himself small. Laika studied Garam carefully, questioning whether this man truly was who she suspected. Among the 3 major generals overseeing the 9th region, one of the most dreaded was none other than Saemon Garam himself. The rat general trembled at the thought of the legends, how Garam once stood atop mountains of skulls, and now, one of the 5 strongest general majors of the almighty land was standing right in front of him. "All I have to do is hide," he told himself, "before they smash my head like a fruit." Garam called out, almost casually, "Oi, Kanal. Magneto. Do you remember saying the insect's head is yours?" Magneto snarled. "Don't get in my way." Jaewon barked orders from behind them, "Siren. Grab Cayman and the old man, run." Magneto, fleeing like a coward, shouted, "Now is not the time to worry about others." Tentacles shot out from Magneto and wrapped around Jaewon's legs like living shackles. "Die!" Kanal screeched. Both Magneto and Kanal lunged toward Jaewon, trying to prevent him from interfering, but Jaewon suddenly tore free. Magneto swiped with his obsidian claws, trying to catch him. "You can't hide," he shrieked. But Jaehwan answered with a blade to the beak, hard enough to ring his skull. Pain shot through him, but Jaehwan only gritted his teeth. "Move, quick!" Jaehwan slid across the ground as Cannel's energy coiled around Jaehwan like hungry serpents. He could feel it, this was a different league entirely. Cannel drew in mana, building it into a crackling, devastating sphere. "I had high hopes for you. Everywhere I go, people whisper your name." His expression twisted with disappointment. "But turns out, you're nothing special." His attack blasted forward. Jaehwan took the hit head-on, the ground shattering beneath him as if the earth itself cried out. He lay pinned under Megiddo's oppressive mana, vision blurring. Cannel and Megiddo loomed above him. "Used up all your energy on dragons?" Cannel mocked. Megiddo scoffed, "Another empty vessel. I wasted my time on this insect." Garam sighed. "What a disappointment." "Let's end him," Cannel growled. "I was thinking the same thing," Megiddo replied, forming a pitch-black bolt of energy. Megiddo fired, the blast slammed Jaehwan into the ground again. He snarled in rage. "You, monsters," Jaehwan spat. But Cannel tilted his head. "Monster? You've split history itself. In one instant you cut apart a lineage of mana thousands of years old." Jaehwan's mind replayed the memory of that impossible feat, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. The old man, trembling somewhere behind him, muttered to himself that Jaehwan shouldn't even consider using that kind of power again, not while he was in this fragile state. Jaehwan knew it too. He could use the power of the spirit freely, but the cost wasn't mana, it was sanity. If he pushed too far, he'd collapse from mental exhaustion. Still, he clenched his jaw. These monsters, they were like the foes he faced when he first stumbled into chaos. And that meant one thing. He had to eliminate them while they still underestimated him. With a roar, Jaehwan launched himself forward, sword raised. He refused to hold back. He'd finish them in a single sweep if he could. His feet scraped across the ground as turquoise mana surged along the blade. But suddenly, the sword ignited with crimson energy instead. Jaehwan slammed it down with full force. A storm of red engulfed the battlefield. His eyes burned like molten embers. The strike carried the weight of 5 world blows combined, power that could shatter continents. Skulls cracked. Eyes popped from their sockets. A jagged crimson rift tore open the earth as if the land itself was screaming. Garam, who had been watching, was frozen in stunned silence. "How? Using nothing but physical power," he murmured. Siren descended from above, carrying the old man and Cayman under her arms like bundles of wheat. Stone fragments rained across the battlefield. Jaehwan struggled to steady his sword with both trembling hands. He exhaled shakily. "I've been waiting for that," he muttered. Garam's lips curled into a manic grin. "Then, are you ready to fight me?" His gaze drifted back, years deep. Long ago, a nightmare wandered the realm seeking an audience with the monarchs of the 12th region. Mullock approached Garam, asking for strength to climb the tree of illusions. All the monarchs refused him. All but Garam. The landscape had been littered with bodies. Life and death meant nothing here, values were twisted beyond reason. "Remember your rage," Mullock told him. "Remember your suffering from when you were weak. This world can still change." Mullock dreamed of destroying the first nightmare atop the tree, an ambition glittering like a star-filled sky. Garam once believed in that dream. But when he saw Mullock's hand glow red and realized why the Monarch of Darkness rejected him, his faith trembled. They fought, for 3 days and 3 nights. By dawn of the 3rd day, Garam lay broken. Mullock stood over him like an indestructible giant. Garam realized then. Mullock wasn't an opportunist. He was a force. And without needing magic. He had earned the right to speak of the Tree of Illusions. Garam followed him afterward, marching through all of chaos. Mullock's army behind him. Garam leading an expedition to reshape their world. He remembered Cayman helping the old man up. He remembered the stolen fruit of the monarchs. He remembered how nothing had changed after all this time. Now, he turned back to the present. Jaehwan's sword crackled with a sapphire aura as he charged. The blue glow lit up Garam's face as he dodged effortlessly. Good power, Garam admitted. But still not enough. His hand flared with red mana, violently. They collided, magic crashing like colliding storms. "How can you hold all the cards," Garam mused aloud, "and still have no idea how to play them?" Jaehwan's rage boiled. How could this man swat his attack aside so easily? Garam dashed forward. "With this level, you're no different from a child holding a sword for the first time." He appeared behind Jaehwan and blasted him with a surge of crimson energy. A moment later, Jaehwan found himself staring straight at Garam's incoming fist. The punch crushed him into the ground. Jaehwan screamed. Dust exploded outward. Garam stood over the half-broken warrior. "Get up." His voice echoed like a verdict. "You're still capable." Jaehwan planted his palms on the ground, back pressed against a toppled counter. He began to pour energy into his blade once more. Garam turned toward Castle and Gorgon, and Jaehwan frowned at whatever he heard. Garam raised his hand, adopting a lethal stance. "Show me," he said, "how strong you truly are, for daring to speak of the Tree of Illusions." Garam stood firm, his expression carved from stone, and Jaehwan could feel it. The man radiated strength that eclipsed what even two high-tier weapons combined could muster. Watching him, Jaehwan's instincts whispered warnings. There was something strange about Garam's movements, something practiced and ancient. Even if Jaehwan used his skills to analyze the technique, he knew it would be useless. Experience was Garam's shield, and experience was a monster no system skill could dissect. Even so, Jaehwan charged. His body blurred forward, sword slicing the air like a streak of light. He still couldn't understand how Garam remained so overwhelmingly powerful. How could someone become that dangerous through experience alone? A golden spark flickered in Jaehwan's eyes as he accelerated. Garam raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. "I hope that reckless dash isn't the last trick in your bag," he said calmly. At the last moment, Jaehwan veered sharply to the side. Garam's gaze sharpened. He lost sight of Jaehwan for half a beat, and in that heartbeat Jaehwan appeared behind him, blade humming with world energy. A world strike tore through the air. But Garam only snorted. Cheap illusions. He pivoted and met the attack with his fist. The blow detonated like a bomb. The shockwave ripped across the battlefield, tossing dust and shattered stone everywhere. Jaehwan staggered back, blinking, stunned that Garam had neutralized a world strike with nothing but his knuckles. Garam didn't give him time to recover. He vaulted upward and came crashing down like a meteor, slamming Jaehwan into the earth. The ground cracked beneath the impact. "Spiritual attacks won't work on me," Garam said, standing over him. "They can't even scratch me." Jaehwan lay bruised and gasping, and Garam studied him with faint disappointment. System-based abilities always try to uproot the rules of the world. Yet none of you awakened ones realize the one thing that matters most. He grabbed Jaehwan by the head and lifted him effortlessly. "This world," Garam said, "comes from someone's unique origin." As he dangled helplessly, Jaehwan felt a jolt of revelation. Garam's strength didn't come from borrowed power or a crafted technique. His power sprang from the world itself. He was a system of his own, a world-given form. Mana surged around them like a storm. Jaehwan's own energy reacted, spreading outward, twisting the wind into spiraling currents. He activated Moon Eye. Vision sharpened. The space around him warped. But Garam only scoffed. Another borrowed method? A unique world without its original seed is just a flimsy spell. He hurled Jaehwan away. Pain shot through Jaehwan's ribs as he struck the ground. Garam raised his hand. Scarlet currents flooded into his palm. "This is disappointing," he said, gathering a dense orb of energy. "I expected far more from someone awakened." He unleashed the blast. Jaehwan braced his sword with both hands. The blow smashed into him like a falling mountain. His palm split, skin burning away under the pressure. He grit his teeth and roared, pushing back until the energy finally scattered. Moon Eye, useless. It hadn't made a dent. Garam lowered his hand. "I finally meet someone worth swinging at, and you fall apart this fast? No wonder I'm losing patience." Jaehwan's jaw tightened. Garam's voice echoed around him like the toll of a bell. "Open your origin," Garam said. "Show it to me." Jaehwan froze. Origin, that word rattled something deep inside him. He pictured a massive gate towering in the dark, flanked by burning symbols. Memories stirred, Mulak's teachings, the reward he had left behind, Hell's record. The golden characters he'd once seen in the void reappeared in his mind. The 6 steps of awakening. He remembered them vividly now. Stage 1, doubt. Stage 2, comprehension. Stage 3, devotion. The first half, the fallen world. Then came the remaining 3, the stages that built something new atop the ruins. Stage 4. Stage 5. Stage 6. The origin. He saw 2 silhouettes overlaying each other, one shadowed in black, representing the fall, the other illuminated in gold, radiating creation. Scarlet mana crackled over the shattered battlefield. Jaehwan felt it, the next stage brushing against him, close enough to touch. But even so, he still didn't understand what birth meant. Garam extended a hand toward him again. "Pathetic. You can't even wield your own world correctly. Fine. I'll tear it open for you." Siren, hiding behind the ruins, clamped her hands over her mouth, eyes wide with horror. Rage boiled in Jaehwan's chest. He lunged forward, reaching toward Garam, his mind screaming. "Don't touch it. Don't you dare." A slow grin spread across Garam's face, stretching unnervingly wide. Siren hugged Kimin tightly, trembling. Jaehwan's thoughts spiraled. Their lives, their existence, it meant everything to them. Unlike him, these people couldn't revive endlessly. This was their only world, fragile, irreplaceable, real. And if Garam ripped it open? No. Jaehwan tightened his grip on his sword. This world belongs to them. Siren shouted something unintelligible. Then the explosion came. A massive burst of fire swallowed the area. The dome overhead disintegrated, clouds of dust and flame rising like a volcanic eruption. Siren hit the ground hard. She dragged herself up, coughing, and stared ahead. There, through the smoke, she saw Jaehwan standing upright. His blade trembled in his hands, but he refused to fall. Garam stared as well, disbelief flickering across his usually emotionless face. Jaehwan's thoughts ran wild. He remembered everything, growing up in his parents' home, attending school, laughing with friends, falling apart, rebuilding himself. Millions of memories swept through him one after another. All tied to one simple truth. This is the only world they have. Still bent forward, still gripping his sword, Jaehwan held on, because letting go would mean letting their world shatter. Jaehwan reflected quietly that, long ago, he had never once doubted the world he lived in. Back then, existence itself felt natural, unquestionable. An image surfaced in his mind, a wandering merchant from his memories. That man had lived simply because he accepted the world as it was, never asking whether it was real or false. Those memories refused to fade. Jaehwan realized that it was precisely this unshaken certainty that had once allowed the world system to come into being. Conviction, that was the key. To begin true creation, all that was needed was unwavering belief in one's own world. Gripping his blade, Jaehwan understood something crucial. Faith was not hope, nor blind optimism. It was a belief so absolute that it had long been forgotten because it never needed to be questioned. To give birth to a world, he would need a faith that could not be overturned. Golden mana wrapped around him like a living tide. Yet even as power surged, he knew the truth, he could not achieve this alone. Not only his present self, but the echoes of his past selves needed to yearn for the same future. Across from him, Garam's hand burned with red mana as he aimed his clenched fist toward Jaehwan. Inside Jaehwan's mind, voices erupted. They mocked him. They told him the world he was trying to create was a lie. Behind him stood shadows of his past selves, staring with cold eyes. One spoke clearly, accusing him of running from reality. Another insisted that the only real world was the one Jaehwan himself had lived in, not the fragile one he was trying to protect now. The voices refused to help him. They claimed they owed him nothing. Jaehwan clenched his teeth. He realized he could never persuade every memory, every version of himself. Turning back to Garam, he raised his sword and let countless reflections of himself manifest, each swinging a blade in unison. "If you won't stand with me," Jaehwan said firmly within his mind, "then leave." He did not try to convince them anymore. The ruins of the Resurrection Palace vanished beneath swirling dust as a devastating impact tore through the structure. Jaehwan was hurled backward, his spine slamming against a golden crossbeam. Garam was already there, raining down blows without mercy. Each strike exploded with red mana. Jaehwan struggled to block them, his arms screaming in protest. Garam landed lightly and looked down at him with mild surprise. "Already exhausted?" he asked calmly. A single voice echoed in Jaehwan's head, clearer than the rest. Before him stood his own reflection. It asked him a simple question. "Are you going to die like this?" Jaehwan's expression hardened. "If I fall here," he answered, "then you fall with me." Behind him, memories gathered, comrades from the past, battles survived, sacrifices made. The reflection asked if he had forgotten what it took to reach this point. Another version of himself pleaded for him to run, to abandon everything. Jaehwan dropped to his knees. A final voice whispered that despair had already consumed him. Garam sighed. "I thought you would last longer." Jaehwan drove his blade into the ground. Both Garam and the shadowed reflection stiffened. Lowering his gaze, Jaehwan spoke quietly, asking Garam if disappointment was all he could offer. Around him, the outlines of his past selves began to smile. A voice laughed softly, admitting that Jaehwan had gone mad, but also realizing they were never separate to begin with. Golden light wrapped around every reflection. Jaehwan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, purple mana erupted from his body. The shattered dome blazed with unfamiliar energy. Generation had begun. Garam stared in shock. Siren gasped from afar. He opened it. Behind Jaehwan, a massive red eye appeared, watching over the battlefield. In his thoughts, Jaehwan recognized it. The fourth stage. The power to turn falsehood into truth. Purple particles drifted from the sky. A radiant stream of mana descended, declaring a new law: belief could now shape reality. From the heavens, a dark blade fell. Jaehwan reached up and caught it. Awakening, fourth stage. Garam's gaze locked onto the purple sword. So this is your unique world. He understood instantly. A phenomenon that denied the foundation of all worlds, paired perfectly with collapse. A disastrous world, Garam muttered. Born only to destroy others. Even so, he charged. Jaehwan raised his blade, now glowing faintly pink alongside the purple one. Garam smirked, claiming the outcome would not change. Their attacks collided. The impact echoed across the battlefield. Jaehwan blocked Garam's fist with his blade. Sparks burst from his eyes. This, Garam said with exhilaration, is what a real battle feels like. Jaehwan swung his second sword. Garam met it head-on. They tore across the battlefield, exchanging countless blows. Garam laughed, blood boiling. It reminds me of that nightmare I fought 1,000 years ago. He grinned wildly. Thank you, Jaehwan. You made me remember this feeling. Jaehwan didn't reply. Garam's fist crashed into Jaehwan's face, sending him skidding across the ground. Everything ends, Garam said, launching himself forward like lightning. Jaehwan braced himself against the wall, preparing to rebound. The battle was far from over. Garam advanced without hesitation, his presence pressing down like a collapsing sky. Jaehwan raised his blade and aligned its edge directly with Garam's incoming fist. The moment they collided, a violent explosion tore through the air, ripping sound apart before it could even echo. Using the recoil, Jaehwan kicked off the golden crossbar and landed back atop it, crouched low, both swords clenched tightly in his hands. His grip tightened around the pink blade as a realization finally surfaced. This thought had followed him for a long time, circling his mind like an unanswered question. Why do I live? Garam vanished from sight. Jaehwan twisted his body at the last instant, dodging a crushing blow that slammed into the crossbar behind him. The structure buckled under the impact. Watching Garam move, Jaehwan suddenly remembered something he had forgotten long ago, the pure instinct of battle. The time when he and Garam had charged at each other without hesitation, trading blows without rules or calculation. A strange clarity washed over him. He saw himself as a child, struggling to lift a blade far too large for his body. He remembered running without understanding the laws of the world, chasing danger simply because it felt alive. In his vision, red flames burned beneath his feet as he sprinted forward, never questioning the cost. He had enjoyed it then. Completely. Thoughtlessly. Garam's laughter snapped him back to the present. Jaehwan lifted his gaze and saw Garam covering his mouth, chuckling as if amused beyond measure. Garam even asked for forgiveness between laughs, as though embarrassed by his own enjoyment. A faint smile appeared on Jaehwan's face. Despite everything, he was grateful. Meeting an opponent like Garam was not a curse, it was a gift. Jaehwan raised his sword and charged. Explosions erupted repeatedly as blade and fist met again and again. Each collision sent shockwaves tearing through the ruins. Jaehwan wished, if only briefly, that this moment could last longer. Their weapons clashed once more. Garam leapt backward, landing effortlessly on the shattered crossbar. Jaehwan followed, his expression sharpening. Is that it? Jaehwan asked calmly. Is this the full extent of the system's power? Garam exhaled heavily, his body battered yet burning with exhilaration. Not even close. Their next clash unleashed a violent storm. Wind screamed outward, tearing stone from the palace walls. The structure finally collapsed into ruin. Siren shielded Cayman with her body as debris and smoke engulfed the area. Jaehwan landed, shrugging off his torn cloak. Garam stood across from him, eyes shining. For the first time in 1,000 years, he said, I had fun. Jaehwan listened silently. I never thought I'd meet someone like you in chaos, Garam continued. I'm genuinely moved. Jaehwan finally spoke. Calling Garam by name, he said that he had felt it too, that sharp sensation of being pierced again and again for 1,000 years. He saw Garam's past in his mind, endless training, repeating the same motion, perfecting a single skill beyond reason. It's a shame, Jaehwan said quietly, that someone like you chose to become an opportunist. Garam froze. Rage ignited instantly. Red mana erupted from his body as he demanded to know what Jaehwan intended to do. Jaehwan answered without hesitation. I'm going to conquer the abyss. Garam sneered. Those are the same empty words spoken by that nightmare. Red energy swallowed him completely. Garam declared that the abyss was filled with beings far superior to Jaehwan. He clenched his fist and revealed the truth, the great monarch had already surrendered. The nightmare had met the same end awaiting anyone foolish enough to challenge the system. His energy spiraled violently. A massive vortex formed around him. Jaehwan raised his arms instinctively as the pressure crashed down. Black armor formed across Garam's head. Dark wings unfurled from his back. Siren trembled. Cayman lay unconscious at her feet. This isn't Major General level, Siren realized in horror. He's already a lieutenant general, Garam grasped a crimson spear and pointed it at Jae-hwan. "Prove your world," he commanded. A colossal stream of mana surged toward Jae-hwan. He crossed his arms, steadying himself. In that instant, he understood. Garam was a gatekeeper, a being protecting the system's world itself. Purple mana began spreading from Jae-hwan's body. Pink energy flowed from his blade, while his soul blade burned blue. "I live to destroy this world." Their energies collided. The impact erased everything nearby. Wind tore through the city, flattening structures. Siren was blown away. Garam laughed wildly, asking whether Jae-hwan could truly block a gatekeeper who possessed hundreds of lives. Then Garam's expression changed. Jae-hwan's blue mana pierced through the red storm. Jae-hwan screamed as he struck. His energy obliterated Garam's mana and tore into the towering demon statue behind him. The monster howled as it was torn apart. Jae-hwan turned. Above his hand formed a massive blade, vast enough to eclipse the sky. He looked directly at Garam. "Goodbye." The sword descended. A blinding explosion consumed everything. When the smoke cleared, the palace lay in total ruin. Garam was at the center, broken and steaming. He laughed weakly. "So this is how it ends." His gaze drifted upward to the massive red eye watching from above. "That eye," Garam murmured, "controls everything." In his fading vision, branches stretched toward the eye, the tree of illusions. Where its gaze reaches, Garam whispered, lies the edge of the abyss. Jae-hwan stepped closer. Garam smiled faintly. "So this is where the first nightmare resides." The battlefield fell silent. Jae-hwan stood silently, observing the distant figure before him. A colossal tree loomed behind Jae-hwan, its trunk so massive that it felt as though it connected the heavens and the abyss itself. The sight carried an oppressive weight, one that made even seasoned monarchs uneasy. Garam suddenly broke the silence, declaring that he had to reach that place. Jae-hwan was momentarily stunned by those words. Calmly, yet firmly, he rejected the idea. Turning his gaze toward Garam, he stated without hesitation that this was not a place meant to be reached, but a place destined to be destroyed. Garam smiled faintly, though there was no warmth in it. He said that if Jae-hwan truly went through with this, his world would likely be rejected by the abyss itself. It was a cruel truth, one difficult for anyone to accept. And yet, instead of despair, Jae-hwan watched in silence as countless monstrous silhouettes soared across the crimson sky. Garam continued, saying that once people witnessed such a world, no one would ever wish to live again. Even he could not imagine how something so distorted could exist, suspended in the sky like a mockery of reality. Then Garam began to laugh. "Even so," he said, "if there were people who still believed in Jae-hwan's world, those people would find something within him that they had long lost. Hope, perhaps. Meaning, perhaps. But in exchange, they would spend the rest of their lives drowning in despair." His expression hardened. With a serious tone, Garam urged Jae-hwan to sever this connection before his body was dragged back to the Great Land. Jae narrowed his eyes. Holding his composure, he asked if Garam had any final words. A thin, golden thread shimmered above Garam's head. He turned his gaze upward and spoke calmly. If Jae-hwan reached the abyss safely, he said, he should seek out Kainark and tell him everything. Then, with a warning laced in caution, Garam told him to be wary of Maillad. If Maillad discovered that Jae-hwan had opened his own world, he would never remain a mere observer. Jae-hwan frowned. There was one thing he could not understand. Why had Garam not killed him? The sword in Jae-hwan's hand trembled slightly as memories of their earlier battle resurfaced. Garam had countless chances. Before Jae-hwan's awakening, before everything changed, the opportunity had been there. Why hesitate? Garam paused, then asked quietly why Jae-hwan believed the answer was so simple. A memory surfaced in his mind. A moment long buried. He recalled kneeling, begging for power to climb the tree of illusion. He remembered standing before Malak. Remembered realizing that this world, with its strange principles and unprecedented existence, was unlike anything else. He had fought the nightmare. He had seen it. This world, he said, could still change. Garam projected an image of Malak, speaking of the first nightmare waiting at the peak of the tree of illusion. If it was destroyed, then perhaps the world could finally be rewritten. But it never happened. The nightmare's final words lingered in his mind, haunting him even now. Jae-hwan asked quietly whether that answer applied only to Garam, or to the entire world. Garam smiled. He said that, at the very least, he could consider his debt to Malak repaid. Looking once more at the golden thread above him, Garam murmured that it had been a long war. Lying on the ground, he asked for it to end. Jae-hwan raised his blade, gripping the hilt firmly and holding it before his face. The chronicles would later record that on that very day, exactly 917 years and 244 days after the failure of the Moloch's Abyss expedition, Chaos was finally freed from the Reincarnation Palace. Cayman approached Jaehwan, holding tightly onto Siren. Garam glanced at him with a crooked grin. And then Jaehwan struck. His sword pierced straight through Garam's head. Moonlight spilled across the night sky. The castle below glowed with countless lights. People walked the illuminated streets, laughter echoing as mugs of beer clinked together. Inside one room, a man sat at a table, his face clouded with distress. From the window, another figure was visible. Jaehwan spoke calmly, saying that Juj was still alive. The man stiffened in shock. Turning around, Juj looked directly at him. Jaehwan admitted that he had assumed Juj was dead, having not seen him at the last gathering. Juj chuckled, pulling a sheet over himself. He asked if Jaehwan truly believed someone like him would die so easily. After all, he was still one of the 10 leaders. Jaehwan smiled faintly. Juj asked whether Garam had been defeated. Jaehwan confirmed it. Clutching the blanket, he added that Garam had been a great monarch in every sense of the word. With a serious expression, Jaehwan asked whether Juj had known him well. Juj lowered his gaze. Their families, he said, had deep ties. He recalled Garam standing near the high gate. Their clan had been driven out of the Great Land, replaced by other prestigious families. They were known as a house that produced exceptional soldiers. Juj then showed an image of Garam in his demonic form. Since Jaehwan had attacked Samyang clan member, the family would not remain passive. They would act soon. Setting a basket of fruit on the table, Jaehwan told Juj not to worry. Those people would never cross the border. Juj was startled. He asked if Jaehwan had received the narrow gate. Jaehwan revealed a golden emblem. That was the reason. The only way to enter chaos alive was through them. Even so, Juj warned that nothing was guaranteed. Jaehwan acknowledged the concern, but said that those people were willing to sacrifice their lives just to claim his soul. If that was the case, he said, then dealing with them would be worthwhile. He turned and left, telling Juj to take care of himself. The door slammed shut. Juj smirked. From the very beginning, he thought, Jaehwan had always been a mystery. Later, Jaehwan stood by the window, gazing at the night sky above the castle. He reflected on how much had changed since arriving in Gorgon. Too many memories. Too many events. He sighed, noting that he had even managed to become a castlin. Stacks of documents lay before him. Carlton's face came to mind. Busy days, one after another. He remembered the shocked expressions of Jean and Carlton when the castlin vanished once again. Carlton, seated at the table, barked orders, demanding Jaehwan be found. Shouts echoed. Someone cried that the department head was in tears. Jaehwan rubbed his chin and realized he had barely done anything himself. A voice called out to him. A drunken Ching Ho staggered forward, shouting that Cayman and he were there because of the fool who forced them to drink with Jaehwan. Cayman protested, stunned, insisting it was Ching Ho who dragged them there. The elder erupted in fury, declaring it a grave sin to slander him. Cayman shouted that it was true. The old man snapped, demanding respect. Cayman retorted, asking him to at least say something reasonable. The elder screamed that he was over 1,000 years old. Cayman shouted back that the elder was acting like a child. Jaehwan watched, smiling faintly. Eventually, he realized it was time to leave. The city stretched beneath the starry sky, towers glistening as rain streaked down the windows. He found himself strangely attached to the place. Later, seated indoors, Carlton spoke to him about the Tower of Nightmares. Yellow screens flickered between them. Carlton explained the vast time discrepancy. Deaths were increasing. Awakened individuals were decreasing. Jaehwan understood. Time inside the tower flowed 100 times faster, even on the first floor. Before the hourglass lay piles of armor and fallen warriors. Excessive focus, he thought, damaged the soul. Enduring 100 years was not something anyone could do easily. Yet without that struggle, no one could ever awaken. Carlton stood before him in silence. Carlton ordered him to comply. Jaehwan did not even look up. His hand rested firmly on the arm of the chair as he replied in a calm, unwavering voice that he would handle it himself. Carlton frowned. He warned him that endlessly training simple punches and slashes would never lead to true awakening. Jaehwan's response was immediate and sharp. Then let them try it, he said. Let them find out for themselves. Javier stepped forward, explaining that what they needed was not brute force, but a stable system, one capable of cultivating awakened individuals over the long term. Outside, life continued as if untouched by fate. A woman sold fish at a stall, a laborer working quietly behind her, unaware of the discussions that would shape the future of the city. Carlton continued coldly. Those who had no desire to awaken, he said, should be excluded entirely. Jae-hwan sat at the table, his expression sharp and calculating. Awakening is not the only path, he replied. People can adapt in different ways. Carlton studied him carefully. Do you truly believe that? Shelves packed with old tomes glowed under dim yellow light. Jae-hwan answered evenly that no two people think the same way. Carlton responded with a quiet truth. Awakening is not salvation. Some survive by adapting, not transcending. Jae-hwan's gaze hardened. Leaning forward, he asked Carlton what he truly meant. Carlton clasped his hands behind his back, fingers tightening until his knuckles whitened. He spoke of himself. Of how he had stepped into the third stage of awakening. Of how, despite reaching that height, he had failed to see his own unique world. Jae-hwan's thoughts tightened. That should not be possible. Nearby, an elderly man sat over a blot of ink, gripping a sword as though it anchored him to reality. Jae-hwan explained that a unique world varies depending on the individual's abilities and nature. He recalled eyes burning red, mana twisting unnaturally, and the unspoken rule that all awakened who reached the stage of dedication were destined to inherit their own world. His thoughts drifted to Garam. He remembered Garam standing before him, declaring that spiritual attacks meant nothing to him, and that system-based assaults caused irreversible damage. Jae-hwan reflected on their battle and realized something crucial. Awakened beings constantly sought to destroy the world system, unaware that for someone else, that very system was their unique world. Seated again, Jae-hwan told Javier not to panic. Perhaps Carlton's world could still be preserved. Javier stared at him, stunned. Was that even possible? Jae-hwan crossed his arms and said the possibility could not be dismissed. He simply did not know yet. Javier's eyes lit up with excitement. If Carlton's unique world originated from the system, then wouldn't that mean, someday, he would have to fight Jae-hwan himself? Jae-hwan raised his hand to his face, thoughtful. Yes, he admitted. That outcome was possible, if Carlton chose to protect that world rather than abandon it. Carlton watched him closely. Standing before him, he said quietly that he could see it now. Jae-hwan truly wished to destroy that world. Later, Jae-hwan sat across from Javier in a vast chamber. He addressed him formally, calling him Castlin. Javier slammed his hand onto the table, clutching his chest as he demanded to accompany him on the expedition. Carlton looked on, confused, as Jae-hwan remained lost in thought. Behind Javier stood the old man, recalling how he too had asked to be taken along. Jae-hwan turned to Javier. And you as well? Carlton, bathed in golden light, replied sharply. According to the 14th paragraph of the 3rd article of Gorgon's special law, all captains were obligated to remain and defend the castle in times of emergency. Jae-hwan was surprised. He reminded them that he was no longer the captain. Gripping the chair tightly, he declared that after his departure, he no longer wished to bear the title of Castlin. He looked at the stunned Javier and said that he would be leaving this place in 1 week. As he rose from his seat, Javier asked if he truly intended to resign. Carlton stood behind Jae-hwan and spoke gravely. Without him, burning Gorgon would collapse. Javier added that if Gorgon fell, chaos itself would follow. Carlton then looked at Jae-hwan with pride. He told him not to worry. He had considered everything carefully. Golden light shimmered around Jae-hwan as he turned to Javier. It was time, he said, to end this. The blue castle stood beneath pouring rain. Water cascaded down its pillars and steps. People stood ankle-deep in puddles, crying openly beneath the storm. Juran approached Jae-hwan from behind, telling him that he was soaked through. Jae-hwan replied calmly that it did not matter. His boots were drenched as he stepped forward, standing above the gathered crowd. He thanked them for coming and spoke of their efforts to protect Gorgon. They had done well. Cayman stood silently in the rain as Jae-hwan continued. This tribute, he said, was for those who devoted their souls to Gorgon's defense. The old man listened quietly as Jae-hwan added another dedication, for the innocent victims. Rain poured relentlessly as he announced that the next 3 days would be devoted to honoring the dead. A blade rested inside a soaked purple case. Jae-hwan spoke the name Isaac Kendall. A grieving woman was covered with cloth. An amulet embedded with red mana lay atop a purple backing. He spoke Rachel Vora's name. People cried openly. A cracked hammer lay sealed away. Jae-hwan spoke of CM Hill. A bearded man sobbed, clutching his hands. Beneath a sheet lay an unidentifiable object. Hooded figures whispered, unsure what it even was, claiming it had existed since the beginning. Jae-hwan stood before them all. Behind him towered an incomprehensible structure of enormous scale. He told them that everyone had fought well. Then, his voice hardened. As you all know, this is not the end. Behind him, a golden amulet shimmered faintly. He said that this was only the beginning of the war. Shock rippled through the crowd. Someone whispered about the narrow gate. Rain continued to fall as the people of Gorgon stood frozen in silence. The crowd shouted for the gate to be destroyed at once. Jaehwan did not react with surprise. Calmly, he said it was far too early for shock. There was something else they needed to see first. At the foot of the rain-soaked steps stood an unfamiliar figure. His clawed hands were restrained by glowing pink restraints, their energy suppressing every trace of resistance. Murmurs rippled through the people as recognition dawned. General Rat Rika. A monarch from the Great Lands. Siren stood beside him, maintaining the bindings without letting her guard down. The whispers grew louder. Some scoffed, calling him a timid monarch, others stared in disbelief. Jaehwan descended the slick steps as the rain continued to hammer down with relentless force. He stopped in front of Rika and drew his blade. The rat general trembled. In a broken voice, he asked if Jaehwan intended to kill him. Then fear twisted into hysteria. Rika screamed for it to be done quickly, shouting that delaying would only bring ruin later. He ranted that the Dark Monarch would never let this humiliation pass unanswered. Jaehwan moved. The flat of his blade struck Rika's body with brutal precision. "Be quiet." In an instant, both of Rika's arms were severed. His sword embedded itself in the stone beside the fallen limbs as Rika collapsed into the rain, screaming in raw, animal agony. Water mixed with blood beneath him as his cries echoed across the courtyard. Jaehwan looked down at him coldly. "I won't kill you," he said. "You'll return to the Great Lands. Tell your master exactly what you saw here." Rain streamed down Jaehwan's face as he continued, his voice steady. "If you want war, come. Anytime. Anywhere." His eyes glowed faintly yellow as he declared that he would be waiting at the top of the Tree of Illusions. High above, hidden among the branches, a bird with glowing red eyes watched. Its wings twitched, sensing danger. A praying mantis lurked nearby, its posture tense, ready to strike. Siren hurried after Jaehwan, her voice breaking through the rain. She shouted that for someone leaving his post tomorrow, he was acting completely insane. Her anger cracked, turning into desperation as tears streamed down her face. She begged him not to speak so lightly about fighting the Dark Monarch. Rika, now barely conscious, moved toward the narrow gate. He hissed that if Jaehwan truly wished to destroy it, he could do so quietly, without witnesses. The gate shattered under the rain. Siren laughed weakly and said that sending a timid monarch back would achieve nothing. Siren realized then that retribution was unavoidable. Jaehwan walked beside her and told her to keep her voice down. At worst, he said, a lieutenant general might appear. Thinking aloud, he explained that the Great Lands were already engulfed in war. The great monarchs themselves would not move. Siren stared at him in disbelief. She said she always knew he was reckless, but this crossed into madness. She warned him that after the Monarch of Silence fell, at least 2 or 3 lieutenant generals would come. Possibly more. Maybe even entire clans. Tears streamed freely as she whispered that 5 great clans could arrive. That would be too much. Jaehwan replied calmly that this was exactly what he wanted. Nearby, the black wing of a bird lay torn in the grass. The praying mantis crushed the red-eyed bird beneath its mandibles. Jaehwan said that once the first piece fell, everything would change instantly. Siren was shaking with worry. Frowning, Jaehwan asked her if she had only followed him to question his choices. Their shadows stretched long across the ground. He asked her if she truly cared about chaos. She reminded him that he had promised to explain everything. Excited despite herself, she urged him to tell her what he gained beyond the gate. They stood before what felt like the entrance to hell. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, glaring against the wet stone. Jaehwan began speaking. Siren interrupted, asking if he was certain about what he learned. She mentioned what Jaehwan had said, that Muluk disappeared into the abyss, leaving only fragments behind. Jaehwan replied that those fragments were all that remained of her godfather's memories. Siren demanded to know how she was supposed to believe that. Jaehwan frowned. He told her that during the harsh winter, he watched her face carefully as he spoke. She barely reacted. They stood face to face. She reminded him of the egg he once picked up. Her voice softened as she recalled that winter on the Tree of Illusions. Muluk walking across purple land scarred by devastation. The 6th region. A colossal tree radiating pink mana. A shining egg waiting at its base. Jaehwan continued the story. Muluk approached the egg, nervous beyond words. For the first time in his life, he reached out and held it. The egg trembled, then slowly cracked open. From it emerged a blue bud. A life born from dreams, sustained by them, dreaming again. A small pink child appeared. At that moment, Muluk realized his godmother had spoken the truth. Jaehwan described the child standing firmly on the ground, newly born, radiant and fragile. He told Siren that when the child looked up at him, she was beautiful. Siren was overwhelmed. She demanded to know why he was telling her all of this now. Jaehwan said he believed she had enough proof. She snapped back, accusing him of stealing memories that were not his. Anger and confusion warred across her face as she realized what it meant. All nightmares are born from eggs? Jaehwan nodded. He explained that they were formed from the dreams of the Tree of Illusions, hatching as eggs in the northern region of the Great Lands. Siren was stunned. She asked if Mullock had left anything for her. A message. A sign. Anything at all. Jaehwan answered honestly. He did not know. He explained that the memories he saw were not arranged like a story. They were fragments scattered across a star-filled void. No beginning. No ending. As if Mullock never wanted them to become complete. Siren accused him of lying. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating Jaehwan as he asked her why she was truly searching for Mullock. Was it only because he was her godfather? She screamed back at him, furious. Jaehwan did not flinch. If you want his memories, he said, come with me. We'll move forward together. Siren froze. She said he told her that Mullock vanished into the abyss and that Jaehwan was heading there too. He waved his hand dismissively and told her to think carefully. Pink mana flared around her as anger flooded her thoughts. She cursed him silently, calling him unbearable, convinced he was trying to make her feel foolish. Then, suddenly, memories resurfaced. And she could no longer deny them. Siren suddenly called out to him, her voice sharp enough to cut through his thoughts. Stop. Jaehwan stood with his back to her, unmoving. She stepped closer and spoke again, calmer this time. She said that the fragmented notes he had seen, those memories scattered like stars, were left behind by her godfather. Jaehwan turned his head slightly and answered without hesitation. Yes. For a moment, she said nothing. Then her expression shifted, relief flickering across her face. If that was true, then everything had meaning after all. Purpose. Purple mana shimmered faintly around her as an idea took shape in her mind. A dangerous one. Dust lifted from the ground beneath her feet as space twisted. The world shifted. They were no longer outside. Instead, Jaehwan found himself standing inside Siren's personal workshop. The air smelled of ink, metal, and mana residue. Shelves filled with ancient books towered behind him, packed so tightly they looked ready to collapse. Tools of unknown purpose hung from the walls, humming faintly with restrained energy. Jaehwan reminded her, very loudly, that she had once sworn never to let him enter this place again. Shut up, she snapped instantly. Don't bring that up. Not now. He raised an eyebrow and glanced around anyway, openly examining the room. You used to be against this, he said calmly. This is a complete invasion of your privacy. That was a long time ago, she replied sharply. Be quiet. She pressed a glowing pink panel embedded in the wall. A low mechanical sound echoed above them. Jaehwan looked up just in time to see the ceiling begin to separate. Panels slid apart, revealing a dark cavity above. From within it, thick chains descended, clinking softly as they lowered something heavy. A massive shape emerged. A bear. Not a living creature, but a grotesque construct, part teddy bear, part restraint device. Metal fastenings and jagged spikes lined its limbs. Chains connected it directly to the ceiling, allowing it to sway slightly in the air. Jaehwan's expression darkened. Siren, however, leaned casually against the bear's massive form, smiling with unmistakable satisfaction. This, she announced proudly, will squeeze everything out of you. Jaehwan frowned. Squeeze, what, exactly? She rolled her eyes. Your soul, obviously. It synchronizes with spiritual layers and extracts memories directly. Helps recognize emotional patterns, suppressed recollections, enlightenment fragments. Two wooden training figures slid into position, facing one another. She continued explaining that nightmares who lose their spiritual authority often rely on this device. It condenses emotions, memories, and insight into a readable state. Thanks to it, nightmares never run out of ideas. This is my first time testing it, she admitted, less confidently. Everyone says the experience is unforgettable. Jaehwan found himself pulled into the bear's embrace. The construct wrapped around him tightly. Are you trying to see my memories, he asked, or your godfather's? She told him where to stand. His arms were nearly locked in place by the restraints. Ready, she asked. He nodded. With a sharp mechanical snap, every fastening slammed shut. The pressure intensified instantly. There was no room to move. Siren watched closely, clearly pleased. She expected him to lose his composure the moment it began. She placed her hand against the bear. Pain surged. Or at least, that was what she expected. Pink energy flooded the room, spiraling upward like a storm. Siren hugged the bear's core as mana erupted around them, forming a violent vortex. Her thoughts faltered. Something was wrong. Why did it hurt her more than him? Jaehwan's hands tensed, muscles rigid. His gaze sharpened, turning fierce and focused. Her breath caught. His spiritual pressure was far greater than she had anticipated. The pink whirlwind expanded, filling the entire workshop. Books rattled violently on the shelves. Tools clanged against the walls. Siren's expression shifted from determination to shock. Suddenly, the room vanished. She found herself drifting through space. Planets. Stars. Endless fragments of memory floating like shattered glass. She realized immediately, this was his inner world. So the rumors were true. Nightmares had not exaggerated. Fear crept in as she drifted through the endless sea of recollections. There were too many. Far too many. Entire lifetimes layered over one another. Excitement followed fear. How could one person hold so much? Then something brushed against her shoulder. Pain flared instantly, burning deep into her thoughts. She recoiled. That memory alone nearly scorched her consciousness. She clenched her teeth and forced herself to focus. She needed to find her godfather's memories and escape, quickly. If she lingered too long, she would be trapped forever. But the deeper she went, the denser the memories became. They surrounded her, pressed in from all sides, blinding her completely. There was no path forward. No space to breathe. Her wings unfurled. If I stay still, I'll disappear, she muttered. She surged forward, forcing her way through the storm. Memories shattered and scattered as she flew, though they burned with every contact. Then, she stopped. A massive golden memory hovered before her. This is it. Inside the memory, a small siren played with toys. A man stood nearby, bathed in warm golden light. Mullock. Her godfather. Her breath trembled. The child called out to him happily, calling him godfather. Mullock looked slightly flustered, his braid drifting behind him as if caught in a gentle breeze. He reached out his hand toward her. Tears filled Siren's eyes. Her fingers stretched toward the memory. No! She screamed, panic flooding her voice. She had searched for him for 900 years. Yellow energy burst from her body. I will find you again, she shouted. No matter what. The memory pulled her in. The light swallowed her completely. When she awoke, she was sitting on the floor of the workshop. Her body felt heavy. Exhausted. Empty. She tried to recall what she had seen. Nothing. After entering his consciousness, the memories slipped away like mist. She could remember only one thing. She had been close. And that was enough to change everything. Siren stood atop a tall rooftop, glass towers stretching endlessly around her. The city felt unfamiliar, almost unreal. She raised her eyes to the sky and exhaled in relief. At least I changed my appearance in time. Her reflection in a nearby window confirmed it. No one would immediately recognize what she truly was. Curious, she descended into the streets and blended into the flow of ordinary people. As she walked among them, the truth settled in. This was solid ground, not an illusion. In her mind, a name surfaced clearly. World 294. Earth. She remembered now. This was the world that nightmares brushed against when they passed through the roots of the Tree of Illusions. Long ago, the desperate resistance of ancient nightmares had concealed Earth from the eyes of the rulers. That sacrifice had bought this place centuries of isolation. A distant memory flickered. Siren, much younger, sat on a bed surrounded by glowing yellow screens. She had once realized that Earth existed as a foundational space, a core reality supporting countless other realms. Another memory followed, clearer and warmer. She was walking hand in hand with her godfather, Mullock. He had told her that inside every being existed something called consciousness, and that consciousness itself was a space. When she asked him what defined a being, Mullock agreed with her answer. Every space was born from a world, and every illusion across worlds was shaped using space as its base. Resting his palm on her head, Mullock had spoken with rare seriousness. If you ever become trapped in such a place, there will be only one way out. You must find the single consciousness at the center of that space. Find a guide. The memory faded. Siren now stood in a narrow passage between buildings, wondering how she could possibly identify a guide in a place this deep and chaotic. Suddenly, someone sprinted past her, shouting as he ran. The impact knocked her off balance. Before she could react, two policemen charged after the fleeing figure, shouting for him to stop. She turned and saw it clearly. A child. The boy ran until the alley ended in a dead corner. The officers closed in, ordering him to surrender. Desperate, the child swung a metal rod at one of them. The officer retaliated with his baton, muttering that children were nothing but trouble. Siren's chest tightened. She screamed for them to stop and rushed forward, furious. He's just a child. The policemen stared at her in confusion. One scowled and told her to step back, warning that the situation was dangerous. The boy clutched an iron shelf with both hands, shaking. One officer spoke coldly. The child had committed a serious crime. He had refused to become an adult. Execution was the punishment. Siren froze. Her thoughts raced. There was no such law on Earth. Being a child was not a crime. The officers exchanged glances. One of them whispered that Siren was strange. Her clothes, her speech, everything about her stood out. Another assumed she was some kind of cosplayer. They demanded her identification. One of them noticed her horns. Fear shot through her. She grabbed her head instinctively. She had not hidden them completely. Mulek's voice echoed in her mind. He raised a finger to his lips in warning. Do not stand out. This world rejects strangers. In her vision, wooden dolls appeared. Purple, pink, expressionless. Their eyes glowed red. Mulek's voice continued. If they realize you are different, no one can predict what they will do to you. Siren's breath trembled. She remembered his warning, but panic overtook caution. Orange mana surged around her as she instinctively summoned a storm. She thought only of driving them away. The policemen screamed. Fire, they shouted. She tried to condense the energy into her palm, but it weakened instead. Her hands shook. Why can't I control it? Suddenly, glowing signs appeared in the air, demanding attention. The policemen dropped their weapons. Their bodies twisted. Bones cracked. Eyes burned red. Another warning sign appeared. Aliens detected. The air flooded with crimson mana. Orders echoed. Immediate extermination. The officers had become monsters. They lunged at Siren. One grabbed her face and swung his fist. Pain exploded as his grip tightened, crushing her cheeks. She screamed in terror. Then the child moved. He rushed forward without hesitation and struck the monster's head with his rod, now glowing with blue mana. Another monster turned toward the boy, raising its arm. The child struck again. Both heads fell. Silence followed. Siren stood trembling between two lifeless bodies. The boy was already running deeper into the passage. Her heart pounded as realization struck her all at once. He was the one. The single consciousness within this space. The guide. She chased after him and found him sitting quietly, gripping the stick in his hands. He looked up and asked who she was. Siren studied him carefully. Fearless movement. Clear awareness. This child was the conductor of this space, yet his mental age had shaped his form. She told him he moved without fear. He replied calmly that fear had no place if you wanted to survive. He pointed at her and asked about her. She answered casually, pretending it was nothing. He told her to follow him. They leaned against a wall together. Siren observed his sharp eyes and stubborn expression. He reminded her of someone she had once known in his youth. Her throat tightened. She covered her face, fighting the urge to cry. Images overlapped in her mind. The guide's appearance reflected his inner age. A child trapped in a world of adults. As they moved through the narrow paths, the boy explained that if she told him the truth, she would be dragged into memory channels. He pulled her free from one such passage with effort, explaining that fragments of lost memories often drifted into this place. He paused, staring at her closely, and said a living soul had come here for the first time. She didn't answer. She only thought about how everyone in this world was an adult, yet he alone remained a child. She asked why he stayed, knowing the police hunted him constantly. He answered simply. Because they are all adults. The meaning struck her like a blade. In a world where everyone is the same, there is no place for difference. White light enveloped the boy. Then he said he had a question of his own. At that moment, Siren sensed another presence behind her. Jaehwan. He stood there with a blue sword in his hand, calm and composed. Siren observed him carefully, trying to define him, yet realizing she knew almost nothing. Golden light brushed over the boy as he looked between them. Siren searched for the right words. The boy asked her directly how old Jaehwan was. She answered firmly. He is a child, just like you. The boy's eyes widened. Really? She smiled, sensing his approval. He reached out and touched Siren's ear gently. Then he told her he would send her back. Kid Jaehwan suddenly noticed something hidden among Siren's hair. A faint red glimmer caught his eye. He reached out carefully and pulled free a small crimson stone, warm to the touch. Holding it in his palm, he said quietly that this stone connected him to her. Siren stared at it in shock and asked what it was. Jaehwan explained that it was a memory fragment, one that had been buried within her without her realizing it. At that moment, Siren felt as if she were standing among countless drifting planets made of memories. Only then did she understand. That fragment had been with her all along. Jaehwan had appeared because she had crossed paths with memories during her journey. Fear crept into her voice as she asked if he intended to send her back using that fragment. Jaehwan met her gaze calmly and answered yes. He was already working on it. In his hands now was a red crystal radiating intense energy. Extending it forward, he explained that his purpose was to retrieve memories that had been lost along the way. Siren slowly knelt in front of him, realizing why beings like him were called guides. They existed to return what had been scattered. Jaehwan studied the crystal and noted that the red glow meant the memory was extremely important. Memory fragments, he explained, were classified by value. As he spoke, several crystals appeared before her, each glowing with a different hue. White, green, blue, and red. If a fragment failed to return to its rightful place, it could cause distortions in the present. Siren stared uneasily at the crystals. One thought surfaced sharply in her mind. An important memory could also be a danger, like the looming threat from the monks of the 12th region. She stopped herself before speaking it aloud. Suddenly, she stood up and asked if Jaehwan could send her back now. Jaehwan frowned slightly and shook his head. That was impossible. When the portal opened, he would return her together with her memories. The problem, he added, was that he did not know when the portal would appear. Hearing that, Siren cried out in frustration. The scene shifted to the night city. Someone nearby commented that it was already late and suggested they rest in the underground passage and continue their journey the next day. Siren lay down on a wooden crate and asked if Jaehwan lived here alone. He answered simply that he did. She yawned, then asked how he would know when the portal opened. The scene shifted again, this time to a rooftop. Jaehwan stood holding a radar-like device and explained that when the portal activated, internet signals would destabilize. He adjusted a communicator, listening carefully. Later, they were in a bathroom. Jaehwan stood on a box, washing his hair. Siren watched him and asked if they would just wait for the signal. He replied yes. They would wake early, visit a store, and be ready. They entered a small convenience store. Siren looked at him with irritation as he casually grabbed a packaged meal from the shelf. She asked if this was really the plan. Jaehwan nodded, saying they needed food. He added that there was a wide variety of Aryan burgers. Siren asked if he always woke up early just to eat and then wait for portals. He answered yes. Later, Siren lay down beside him on another crate and eventually fell asleep. Before drifting off, she thought that Jaehwan was surprisingly fine, despite such a harsh life. She wanted to say it aloud but remained silent. As she slept, images flooded her mind. A massive tower under siege. Monsters swarming. Jaehwan's comrades falling one by one. She wondered if he was trapped here because of a nightmare, if his world had been reduced to this by towers of horror. Yet despite everything, he had not broken. She sat beside him again on the rooftop, thinking that this bleak reality was the world he belonged to. Jaehwan broke the silence, saying there had been no signal for a week. The moment the device reacted, he would personally return the memory fragment. Siren remembered the police who had hunted him earlier and asked what would happen if they chased him again. Jaehwan replied casually that it only happened when luck turned bad. It was not frequent. Concern filled her eyes as she asked if all he did was return memories. Jaehwan slipped a hand into his pocket and said he also observed other memories. When she asked what he meant, he pulled out a small white crystal. Not all memories, he explained, ever returned to where they belonged. Siren asked if he was not afraid to hold such a thing. Jaehwan looked confused and replied that it was only a white memory. She admitted she did not understand. He told her to look closely. The crystal reacted to his touch. Suddenly, it began to glow. The air shifted, and a long strip of moving images unfolded before them like an old film. Siren stared in shock. These were Jaehwan's memories. They were drawn into a small room. A woman sat on a bed, holding a young Jaehwan on her lap. In her hands was a blue-covered book. She smiled and said they would read it together today. Siren's eyes widened. She recognized the book immediately. The Little Prince. It was a story cherished among nightmares. Young Jaehwan asked if the little prince had come to Earth. His mother answered yes and smiled. She quoted the story, saying the most important things could not be seen with the eyes. Siren reflected silently. The little prince saw the world differently, reminding adults obsessed with numbers and status that imagination and innocence mattered most. It was a story about purity and trust. Her gaze fell on an illustration of a snake in the desert. She remembered how the story ended, with the little prince's death. Perhaps, she thought, such endings were inevitable. Pure things were always swallowed by oblivion. Young Jaehwan looked frightened and asked what happened to the world the prince left behind. His mother glanced at a rose sealed in glass and answered that the little prince remained. Jaehwan, now beside Siren in the present, lifted his head and said with certainty that the little prince did not die. He smiled brightly and added that the prince continued living on Earth. Siren looked at him, confused. She understood it was a gentle lie meant to protect a child. Still, she wondered if this story was the source of his strength. She remembered Jaehwan standing alone with his sword, remembered him cutting down monsters without hesitation. His world might not be perfectly structured or logical, but it was born from destruction. This was the moment of its origin. Her breath caught as she realized something. Jaehwan held the white crystal again, studying it carefully. Siren wondered why such a memory fragment was white. White memories were considered insignificant. She imagined Jaehwan's life and wondered what memories he had sacrificed just to survive. Suddenly, the radar began to beep. Both of them looked at it in shock. Jaehwan took off running. Siren shouted after him, asking where he was going, asking if he had really caught the signal. He turned and yelled that it had started. They needed to prepare immediately. Siren spun around and froze. A massive blue portal was opening above the city. Lightning spilled from its edges as it expanded, glowing brighter by the second. Small leaves drifted down from within it. Jaehwan's expression tightened. He said it would open fully very soon. That portal would take her out of this world. Monsters began to swarm toward them. They sprinted into a tall building. Siren shouted that the creatures had sensed the portal and were converging on them. Jaehwan leapt forward, swinging his baton and striking a monster cleanly at the neck. Siren cried out that there were too many. Jaehwan shouted back that the portal was a foreign existence here. The world itself wanted to erase it. He slammed the elevator button repeatedly, turning to her and yelling that the portal would only remain for a short time. They had to reach the roof before it vanished. Just then, the elevator doors burst open. 2 monsters crawled out. Jaehwan stared ahead, fear flashing across his face as the monsters suddenly lunged at him and wrapped their claws around his neck. Siren gasped in horror. Without thinking, she thrust her hand toward him and screamed his name. In that instant, Jaehwan moved. He leapt forward with explosive speed, swung his iron club in a wide arc, and crushed one monster's head with a brutal kick. Before its body even hit the ground, he drove the club straight through the throat of another creature. Blood splattered across the floor. Spinning on his heel, Jaehwan smashed the skull of a third monster with the same weapon. Siren stood frozen, unable to look away. Her eyes locked onto the iron club now drenched in blood. Jaehwan planted his foot on a fallen corpse, turned toward her, and shouted for her to move. He demanded to know why she was standing still and ordered her to get to him immediately. She glanced down at the writhing bodies and realized something terrifying. Jaehwan was not afraid. Not even a little. They began racing up the stairwell toward the 20th floor. As they climbed, Siren thought bitterly that this was exactly who Jaehwan was. Fear simply did not exist for him. This was normal to him. The elevator doors ahead burst open, and more monsters poured out. To Siren, they looked endless. To Jaehwan, they were nothing more than obstacles. He charged straight at them, swinging his club again and again, his movements precise and relentless. One monster fell, then another, then another. Siren watched in disbelief, thinking that these creatures felt unreal, like rules imposed by the twisted logic of this world rather than living beings. She turned and sprinted upward, taking the stairs 2 at a time. When she glanced back, she saw an entire mass of monsters flooding after them. She screamed, asking where the exit was. Jaehwan shouted back that there was not much time left. At last, Siren reached the rooftop door. She threw it open and turned back, yelling for Jaehwan to hurry. He paused only long enough to slam his club into the monsters clawing toward him. One long arm nearly brushed his hood, but he slipped through the doorway at the final moment. Siren slammed the door shut with all her strength. Jaehwan pressed his body against it, bracing himself as the door shook violently. He shouted that he would hold them back and told her to jump into the portal. Her voice trembled as she asked what would happen to him. Above them, the blue portal continued to expand, tearing chunks from the rooftop as energy crackled through the air. Jaehwan yelled that he would handle it somehow and told her not to hesitate. If she waited, the portal would close. Siren shook her head violently. She shouted that she wanted to leave together with him, that they should escape at the same time. The portal grew brighter with every second. Jaehwan shouted back, confused, asking what she was saying. Siren screamed that if she left now, he would be abandoned here completely alone. He looked at her, stunned. She begged him to come with her. His leg trembled as he shook his head. He said he could not. She demanded to know why. Behind him, the door began to splinter as countless monsters forced their way through. Jaehwan glanced down at the city below and said quietly that this was his world. This was where he belonged. Then he shoved Siren away from the door and screamed at her to go. The door finally gave way. Monsters spilled onto the rooftop, shrieking as they rushed forward. Jaehwan shouted that he could not hold them anymore. Siren clenched her fists, bit down hard, and lowered her head. She ran toward the portal, but stopped just before stepping through. Her legs shook uncontrollably. She turned back. Jaehwan looked at her and asked one last question. He asked if he had friends. Tears welled in Siren's eyes, her cheeks flushing red as she smiled through them. She answered that he did. Very, very many. Jaehwan smiled back and asked if she was telling the truth. She nodded. He released the door completely, still smiling, and said he was glad. The monsters surged forward. Jae-hwan swung his baton once more, striking the nearest creature, and shouted for her to hurry before the portal vanished. Siren stepped backward into the portal, her chest aching. She thought that when she returned, she would tell everyone about this child. The monsters rushed Jae-hwan all at once. Siren imagined his body torn apart, imagined the moment when he might finally feel truly alone. The blue portal began to shrink rapidly. As it closed, she saw Jae-hwan still fighting, his cap knocked from his head, his expression fierce and unyielding. She realized then that the little prince she had seen was still fighting for his world. The next moment, Siren found herself drifting through a vast space filled with countless planets. Each one pulsed faintly with light. Memories. She recognized it immediately. She had returned to the stream of memories. Looking around at the endless number of worlds, she knew she would have to leave her godfather's memories behind for now. She did not know how time flowed between reality and this place, and she could not afford to lose herself again. Her face warmed as she smiled, remembering every moment she had spent with the young Jae-hwan. She realized she had learned something important. When she returned, she believed she could create a new tower. Clenching her fists, she stared forward with resolve. She remembered Jae-hwan's gaze and decided that one day, she would go on an expedition with him. Step by step, she would uncover the truth about her godfather. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a small red crystal. She whispered that she had never opened these memories before. They were his memories, but everything would be fine. She touched the crystal. A crimson glow burst forth, releasing violent energy. An image formed before her. A man stood atop a vast sea of blood, wearing a mask. He walked forward calmly. Siren's breath caught. This was her godfather. Then she saw what stood opposite him. A massive mouth opened, stretching impossibly wide. What appeared next made her blood run cold. A gigantic smiling face loomed before him. A system message appeared. The creature was named the Soul King, Catastrophe. First awakened of chaos. King of the dead. Power level immeasurable. Description: resides within a strange factory created by unknown masters. Born of chaos. Shows condescension toward the dead. Classified as void type. Siren stared at the red crystal, trembling. Now she understood why these memories were red. Anyone who sought the deepest layers would inevitably face a disaster of this magnitude. Fighting it was not even required. Facing it alone was already impossible. Her legs began to glow faintly. She clenched the crystal and thought desperately that this could not be allowed. Even monarchs could not oppose such a being. Grinding her teeth, she launched herself forward, flying at full speed. She had to return to reality. She had to stop this, no matter the cost. The world shifted. Cold wastelands stretched endlessly beneath a gray sky. Crystals jutted from the ground, fog rolled through the air, and broken electric poles stood like grave markers. An old man looked down grimly and said that 900 years had passed. A man holding Siren in his arms said they had arrived. Jae-hwan looked ahead and confirmed it. This was the last gate to the depths. He had seen it in Malak's notes. The entire team had gathered. None of them looked away from the enormous structure looming before them. Jae-hwan stated plainly that it was an otherworldly factory. Jurgen glanced at him and asked if he was really going straight in. Jae-hwan replied that he was no longer a castle lord. Then he turned back and said that it was just a title. Jurgen should not think for a second that he intended to save him. Jurgen smiled and said he understood. To him, Jae-hwan would always be a castle lord. Jae-hwan lowered his gaze slightly and let out a faint smile. Ahead of him, the massive outline of the factory loomed like a dormant beast. As he and his team approached, a familiar thought crossed his mind. He had already warned them several times. Not everyone was qualified to descend into the depths. If someone insisted on entering alongside him, it would not just be their life at risk. Within a short distance, nearly 3,000 others would inevitably be drawn into the chaos as well. He turned around and looked at the crowd behind him. There were far too many people. No matter how much persuasion was used, no one was willing to stay behind. For members of the Chaos Jurgen, an expedition into the depths had been a lifelong dream, something they had waited years for. Jurgen casually lifted Siren and settled her onto his shoulders, stating calmly that he would take responsibility for her safety. Jae-hwan glanced at the scene and frowned inwardly. This situation was nothing but trouble. She had been dragged into something she did not fully understand, and now he would have to deal with the consequences. Still, he did not push her away. Something told him she might become useful later. Leaving her behind was not an option. The heavy factory doors suddenly began to move. A low mechanical sound echoed as the entrance slowly opened. Cayman leaned forward to peer inside and confirmed that the mechanism had activated. Carlton frowned and asked why it was opening now, without any warning. Before anyone could respond, pairs of glowing red eyes appeared from within the darkness of the factory. One by one, massive silhouettes took shape. Wolves. Someone muttered in disbelief that there were figures inside. Another voice whispered nervously, wondering if one of them might be a horned monster. Jae-hwan stared straight ahead, his expression calm but sharp. He already knew. They were never going to be allowed entry so easily. The wolves bared their fangs and advanced. Suddenly, one of them kicked off the ground with explosive force and leapt forward. In the next moment, the entire pack broke into a full sprint, charging directly toward Jae-hwan's group. "They're coming," someone shouted. Kamen reached behind his back and pulled out a spherical weapon, his face hardening. He muttered that this was it, then narrowed his eyes and issued a clear command for everyone to prepare for battle. The world shifted. In an instant, the scene changed, as if reality itself had folded inward. They were now inside a vast chamber filled with towering stone pillars that stretched endlessly toward the ceiling. The air was cold and heavy. A man knelt at the center of the room, his forehead pressed firmly against the floor. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Above him, another figure stood calmly, gazing at a massive wall as if observing a painting. This was the 9th region. An ancient castle submerged in absolute darkness. The kneeling man was Rika, timid monarch. Fear consumed him. His thoughts spiraled. Even after his soul had been torn apart, even after losing his arm during the chaos, he had managed to return to his body in the Great Lands with composure. But now, imagining what would happen once it was discovered that he alone had survived was enough to make his heart seize. Nearby, a figure sketched slowly on a canvas and spoke in a detached tone, asking where Garam had gone. Rika already knew the answer. He had always known this day would come. 2 more figures appeared before them. One wore a mask and a long, formal hat. The other was dressed entirely in black, his long white hair cascading down his back. On the left stood Vargas, the Ice Monarch. On the right was the white-haired monarch of Masa. The man standing farthest from Rika finally spoke, asking about Garam's final moments. Rika swallowed and answered honestly. He said Garam had seemed happy at the end. The man paused, set down his brush, and nodded with satisfaction, remarking that it was good to hear. Then his tone shifted. He stated coldly that the Dragon Appetite brothers, both holding the rank of Major General, were dead. Not only them, but also the 17th Major General Marigo, and even the 1st Major General. Rika's breathing grew erratic. His heart pounded harder with each passing second. The man continued, listing more losses. He said that Rika's blood relative, the monarch of the secret aroma, was also dead. Yet Rika, merely a barricade general, had survived. A quiet command followed, telling Rika to lift his head. With shaking hands and unbearable fear, Rika slowly looked up. Standing before him was a man with long blue hair, wearing a flowing kimono. His gaze alone carried overwhelming pressure, crushing Rika's spirit without a single word. Rika immediately lowered his eyes again. That presence was terrifying. He realized that even the eccentric powerhouse he once feared paled in comparison. The gap between their levels was vast, almost immeasurable. Rika understood. The man before him was the true monarch. The ruler who stood at the very top. The strategist of the Black Shadow himself. Sam Young-hoon. Hoon spoke calmly, instructing Rika to listen carefully. He explained that just a few days earlier, he had found himself standing at the summit, desiring only to leave these mortal lands behind. His voice carried quiet anticipation as he described the world as one hidden within nightmares, a place that truly lived up to its reputation. Rika did not understand what he meant. Confusion flickered through his fear. Sam Young-hoon then turned around and smiled faintly. He said he had found something interesting and suggested that, if Rika wished, they could take a look at it together. Rika immediately shouted that it would be a great honor. That's it for today. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more. We'll see you in the next one.